This fellow is one of ours. He carries within him the legendary heaven-following Tao body. But all he does is sit around and slack off because he's a transmigrator, and this time marks his 100th go-around. The previous 99 times he listened to the system and grinded like a dog, suffering terribly, only to die in the end for some ridiculous reason or another. So this time around he's dead set on ignoring whatever system comes his way. Sure, the system bestows upon him earth-shaking treasures, he couldn't care less. It gives him a cultivation technique imbued with the will of the heavenly Tao. He uses it as a book to prop up his wobbly table. Its one-sip elixir can help one break through 5 major realms and instantly comprehend the heavenly Tao. He uses it to water the plants. After watering, the tree immediately gains sentience, producing a celestial phenomenon that shocks everyone. And I won't drag this introduction out any longer. Now then, let's get the story started. In a training hall bustling with activity, some disciples practice sword kinesis flight, others jog in formation, and a few spar in the distance. A burly man and a shorter man stand together. The burly one asks, "You're new here and you don't even know Senior Brother Yi." He points toward a distant peak. "See that mountain? That's Senior Brother Yi's residence." The shorter one asks in disbelief. "He has an entire spiritual peak to himself. How is that possible? Is Senior Brother Yi really that formidable?" The burly man answers, "Senior Brother Yi possesses the innate Tao body. And he's also the 4th legacy disciple of our sect master." The shorter one gapes in shock. "What? The innate Tao body? Isn't that a level of existence that has long gone extinct?" The burly man imagines a bevy of blushing beauties and mutters, "Gorgeous. And furthermore, he's the personal disciple of that beautiful sect master, the sect master herself. She used to only accept female disciples, you know." The shorter man also blushes with envy and exclaims, "Damn it, I'm so jealous of Senior Brother Yi." After their little fantasy ends, they resume training. The shorter one asks, "So Senior Brother Yi must be an incredibly powerful figure in our sect, right?" The burly man shakes his head. "No, he's nothing but trash. He has the talent, the resources, but he refuses to cultivate." As they train, they continue gossiping about Yi Fan. He's been in the sect for 2 months now and hasn't cultivated once. At this point, he's probably just an ordinary mortal. Meanwhile, Yi Fan is lounging on his bed, fast asleep. He murmurs contentedly, "Clear skies, a gentle breeze. Ah, what a perfect day to sleep in." Suddenly, a check-in system materializes and announces, "Congratulations, host. The strongman forging check-in system has been successfully activated." Yi Fan jolts awake, furious. "You've gotta be kidding me, another system." The system responds, "Correct, it is indeed a system. Every transmigrator needs one. How else would they go out there, act cool, and power up?" The check-in system cheerfully displays its offerings. "This system will spare no effort in forging you into the continent's #1 powerhouse. Come, host, from this moment forth you shall embark on the path to the pinnacle of this continent." While the system rambles on with boundless enthusiasm, Yi Fan couldn't care less. He falls back asleep without anyone noticing. The check-in system asks dejectedly, "Host, don't you want to show off even a little?" Yi Fan rolls over and grumbles. "Show off my? It's just another system. I don't have to, right?" The persistent system calls out again, "Host, wake up already. Don't you want to become invincible under heaven?" But Yi Fan ignores it completely and drifts right back to sleep. He begins his self-introduction. "I, Yi Fan, am a transmigrator. Before arriving here, I'd already transmigrated 99 times. In other words, I've encountered 99 different systems, every kind imaginable. Cultivation methods, 10,000-fold multipliers, divine beast summons, cultivation speed 100,000 times faster, you name it. In one world, I kept a low profile. I tried to live as a hermit, keeping my head down. But before I even reached maturity, the son of destiny popped out of nowhere and killed me. In another world, I pushed myself to the brink of death every single day, struggling desperately to complete my missions. While I taunted the monsters I go in, I come back out, come at me, you hit me." Tragic as my fate was, in the end I still failed the mission and the system erased me. The system announced mission time expired, initiating deletion, moving on to the next life. There was one bizarre world where I truly struggled to level up. I was so elated I wept. Finally, I'd reached the breakthrough. And yet, it turned out I was nothing but a sacrifice, a lamb fattened by the system for the sole purpose of being offered up to someone else. That monster hoisted me up, drooling with anticipation, and sneered at last, "You are worthy of being my sacrificial offering." Yi Fan cries to the heavens, wailing 99 times, and not once did I ever make it to the end. From that, I've arrived at a truth: in the end, you die anyway, so why the hell should I even bother? Exactly. That's right, everything the system offers is just bait, a scam to drain me dry. The check-in system keeps nagging host. Wake up already, at your age how can you still be sleeping like this? But this time Yi Fan has made up his mind. This is my 100th transmigration. I refuse to listen to any system whatsoever, son of destiny. I am nothing but a salted fish lying flat. Now the system is truly angry. It shouts, "Get up and cultivate already, host. A life without cultivation, poof, and you're gone in a flash." But Yi Fan covers his ears and thinks, even if I cultivate faster, I've already lived 99 lifetimes. Let me enjoy this one for a change. And so he goes right back to sleep. The check-in system activates the newcomer reward package. Congratulations, host. Newcomer rewards activated. You have received a cultivation speed 10,000 times faster. Every time the host advances by a single minor realm, your cultivation speed will multiply tenfold. Host, hurry up and cultivate. Come on already, the system pleads enthusiastically. I've been this proactive and you're just going to lie there. Seeing Yi Fan completely unbothered, still fast asleep, the system flies into a rage and curses you %. The system suddenly stutters, detecting severe psychological resistance toward cultivation in the host. Recompiling modules, compilation complete. System is rebooting. A new check-in system materializes, this time with a female voice. It announces system reboot complete, reselected as check-in system. The host simply needs to visit designated locations to check in and receive rewards. Today's check-in location detected the doorstep of the host's quarters. The check-in process is simple. All you need to do is, the host has already entered the check-in zone. Just check in and you're done. The check-in point is only 5 meters away. It takes a mere 10 seconds. Come on, host, move those legs. Lying in bed all day without any exercise is terrible for your health. But Yi Fan couldn't care less. He keeps sleeping. The check-in system is rendered speechless. He actually fell asleep. Yi Fan sleeps soundly from the crack of dawn all the way until dusk. Yi Fan stretches luxuriously after waking. The check-in system says with an exasperated sigh, "You're finally awake, host. I thought you were going to sleep for 1,000 autumns." With a yawn, he swings his legs off the bed and mutters, "Ah, refreshing, just the way I like it." The system cheers, "Come on, host, just a few more steps and you'll reach the check-in point." But Yi Fan walks in the opposite direction, leaving the system utterly gobsmacked. What the? The host was clearly at the check-in point. Why didn't he check in? Yi Fan enters the kitchen and picks up a knife to prepare fish. He slept too long and his stomach is growling. Fish it is today. The system appears again. System error, unknown cause, refreshing. Suddenly, another check-in system activates. System reboot successful. The system has automatically assisted the host in completing a check-in. Spotting Yi Fan washing vegetables, its eyes light up and it showers him with praise. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the saintly water physique. After consumption, it purges all mundane impurities from the host's body, reforging it into the most ideal cultivation physique. It deals devastating damage to demon cultivators and ghost cultivators, and after use, one can no longer tread the path of ghost or demon cultivation, but Yi Fan pays no heed to its words and pours it right onto the ground. The check-in system screams, "Damn it." Yi Fan lights the stove and begins cooking. Yi Fan hums, "Once the fish is done, it's time to eat." The check-in system suddenly wonders who's at the door. A young woman steps in shyly and says, "Hello, I saw someone was home." Yi Fan beams warmly. "A newcomer, come in, have a meal with me." He gestures eagerly, "Go ahead, eat. Make yourself at home, no need to be polite." As he watches her eat, Yi Fan thinks, a month ago, a newly joined disciple wandered to my place by accident. I didn't expect another one today. After the meal, I'll just bring her to the personnel elder to sort things out. Glancing toward the entrance, Yi Fan frowns. Disciples of the patrol squad, why are they at my place? He steps outside and greets them. Fellow junior brothers, has something happened? One of them informs Yi Fan's senior brother Yi, a ghost cultivator skilled in shapeshifting, has infiltrated the sect. we're tracking their whereabouts. Yi Fan replies, my 8 trigrams mirror shows no reaction, looks like they're not here at my place. They agree senior brother Yi is right. We'll search elsewhere. Back inside, Yi Fan breathes a sigh of relief. This world really is far from peaceful. Suddenly, he catches a whiff of something. What's that burning smell? Realizing what it is, Yi Fan's face pales. Oh no. My fish. Meanwhile, the girl sitting there eating watches him with a sinister look and flashes a dangerous smile. I don't know why. This place can mask my ghostly aura, but I've finally escaped that calamity. This cultivation-less fool unwittingly saved my life. To repay your kindness, this old ghost will devour you whole right now. She bares her fangs like a ghoul and lunges to attack him. But suddenly, cold sweat breaks out across her body, a violent, searing pain tears through her abdomen. She clutches her stomach. What's happening? Why does my body hurt so much? The reason: the saintly water physique has taken effect. With a blood-curdling shriek, she vanishes into thin air. Yi Fan steps out, looking utterly nonchalant. Although it's a bit burnt, it's still edible enough. Not seeing her anywhere, he wonders, where'd she go? He sets down the plate of fish and shrugs. Whatever. The sect's security is solid anyway, nothing bad could have happened. The check-in system drops a book in front of him and announces excitedly, congratulations, host, random mission complete. Reward 1, Divine Tier Cultivation Method, the Eternal Undying Scripture. This technique contains the will of the heavenly Tao. Once cultivated to perfection, one attains an immortal, indestructible body, and shares longevity with heaven and earth. The Blame Gold system asked curiously as it saw him bend down. Host, what are you doing? It turned out Yi Fan had been using that book to prop up the table. My eyes are indeed extraordinary. Now the dining table finally stands firm. This threw the system into sheer panic. Seeing this, the Blame Gold system was already boiling with rage. Meanwhile, the host was planning to go fishing after eating, leaving the system to deal with the mess. This time, the system detected an unknown error and was forced into a brief reboot. By the time he finished eating, the sun blazed high and bright. In high spirits, Yi Fan donned a hat and a pair of sunglasses. Done. He hoisted a bucket and fishing rod onto his shoulders. The other fellow disciples started gossiping behind his back. Look, senior brother Yi Fan is off fishing again. What a waste of talent. If only he'd give it to me. A girl with a muffled voice bellowed at the distracted youth. Focus on your training, stop spacing out. He jumped in fright. Martial training. Seeing the girl before him, excitement flooded his face. Getting scolded by senior sister again. I love it. The person before you is Zai Yan, the third legacy disciple of Zai Yun, true sovereign. Behind them, a sudden massive explosion erupted, sending everyone scattering in terror. Alert senior sister, something's happened. People from wuxia sect have come knocking, Zai Yan replied in shock. What? With a loud bang, a figure approached. It was the second elder of wuxia sect. He strode forward, speaking as he went. Young friend, no need to be alarmed. This old man of wuxia sect did not wish to barge through your gates. I was simply blocked from ascending the mountain to conduct a search, and had no other choice. She thrust her sword toward him, her voice sharp as a blade. Search the mountain. This is the territory of Xian sect. Since when does wuxia sect get to search as they please? The elder's expression turned severe. Unflinching, he declared, then, Xian sect, hand over the nine-tailed fox to us. The disciples behind Zai Yan erupted into shouts. The nine-tailed spirit fox? Isn't that just a legend? It's a treasure. It must be a priceless treasure. If our sect possessed one, we'd rise to prominence. Gao Jian assumed a grave expression and frowned deeply. The nine-tailed spirit fox, we have pursued it for ages. Only for your Xian sect to seize it from under our noses. Xian sect, you must at the very least give us an explanation. Zai Yan stood her ground, unyielding. This matter is of grave importance. We must wait for my master to emerge from seclusion before any decision can be made. wuxia sect, you shall not set even half a foot inside our Xian sect. Hearing this, he flew into a rage and ordered his disciples to charge forward. So it seems Xian sect intends to monopolize it. Seeing this, Zai Yan refused to yield and surged forward in fury to meet them. With a mere handful of people you daring to act so brazenly on Xian sect grounds. The gall of wuxia sect is truly something. While the two sides clashed, something stirred in a nearby thicket. A man hidden within watched everything unfold, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Proceeding according to plan, infiltration successful, events are unfolding exactly just as the elder predicted. Taking advantage of the elder stalling for time infiltration a success. You possess the keenest spiritual beast sensing ability in all of wuxia sect. You will find the nine-tailed spirit fox. The man darted swiftly deeper into the forest, only to stumble upon Yi Fan sitting by the water fishing. He thought to himself, why is there someone out here? Isn't this supposed to be training hours, no cultivation base whatsoever, so he's just a mortal. A mortal who doesn't even bother cultivating. This one is hopeless for life. At that moment, Yi Fan sat fishing while yawning endlessly. The blame gold system popped up. Host. I've detected an extreme grade spiritual beast nearby, the nine-tailed spirit fox. Let's go catch it together. Seeing it appear, Yi Fan's face fell with exasperation. This damn system, I just finished setting up camp and it wants me to leave. Does it want all my effort to go to waste? The system tensed up. I understand now. The host is worried that catching a spiritual beast would be dangerous, correct? No need to worry, I've already prepared a spirit beast contract orb. Host. Just hurl it at the nine-tailed spirit fox and the contract will seal, making it your loyal pet. Yi Fan suddenly shot upright. The system's excitement surged. Host, you are finally taking action. But it turned out he had simply caught a fish. Yi Fan was so elated he nearly wept. After fishing for so long, I finally got a bite. It wasn't all for nothing. Having gotten the blame gold system's hopes up for nothing, it flew into a rage and hurled the orb away. It's just one fish. Is that more important than an extreme grade spirit pet? It threw so hard the orb soared far, far into the distance, sailing through the air until it landed squarely on the head of a sleeping nine-tailed spirit fox. Roused from its slumber, the fox erupted in fury. Damn it. What is this thing? What? Someone wants to force a contract on me. A human wants to strip me of my freedom and condemn me to die in endless battles. Don't make me laugh. I am the nine-tailed spirit fox. How could I so easily become someone's mere pet? After a while, it collapsed from sheer exhaustion. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an extreme grade spirit pet, the nine-tailed spirit fox. The man in the thicket jolted in alarm. Sensing something amiss. What just happened? I can feel the nine-tailed spirit fox has been contracted by someone else. Could it be that brat pulling some trick? The man launched a wuxia one-finger strike at Yi Fan. No matter what, kill him first. Then deal with the nine-tailed spirit fox. The blame gold system blared its warnings non-stop. Warning, host. But it already knew Yi Fan's temperament all too well. So it simply intercepted the attack and reflected it back. Forget it. I knew you wouldn't respond. I'll just help you reflect it once, 100-fold return of damage. When the man saw his own technique hurtling back at him, all he could utter was, huh. A colossal explosion erupted, smoke and debris flying in all directions. Gao Jian flinched in alarm. What was that sound? Could something have happened at the boulder? No, I must go check at once. He immediately ordered a retreat. The earlier blow had left Zai Yan coughing up a mouthful of blood. The surrounding disciples panicked. Senior sister, are you all right? Hang on. Senior sister, seeing her state, the elder's expression grew uneasy. That palm strike of mine shouldn't have been enough to injure her this severely. Could she be deceiving me? Another woman descended from the sky and confronted him. Wuxia sect. You've got quite the nerve. Do you think our Xian sect is easy to bully? Gao Jian and his disciple dropped to their knees. Today's offense is entirely our fault. Please accept these items as our apology. Please show us mercy. He laid out everything, leaving the woman utterly bewildered. Huh. Meanwhile, the elder fled while cursing under his breath. Damn it. Not only did we fail to find the nine-tailed spirit fox, we got extorted as well. If I don't leave quickly, I'll go completely bankrupt. Elder Gao Jian. The woman watched them go, pondering what were they really here for. Never mind, treating Zai Yan is more important right now. She looked at the girl. Zai Yan was utterly stunned. This is... Suddenly Yi Fan's jade pendant began to chime. He wondered, master is messaging me again. The message read, something has happened, come at once. Seeing this, Yi Fan immediately dropped his fishing rod and dashed back at full speed. On his way back, he spotted the man who had tried to ambush him, lying crumpled on the ground. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed with irritation. Another trap set by this damn system. The moment I pay attention to this guy, a chain of events will unfold and drag me into servitude. This outdated BS wants to trick me. Who does it think it's dealing with? By the time he made it back, dusk had already settled over the mountains. Yifan started, "Master, you were looking for me." Zai Yun's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. "Zai Yan, she may not pull through. I called you here so you could see her one last time." The words hit him like a thunderbolt. "What?" Yifan asked in utter disbelief. "Senior sister Zai Yan was perfectly fine this morning. How did it come to this?" Zai Yun answered, "It's all because of wuxia's sect. Zai Yan's cultivation method draws upon the demonic energy of demon beast as its foundation for refinement. Half a year ago, an accident caused the demonic energy within her body to destabilize, leaving her condition perpetually unstable. When wuxia's sect invaded today, Zai Yan forcibly pushed her cultivation technique. Unluckily, she was struck at the exact node where demonic energy had stagnated in her body. The demonic energy spiraled into chaos and ultimately devoured her own flesh. Zai Yan may not have long left." Yifan's face twisted with grief. "Senior sister." Memories flooded back. Zai Yan's playful words from when they were young. "You're the new disciple master took in, right? Then from now on you'd better call me senior sister. You don't want to cultivate? That's fine. Senior sister will protect you from now on." Yifan's fury erupted as he screamed at the system. "Check Hien. It's all because of this wretched system. It turned everything into this mess just to make me its errand boy, and it dares pull something like this." The system was genuinely baffled. "This wasn't my doing, I swear, just lying here and catching strays." A fellow disciple stepped in and announced, "Sect leader, the spirit water you requested your disciples have prepared it." The blame gold system seized the chance to atone, thinking frantically, "I need to wash away my sins fast." It called out to the host and produced a pill bottle. Meanwhile, Yifan was still cursing, "This damn thing is tricking me again." He roared at it to shut up, startling it so badly it fumbled the bottle right out of its hands. The pill bottle tumbled through the air and landed perfectly in the basin of water the disciple had brought in. The medicine dissolved, administered successfully. Zai Yun sighed, "I can only hope this spirit water will ease Zai Yan's suffering." Yifan offered, "Master, let me take care of senior sister. You've been at this for so long, go get some rest." Then he began soaking a towel in the basin of water. Something suddenly struck Zai Yun as odd. Strange, the spiritual energy in this spirit water feels far more potent than usual. Am I imagining things? After all, Yifan has no ability whatsoever to alter the quality of spirit water. Why has Zai Yan's complexion suddenly turned so rosy? Could it be a trick of the light? No, it's not the light, it's that Zai Yan has fully recovered. What in the heavens is going on here? Just moments ago, Zai Yan was beyond saving. Now the demonic energy in her body has stabilized and even her external wounds have completely healed. No, it's not just that. Her realm has broken through to the 10th layer of foundation establishment. As for Yifan, he hadn't the faintest clue what was happening. He thought senior sister was hit so hard, how is master so calm about it? At this point, it's probably best to leave master alone to collect herself. With that thought, Yifan excused himself. "Master, I'll take my leave first. Please take care of your own health." Zai Yun stood bewildered. What just happened? As nightfall descended, Zai Yun summoned the other elders. The sole woman present asked sect leader, "How is Zai Yan's condition?" Zai Yun replied, "Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. Zai Yan is safe and sound." Another elder asked, "That was even salvageable?" Her expression turned solemn. "Enough. We'll discuss Zai Yan's situation later. For now, we must address the matter of wuxia's sect. What exactly are they trying to do? Our two sects may clash from time to time, but storming the mountain gate is a first. Moreover, the moment we arrived, they immediately dropped to their knees and apologized, so smoothly, so proficiently that it left everyone utterly bewildered." A man agreed, "That's right. I discovered the corpse of a wuxia's sect disciple by the shore of tranquil bright lake. After repeated examinations, I found that the disciple was killed by his own sect's cultivation technique, so it was most likely suicide." Zai Yun rested his chin on his hand and thought, "Suicide. There's something seriously wrong with these wuxia's sect people's heads." Wait a moment. The only person who operates near tranquil bright lake is Yifan. Could it be him? But I've never seen Yifan cultivate anything. How could he possibly pull off something like this? No, wait, Yifan possesses the Shunshan Dao physique, a physique unseen in 10,000 years. Perhaps he has abilities I don't know about. The Grand Elder turned to Zai Yun. "Sect Master, do you have any leads?" Zai Yun said he had some leads, but they still needed further confirmation. Inwardly he thought, "My precious disciple is probably asleep by now. I should leave this until tomorrow. Zai Yun asked those present, any leads on the nine-tailed spirit fox that the Wentang sect mentioned. One person answered, none of the Xian sect's disciples have found anything either, but rest assured. Sect master, if any disciple discovered such a precious spirit beast, they would certainly treat it very well and report it immediately. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed spirit fox was in Yi Fan's room, starving beyond measure while he slept soundly without a care in the world. The check-in system screamed internally, "Host, your pet is on the verge of starvation. If you don't feed it, its life will be in danger." It glanced at Yi Fan, mouth agape and snoring away, and cursed silently, forcing the contract is one thing, but at least feed the poor creature. But the nine-tailed spirit fox didn't bother waiting. It decided to find food on its own. Finished handle this herself. The kitchens of humans always have food to spare. Surely there's something edible in there. Before it lay an immaculately clean kitchen, every item arranged with pristine order. Since Yi Fan was an obsessive neat freak, even the fox was taken aback. So clean. The nine-tailed spirit fox stared at the pile of vegetables and declared with utmost dignity, I am the nine-tailed spirit fox. Even if I starve to death, I will absolutely never eat this sort of thing. But then its stomach growled furiously and its expression darkened. Defeated, it resigned itself to eating the vegetables. As it ate, it couldn't help but murmur, so delicious, so delicious. Suddenly, a thunderous cry rang out, thief, catch the thief. The door creaked open and a man, tall and gaunt, none other than the sect master of the Wentang sect. He smiled and remarked, the spirit fox tracker grows brighter by the minute. It seems the nine-tailed spirit fox is close by. The fat man beside him was the grand elder of the Wentang sect. He chimed in. I can't believe Master Zai Yun hasn't detected the nine-tailed spirit fox. Truly, the heavens favor our Wentang sect. The Wentang sect master sneered and cursed at his grand elder. Favor my ass. I poured mountains of resources into the second elder. And he not only failed to capture the nine-tailed spirit fox, but squandered a fortune in compensation to the Xian sect. Now I'm forced to take the field personally. Utterly disgraceful. The grand elder grew flustered. Why yes, of course, all thanks to the sect master's wisdom. Wentang sect simply cannot do without you. He continued, stroking his beard. Of course, let me add one more thing. Another matter. To ensure tonight's operation goes smoothly, I spent a fortune hiring the three most notorious thief kings of Donghua to create a diversion outside. Even if Zai Yun himself shows up, we can withdraw without a scratch. The grand elder praised. The sect master's wisdom is unparalleled. The sect master glanced toward the sleeping Yi Fan and asked, why is there still someone here? Didn't the thief kings lure everyone away? The grand elder pointed and replied, sect master, he's merely a mortal. Surely he can't hear us. Hearing this, the sect master grinned sinisterly and unleashed his Techniqueth Wentang heaven-splitting palm aimed straight at Yi Fan. Even a mortal must be eliminated. I've invested far too much wealth into this to tolerate even the slightest margin of error. Standing outside, the grand elder of the Wentang sect beamed with admiration and cheered, truly worthy of being the sect master. Going all out even against a mortal. The check-in system, looking thoroughly exasperated, casually threw a punch at the sect master. Am I invisible to you? The punch sent the Wentang sect master crashing backward, slamming squarely on top of the grand elder. The loud thud woke Yi Fan, who mumbled, what's going on, rats causing trouble? The system, overjoyed host, you're finally awake. The check-in system crossed its arms smugly, thinking, I'm finally starting to understand my host's personality. If I tried to wake him directly, he wouldn't just ignore me, might drive me to complete mental collapse. So the smarter play is to handle things first, then wait for him to wake up and claim credit. I've truly grown. Yi Fan took in the scene before him and shouted, what the hell? The system. Check in. The system seized its chance to claim credit. It pointed at the two men and beamed, host, while you were sleeping. Two people. Before it could finish, Yi Fan muttered to himself, how did these people wander in here in the middle of the night? They came in and just collapsed, must have been exhausted from cultivating. The system froze. Yi Fan pulled out a pill bottle and said, lucky for them I've got the pills the second elder gave me for free. Otherwise, they might have died from sheer exhaustion. And the unlucky one stuck with the blame would be me. The system, seething with fury, warned, host, they were trying to kill you just now. Hearing this, Yi Fan sneered dismissively, you think I'm an idiot. First, the Xian sect strictly forbids disciples from killing one another. Even a minor violation carries punishments far worse than death. Second, I possess neither cultivation techniques nor treasures. Who would I kill myself just to become the sect master's personal disciple? Besides, I've already lived 99 lifetimes. Life and death mean nothing to me anymore. Off to the side, the check-in system is absolutely livid, tearing at its hair and gnashing its teeth in a frenzy. The Wentang sect master stirs awake and wonders to himself, am I still alive? When the two of them regain consciousness, they find Yi Fan staring down at them like a beast eyeing its prey. He speaks up, awake. The moment they lay eyes on him, they bolt like startled dogs scrambling out the door. Yi Fan remarks cheerfully, good spirits. Looks like there's nothing wrong with them. But then Yi Fan realizes something. Wait, I heard the second elder's medicine is extremely potent. Definitely not meant for consumption. He brushes it off anyway. Those kinds of legends are usually just tall tales, back to sleep, back to sleep. As for the nine-tailed spirit fox, it's lying there with a full belly. Hearing the commotion, it thinks to itself, what are these humans doing, so noisy? The Wentang sect master and Grand Elder are sprinting for their lives. The Grand Elder gasps, Sect Master. We've been running like mad for 500 li, surely we're safe now. The Sect Master replies, that was absolutely terrifying. Truly terrifying beyond words. He reflects on Yi Fan, he didn't just effortlessly neutralize my full-powered strike, he even saved our lives. Standing at death's doorstep, the Wentang Sect Master recalls Yi Fan's expression and asks, did you see his face? That smile. The Grand Elder answers, I will never forget that smile for the rest of my life. That was a smile of concern for we survived. Then, a pause. It wasn't concern, it was confidence. Could he be manipulating us? I never imagined that within the Xian sect there exists someone whose cultivation far transcends anything we've ever encountered. Zai Yun, true person, the reason we couldn't sense his cultivation wasn't because he was immortal. It was because our own cultivation base was far too low. Remembering something, the Grand Elder asks, what about the matter with the nine-tailed spirit fox? The Wentang sect master replies, now is not the time to worry about that. You're still thinking about the nine-tailed spirit fox? That we're even breathing is already that great expert's mercy. When we return, we must immediately prepare grand gifts. We must personally go to his door and beg forgiveness, even if it bankrupts our entire sect. We must secure his pardon. The Grand Elder nods, understood. Suddenly, he frees and begins dancing and flailing about like a lunatic. The Wentang sect master stares, bewildered, what in the world are you doing? The Grand Elder doesn't understand either. I don't know, I just feel like dancing. No sooner does he finish speaking than both of them erupt into wild, frenzied dancing. The sect master blurts out, now that you mention it, I also kind of want to dance. Meanwhile, a wild boar watches the two of them from the shadows. From a distance, it snorts a plume of smoke in annoyance. Stupid humans. Can't even sleep at night without making a racket. But as it draws closer, it suddenly grows afraid. The Wentang sect master flashes a lewd grin and says, little brother, I can see that you're not half bad. How about joining us? The Grand Elder chimes in, as the examiner, I'm willing to make an exception just for you. The boar screams at the top of its lungs, perverts. Its shriek startles the nearby disciples. What's going on? Quick, let's go check. They rush toward the source of the commotion and are utterly stunned by what they see before their very eyes. The Wentang sect master and Grand Elder are dancing like absolute madmen. The sect master is hugging the wild boar, bouncing up and down with glee. Come on, dance with me. The Grand Elder, meanwhile, is sobbing uncontrollably while clutching a monkey in a tree. Father, oh father, I've missed you so much. The two disciples witness this horrifying spectacle and scream, run, there are perverts about. Move now. Report this to the sect master immediately. The following morning, two disciples venture into the forest. One says, it's been an entire night. Why haven't the sect master and Grand Elder returned? The other adds, and we searched the whole way here without finding a trace of them. Suddenly a deafening noise erupts, seizing both their attention. What was that sound? They cautiously approach to investigate. The moment they lay eyes on the scene before them, their eyes nearly bulge out of their skulls. The Wentang sect master and Grand Elder are sprawled unconscious on the ground, while the wild boar and the monkey stand over them, cheering. The disciples scream, something terrible has happened. Zai Yun is startled, what are you screaming about? has the Wentang sect master and grand elder perished? Zai Yun asks. They died right on the doorstep of our Xian sect. How utterly absurd. I simply cannot fathom what the Wentang sect is after. But the Wentang sect's side is furious. They died near the Xian sect. Say no more. It was undoubtedly the Xian sect's doing. The sun has risen above the rooftops. Dawn breaks across the land. Yi Fan wakes with a long, satisfied yawn. Now that was a good night's sleep. If I want something decent to eat today, I'll have to make it myself. He shuffles into the kitchen and discovers every last ingredient has vanished. Yi Fan's face drains of color the food. Where did it all go? That basket of vegetables was massive. Seeing the nine-tailed spirit fox sleeping inside, Yi Fan thinks furiously, could this beast have eaten it all? He snatches it up, holding it in his hand, and begins to threaten it. These vegetables were painstakingly brought up the mountain by our junior brothers. They're incredibly precious, you know. The check-in system chimes in. Congratulations, host, you've finally noticed it. This is a top-grade spirit. Pet the nine-tailed spirit fox. If nurtured properly, it will bring you immense benefits. The nine-tailed spirit fox evaluates Yi Fan with its sparkling eyes. This human may be dirt poor, but he didn't hit me for eating his food. Seems he's not a bad person after all. Perhaps I was too prejudiced before. Despite the cruelty of humans, perhaps following this one wouldn't be so bad. The check-in system chimes in from behind. Congratulations on achieving a telepathic bond. This is how a proper host should act. Nurture it well, and your future shall be nothing but brilliance. Yi Fan ponders aloud. Stewed fox or braised fox, leaving both the nine-tailed spirit fox and the check-in system utterly stunned. He continues, come to think of it, I wonder if it can be fried. The check-in system desperately tries to stop its host. This is an extremely rare nine-tailed spirit fox. Cease these dangerous thoughts immediately. Show it some respect, even more respect. As for the nine-tailed spirit fox, it resigns itself to fate. My life is over. Yi Fan pauses, then says, wait, I can't just eat it like this. Both the check-in system and the nine-tailed spirit fox breathe a sigh of relief. The system says, exactly, now that's proper thinking, host. The nine-tailed spirit fox thinks, so he was just trying to intimidate me. Humans are so mischievous, I don't like it one bit. But Yi Fan's reason is far worse. Fox meat is way too gamey. Probably need to use herbs to mask the smell. The nine-tailed spirit fox continues, crying in your heart, you still want to kill me. Yi Fan grabs a knife from the wall just to prevent it from escaping. Better to kill it first. The fox thinks in agony, you really don't need to be this hasty, do you? Zai Yun suddenly walks in and asks, my good disciple, what are you doing? Yi Fan replies, Master, you've come at just the right time. I was about to kill this fox. You can join me for a meal. She exclaims, huh? This is a nine-tailed spirit fox. He says casually, I think so. Master, step aside a bit, wouldn't want the blood to splatter on you. Hearing this, Zai Yun steps back and says, all right, but in her heart, she thinks, as expected of the innate Dao physique, treating such a rare nine-tailed spirit fox as mere food. Realizing something is terribly wrong, she rushes over, snatches the nine-tailed spirit fox away, and shouts, are you messing with me? Yi Fan is confused. Master, it's my breakfast though. But seeing Zai Yun's stubborn refusal, he relents. If Master wants it, I'll give it to you. Happy now. She thinks with an exasperated expression, has this disciple contracted some illness from the Wentang sect? His mind is this broken, using a priceless treasure for cooking. Does he really think this master doesn't dare discipline him? I suppose I should hold on to it for now, and raise it properly. The nine-tailed spirit fox thinks so. I don't need to die after all. Just one sentence. Was that really all it took? Yi Fan thinks innocently, it's just a fox, isn't it? Does Master really need to lose her composure over this? Since there's nothing more to discuss, he asks, Master, did you come looking for me about something? Zai Yun replies, I nearly forgot about the main matter. Zai Yun grabs Yi Fan's hand and drags him along, ordering him into the room to take off his clothes. He clutches his body in embarrassment. Master, no matter how desperate you are, you don't need to go this far. Regaining her composure, she responds with equal embarrassment, I've lived over 1,000 years. I'm older than your grandmother. How could I possibly have any interest in you? I want you to undress so I can examine your body. Yi Fan thinks naively, at 30 like wolves, at 40 like tigers, and she's already past 1,000. What terrifying depths. A woman of such advanced years, how could I ever understand her? What if there really are some perverted thoughts lurking in her heart? Besides, if we're counting by lifetimes, I've already lived through over 99 of them. You're not older than me. Zai Yun examines Yi Fan's body and discovers something shocking: no cultivation base. How can there be no cultivation base? How did he handle that giant stone and rescue Zai Yan? This is impossible. He must be hiding his true power. She asks softly, my dear disciple. While no one is around, can you tell Master your real cultivation base? I'll keep it secret for you. Hearing this, Yi Fan feels his face flush. That gaze, that tone, and she still claims she has no interest in me. He replies, Master, my strength compared to everyone else is like that of a newborn infant. Just an ordinary mortal. This causes Zai Yun to completely misunderstand him. Child, could he be saying he's already broken through to nascent soul? He's only been in the sect for 2 months. I myself have only reached the 5th layer of nascent soul. The innate Tao physique is truly terrifying. Our Xian sect has hope of rising again. Meanwhile, Yi Fan worries, is Master really alright? Should I show some concern for her? Zai Yun smiles radiantly and says, I understand now. Your cultivation technique, you've been practicing it wrong. Have fun, your master thinks very highly of you. As for Yi Fan, he stands there bewildered. What the heck does she even mean? Watching her silhouette vanish into the distance, Yi Fan plans his next move. I'll swing by Tranquil Mirror Lake later. My fishing gear's still there. As for Zai Yun, she soars through the sky while musing, my good disciple, truly so humble. Already at nascent soul. Yet he hid it from me for half a month. He'll probably surpass me soon. When that day comes, I'll hand him the sect master's seat, but before that, I need to lay the groundwork for him. The nine-tailed spirit fox lies nestled in Zai Yun's arms, elated. Wonderful, I've finally escaped that demon. The contract is still in place. But at least I won't be turned into breakfast. She tucks the fox into a small dwelling. Knowing the matter of the nine-tailed spirit fox cannot be discovered by anyone else. Suddenly, the Grand Elder approaches and asks, Junior Sister Zai Yun, how is your disciple Yi Fan doing at Xianyu Peak? He's been at the sect for 2 months now, and all he does is eat, drink, and play without a shred of cultivation. Even if he possesses an innate Tao physique, he cannot simply squander the sect's resources like this. Hearing this, Zai Yun replies with a proud expression, squandering resources. There's nothing worth worrying about. You should know that my dear disciple has already reached nascent soul. The Grand Elder bursts into laughter. Junior Sister, I know you want to protect your disciple, but you can't just spout such absurdities. You're killing me over here. Zai Yun seethes internally. If I weren't trying to keep my good disciple's secret, I'd sick the nine-tailed spirit fox on you and scare you to death. A disciple suddenly rushes over in a panic. Sect Master, something terrible has happened. Both women turn in alarm. What? The disciple reports, the second elder is at it again. Yi Fan is strolling along when he overhears others chattering excitedly. How pitiful, it's happening again. He gazes toward the gathered crowd, wondering what they're all staring at. One person mutters, who knows how long he'll last this time. An old man clings to Zai Yan, wailing, wife, I know I was wrong, please don't leave me. Her face flushes crimson with fury. Who is your wife? Guards, this is indecent. Sasomion, come and deal with this. Yi Fan watches the commotion and thinks, what the heck is going on? So it's the second elder. He perks up his ears as the crowd murmurs the second elder's name. What a pity, is clearly the Xian sect's most powerful alchemist. Well, who told him to suddenly start refining those bizarre pills and then test them on himself? Yi Fan overhears this, startled. No way is it true that the second elder's pills have side effects. He recalls the Wentang sect master and the Wentang Grand Elder from yesterday and wonders, surely the pills those two took should be fine, right? Both of their souls have already departed, they have passed on to the afterlife. Thanks for the concern. Suddenly the old man switches targets and embraces Yi Fan, sobbing uncontrollably. Yuner, you've come to visit your father. My dear Yuner, this time father won't let them harm you again. Let's go home to your mother. The other sect brothers and sisters snicker among themselves. As long as someone as ambitionless as senior brother Yi is here to keep the second elder occupied, we can leave with peace of mind. Suddenly, Zai Yun rushes over from afar, her voice laced with worry. My precious disciple, nothing must happen to him. The Grand Elder sneers at her junior sister. What's the rush? She begins to mock. If Yi Fan has truly reached nascent soul, then he can certainly handle a situation like this. She thinks to herself, let's see how you keep up this charade. But the Grand Elder is taken aback when Zai Yun happily agrees. She concedes, it seems I spoke out of turn. System check-in triggered fear sign-in. Master, this man is extremely dangerous. You must still. Yi Fan interjects, just a pitiful old man, nothing more. What's so dangerous about him? Despite his nonchalance, Yi Fan thinks inwardly, I truly cannot stand being this close to a man. The system erupts in fury. You men going out into the world, we won't you protect yourselves? There have been so many tragic cases, have you not seen a single one? An overwhelming surge of energy suddenly blasts outward from Yi Fan's body, hurling the second elder through the air. The old man crashes to the ground, tumbling to a heap at Zai Yun and the first elder's feet. Zai Yun praises silently this stinky brat, and he claimed he had no cultivation base. The first elder's jaw drops, so it turns out he really was hiding his true strength all along. The second elder sits dazed on the ground, bewildered. Strange, why am I here? The system is terrified. Oh no. This is disastrous. In my panic, I accidentally amplified the host's power. The disciples who had looked down on him are equally stunned. How could this be? Senior brother Yi actually blasted the second elder away. Though the second elder's cultivation is low, he is still at the 10th layer of qi condensation. How could senior brother Yi possibly pull that off? Zai Yun flies over to Yi Fan with a cheerful smile. Good disciple. You're heading out to fish. Though fury simmers within you, already took my break fast. Do I not have to go fish for my meal now? His words come out calm and casual. Yes, I was just about to head out fishing. The weather is fine. Tade perfect for fishing. She beams with approval. Go ahead. Fish for as long as you like. But inwardly Zai Yun thinks, fine, off to play again are we? Making excuses to go cultivate, no doubt. As for Yi Fan, his lips say, I humbly obey my master's command. But his heart blooms with joy. I never expected master to be so understanding. The other disciples begin whispering among themselves, damn, look at the sect master's attitude. Senior brother Yi really is something. If he can blast the second elder away, that's foundation establishment at the very least. From mortal to foundation establishment in just 2 months. That's absolutely monstrous. They all think back then, senior brother Yi was nothing but trash. No, forget it. If we'd known he was this monstrous, we would have definitely cultivated a good relationship with him. Meanwhile, the check-in system nags without pause. Host, since you need to walk anyway, why not try visiting the martial training ground? You could receive a supreme grade reward. Western Abyss, Pill Peak, those work too. How about the scripture pavilion? The scripture pavilion would be great as well. The disciples weep with emotion, thinking we've latched onto a mighty thigh, saving ourselves 100 years of effort. They begin spreading the word. First, the master. Stop cultivating, Junior. Junior brother Yi is heading to Mirror Lake to cultivate. Hurry, let's go watch. By the time it reached the next junior brother, it became, I heard senior brother Yi wants to give us pointers at Mirror Lake. Don't miss it. The rumor continues to spread from one person to the next. Junior sister. Senior brother Yi is going to impart a supreme cultivation method at Mirror Lake. Let's go. The rumor morphs further. Senior brother. I heard senior brother Yi is going to undergo tribulation transcendence at Mirror Lake. Come with me. By the time it reached the grand elder's ears, it had become elder senior brother Yi. Incredible, I heard he triggered a heavenly phenomenon at Mirror Lake. Zai Yun asks in shock, is that true? Zai Yun swells with pride, but this disciple of hers. Honestly, how does a rumor this obvious get twisted so badly? She turns to leave. I need to go set them straight. How careful of you. But the grand elder knows full well if she wants to go watch, just say so. Said with such an air of noble authority. Doing what? The senior brothers who once looked down on him now observe from the shadows, silently praising senior brother Yi. Your fishing posture is truly handsome. Flawless movements, elegant bearing, but why can't I sense any spiritual energy fluctuations? It must be because my level is far too low. I need to learn more. Zai Yun pops her head up from the bushes, whispering eagerly, well, has my disciple triggered a heavenly phenomenon yet? The grand elder reminds her sect leader, please mind your image. Yi Fan meanwhile feels a strange prickling sensation and wonders, weird. Why is it suddenly so cold in the middle of summer? As if being stared at by countless pairs of creepy eyes. The system faints from being ignored. Having been ignored, it collapses once more. Yi Fan stops fishing, turns to leave, and mutters, the weather's this cold, better head back early. Don't want to catch a cold. Zai Yun bursts out of the bushes and scolds the onlookers. What do you all think you're doing? Get back to training, all of you. They emerge and chorus, yes, sect leader. The Grand Elder thinks sarcastically, you have the nerve to say that. Meanwhile, Yi Fan holds up his bucket of fish cheerfully. Today's catch isn't bad, fish soup it is. The system revives itself and declares, no matter how many times I collapse, I will never give up on my host. A check-in point has appeared at your doorstep. Go claim your supreme reward. He casually steps onto a glowing circle on the ground. The system blares celebratory trumpets. Yi Fan, congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. The system weeps here. It produces a pill vial. This super experience elixir can directly elevate you to the first level of nascent soul. And you'll also receive one opportunity to comprehend the heavenly Tao. As it speaks, the system gleefully thinks to itself, it worked, I finally got the host to check in. The system continues, host, now you should, but Yi Fan doesn't care. Oh no, I forgot to water the flowers. He snatches the vial. Good thing there's a flower vase right here. The system wails as it watches him pour the elixir onto a plant. Is it really this impossible to get the host to complete a single task? When night falls, the flower suddenly begins to move. A leaf detaches from the flower. The flower can now speak and it opens its eyes. The flower gasps in astonishment. What is happening to me? A mere plant like me has received cultivation. I've become a demon. The flower soars into the sky, crying, it was you, Yi Fan. Master bestowed this grace upon me. I will remember it forever. It ascends all the way to the celestial heavens, where ethereal maidens play their instruments and sing. Seeing light erupt from Yi Fan's residence, the disciples point excitedly, look, a heavenly phenomenon. Senior Brother Yi has manifested his divine presence. They kneel and bow. So Senior Brother Yi was worried we wouldn't be able to see the heavenly phenomenon. That's why he displayed it at night. Senior Brother Yi, you're so considerate. You are truly my idol. I can feel it. I've comprehended the truth of cultivation. The Grand Elder watches and mutters, this is getting ridiculous. But Zai Yun stares in disbelief because the rumor about Yi Fan triggering a heavenly phenomenon wasn't a rumor after all. The realization hits her. Zai Yun leaps with joy. Xian sect. We're about to rise to greatness. The Grand Elder tries to restrain her sect leader. Your image, your image. Meanwhile, a fellow disciple happily carrying 2 baskets of vegetables. Today I get to deliver vegetables to Senior Brother Yi again. How wonderful. Li Mingbai beams with joy, but several senior brothers block his path, sneering, halt. His face pales with fear. Senior brothers, what do you all want? Their leader steps forward. Hand over all those vegetables and scram, or don't blame us for what happens. Li Mingbai's expression tightens with anxiety. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Besides, the sect strictly forbids disciples from fighting amongst themselves. They wave off his words. As long as we don't use any qi when we beat you down, then it won't count as fighting among disciples, right? They lunge to seize the vegetable baskets, but Li Mingbai yanks them back, eyes blazing with defiance. Nobody touches these vegetables. He throws himself at them and beats them black and blue. They cry out in terror. What the hell? Are you a demon beast in disguise? Since when does this brat have such monstrous strength? Ouch, mommy. Having dealt with them, Li Mingbai happily walks away, vegetable baskets in hand. Scene change. Zai Yun stands on the edge of a cliff, addressing a colossal eagle. Xian sect and Huwu Mountain have always kept to their own territories. What brings your excellency here today? The eagle declares, rest assured. Huwu Mountain has no interest in this dilapidated backwater of yours. I'm here for the 9-tailed spirit fox. Zai Yun's expression hardens. She flatly denies it. I've never seen it. The eagle snarls, if you won't cooperate willingly, then I'll beat you into submission. But Zai Yun merely sidesteps and unleashes a blazing fire palm. The eagle staggers, riddled with wounds and gasping for breath. She asks coolly, well, want to keep going? But the eagle has already confirmed its suspicion. The rumor that Xian sect harbors a 9-tailed spirit fox is true. It turns and takes flight, thinking, wait until I report back to the great king. We will annihilate Xian sect. Zai Yun gives chase. Don't even think about running. She strikes the eagle with her palm and it collapses unconscious. Zai Yun sighs with worry. This time we've really poked the hornet's nest. Scene change. Yi Fan's residence. At this moment, Yi Fan sets out the dishes and calls, hey, green-haired bro, junior brother Li, stop what you're doing and wash your hands. It's time to eat. Li Mingbai's face lights up with happiness. Senior brother Yi, the food smells incredible. Yi Fan picks up some food with his chopsticks, thinking to himself, in my 99 previous lives, all I ever thought about was cultivation. This time I'm going to be a salted fish. I'll treat myself well and savor good food. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind tears through the room, sending everything crashing to the floor. Li Mingbai's face drains of color. This is demon energy. A massive eagle talon swoops in and snatches both Yi Fan and Li Mingbai, leaving Zai Yun stunned. The eagle snarls at those outside, "Take one step closer and I kill these two." Zai Yun's fury erupts, "Don't you dare touch my precious disciple." She forces herself to negotiate, "Release them, and we'll let you leave alive." The eagle doesn't buy it for a second. "You think I'm stupid enough to believe that? I'm taking them with me. If you dare follow even half a step, I'll slaughter them without mercy. Make no mistake." Li Mingbai trembles with terror, stammering, "Senior brother Yi," but when he sees Yi Fan's face, his fear melts into pure admiration. "Senior brother Yi isn't afraid at all, truly worthy of being my idol." Yi Fan, meanwhile, seethes internally, "The dish I spent so long perfecting just destroyed like that." The system materializes and announces, "The great mighty heavenly dragon ready." A surge of energy suddenly envelops the eagle's body. The beast reels in shock as the force blasts it sideways. It shrieks in agony and crashes to the ground before everyone's eyes. Zai Yun stares in awe. Yi Fan is every bit as terrifying as I expected. She approaches him. "My dear disciple. My treasure, how about becoming sect leader for fun?" He replies flatly, "Nah, I'll pass." Zai Yun chases after him into the house, pleading, "Come on, I'll get you a brand new set of furniture." Yi Fan reluctantly agrees, sending Zai Yun into a frenzy of excitement. "That's my good disciple, by the way. There's an exchange conference in half a month, don't you think you should?" Before she can finish, Yi Fan picks up the eagle and says, "As it happens, we have a demon beast right here. Allow me to treat you to dinner tonight." "All right." She sighs in defeat. "Fine, I'll come back tonight." Yi Fan crouches down and begins plucking the eagle's feathers. Meanwhile, the system nags from behind him, "Host, go check in at other sects' locations. There's a chance you could obtain divine weapons. Powerful ones too. Slaughtering demon beasts would be as easy as flipping your hand. Congratulations on your reward. Actually, forget it. You don't care anyway." A voice calls out, "Senior brother Yi." It's Li Mingbai carrying a basin of water. This junior has something he doesn't understand. Yi Fan says simply, "Go ahead." He recounts his story. "Master arranged a blind date for me. At first, we hit it off really well, but then she started asking questions and suddenly said she wanted to leave." Yi Fan asks, "What kind of questions?" Li Mingbai's voice drops with sadness. "Basically, does my family own any estates? Do we have spirit beast carriages? That sort of thing, honestly. My family farms in the city. We have no estates, and spirit beast carriages are obviously out of the question." Yi Fan nods as expected. "But it's not your fault." Yi Fan throws an arm around his shoulder. "Junior brother Li, stay for dinner tonight. Master won't mind." Li Mingbai gazes at Yi Fan with undisguised admiration. "Senior brother Yi, so gentle and caring. If it were at all possible, I would devote my life to repaying this kindness." His thoughts drift. "Come to think of it, no matter how beautiful the female disciples senior brother Yi encounters, he always remains completely unmoved. Yet toward me, he's always so warm. Could it be that he knows I am?" Afternoon. Zai Yun and Zai Yan arrive at Yi Fan's residence. Zai Yan greets him cheerfully. "Junior brother Yi, it's been a while." Yi Fan returns the greeting politely. "Third senior sister, hello, please sit down and eat." Seeing the two of them getting along so well, Zai Yun beams. "The atmosphere among the young ones is just wonderful. So sweet." Yi Fan then pulls out a wrapped package. He hands it to Zai Yun. "These are all for you, master." Zai Yun accepts it, her face blooming like a flower. Monstrous talent, devoted cultivation, and so filially obedient. Having such a wonderful disciple, I truly am too blessed. At that moment, Li Mingbai enters, lugging a large sack of trash. "Senior brother Yi, if there's nothing else, this junior will head down the mountain first." Yi Fan says warmly, "Sure thing, keep an eye on the trash, will you?" Zai Yan bows her head in gratitude. "If not for junior brother's intervention back then, I would have lost my life. From now on, wherever you need me to go, Zai Yan will not refuse." Yi Fan replies modestly, "Senior sister, you're too kind. We're all fellow sect members, there's no need for such formality." Despite his words, Zai Yan feels a pang of sadness. "My little junior brother is already at the nascent soul realm, while I'm still stuck at foundation establishment. How can I ever repay such a debt?" Meanwhile, Li Mingbai carries the sack of trash away and discovers a manual hidden among the scraps. His eyes widen, he picks it up, bewildered. What is this? Then he remembers Yi Fan's words, keep an eye on the trash, will you? His heart pounds as he flips through the pages. If senior brother Yi told me to watch the trash, then taking a look can't hurt, right? His jaw drops when he reads the title, The Myriad Ages Indestructible Scripture. Li Mingbai clutches the book to his chest. Overjoyed, a cultivation method this terrifyingly powerful, there's no way senior brother Yi accidentally threw it away as trash. It must have been intentional. It must be senior brother Yi Fan. He deliberately used the excuse of taking out the trash to gift me this supreme technique. Father, mother, your son can finally make a name for himself. That night, back in his room, Mingbai wraps himself snugly in his blanket. He carefully opens the book to read, thinking this precious cultivation method must not be discovered by anyone else. I need to find an absolutely safe hiding spot. Under the bed won't work, the wardrobe isn't safe either, a drawer, even worse. That's it, this place is absolutely secure, no one will ever find it here. Mingbai begins cultivating the first stage. He circulates his true qi through his body for one full cycle, 1% complete. Half a month later, a colossal vessel materializes in the sky. A fellow disciple looks up and remarks the Tianqing sect's flying ship is truly enormous. A man beside him says Taoist Tianqing possesses the strength of nascent soul, 7th layer. None of the other sect masters can compare. Our own sect master included, of course. Another disciple chimes in, I heard the Xian sect managed to obtain a 9-tailed spirit fox. Is that true? What will the Tianqing sect do about it? If they can't get their hands on it, they won't come knocking down our doors, will they? A voice calls out from within the hall. It belongs to the first elder. She asks Zai Yun, why don't you go ask Yi Fan if he's willing to participate in this tournament? Zai Yun replies, I already asked, but my precious disciple refused to go. Whatever will be, will be. At least tomorrow Zai Yan will be able to put up a fight. Zai Yun gazes outside and ponders, as long as Yi Fan can grow safely, the Xian sect will surely rise to stand supreme among the 9 great sects. There's even a chance of seizing the supreme throne of the Eastern Wastes. As he cultivates, he cannot help but marvel, truly worthy of being senior brother Yi Fan's gift. Right now, his cultivation has reached the 10%. Mingbai declares, I've successfully opened half my meridians. He stuffs the manual into his trousers and grins from ear to ear. Give me 2 more months, and I'll definitely open every last meridian. Senior brother Yi Fan, just wait for me. A man arrives. Mingbai, Wenqing was injured during training 2 days ago. You'll be taking his place in tomorrow's exchange tournament. He points at himself in terror, but senior brother Wenqing is at the 5th layer of qi refining. I'm only at the 4th. If I take his place, wouldn't I just get beaten half to death? The man turns and walks away, saying, you won't die, just fight however you can. Mingbai weeps internally. I've only been cultivating for half a month. I haven't even reached the entry level yet. The fellow disciples begin murmuring among themselves. The Golden Core Division matches were still somewhat decent. Both sides had wins and losses, but the Foundation Establishment Division was a bloodbath aside from Zaiyan. Every single one of them got beaten senseless. The first elder announces from above, next round Haimu from the Tianqing sect versus Li Mingbai from the Xian sect. The surrounding chatter drains all color from Mingbai's face. Previously, cultivators from other sects who sparred with Haimu all ended up bedridden for half a month before they could barely stand. Haimu is at the 5th layer of qi refining. Li Mingbai is only at the 4th. Wouldn't he get blown away in an instant? He begins trembling. Why does my opponent have to be Haimu? I'll be beaten into a vegetable. As soon as the fight starts, I'll throw myself flat on the ground. Better to lose face than end up in a sickbed. Haimu sees his demeanor and sneers coldly. Relax, kid. I'll go easy on you. At most, you'll be bedridden for half a month. The crowd in the stands roars with excitement. Senior brother Haimu beat him to death. Zai Yun watches helplessly, her expression darkening. Mingbai strokes his chin and thinks, when the time comes, I'll pretend to fall naturally. He won't notice, right? Haimu leaps into the air, laughing. Let's end this quickly. But when the punch lands, Mingbai is completely unscathed. Haimu is stunned. That strike was more than enough to flatten any 4th layer qi refining cultivator. What is going on? Meanwhile, Mingbai is equally baffled. Why does Haimu's fist feel so slow and so soft, completely lacking in power? Then Haimu throws another punch. But Mingbai is still perfectly fine. This time Haimu nearly wets himself. He demands, "Kid, what the hell is going on?" Mingbai gestures for him to keep his voice down. "Haimu, senior brother. I appreciate you going easy on me, truly I'm touched, but isn't your acting a bit too obvious?" Haimu, feeling mocked, erupts in fury. "You from the Xian sect. All you can do is stand there and take hits. Do you dare trade blows with me for real?" Mingbai naively thinks to himself, Haimu has a point. Just standing here getting hit really is a waste of time. I'll provoke him, then conveniently fall down. Mingbai gathers his strength and cheerfully replies, "All right, as you say." When Mingbai's palm connects, Haimu's jaw goes crooked. The blow sends him flying several meters. Mingbai stares at his own hand in disbelief. I barely used any strength at all." Meanwhile, Zai Yun observes from afar and her expression shifts. She thinks I knew it. My precious disciple's refusal to compete was nothing but a ruse. To preserve my face, he had secretly arranged for Mingbai all along. Seeing Haimu carried off the stage in defeat, the crowd erupts. What just happened? Haimu got knocked out cold. Did that guy cheat? How can someone not even withstand a single palm strike? A middle-aged man steps forward and demands, "Are you questioning the impartial judgment of our 7 great sects? Are you accusing us of favoring the Xian sect?" They falter, "No, that can't be right." Meanwhile, Mingbai realizes, "I've got it. This must be the effect of the eternal indestructible art. I feel like I can keep fighting. I could probably take down a giant eagle." He recalls the wounded eagle from before, how it flew back to report to an even larger one. And that larger eagle is now utterly consumed by rage. It is the silver-eyed eagle king of Hu Mountain. Its eyes blaze crimson with fury. The Xian sect showed no restraint. They would rather perish together than spare my little brother's life. It seems the 9-tailed spirit fox truly is in their hands. The silver-eyed eagle king unfurls its wings, eyes glinting with cold menace. It commands, "Move out. What are you waiting for? Tell those cultivators to watch and see who dares stand before this king." Within that territory once I seized the 9-tailed spirit fox's demon core. The throne of the #1 demon king of the eastern wastes shall belong to this king. Meanwhile, Mingbai is still happily fighting. Another opponent has fallen to him. The middle-aged man announces to the crowd, "Li Mingbai 7 victories. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge him on the stage?" Silence. Everyone shouts in unison, "Not me. I can't beat him. It's too humiliating and we'd be bedridden for half a month. Whoever wants to go can go." Mingbai is bursting with excitement, practically itching to roar, "Is there no one else?" But if he said that, wouldn't it bring shame to the sect? On the judge's platform, Tian Qing remarks to Zai Yun, "Taoist Zai Yun, I didn't expect your sect to be hiding such a gem." She humbly replies, "Taoist Tian Qing flatters him too much. After all, he's merely a qi refining disciple." Tian Qing suddenly taunts, "Oh, is that so?" "That's right, I heard a 9-tailed spirit fox ran to your place a few days ago." The wuxia sect master sitting nearby grins wickedly. Finding this most entertaining, here it comes. Tian Qing begins pressing the matter, but Zai Yun waves her hand dismissively, clearly evasive. Zai Yun forces a laugh. "It's nothing more than baseless rumors. Our Xian sect couldn't possibly be that fortunate." But inwardly she seethes, that damned wuxia sect always doing things that harm others without benefiting themselves. Tian Qing sets down his cup and speaks plainly, "Let's not play games." He points at her, radiating killing intent. "If you don't hand over the 9-tailed spirit fox today, you know full well what the consequences will be." Zai Yun's expression darkens, but she refuses to yield and surges her spiritual energy, ready to fight. Her disciples cry out in alarm. Sect master Tian Qing, supremely arrogant, declares, "I'll give you 3 seconds. After that there will be no more Xian sect." He begins counting 3, then 2. Meanwhile inside, Zai Yun's heart agonizes. "If I hand it over, my precious disciple won't be able to advance his cultivation. But the lives of the entire sect, what about them?" Tian Qing continues counting, remarking, "It seems Taoist Zai Yun is a stubborn one." He snarls 1. Tian Qing lunges forward, roaring, "Time's up, die." A strange, eerie voice rings out from nowhere. "Oh, internal strife among cultivators, how amusing." Tian Qing spins around in shock. Upon seeing the sight before him, he freezes, half-step soul transformation. The colossal eagle has arrived. Tian Qing gasps, "I can't believe it, the silver-eyed eagle king." He looks skyward and shouts, "These are all nascent soul-level demonic beasts. They must have come from Hu Mountain." The silver-eyed Eagle King is ancient and on its last legs for it to come here now. Could it truly be for the blood of the nine-tailed spirit fox? Hearing Tianqing's words, the silver-eyed Eagle King turns its gaze toward Yi Fan's location and says so that's where it is. At this very moment, on Zainu Peak Yi Fan's kitchen, he is currently inspecting his ingredients, calculating proportions. Chrysanthemum, pine nuts and pheasant. If only I'd saved some eagle demon meat, but wild boar will do. The taste won't be much worse. As Yi Fan is about to start cutting the meat, the system chimes in. Alert, host's pet nine-tailed spirit fox is facing imminent danger. Please proceed to rescue immediately. But he ignores it entirely and cheerfully continues washing vegetables. The system sighs in dejection. What am I even hoping for? Activating emergency recall function, the system collapses. I refuse to reboot. Delete. Suddenly, a portal tears open and deposits the nine-tailed spirit fox. It plummets straight into the basin where Yi Fan is washing vegetables, splashing everywhere. It thrashes about wildly. He pats its head. The fox is tearfully grateful. Master, was it you who saved me? You have no idea. There were so many terrifying demonic auras out there, it nearly scared this little one to death. But after its brief moment of gratitude, Yi Fan coldly assesses, compared to half a month ago, you've gotten quite a bit fatter. He eyes it with a dangerous gleam. The nine-tailed spirit fox panics and struggles to flee. Why did I ever think he'd become kind? Save me. Meanwhile, Yi Fan praises good muscle mass too. The quality is definitely better than pork. Excellent. Meanwhile, the silver-eyed Eagle King mid-flight senses the shift. The aura has moved. It wheels around and orders so it can teleport. So what? How many times can a mere fledgling deploy its divine ability? Follow me. It swiftly changes course, hurtling forward at maximum speed. The onlookers point and alert Zai Yun they've changed direction. It looks like they're heading straight for Xianxia Peak. Zai Yun's face drains of color. She bolts forward in a panic. This is bad, my precious disciple. Tianqing watches her go and sneers. First Elder, your sect master has already given chase. Why aren't you lot moving? She wheels around and snaps, we're no match for the silver-eyed Eagle King. What exactly are we supposed to do? Besides, weren't you the one trying to seize the nine-tailed spirit fox? Using brute force to bully fellow cultivators, were you? No, go take it from the silver-eyed Eagle King yourself. Inwardly, the first elder frets, although Yi Fan performed incredibly well before. The silver-eyed Eagle King is half-step soul transformation. The two of them can't possibly fight it. We should still follow at the very least. We can protect the sect master and Yi Fan. Back at Yi Fan's residence in the kitchen, Yi Fan is peeling potatoes while the nine-tailed spirit fox sits in the pot, watching in horror. He murmurs, the finest ingredients must always be simmered on low heat first. Crush scallions, ginger, and garlic into the broth. Then add a spoonful of salt, 2 spoonfuls of soy sauce, and an appropriate measure of cooking wine. That should do it, but I need to taste test first. Later, after I've plucked its feathers, that'll save some effort. I should go prepare some shredded herbs too. The system chimes in. Alert, host is about to face a brutal battle. Please proceed to the entrance immediately to claim your reward. Out of nowhere, a massive claw descends in a devastating strike. Targeting Yi Fan, it is the claw of the silver-eyed Eagle King, poised to snatch him away in an instant. After that, he was caught squarely within its talons. The silver-eyed Eagle King cackled with glee. Got it. But upon closer inspection, it realized the catch was not the nine-tailed spirit fox. It discarded its prey and swooped in for another attempt. Zai Yun materialized before the silver-eyed Eagle King. Her face etched with worry. My precious disciple has no cultivation. He must be utterly terrified right now. Meanwhile, Tianqing muttered to himself, the nine-tailed spirit fox is hidden inside as well. And who on earth is that person? Yi Fan, on the other hand, showed not a shred of fear. He sat there, yawning lazily without a care in the world. Zai Yun called out anxiously, my precious disciple, where is the nine-tailed spirit fox? You didn't kill it, did you? The Grand Elder overheard this and thought so. That's what she was worried about all along. Tianqing, meanwhile, stared at Yi Fan lounging indifferently above and frowned in bewilderment. Why isn't that junior afraid of the silver-eyed Eagle King? Not even a little. Not in the slightest. Zai Yun, true man, also displayed not a single trace of anxiety. Could that boy actually be extremely powerful? The silver-eyed Eagle King flew into a rage, bellowing its threat. It's just catching a single brat. These human cultivators are absolutely insufferable. Just crush it to death and toss the corpse at them. The system check-in kept issuing warnings alert, host, forget about it. It's better if this one handles it personally. A devastating pillar of energy plummeted from the heavens, slamming into the silver-eyed Eagle King and startling it beyond measure. A massive question mark hung in its mind. What kind of attack was that? Could it be deity transformation? The eagle keeled over and dropped dead from the energy strike. An explosion erupted, smoke and debris billowing in every direction. When the haze cleared, the giant eagle lay collapsed on the ground and Yi Fan was casually leaning against it, already drifting off to a peaceful slumber. The onlookers screamed in disbelief, "It's dead, it's dead." Dead just like that. A half-step deity transformation beast along with hundreds of eagle demons at the nascent soul stage, all annihilated in the blink of an eye. Tianqing could not believe his own eyes. This junior. No, this is surely some ancient monster masquerading as a young man. A chill ran through his heart. Just moments ago I insulted the Xian sect so openly. Could this be his deliberate warning? Tianqing's bravado crumbled instantly. He cupped his fists and spoke to Zai Yun with newfound reverence, as expected of the Xian sect, truly backed by extraordinary origins. With a great powerhouse of such caliber in your ranks, the Xian sect will undoubtedly contend for supremacy in the days to come. Alas, this humble Taoist left in too much of a rush today and failed to bring proper gifts. I must take my leave. My sect still has pressing matters to attend to. I shall pay a formal visit another day. Knowing she held the upper hand, Zai Yun simply said, "You cannot leave." In an instant, Zai Yan and the Grand Elder appeared, blocking his path. Zai Yun's voice turned cold and threatening as she spoke. "The Tianqing Exchange Grand Assembly hasn't even concluded yet. Where do you think you're going, by now?" Tianqing was practically trembling in his boots. He stammered, "No, we forfeit, from now on we forfeit everything." Seeing Tianqing cower, a contemptuous smirk spread across Zai Yun's face. "Forfeit? You all came all this way without minding the distance. If you simply turn back like this, people will say our Xian sect bullies its guests." Zai Yun crosses her arms and offers a suggestion. "That's right, we had a few unpleasant incidents before, but as the Eastern Peak Master of Xian, I can't very well crush you all over such trivial matters, can I? On the contrary, shouldn't I be the one making amends and offering an apology?" The surrounding people tremble with fear upon hearing her words, doubts churning in their hearts. These are her true thoughts. These are definitely her true thoughts, right? Won't she restrain herself even a little? Will she? Is this what cultivators call maintaining composure? We've known each other for tens of thousands of years. You wicked woman, do you really need to use such honeyed words? Then Zai Yun turns to the Grand Elder and commands, "Grand Elder, escort these friends to the rear courtyard to rest for a few days. They encountered so many demonic beasts, Tadathi must be thoroughly shaken. Keep them under house arrest. Don't let a single one escape." The Grand Elder is taken aback by the request and asks back, "You want me to handle all that hospitality?" Zai Yun cheerfully confirms, "That's right, Grand Elder, we're all old acquaintances. Sincerity is what counts. Don't go overboard. Just beat them to death, strip their bones and extract their marrow." Hearing this, the Grand Elder nods obediently, understood. Zai Yun asks Tianqing, "Fellow Taoist Tianqing, isn't your grand birthday celebration coming up in a few days?" The old man stammers in denial, N number S7, in fear, "No. Is that so?" "Yes, don't you dare arrange any grand birthday celebration for me," Tianqing protests. Zai Yun replies with a stern face, "When the time comes, our Xian sect will naturally prepare a generous grand gift." But in her heart, Zai Yun thinks Tianqing's sect is finished. They're about to go bankrupt, won't even be able to hold onto their pots and pans. She walks over and praises Yi Fan, "My precious disciple is truly formidable. With only 2 victories, he managed to cultivate from a mere mortal all the way to the deity transformation realm. It seems the heavens truly bless our Xian sect." The middle-aged man standing behind her speaks up, "I'm afraid Yi Fan is no simple innate Tao physique. Perhaps he is some great power who has been reborn." Indeed, another elder chimes in. A reborn great power, though they lose the memories of their past life. Their cultivation techniques can still be inherited. If he can resonate with the other disciples, then our Xian sect will flourish. Yi Fan turns on his heel and leaves. "Farewell, master, and you elders. I feel filthy, I'm off to wash up." Zai Yun waves cheerfully, "Take your time, my precious disciple. No rush, we still need to deal with that female demon beast." The 2 middle-aged men begin discussing among themselves, so many vulture demons, looks like we'll be quite busy. The other replies, if you can pluck the feathers of the silver-eyed vulture king, you'll be able to forge a superb artifact. Zai Yun speaks up as well. The elder speaks the truth. I want to use that beast's feathers to make cold-resistant robes for my precious disciple. 10 minutes later, the great eagle lies stripped of every last feather, reduced to nothing but bare skin. Zai Yun recalls what happened earlier and muses this should be enough, as expected. A half-step divine transformation spirit beast isn't so easy to handle. In her heart, she wonders, wait, didn't I come here for something important? When the disciples said it smelled delicious, could it be mealtime already? This fragrance, I've smelled it in Senior Brother Yi's kitchen before. It's demon beast meat. Realizing something is terribly wrong, Zai Yun cries out, demon beast meat. The nine-tailed spirit fox. She immediately flies into Yifan's kitchen and stares at the pot bubbling on the stove. She tears the lid open and sees the nine-tailed spirit fox inside the pot. Zai Yun shrieks, my little baby. The fox slowly opens its eyes and sees Zai Yun's worried face hovering above. Thank heavens I found you in time, you nearly scared me to death. The fox stares blankly, overwhelmed with relief and grievance, and begins crying with joy. The nine-tailed spirit fox, deeply moved, leaps into Zai Yun's arms. You finally came. I nearly went to meet my ancestors. She gently pats and comforts it. Don't cry, my little darling, my precious disciple. You don't miss me? Well, I missed you terribly. Yifan returns with a butcher's knife in hand and says, I was just wondering how that little rascal managed to pry open the pot lid. So it was Master who opened it. I thought demon beast blood would be quite nourishing. Had I known earlier, I would have drawn the blood first. The nine-tailed spirit fox lets out a terrified shriek, clinging desperately to Zai Yun, save me. He strolls over and tells his master, Master, no rush. I'm about to prepare you a fine pot of braised fox stew. Zai Yun immediately raises her voice, disciple, are you of the water element among the 5 phases? Otherwise, why is your brain so waterlogged? You'd even slaughter a spirit pet. Yifan ignores her rebuke entirely and replies flatly, in my eyes, a spirit pet is nothing but a slab of meat. Kill. Then just kill it. She clutches the fox protectively to her chest. She puts on a coquettish act and says, just as before, you already promised to give it to me. Her antics leave even him flustered. I admit, Master truly is a beautiful and adorable young maiden. But the moment I recall she's over 1,000 years old, it still feels incredibly strange. She wore her hair swept up in an exquisite iron-clasped bun of the Huyu tradition. Yifan waves it off, forget it, forget it. Master, when I braise the Eagle King's meat, I still need a few other ingredients. Before he finishes speaking, Zai Yun has already scooped up the nine-tailed spirit fox and bolted, calling back, I'll go prepare them right away. He stares after her in puzzlement. I haven't even finished talking yet. That evening, the intoxicating aroma of roasting meat wafts across the entire Xian sect. That night, everyone feasts in high spirits, toasting and draining their cups to the last drop. On a certain path, Mingbai throws his arm around a fellow disciple's shoulder and declares, see, that's exactly what I mean. Your vision is far too shallow. This morning, all you saw was Senior Brother Yi, striking without grasping a single shred of his deeper intent. The disciple asks in confusion, Brother Li, what do you mean? Mingbai fires back, Senior Brother Yi crushed your golden dragon group, you all saw that, right? Let me ask you, when the Eagle King appeared and Senior Brother Yi struck, what happened? The disciple blinks, could there have been a deeper meaning behind it? Mingbai mutters under his breath, a bunch of idiots, something so obvious and none of you can see it. The disciple asks eagerly, Brother Li, you mean Senior Brother Yi striking directly was to prevent us from getting hurt? Mingbai jabs a finger at him, not bad, you've got some promise after all. The surrounding disciples are tipsy. Old pal, have you been drinking again? I haven't touched a drop, I haven't even gotten a single bowl of meat soup tonight. Mingbai declares, so do any of you actually know the truth? Senior Brother Yi clearly could have won in the exchange tournament, yet he deliberately held back, he didn't even show up. The Eagle King suddenly dragging out an entire army of demons, you think that was mere coincidence? The disciple asks, wide-eyed, could it all have been Senior Brother Yi's scheme? Mingbai shouts triumphantly, exactly. Senior Brother Yi waited for the exact moment the Eagle King arrived, then lay in ambush at Immortal Jade Peak sitting by the stump, waiting for the rabbit. That's how he annihilated the Beast King and his entire brood without a single one of us getting hurt. Everything that happened on the arena stage was all part of Senior Brother Yi's grand design. They all erupt in realization, so that's how it is. Senior Brother Yi is truly invincible. Senior Brother Yi is incredible. Senior Brother Yi is incredible. The next morning, a female disciple is being chased down the path by a pack of male disciples. The terrified girl screams for help. All the brothers have gone insane. They chase after her, shouting, "Senior sister, be my Tao companion. Go! Senior sister Yanzi, how would we juniors know how to live without you?" When they caught up to her, they grabbed hold of her and kept shouting, "Senior sister, we juniors wish to propose to you. Senior sister, this junior's entire lifetime of happiness is entrusted to you." She refuses. "I am devoted to the path of cultivation. I truly do not want this. Go find someone else." The Grand Elder meanwhile stood in a corner watching the scene unfold, muttering that senior sister is being harassed. Walking a bit further, she encounters those male disciples who also begin acting strangely. "Brother, you smell so wonderful. I love you. Brother, I'll satisfy you." Walking even further, the female disciples start behaving oddly as well. "Little sister, you're so beautiful. Your skin's so soft. I desperately want to share a bridal chamber with you. Sister, stop touching me. I feel like I'm about to ascend to immortality." But the Grand Elder still carried out her duty. She brought over a bowl of hot soup. She looked at it and thought, "Good. Before, I always assumed nascent soul stage beast meat was priceless and insisted the sect disciples get to taste it. I completely forgot that nascent soul beast meat is extremely mild in nature. Huwu Mountain has grown significantly and the demonic beasts living there, why can't they be eaten? Wait, this bowl of soup seems to have something extra in it. No good. I must inform the sect master at once." At the sect master's quarters, Zai Yun is screaming, "Let go of me, Zai Yan, my clothes are about to be torn off." But Zai Yan refuses. "Master, I won't let go. I truly love you. I beg you, please marry me." Zai Yun replies, "Fine." Zai Yan asks joyfully, "Master, really?" Zai Yun produces a round pill and stuffs it into Zai Yan's mouth, saying, "I was just pretending." Zai Yan swallows it with a gulp. At that moment she snaps back to her senses. She asks Zai Yun, "Master, what happened to me?" Wait, what happened to your clothes?" Zai Yun explains to Zai Yan, "You were affected by the demonic beast's influence earlier. Hurry to the main hall and assist the Grand Elder bring the clarity pills for the disciples to take." Hearing this, Zai Yan responds, "Understood." Before long, under the suppression of the sect master and the Grand Elder, the Xian sect was brought back under control. It had nearly become a dual cultivation sect that day. The sect implemented stricter rules. From now on, the kitchen staff is forbidden from using demonic beast meat and wine as rewards. Sitting in her chair, Zai Yun says, "I never expected today's chaos was caused by Li Mingbai and the others drinking. Now that they've sobered up, I've learned of my precious disciples' true power, prophetic insight able to foretell events 5,000 years before and after. The innate Tao body is truly monstrous." She picks up a book and thinks, "Back then I merely stumbled upon an ancient text that revealed the innate Tao body's true might. Who knows how many more secrets I have yet to uncover." From that day forward, the Ahai nation possessed a cultivator with an innate Tao body. At 20, his cultivation was formidable. At 30, he slew a soul transformation stage sea serpent and became the ruler of Ahai nation. At 40, he began studying divination. Within 2 years, he had mastered the art completely. From that day forward, none could rival him. Zai Yun reads up to this point and startles. She wonders, could it be that my precious disciple secretly studied divination as well? If what Li Mingbai and the others said is true, then that day's events were indeed his plan all along. She walks away, murmuring, thinking carefully now. Aside from being knocked dizzy by that hot soup, the boy suffered no real harm that day. The herbs used in it could also mask his aura completely. Regular boiling water. How could it possibly injure a demonic beast? So that's how it was. Everything makes sense now. It seems my precious disciple was attempting to break through to soul transformation. Pressed for time, he couldn't conceal his spiritual energy. So he used this method to resolve the situation. And fearing he might injure the other disciples, he lured the Beast King and its minions away with his spirit pet. Who would have thought that my usually carefree precious disciple has such a meticulous mind? Today's rest period is cancelled. All elders prepare to follow me to the Tianqing sect to deliver the birthday gifts. 3 days later, Yi Fan is cooking something over a stove. He sighs, Spirit Jade Peak is way too quiet. Master left for the Tianqing sect 3 days ago and still hasn't returned. The system chimes in, host, why don't you try going out for a stroll, or maybe go chat with some fellow disciples for a bit. Seeing it appear, Yifan continues cursing this damn noisy system, always pulling every trick in the book. First, you plant the illusion in others that I possess immense power. Then you use their praise to make me drop my guard, forcing me to cultivate. In the end, you'll just feed me to those chosen ones and their heavenly mandates. The result is nothing but chaos. Maybe in a few days I'll go check out the neighbor's squanderer system, maybe that one can actually change the guy. The system, dejected, announces, host, your daily login reward has arrived. Please step forward to claim it. The system will now assist the host in a successful claim. Congratulations, host has received a mysterious pet egg. Seeing him exclaim in delight, holding the egg in his hand, the system chimes in happily, host, you're finally in a good mood. This mysterious egg is a gamble after hatching, but at worst, it'll be a 9-tailed spirit fox. It could even be a superior grade 1 or even peak grade female companion material. The system, judging by the eggshell's lustrous surface, predicts there's a possibility it's an azure dragon or a phoenix, a divine beast. But Yifan doesn't care. He drops it straight onto a stack of papers and says, not bad, at least it's clean. Seeing this, the system is speechless, host, stop that dangerous behavior immediately, host. A peak grade 9-tailed spirit fox can only be found once in the entire cultivation world. This egg could even hatch a divine beast, a divine beast. No, I need to crack it open. An hour later, Yifan opens the stack of papers. The egg is still completely intact inside. He's annoyed. What? This egg didn't even cook through. Wait, it's angry too. The system exclaims excitedly. The mysterious pet egg has undergone a mutation. But it seems the creature inside remains completely unharmed. The egg begins to hatch, startling Yifan. The egg cracks and slowly a dog emerges. He stares at it, utterly dejected. A house-wrecking mutt. A door-busting mutt. The dog leaps joyfully into Yifan's arms. He is stunned. What? Thethai's egg hatched a husky. It starts licking Yifan, making him recoil. Don't lick my clothes, you brat, your drool is filthy. The system chimes in, congratulations, host has received a mutant divine beast, species mutant husky. Grade peak tier divine beast, defense infinite. Yifan has already stuffed it into a steamer. Before the system can finish saying, attack power, the dog has already shattered the steamer and burst free. It leaps so high it punches a hole clean through the ceiling. Yifan stares at the gaping hole, dumbfounded. Though I don't eat dog meat, the meat still has some value, might as well cook it. Yifan gives up with a dejected sigh. Come nightfall, the dog starts barking nonstop inside his room. Yifan picks up the dog and stares at the shredded ceiling, thinking Chapter 1 of Dog Life, the classic of ceiling destruction, Volume 1. The very first thing a newborn does upon arriving in this world is demolish the ceiling. While Yifan tries to calm the dog that keeps rocketing skyward, people behind him are secretly watching, looking at the dog. They mutter, this mutt really isn't much. Couldn't you at least give me a 9-tailed spirit fox? Hurry up and take this thing away. One early morning, Yifan sets out with a single objective: to have someone else adopt the dog. He thinks this place is 3,000 miles from the sect. Abandoning it here means there's no way it finds its way back. Then he mounts his flying bed and heads home, waving goodbye to the dog. Farewell, Husky. The dog stares after him, dumbfounded, then slowly realizes Master has disappeared. Time to play hide and seek. It innocently and happily begins searching for its master. High in the sky, a white-haired girl rides a sword through the air, sipping water as she flies. She murmurs to the breeze, tonight's wind is truly refreshing. The white-haired girl recites softly, the cold wind is as sweet as spring dew, transcendent beauty, true as the Tao, the stars fall, the rivers surge. A lone kite soars boundless as the sea. Then she notices a dog flying alongside her. What a flying dog! A puppy that can flee, it must be at least at the golden core stage. If I can capture it as a spirit pet, what more could I ask for? Suddenly, a sword hurtles straight toward her and pierces into the white-haired girl's body. She screams in defiance. I was ambushed again. Far in the distance, a massive flying ship looms. She plummets to the ground. The one who fired the sword turns out to be a middle-aged man with golden hair standing on the ship. He says to the red-haired man beside him, every loose cultivator thinks they can take us on. They truly don't know their own limits. The red-haired man remarks that Ziyun woman is truly insane, daring to rob even the outer disciples' spirit stones. If we can bring back this nascent soul stage young beast, it will be enough to compensate our Tiansheng sect's losses. The golden-haired man suddenly senses something. Hold on, I'm picking up a presence. The red-haired man is surprised. Truly. Then I'll make my move, bring out the beast-binding rope. They leap off the ship and spot the dog swimming below. It's frolicking happily in the water. The red-haired man sees this and says, HMPH, why do I feel like this beast isn't very intelligent? The golden-haired man reassures him it's just a young beast. Look at the bigger picture. It's still growing. The golden-haired man gently pulls the dog out of the water and picks it up with ease. The mischievous little pup still has a stone clamped in its mouth. When it looks up at him, it gazes at the golden-haired man with shimmering, adorable eyes. He says, in those eyes I see a person. The path within its gaze is the reincarnation of my beloved. She and I once shared a bond of deep affection and unwavering loyalty. The golden-haired man laughs heartily. Without a doubt, thighs is the treasure that shall restore our Tianxia sect's glory. The red-haired man says, my lord, please turn it over and check. Deep in the quiet of night, they bring the dog aboard the ship. Tianqing asks fifth elder, where did you find this treasure? No one else saw it. Did they? The golden-haired man answers, on the way, a loose cultivator crashed into our flying vessel. I probed his soul and left him a blithering fool. In order to conceal the news, I exterminated every cultivator on that route. No second sect will ever know of it. Tianqing turns to instruct the red-haired man, seventh elder, I'll be counting on you from here. He replies with a grin, I guarantee I'll raise it with the utmost care. Then both of them looked at the dog on the table. The two figured this sort of infant beast had nothing noteworthy about it. Is it fire red or lightning blue? As long as it has some color, that's good enough. As for the dog, it stared at the lamp before it, opened its jaws wide and clamped down on the stone embedded inside, startling everyone around it. Stone clenched between its fangs, it bolted away like the wind. Tianqing roared in fury, damned cur, return the Suyang lamp at once. They caught the dog. Tianqing seized it and demanded, we've finally caught you, you wretched mutt. Spit it out. Clang. He tried to pry the stone from its jaws. The dog, he realized something. This dog possessed terrifying jaw strength. The seventh elder of the Tianqing sect stood to the side, seething awe. Damned beast, don't let your drool touch the Suyang lamp. Its saliva dripped onto the stone, and the stone glowed even brighter. They exclaimed, look, its drool dripped onto it. Tianqing gasped, prismatic radiance, why is it emitting prismatic light? The seventh elder of the Tianqing sect couldn't believe it either. That's impossible. Look at the Suyang lamp, every time its color shifts, the glow becomes clearer and more vivid. The dog bit down hard. Moments later, the stone shattered into fragments. The fifth elder of the Tianqing sect was stunned. The Suyang lamp. Even a soul transformation stage strike couldn't damage it, yet this dog bit it to pieces. The seventh elder of the Tianqing sect was equally dumbfounded. Impossible. If a spirit beast's innate talent reaches a certain threshold, it will transcend all known knowledge. Tianqing hugged the dog tightly, overjoyed. The Tianqing sect shall flourish once more. The fifth and seventh elders of the Tianqing sect were equally elated. Once this precious treasure grows up, unifying the eastern wastes will be effortless. Next time we'll make that old woman from the Xian sect pay in full. Suddenly, a knock at the door. Tianqing composed himself and said, let me get it. He called out loudly, what is it? We are in the middle of an important discussion. Open up. The messenger reported urgently, sect leader, something's happened, the forbidden grounds behind the rear mountain trouble, before long. At a mysterious location, Tianqing arrived with a group of disciples. He asked, what happened? What manner of fiend is this? Could another sect be spying on us? Second disciple. Two elders, gather the disciples at once. All other elders, hold your positions and prepare. Identify the intruder. A ghostly voice echoed through the air, no need, it is I. Hurry and greet your ancestor. Tianqing started, who dares impersonate the divine and deceive the ghostly? You claim to be the ancestor. So you are the ancestor? The eerie voice replied, very well. Look beneath your feet and let all bear witness, this is the celestial star formation, created by your ancestor. Then a man with green hair and pupils devoid of black appeared. Tianqing stammered, that appearance. You truly are the ancestor, you're still alive. The ancestor of the Tianqing sect answered, over 3,000 years have passed. Time flies indeed. They knelt in reverence to welcome the ancestor. The ancestor of the Tianqing sect spoke. Rise, I still require one more day to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Tomorrow would be more favorable. To emerge from seclusion and witness you lot fail to handle even a single artifact, thou lamentable. Has the Tianqing sect truly fallen upon such dire times? Tian Qing trembled as he reported ancestor. Hearing the report, the ancestor erupted in fury. What? Merely at the soul transformation realm, and they dare lord over our Tianqing sect. Tomorrow, this ancestor shall personally annihilate the Xian sect for you. Receiving the command, they responded in unison, we obey the ancestor's decree. The man sat down and began to meditate. He looked around. Sensing his surroundings, the spiritual energy here is far too scarce. I fear it will be difficult to reach the void refinement realm before emerging from seclusion. Indeed, this flesh and blood body has its limits. Most likely, all those nascent soul juniors from the Xian sect have already left. If this persists, the cultivation technique may devour me instead. The ancestor of the Tianqing sect grew furious when he heard the whispers behind him. I should just kill those qi refinement and inner disciple sect members and devour their golden cores to replenish myself. The people behind whispered to each other, Jiang Yimao, did you see where the sect leader's spirit pet went? No, this morning the sect leader left for the Xian sect, so I haven't seen it. The ancestor was absolutely livid. Meanwhile, the two of them continued chatting away, completely oblivious. I hope it shows up soon or we're both done for. You wouldn't keep watch and now you're the one complaining. When they realized the ancestor of the Tianqing sect was standing right behind them. The two had their lives snuffed out in an instant, reduced to dried husks. The ancestor of the Tianqing sect mused, still not enough. I wonder what spirit pet they were searching for. Suddenly something caught his attention, that energy, even 1,000-year snow lotus wouldn't be this pure. Moments later, he was stunned to see the dog squatting and urinating on top of a grave. He lunged forward in fury, ready to strike it down. How dare this wretched beast offend me? Earlier, when this body was starved for spiritual energy, this seat sentences you, beast, to death. But the dog merely let out a fart, and the ancestor's soul nearly scattered. He collapsed into a sphere-shaped lump and muttered, I was on the verge of entering the void refinement realm. And a single fart from this beast ruined it all. What manner of creature is this? A moment later, a rustling sound. The ancestor, now trapped in his spherical form, was startled. He saw what's happening. He screamed, hey, hey, beast. Don't dig, stop digging. The dog dug up something gleaming from beneath the ground. The dog wore a sinister expression and declared, awake now are you, the hour of reckoning has come. The nails embedded in the coffin began to glow. The dog started pulling the nails out one by one. The ancestor of the Tianqing sect, trapped in his spherical form, stood there in disbelief. Why isn't the coffin nail formation working? Wretched beast, stop pulling them out. If you keep going, my essence energy will dissipate. It must not. This beast sensed me, but if my true body is exposed now, I'll scatter into nothingness. All the nascent soul cultivators have already left. I can only rely on those remaining disciples. He began to chant, all disciples of the Tianqing sect report to the rear mountain at once, but nothing happened. The ancestor of the Tianqing sect was stunned. Why is no one responding? Why, damn it all, I knew I shouldn't have killed those two who were searching for that dog. As the nails were pulled free, a piece of information surfaced. The beast's dormant, innate talent was revealed, inscribed with the words, Void Serenity. Terrified, the ancestor began to weep and beg, little patriarch, please. The last nail has been pulled out. I beg you, stop digging, you can have all the nails, just don't open the coffin lid. Little patriarch, please. The moment the dog pulled the last nail, the coffin lid burst open. The blast sent the dog tumbling to the ground. Inside was a man's silhouette, but it quickly dissipated as the dog scrambled to its feet. It tilted its head, puzzled. Seeing that the coffin held nothing but a pile of ashes, the dog was deeply disappointed. But then, something glimmering in the distance caught its eye and its gaze snapped toward it. Its tail wagged. Drop your joy, Zai Yun asked Yi Fan. My precious disciple, I hear a disciple spotted you riding a flying artifact out to cultivate. Well, Yi Fan replied, baffled. Cultivate? No such thing. Zai Yun's eyes narrowed. Don't you dare lie to me. If you weren't cultivating, then what were you doing outside? Yi Fan answered honestly, I really did have something urgent to take care of. Zai Yun pressed, what urgent matter? Suddenly, a disciple burst in with an urgent report. Sect master, it's terrible. Taoist Tianqing is here with his forces. Zai Yun sighed with annoyance. They dare come again. Where did they find the nerve today? I'll head over right now. Zai Yun turned to her disciple. My precious one, wait here, I'll be back shortly. Yi Fan encouraged her master, go quickly and return safely. Hearing this, Zai Yun paused. Go quickly and return safely. That little brat actually does know how to show concern for me. the ship carrying Tianqing's forces had arrived. The disciples below murmured, "What's wrong with the Tianqing sect? They keep coming back for more. This time their killing intent is so intense you can feel it from 1,000 miles away." Indeed, they must have come fully prepared this time. Aboard the ship, Tianqing bellowed, "You women of the Xian sect, get out here this instant. I've brought a grand gift for all of you." Zai Yun asked coldly, "Fellow Taoist Tianqing, what exactly do you mean by this today?" Tianqing declared proudly, "Our ancestor has been resurrected. You lot are finished." Zai Yun's expression shifted. The Tianqing ancestor. Zai Yun was already tense. Could it really be the ancestor? Did they use some forbidden art to feign death only to revive after 3,000 years? Has he truly returned today? If that's the case, we're in grave danger. The Tianqing ancestor of old stood at the 5th level of soul transformation. Even if his cultivation has regressed, we likely stand no chance against him. She locked eyes with the Grand Elder and transmitted her voice, "Grand Elder of Xian sect, I fear we cannot hold. Notify all disciples at once. Flee to the secret passage, hurry." The Grand Elder asked anxiously, "Sect Master, what about you?" Zai Yun was resolute. "Even if the Tianqing ancestor comes today, my treasured disciple would never dare to abandon me." Tianqing stroked his beard smugly. "Your Tao companion has long since passed. After all, you are a woman, why not become my Tao companion instead?" Zai Yun threatened in return, "Do you believe I won't gouge those eyes out of your skull?" He laughed lecherously, "I'm quite fond of those eyes of yours, so full of spirit." Even his own followers paled at his brazenness. What, he dare say such things? "Is that so? And if you fail?" Tianqing produced a command token and declared, "It seems the ancestor has arrived. Behold the magnificent form of our great ancestor." From the side someone screamed in alarm, "It's happened, the ancestor is dead." And just like that the sect ceased to exist. "Sect Master, come quick, that beast." It dug up the ancestor's grave and devoured every last scripture and treasure, then vanished into thin air as the man delivers his report. The dog leaps onto his back, scaring him half to death. Tianqing stares at the cracked command token in his hand, tears streaming down his face. His legs buckle and he collapses backward, muttering endlessly, "It's over, it's over, it's over." The ancestor is dead, their very foundation lies in ruins. No one can stand against Hirvan. The silver-eyed bull king was obliterated in an instant by the golden dragon. The golden dragon, that wretched golden dragon. Tianqing's fury boils to the point of coughing up a mouthful of blood, sending the surrounding disciples into a panic. "Sect Master, the Sect Master is dead." The Grand Elder watches the scene and sneers, "How in the world did someone with such meager talent cultivate all the way to nascent soul?" Zai Yun explains to her that 80% of his power was due to forced advancement pills. Zai Yun declares with solemn resolve, "Regardless, with the Tianqing ancestor dead, not a single soul in the Tianqing sect can stand against me today." She turns to the disciples and elders, her voice ringing with authority, "Hear my command, follow me, and we shall annihilate the Tianqing sect." Their voices thunder in unison, "Understood." Standing atop the mountain, Yi Fan watches the battle unfold below and lets out a weary sigh, "It's so noisy down there." With a single slash, Zai Yun cuts down countless Tianqing disciples. Zai Yun swings her blade, cleaving through the enemy before her, then sweeps her sword in a wide arc, cutting down every last one surrounding her. Once finished, Zai Yun speaks, "Grand Elder, dispose of these corpses. Take them far away, do not let them defile our Xian sect." The Grand Elder nods, "Understood." As for the remaining disciples, Zai Yun explains her reasoning. They have 200,000 to 300,000 disciples. Killing too many would be detrimental to our Tao hearts. Moreover, the Tianqing sect is no more. Those disciples have lost their backing. They will disperse on their own. The Grand Elder nods in agreement. The sect master speaks wisely. Suddenly, the two of them spot something that fills them with dread. High in the sky, a coffin-shaped object hurtles toward the mountain. They shout, "What is that?" "A coffin, it's flying toward Xianyu Peak." The two immediately take to the skies on their swords, racing toward it. "Let's go." From a distance, Zai Yun spots the beast perched atop the coffin. She gasps in shock, "Wait a second, that the same demonic beast that just destroyed the Tianqing sect?" The Grand Elder asks in confusion, "What do you mean?" Even a flying vessel would take 12 hours to cover that distance, yet it arrived in half an hour. "Good, it's here." Zai Yun surges forward with iron resolve, "Absolutely must stop it. The Xian sect cannot fall. Everything given the ancestor has perished. How could my precious disciple who has only just reached soul transformation hope to withstand it? After flying for a time, the beast spots figures below. Seeing them, it abruptly halts. Then, in the very next instant, it rockets forward at blinding speed. Zai-yun screams, "So fast, I can't keep up at all." She gasps for breath and thinks, "I'll have to use the secret acceleration technique." Moments later, the coffin grinds to a halt and Zai-yun lands. Approaching it, she glares upward with fury. "Damn it, it's heading straight for my precious disciple. If you dare lay a finger on my disciple, I will drag you down to the abyss with me." Seeing Zai-yun seething with rage, Yi-fan is utterly speechless. He decides to just roll with her emotions. Yi-fan grabs the dog and scolds it. "You stupid muddy, you could have just come back on your own, but you had to drag a coffin along too. What's the big idea?" Hearing this, Zai-yun asks, "Come back. Could this beast belong to Yi-fan? Yet it made me rush all the way back here at full speed." Yi-fan is about to take it away, reasoning that this beast should be disposed of stewed. Perhaps when Zai-yun suddenly stops him. "Wait. Perhaps we should think of another way." He holds up the dog and argues, "Master, this breed of dog is a harbinger of great misfortune. Having one in the house means total ruin." As he speaks, he grumbles inwardly, "The system keeps shoving things on me left and right, no even a damn dog that does who knows what. There's absolutely no peace of mind to be had." Zai-yun turns her sparkling, dewy eyes on him. In a silent plea to change his mind, Yi-fan lets out a groan sigh. "Master, please don't look at me like that. I really can't take it." "Forget it. If you like it so much, just take it." Zai-yun gleefully scoops it up and carries it away, repeating, "Wonderful, wonderful." The Grand Elder sees Zai-yun step out carrying the dog and asks, "Sect Master, did you tame this spirit beast?" Zai-yun replies joyfully, "It turns out it belongs to my precious disciple." Hearing this, the Grand Elder is taken aback. "What?" Zai-yun explains further, "My precious disciple truly possesses divine foresight, knowing that the Tianqing ancestor would resurrect. He sent this beast to the Tianqing sect in the dead of night. Everything that happened, Tade had already calculated it all." The Grand Elder nods in realization. "So that's how it is. This spirit pet is quite the hearty eater indeed." Hearing this, a male disciple behind them chimes in with, "Such a powerful spirit pet. I'd wager senior brother Yi-fan's cultivation has already reached the void refinement realm." Zai-yan raises a question, "But master, what if this little creature ends up tearing our entire sect apart one day?" Zai-yun isn't entirely sure herself. "It probably won't, probably." Suddenly, every face turns pale. The air plunges into a suffocating silence. At that moment, a person with orange hair rushes in, carrying an unconscious figure. "Sect Master Zai-yun, elders. Something terrible has happened. Senior brother Su Xiuming has been attacked by a demonic cultivator." Zai-yun's brow furrows with fury. "What did you just say?" "A demonic cultivator lurking near our sect, daring to injure one of our golden core disciples." Zai-yun immediately waves her hand and issues orders. "Grand Elder, tighten the perimeter defenses. Second Elder, make contact with all other sects. If they encounter anything, report immediately." They answer in thunderous unison, "Understood." The scene shifts to the outside. A breathtaking landscape of magnificent mountains stretches out, beautiful beyond words. Elsewhere, Fei Yi crosses her arms, looking cautious. "Lucky this old lady's got 9 lives. Once I reach nascent soul, I'll head to the Tianqing sect and see what's what." A voice suddenly speaks up. "How cruel this world is. Thee clearly gave me money, only to steal it back. These old bones of mine. The road is so long, how will I ever get home?" Fei Yi smiles kindly. "Old sir, how about I give you a ride on my flying sword?" The demonic cultivator plays along. "Very well, young lady. This old man thanks you." But suddenly, a sinister aura erupts from him, his face twisting into a wicked grin while Fei Yi notices nothing, cheerfully waving him off. "No need. Cultivators help each other for karma's sake." Heavens! He thrusts his hand straight toward her face. The demonic cultivator strikes at Fei Yi's eyes before she can even react. He sheds his disguise like a second skin, revealing the face of a young man beneath. She collapses onto the ground, a pool of blood seeping from her ruined eyes. He drags Fei Yi away, cackling with excitement, another fool added to the collection. The demonic cultivator hauls her body into a cave, where a sinister formation array glows on the ground. Surrounding it are nothing but rocks, rubble, and human skulls. He places Fei Yi in the center of the formation and speaks, "All I need is to sacrifice a cultivator to the 7th disciple of the war demon, and the heart of sin shall be mine." The demonic cultivator grins with twisted satisfaction. I will become the most powerful cultivator in all of Donghua. In another place, the check-in system chimes in, reading information aloud to Yi Fan. Host, I've managed to. You have successfully drawn a lottery. Congratulations, host. You have received one exorcism talisman. The exorcism talisman possesses immense purifying power against dark forces. It is the natural nemesis of the entire demonic path. See how capable I've become. I can even draw the lottery automatically now. Yi Fan takes the talisman with a look of utter exhaustion. The system preens, host, please cherish Methers, no need to crumple it. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurls it away, leaving the check-in system utterly bewildered. A voice calls from outside, is Senior Brother Yi Fan here? I've brought today's vegetables. It's Li Mingbai. He opens the door, steps inside, and offers the vegetables. Yi Fan smiles. Ah, Mingbai, Junior Brother Li, you've gone through a lot of trouble. Mingbai walks in cheerfully. He sets the basket of vegetables on the floor. Senior Brother Yi, I'll leave these right here. Before Yi Fan can suggest, Junior Brother, let me cook us a meal, we can eat together. But Mingbai politely declines. Oh no, Senior Brother, I still have matters to attend to, I can't stay for a meal. Senior Brother Yi Fan, if you have any trash, I can take it out for you on my way. Yi Fan doesn't push the matter, then I'll leave it to you. Moments later, Mingbai walks beneath the blazing sunlight, yet his heart brims with joy. He thinks by now no one else should be able to open it. I wonder what treasures Senior Brother threw away in the trash. But when he empties the bag, there's nothing but garbage. His face falls in confusion. Nothing? Really? Could this be Senior Brother's way of warning me? Perhaps the true meaning is a supreme technique should not be pursued with a heavy heart. Wait, what's this? Mingbai picks it up. It's the very talisman Yi Fan tossed away moments ago. His face lights up as though he struck gold. Mingbai cradles the talisman tenderly in his hands. Even though he just fished it out of the trash, he murmurs, I knew it. Senior Brother never lets me down. Senior Brother is truly wonderful. I mustn't tell anyone about this. I have to safeguard this talisman with my life. Some time passes. At a small town, the streets lie deserted, not at all bustling like a proper town should be. Mingbai approaches an old man at a shopkeeper, where have all my brothers gone? The old man recognizes him, young Master Li. Something happened, I think, I don't know what, but they all headed north. Mingbai frowns. North. Unless they've taken on some kind of mission. If it's a mission, I need to hurry back. With that, he quickly bids the old man farewell and departs. Thank you. After walking for an hour, Mingbai grows puzzled. How strange. There isn't a single soul on the road and I can't reach any of the brothers either. What on earth happened? Should I just turn back? Suddenly, while trudging along, he spots a demonic cultivator disguised as an old man lying by the roadside. Seeing this, Mingbai approaches with good intentions and asks, Old sir, what happened to you? Studying the old man's face, he ponders. The fellow looks deeply troubled. Perhaps he should bring him back to town first, might even find his brothers along the way. Finally, Mingbai drags the man back to his room. Kindly, he lets the demonic cultivator lie on the bed while he himself sits on the floor to cultivate. Suddenly, the man jolts awake, bolting upright on the bed. The demonic cultivator startles and thinks, where is this place? An inn. Who brought me here? Ah, it's that brat I originally planned to abduct. That cultivator already made 3 attempts, and on the 3rd, I ran into a bear demon and then an elder from the Xian sect. It cost me my substitution talisman, and I lost that other cultivator too. I tricked this brat into carrying me back here to evade the pursuit for the time being. Just keep him under control for a few days, then hand him over as a sacrificial offering. But suddenly, he jolts, eyes widening in shock because the talisman Mingbai took has manifested a radiant barrier, shielding the boy from him. Instantly, the talisman unleashes a blast of fiery energy that scorches the demonic cultivator. He collapses to the ground in agony. Wondering what just happened, could there be a great powerhouse nearby? But if there were truly a great powerhouse around, I'd already be dead. Could this brat be carrying an artifact? Better not to confront him head-on. Running is the smarter choice. He mutters his parting words, hopefully we never meet again. Fine. He bolts. Another surprise awaits him. The talisman fires yet another blast of energy, wounding the demonic cultivator once more. Meanwhile, Mingbai sleeps soundly, completely oblivious to what's happening. As he sleeps, he dreams. In the dream, he stands before a hot spring surrounded by breathtaking scenery. He undresses and sighs in admiration. What a magnificent hot spring. Soaking in the steaming waters, he murmurs, this is way too comfortable. While bathing, Ming Bai suddenly thinks, I miss dear mother so much. A thunderous crash from the second blast shatters the dream. He jolts awake and asks what happened, then he looks below. Horror seizes him. How could Ming Bai discovers the old man disguised demonic cultivator sprawled on the floor, having crashed headfirst into the ground. The man lies crumpled and twisted on the ground. Not understanding what happened, he rushes over in concern. Old sir, how did you end up on the floor like this? The man's eyes slowly flutter open. The moment he sees Ming Bai, panic seizes him. His face drains of all color. He screams, don't come any closer. The naive Ming Bai tries to explain, old sir, I'm not a bad person, I'm a disciple of the Xian sect. Racked with pain yet driven by terror, he crawls away desperately, stay away from me. Ming Bai tries to warn him of the danger, but in his panic, the demonic cultivator slams into the railing, rotten with age. It snaps instantly and he plummets headfirst to the floor below. The fall leaves the demonic cultivator ashen-faced and sprawled on the ground. The innocent Ming Bai immediately leaps down to help. Channeling his true qi into the man, old sir, hold on, I'm transferring my true qi to you right now. Seeing this, the man's face turns deathly pale. He screams, no, no, no. I'm a demonic cultivator. True qi clashes with the demonic energy inside. Methies will kill me. But it's too late, the transfer is complete. And the demonic cultivator's condition plummets. Black miasma seeps from his body. Seeing him gasping for air, Ming Bai asks with concern, old sir, why is there demonic energy in your body, old sir? Were you attacked by a demonic cultivator? Meanwhile, the demonic cultivator lies on the ground, his face black as coal. He mutters, looks like I'm about to meet my ancestors. At the brink of death, his soul begins to leave his body. Ming Bai watches and realizes he stopped breathing, just like second uncle when he died. He sits there, consumed by guilt. It's all my fault. All my fault. I couldn't even tell he'd been poisoned by a demonic cultivator, and I recklessly forced my true qi into him. If I had known, I would have brought him to the sect for treatment. Instead of calling some mortal doctor, he might still be alive. Those demonic cultivators. They commit such heaven-defying, conscienceless atrocities. The heavens themselves will not forgive them. I swear I will avenge you. Ming Bai steps outside with a worried expression. His fellow senior brothers are overjoyed to see him safe and sound. Junior brother Li, you're finally back. We thought something had happened to you. Hearing this, he asks, what happened to me? A fellow disciple explains, according to the patrol elder, he discovered a demonic cultivator lurking around North Town, luring our senior brothers to drink at the Drunken Immortal Lodge. Another chimes in, that demonic cultivator is incredibly cunning, completely impossible to defeat. The patrol elder had no choice but to use the body substitution seal and flee. The patrol elder managed to rescue only 10 brothers. Hearing this, Ming Bai nods, so the brothers were all deceived by the demonic cultivator. Did the patrol elder describe what he looked like? A senior brother. A disciple answers, I heard the demonic cultivator was an old man with a fake white beard. He goes by 3 aliases. Hearing this, Ming Bai murmurs to himself, 3 aliases. Wait a second, that the old man I carried back to town. When that old man was unconscious, it wasn't from some strange illness, it was because the patrol elder had beaten him. Injured doesn't quite fit either. Why didn't the demonic cultivator attack someone at the chi refining stage like me? The patrol elder is at the nascent soul realm. That demonic cultivator must be at least a golden core cultivator. After the demonic cultivator regained consciousness, why was his complexion so dreadful, and why was he afraid of me? Could it be that I carry something on me that terrifies him? What about that seal talisman? Ming Bai sprints away, leaving 2 fellow disciples bewildered. Junior brother Li, where are you going? He calls back, I need to find senior brother Yi. Meanwhile, Yi Fan is. His face is taut with worry. This is bad. I should have called Master and the others over from the start. I can't handle this alone. I've been cooking way too much these past few days. I can't finish it all. Suddenly, Ming Bai bursts in from afar, calling out senior brother Yi. Seeing him, Yi Fan cheerfully invites junior brother Li. Perfect timing. I just finished cooking and Li needs someone to eat it all. Ming Bai replies, senior brother Yi, I came to thank you. You even prepared a meal for me. Yi Fan answers casually, sure, consider it that way. Ming Bai eyes the spread and asks, why so many dishes? He sits at the table while Yi Fan stands nearby, explaining, lately I've been obsessed with cooking. I tried making every dish once and before I knew it there were already this many. I originally wanted to invite Master and the others over, but they're completely swamped dealing with the demonic cultivator situation. Even I know that, unfortunately, I can't help. You all are the ones who can. While eating, Mingbai silently thinks Senior Brother Yi has a point. Senior Brother Yi gave me that seal to deal with the demonic cultivator. And preparing this meal means he knew I'd make it back safely. This much food is his way of telling me that one person can't finish it, all I need to share it with the other disciples. Besides, isn't the demonic cultivator already dead? Then whatever is giving the sect master headaches, there must still be demonic cultivators out there. Something else entirely. Senior Brother Yi wants me to help. To put it plainly, the seal he gave me, that's what I should use to handle this. Seeing Ming Bai shoveling rice nonstop, Yi Fan worries Junior Brother Li, don't just eat plain rice like that. Eat some dishes too. Eat up or you'll choke. He finishes his meal, completely stuffed. He lets out a satisfied sigh of relief. Ming Bai rises to leave and thanks Yi Fan's Senior Brother Yi. There's no need for more. I still have to find the sect master. I'll be on my way. Seeing this, Yi Fan doesn't press him. Take care on the road, Junior Brother Li. He politely replies, I will. The scene shifts to an ancient city. A voice rings out, that's exactly what happened. We nearly killed the demonic cultivator, but he used the body substitution seal and escaped. Inside a chamber, Zai Yun is speaking with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder finishes recounting the incident. Hearing this, Zai Yun speaks, I understand. Notify all outer disciples they are not to leave their quarters under any circumstances. Sixth Elder, arrange for the inner disciples to expand the search radius around the surrounding area. Priority. Find the missing disciples. Furthermore, we must excise this malignant tumor. Hearing this, the Grand Elder responds, understood. Zai Yun's expression turns melancholic as she thinks of Yi Fan, though sealing the sect can protect the outer disciples. The commoners at the foot of the mountain will likely bear the brunt of the damage. If my precious disciple knew, rather than theorizing, I should let him divine the demonic cultivator's location. No. My precious disciple would see right through everything. I should go bother him during his cultivation. Chances are the intelligence will come knocking at his door. Suddenly, Ming Bai bursts through the door. Sect Master, Senior Brother Yi sent me to help. The sixth elder erupts in fury. Li Ming Bai. This is the sect's grand hall. Barging in like this, making such a racket, where is your decorum? Zai Yun soothes his anger. Sixth elder. Don't be upset, have a cup of tea first. My precious disciple sent someone over. Li Ming Bai, could it be that you know of another missing disciple? Or perhaps you know where the demonic cultivator is hiding, or maybe you've discovered his lair. Ming Bai scratches his head and flashes an innocent smile. Guiltless as a saint, I don't know. Hearing this, the sixth elder demands, then why in the world did you come? Suddenly, another fellow disciple bursts through the door, his face pale with panic. No, something terrible has happened. The old man's face sags with exasperation. Again, disciple, not a single day passes without someone causing me grief. What is it this time? The disciple points frantically and reports, the brothers the patrol elders brought back have fallen into chi deviation. They're going around poisoning the other disciples within the sect. The news hits the sixth elder like a thunderbolt. Cold sweat drenches his forehead as he spits out the tea he was drinking. Below, the afflicted disciples radiate a sinister dark energy, their eyes burning a demonic crimson. Their appearance is utterly terrifying. He and Zai Yun soar through the sky on their flying swords, leading Li Mingbai to observe from above. The sixth elder remarks with a cold snort, these evil cultivators actually dare show up right at our doorstep. Perfect timing. I was just lamenting that we couldn't find any heretical cultivators to deal with. Zai Yun raises a hand to temper his excitement. Sixth elder, don't be hasty. For demonic cultivators to act this brazenly, they must have made preparations. I fear this is a ploy to lure the tiger from the mountain. The old man frowns. Then what, do we ignore the heretics and abandon our sect disciples? She shakes her head. This time bring only half the elders. Li Mingbai are coming too. Hearing this, he breaks into a delighted grin. Finally it's my turn to strike. Zai Yun's expression turns solemn. With half the elders and my personal disciple protecting the rear, the Xian sect will be safe. But I can only pray this isn't a trap, an ambush laid by the demonic cultivators. Scene transition. Deep within a crumbling, dilapidated ruin, a demonic cultivator stands at the center of a massive formation array. Pillars of dark flame surge skyward around him, roaring with terrifying intensity. A grotesque, satisfied grin spreads across his face. He throws his head back and laughs. At last, the big fish has taken the bait. A sinister, blood-red twilight descends over the distant mountain foot. A group of figures arrives before the ruin. A woman at the vanguard pushes open the rotting door and asks, is the demonic cultivator hiding inside? They are none other than the forces of the Xian sect, and the one leading them is Zai Yun herself. She continues, the Grand Elder has brought the Authority Sutra artifact for the operation. The Grand Elder behind her responds without hesitation to guard against assassins, I've brought along every anti-evil tool we have. She nods good. Zai Yun begins issuing orders. Grand Elder, take a squad and establish a perimeter outside. Do not let the demonic cultivator escape. Yuan behind her accepts the command with a crisp bow. Yes, Sect Master. Li Mingbai, standing to the side, raises his hand eagerly. Sect Master, then. What about me? She turns to him, a faint smile on her lips. If my precious disciple has put his faith in you, then naturally you enter with us. Yi Fan gives a thumbs up and a confident wink, an unmistakable seal of approval from Yi Fan himself. Li Mingbai nearly leaps with joy at being included. Then it's settled. Watching his boyish excitement, the Grand Elder crosses his arms and questions him, everyone here besides you is a nascent soul elder. Aren't you afraid the demonic cultivator harbors some hidden power? Hearing the question, he answers without hesitation, with the sect master and all the elders here, I'm certain we can deal with the demonic cultivator smoothly. Zai Yun, hearing this, looks genuinely surprised. Li Mingbai, I didn't expect you to trust us this much, he presses on. Besides, I've been thinking about it the whole way here. With his innocent face earnest as ever, Li Mingbai continues his impassioned explanation. Demonic cultivators harvest blood essence and spiritual energy from living cultivators, refining them into sinister techniques. The elders' spiritual energy is abundant and their power immense. When the time comes, that thing will definitely target them first. It won't bother with someone like me. Right, Sect Master? Do you have any escape treasures or the like? Give me one. If something happens to everyone, I can send word to the second elder and get you all out of here. Zai Yun hears this and her face darkens. She curses silently. Damn it, I really want to beat this brat to death. Everyone stands discussing before the dilapidated thatched hut when a stream of black smoke billows out from within it, utterly sinister. The sixth elder takes a light sniff and immediately raises a hand to his forehead. So dizzy. The Grand Elder also senses it. It's inside. The house is compromised. No. Zai Yun hurries to cover her face and warns everyone at once, this is bad. This is ancient demonic qi. Everyone take your detoxification pills now. From within, a grotesque face materializes. It grins with malevolent amusement and sneers. Detoxification pills? Your pathetic little pills think they can resist my demonic qi. They stand before the threshold. Inside, demonic qi churns in every direction, accompanied by a blood-red formation of terrifying power. The longer they remain, the deeper the demonic aura invades their bodies. They grimace in agony, clutching themselves. Zai Yun's expression twists with discomfort as she barks. Elders form the array. The Grand Elder calls from behind. Sect Master, qi has been sealed. In unison, everyone cries out in distress. Mine too. Seeing everyone suffering like this, Yi Fan understands. He raises his hand and thinks, puzzled, why am I completely unaffected? The demon cultivator, assuming humanoid form, strides before them and declares with smug satisfaction, naturally. I would never allow you to circulate your qi. After all, the nascent soul essence of a beauty tastes far better than those half-baked qi refining brats over there. Zai Yun panics while a question burns in her heart. How is this possible? This heretic cultivator's power has surpassed spirit transformation. Even void interpretation is weaker. She demands loudly, who are you, really? He grins with cunning malice and introduces himself. You may address this seat as Naizui. Everyone reels in shock upon hearing his name. Yi Fan is quite curious. He turns and asks the sixth elder, how fearsome is this Naizui? The sixth elder furrows her brow and answers with deadly seriousness, fearsome doesn't even begin to describe him. Terrifying is the word. Then she begins the tale. His history: 10,000 years ago, the demon tribe launched a full-scale invasion of the mortal realm. The heart-devouring war demon and his 12 demon emissaries drenched all of the eastern desolation in blood. That war raged for over a century, countless cultivators fell at the hands of the demon tribe. The cultivators of the Eastern Desolation were nearly annihilated. Tens of thousands perished. Every surviving tribulation transcendence cultivator sacrificed themselves in a collective self-destruction to drag the heart-devouring war demon down with them. It was that single battle that left the Eastern Desolation without a single tribulation transcendence cultivator. Nai Zui served as the seventh demon emissary under the heart-devouring war demon, and he was the last to fall. Even when facing the siege of over 30,000 Mahayana cultivators alone, he slaughtered them for 3 days and 3 nights straight. The Eastern Desolation lost more than 100,000 Mahayana cultivators in that battle alone. Zai Yun collapses to the ground but still forces herself to question him. No, that's impossible. You were killed 10,000 years ago. How can you still be alive? Seeing her bewilderment, he grew even more smug. If I could die that easily, you've severely underestimated our great Wu demon clan. The demon race will never be extinguished. Nyat Toy seemed to go mad, cackling wildly as he declared, "The time has come to rejoice, for my hunger shall finally be sated. For a human to become part of this seat's very being, consider it the greatest honor of your wretched lives. And I shall etch this day into memory, the day my power is restored." Sensing everything around her deteriorating rapidly, she panicked. Our life force and energy are nearly drained dry. Zai Yun's face filled with sorrow as she thought, am I about to die? If only I had known, I should have spent more time with my precious disciple today. Clearly, there is still so much left unsaid to him. While everyone else buckled under the death cheese drain, writhing in agony, Ming Bai alone remained perfectly composed. He stood tall and upright, watching the others collapse to the ground. As if suddenly struck by something, his eyes flickered. A brilliant golden light blazed forth. Zai Yun noticed it too. He had produced the talisman he'd picked up from Yi Fan. Zai Yun was utterly astonished, crying out, Li Ming Bai. Nyat Toy quickly noticed the commotion. He snarled at the boy, what are you holding? Gripping the talisman tightly. Ming Bai braced himself and called out, this is the talisman senior brother Yi gave me, Nyat something or other. Prepare to die. Hearing that it belonged to Yi Fan, Zai Yun's eyes lit up with hope. She exclaimed, my disciple even gave you an artifact. Ming Bai swiftly slapped the talisman onto the creature's body. He charged forward, bellowing, die, but Nyat Toy caught him in an instant. The demon sneered, a mere chi-refining stage whelp with a glorified exorcism charm. What exactly are you trying to pull? Yet Ming Bai's defiance made the demon falter mid-sentence. The boy wasted no words. He unleashed the phantom extremity golden light and drove his fist straight into Nyat Toy's face, leaving the creature agape in shock. That punch erupted into a colossal beam of light. It pierced straight into the heavens. On the other side, Yi Fan lay fast asleep, disturbed by the blinding radiance. He raised a hand to shield his face, cracked open an eye, and muttered, too bright outside. Then, utterly indifferent, he rolled over and drifted right back to sleep. Nyat Toy stood wreathed in dense death chi, his brow furrowed. He sneered, don't get cocky. 300,000 cultivators couldn't even kill me. What can the artifact of a chi-refining runt do to this seat? On Ming Bai's side. He struck again, though he had no clue what technique he was using. He just struck a pose and went with it. Nyat Toy couldn't help but be alarmed. Ming Bai unleashed a flurry of moves. Tentacles materialized and coiled around Nyat Toy, binding him in a rather compromising position. Ming Bai shyly covered his eyes and exclaimed, that's way too perverted. Nyat Toy roared, shattering the technique with a thunderous explosion. The tentacles were blasted to shreds. The other sect members below, now regaining their senses, began to murmur among themselves. Where are we? Didn't we come here to drink? My eyes are killing me. Zai Yun glanced around and thought, my precious disciple, this time the Xian sect was saved because of you. She then praised Li Ming Bai aloud, you did wonderfully. Without you, the Xian sect would likely have shared the Wentang sect's fate. He scratched his head bashfully, I'm just riding on senior brother Yi's coattails, that's all. At that very moment, was there not a small specter lurking behind Ming Bai? The scene shifts back to Yi Fan's room. Ming Bai steps inside and announces, senior brother Yi, the sect master, and I have come to visit. Yi Fan emerges to greet them, junior brother Li. You've been visiting quite often lately, haven't you? He continues, master, why come looking for me so early today? I haven't even prepared lunch yet, surely there's something else going on. Zai Yun stepped forward to explain, my precious disciple, I've come today to seek your guidance. On the art of cooking. Hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but be stunned. Cooking. Master, instead of thinking about cultivation, you want to cook. Zai Yun explained matter-of-factly, this master is, after all, a woman. If I'm to be wed someday, I'll need these skills. Besides, even cultivators crave a good meal now and then. Yi Fan, slippery as an eel, leaned in and teased, have you set your sights on some old codger, planning to become someone's grandmaster wife? Zai Yun instantly planted a kick on him and scolded, you keep addressing me so casually every single day, can't you call me proper master? She grumbled inwardly, foolish disciple, why did he have to bring up cultivation? I actually did want to ask about cultivation. After all, her cultivation base had been stagnant for 200 years. But couldn't he at least let her use cooking as a pretense? This foolish disciple, does he think I'm some little girl? Yi Fan's expression went blank for a moment before he turned serious. Master, if you want to learn cooking, then let us head to the kitchen. Later you'll have to listen to me. Zai Yun agreed, of course disciple, let's go. Mingbai chimed in at last, senior brother Yi, I'll just wait here for you to make lunch then. The specter behind Mingbai furrowed its brow and muttered, was it he who gave the exorcism talisman? Just another mortal with no cultivation whatsoever. Hold on, that physique, a Shunshan Dao physique, an innate Dao body bestowed by the heavens. Brat, once I seize your body, it won't take 100 years before I return to the tribulation transcendence realm. Even surpassing the first tribulation won't be a problem. At that very moment, as the demon grows smug, the system's check-in notification flashes, warning a powerful demon envoy is detected attempting to forcibly possess the host. This entity is extremely dangerous. The host is advised to flee this location immediately. The host may check in at designated locations within the sect. This system can assist the host in completing one check-in mission. Yi Fan hears this and thinks to himself, demon envoys, celestial demons, back in the day I fought so many I lost count, so what? He feels no obligation toward the system's warning and casually checks in. The system's message continues, the host's master seeks a path to break through. Proceed to the designated location to receive the corresponding reward. He dismisses it with a thought, forget it. You're about to be possessed anyway, what's the point in me helping you, just scram. Zai Yun speaks up, asking her disciple, how did you make that golden house concealing a beauty dish of yours? Yi Fan immediately cuts the conversation short and turns to look, let me see here. Master, that's not right at all, you're about to crush the tofu to bits. Zai Yun replies shyly, how would I know? I don't know the first thing about cooking. Yi Fan instantly steps up behind her and takes her hand to guide her. Master, just relax, follow my rhythm. You're gripping too tight, I can't even get it in. He holds her hand and teaches her how to handle the tofu. His words and actions are enough to make anyone's face flush crimson. Squeeze slowly, then move up and down in a steady rhythm. You can use your index and middle fingers to gently probe the opening. See how deep the tofu goes, check whether it's reached the very bottom. Make sure you haven't torn the membrane. After a while, Zai Yun can't bear it any longer and cries out, stop talking, it hurts. Seeing this, Yi Fan teases, you're over 1,000 years old, yet you're still whining like a little girl. This infuriates Zai Yun, you're still laughing, your master is about to die of pain here. Right at that moment, Mingbai enters from outside and calls out, senior brother Yi, the food. The two voices ring out from within. At first it really does hurt, but once you get used to it, the pain goes away. The words are impossibly ambiguous, sending Mingbai's innocent mind reeling. What on earth are senior brother Yi and the sect master doing in there? Yi Fan remains completely oblivious, speaking casually, I'll go slower this time, there's plenty of time. Junior brother Ming can wait outside a little longer. These words ignite no small misunderstanding in Mingbai's tender young mind. Senior brother Yi and the sect master have that kind of relationship. A master-disciple romance, how utterly scandalous. Yi Fan watches Zai Yun's cooking with utter helplessness. Master, are you practicing the dark culinary arts here? Meanwhile, the demon spirit behind him observes in bewilderment. Strange, my demonic chi has clearly seeped into him, why can't I possess him? At that very moment, the system checks in and materializes, wielding a racket to beat the demon into oblivion. You can't even handle a peach branch and you dare try your luck against my host. A tense, crackling atmosphere descends upon the Xian sect's council hall. The Grand Elder of the Xian sect and Yuan are locked in a heated debate. The Grand Elder breaks the silence, putting forth his proposal. This old man suggests that once the demonic cultivators are eradicated, the inner disciples should take the outer disciples outside to temper themselves, lest a similar incident occur again. Yuan finds this suggestion utterly disagreeable. She slams the table. Nonsense. Temper themselves sounds so gentle, ha. Most inner disciples are still naive and green. Having them lead the outer disciples would be no different from marching them straight to their deaths. Zai Yun, who has been silent this entire time, listens to the two of them bicker as if her ears are being tortured for 1,000 years. But she is furious. Her rage erupts. She slams the table, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming pressure that silences everyone in the room. Quiet. Her words barely settle before the two resume their clamor. The Grand Elder stares at her, his voice filled with astonishment. Sect Master, have you broken through to the 6th layer of nascent soul? Sect Master, when did you break through? At this, Zai Yun cannot help but feel a surge of pride. Her expression brightens, her cheeks flushing as she boasts, it's nothing really. Yesterday, my precious disciple cooked a meal and I suddenly attained an epiphany. It was an ancient, primordial force, like a warm current of water that merged into my body and cleared every last meridian. Under its guidance, I vaguely perceived that a portion of the Xian sect's cultivation technique is flawed. Indeed, such is the case. I shall compile this newly merged technique for the entire sect to study. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder hears her words and cannot hold back his challenge. Flawed. Are you saying that the cultivation technique passed down in our sect for thousands of years contains errors? And what on earth does this have to do with cooking? Zai Yun rests her chin on her hand and smiles faintly, answering with casual indifference, of course it's related. When my precious disciple held me, I could feel true qi incessantly colliding with my dantian. Yuan listens to her, bewildered like a duck hearing thunder. Words enter her ears only to dissolve into meaningless jumble. Zai Yun's mind drifts back to that scene. Her heart flutters, overwhelmed with bliss. Just talking about it, my face turns scarlet. The speed of the collision was extremely rapid. The first wave had barely subsided when the crest of the second wave crashed over me. And after nearly 2 full hours of such intense collision, violent beyond measure, I suddenly felt the barrier within me shatter completely. Yuan stands petrified like a stone. She cannot believe her own ears and struggles to ask again. Zai Yun, 2 hours? Zai Yun answers without a moment's hesitation, utterly nonchalant. A full 2 hours. The Grand Elder's mind, however, has wandered somewhere far less noble. Disgust churns in her heart as she listens. This sect master has supposedly lived for 1,000 years. So can she utter such outrageous words with a straight face? Yuan is no better. Zai Yun's calm, unhurried demeanor quietly terrifies her. This person, can such things really be discussed openly in front of everyone? When will this elder ever stop? Everything had been perfectly normal until a disciple's voice suddenly cuts through the air. Hai bursts in, cutting off Zai Yun mid-sentence. Sect Master, something catastrophic has happened. An ancient cave dwelling has appeared on Phoenix Cry Mountain. The shocking news crashes down upon all three like a thunderbolt, leaving every one of them frozen in stunned disbelief. Yuan cannot contain herself and blurts out, what? Rubble from the desolate summit of Jade Immortal Peak, each stone torn asunder by some tremendous force. Amidst rows of verdant foliage, Yi Fan sits unperturbed, pouring tea. Yi Fan regards his timid master. Master, you said Phoenix Cry Mountain holds the Zhengyang sect's cave dwelling. True person Zhao Ting, she eyes him with a questioning gaze. He can only cup his fists awkwardly. It's practically certain all the sects are mustering their forces as we speak. My precious disciple, although I know you don't. Before Zai Yun can finish, Yi Fan, already grasping her intent, cuts in swiftly. Yes, master. Then I'll go. His agreement comes so swiftly that Zai Yun, who had been hesitating, is left completely stunned. Instead of refusing as expected, wait, you're really going? Yi Fan continues pouring tea, his eyes meeting hers, then breaks into a cheerful smile that puts her greatly at ease. After all, this disciple has never witnessed the grand emergence of a cave dwelling. I'd like to tag along and see the excitement. His words and his true thoughts are worlds apart. Outwardly, Yi Fan presents the image of an obedient disciple, but inwardly he silently ponders the implications of this mission. Though those words hold some truth. What I truly want is to learn more about this true person Zhao Tingto, see if he's someone I once knew in my 70th life. True person Zhao Ting wasn't a bad sort, one of the few genuine friends I had. A pity his lifespan was cut too short. As for me, I was done in by a scheming senior sister. Forget it, all ancient history. He broods inwardly. I only came to witness a wondrous sight. Must even this somehow be connected to me? Just then, Husky and the nine-tailed spirit fox scamper in circles across the ground, sensing their master's inner turmoil. The two begin to confer amongst themselves. Husky races ahead, glancing back with glee. Master's about to go on an outing. Let's all go together. However, the nine-tailed spirit fox lacks Husky's enthusiasm. Hearing her companion's words, she immediately protests. Can I just stay behind, Husky? Seeing her intent to refuse, Husky cuts in without hesitation. Absolutely not. Atop the towering summit of Phoenix Cry Mountain, a flying vessel gradually descends toward the rocky ground. Elder Shi's imposing figure materializes on the summit. He turns to Bai and announces, Xian sect has arrived. Look. Bai lounges in his seat, responding with absolute nonchalance. Noted. The various elders gather together. Upon seeing Zai Yun and the Grand Elder step forward, one among them speaks up on behalf of the group. True person Zai Yun, you've finally graced us with your presence. You've certainly kept us waiting. She regards the seasoned figures before her without a shred of fear. Meeting the arrogant sect leader's gazes head-on. Have you found some formidable backing? From the crowd, the dashing Bai steps forward. As Zai Yun's words trail off, Bai fingers the fan in his hand and steps forward with a smirk. Formidable backing, I'll take that as a compliment. A peculiar emblem adorns the hem of his robe, stirring unease in her heart. This crest. It belongs to a first-rate sect, the Xianxia sect of Donghua city. Bai unfurls his fan to cover his mouth, appearing every bit the refined scholar. Yet the words dripping from his lips are laced with contempt, appraising Zai Yun like a piece of merchandise. So this is the woman from the Xian sect. Her features aren't half bad, though a touch too artificial. Otherwise, this young master might have taken her as a concubine. Seeing his side gaining the upper hand, Elder Shi wastes no time currying favor if the young master finds her too old. We can fetch someone younger for you. Hearing such brazen insults, the Grand Elder can no longer contain her fury. Her eyes blaze as she looks ready to lunge forward and strike. Zai Yun restrains her in time to prevent disaster. Calm yourself, do not act rashly. The Xianxia sect commands a colossal force. They boast dozens of deity transformation cultivators alone. Unable to contend with such overwhelming power, the Grand Elder steadies herself and obeys. Yes, master, understood. Once calm is restored, Zai Yun composes herself and cups her hands in a courteous greeting. So the esteemed one before me is a fellow Taoist of the Xianxia sect. What a pleasure to meet you. Bai dismisses her greeting without so much as a glance. He waves his fan toward the shimmering green barrier gate and cuts straight to business. When the time comes, you lot will scout ahead for me. The great power's legacy belongs to me. The rest split the remaining treasures amongst yourselves. Should any of you dare covet the legacy, then your nine-tailed spirit fox had better watch out. Suddenly his eyes narrow, an unexpected sight freezes him mid-sentence. Bai's gaze locks onto Yi Fan. As if spotting an unforeseen variable in his plans, he jabs his fan toward Yi Fan and demands, who is he? Zai Yun doesn't think twice. She steps aside with a proud flourish and beams. This is my most treasured and exceptional disciple, Yi Fan. Yi Fan stands before them, utterly indifferent. With practiced humility, he downplays his master's words. Master, I'm merely a mortal. What is there to be proud of? Bai regards him with eyes burning with venomous hatred. Caught completely off guard, he grinds his teeth in fury. So he's Yi Fan. Didn't our intelligence say he never ventures out? Wasn't he supposed to spend all day holed up on Jade Immortal Peak? Furthermore, he calls himself immortal. What's the meaning behind that? Is he truly immortal? How could he be? He's clearly concealing his aura. He dared display his full might before all 7 sects, slaughtering the silver-eyed Eagle King alongside hundreds of nascent soul-stage demon beasts. A cultivation genius. How could he possibly be immortal? No, he's clearly mocking me on purpose. Over a decade in an immortal clan, and it still doesn't compare to this mere mortal who started from nothing. Immortal, is that right? Just wait until I cripple your Danshan, then you can spend the rest of your days as the mortal you truly are. he has lost all composure. No longer carrying that lofty, arrogant air from before. As if sensing Erbai's murderous intent, a hand reaches out to stop him, urgently dissuading, "Don't let anger cloud your judgment, young Master Li. You must not act rashly. The spirit beast raised by this person has slain the ancestor of the Tianqing sect, a peak soul transformation cultivator." He hears these words and freezes, staring in disbelief. He asks again, "Peak soul transformation. Isn't that spirit beast of his already at the void refinement realm?" He looks at Yi Fan with a gaze as chilling as Erbai's. And just mentioning Yi Fan's name ignites uncontrollable hatred. This person has at least reached the void refinement realm. Otherwise, he could never have subdued Erbai's spirit beast. Realizing his current strength offers no way to defeat Yi Fan, he has no choice but to swallow his pride for now. Suppressing his reluctance, Erbai approaches Yi Fan with exaggerated courtesy and offers a half-hearted bow. Junior Li. Erbai pays respects to Senior Yi. Having witnessed his own master being openly disrespected, Yi Fan now follows suit, ignoring him entirely. He turns casually towards Zai Yun and asks an entirely different question without so much as acknowledging the greeting. "Is there anywhere nearby to sit and rest? Or somewhere to enjoy the view? Anything at all?" Erbai answers with utmost respect, quickly pointing toward the chair he himself had been sitting in to draw Yi Fan's attention. "Of course there is. Senior Yi, please have a seat." He watches as Yi Fan shamelessly claims his spot without a shred of courtesy, and the resentment festering in his heart only grows deeper. "You dare come here and compete with me for the inheritance of the great power? Just wait until the cave mansion opens. I'll make you suffer in ways you can't even imagine." Yi Fan catches the gist of it but couldn't care less about this fellow. He flops down onto the chair without a care in the world, even lazily waving at Erbai a few times. "Thanks." When the sun climbs high above the mountain crest, its radiance gradually bathes the summit of Phoenix Cry Mountain in golden light. And from within, two figures frolicking about come into view. Spirit beasts at play. The nine-tailed spirit fox is clamped in the husky's jaws, its neck gnawed upon as the beast dangles it threateningly over the cliff's edge. It is terrified out of its wits. Tears stream down its face as it begs, "Husky, please let me go, this high up. Put me down now." The husky, utterly heartless, responds with a single nope, continuing to toy with the nine-tailed spirit fox without a shred of mercy. Then suddenly, the husky's eyes lock onto a cave glowing with golden light. Finding new entertainment, it abandons its companion in an instant, opening its jaws without realizing it has just dropped its friend off a cliff. With newfound excitement, the husky charges toward the cave in a blaze of enthusiasm, completely oblivious to the nine-tailed spirit fox plummeting from the deadly cliff face with a piercing scream that echoes across the mountainside. Everyone has been standing around for half a day, waiting for the cave mansion to fully materialize. Yi Fan slumps down, exhausted, and asks, "Master, it's been over half a day already. How much longer until the cave mansion opens completely?" Zai Yun replies calmly, "Just keep waiting. If not half a day, then perhaps a year. Sooner or later it will open." Hearing this, Yi Fan yawns and says impatiently, "If we can't wait that long, we might as well head back to the sect." Suddenly, a violent tremor rocks the earth, startling everyone present. Zai Yun shouts, "The cave mansion is appearing." Beams of light burst forth from within. A massive stone slab begins to crack apart. Everything shakes violently as the sect gates emerge from the void, causing everyone to rise. The Xianxia sect. The Xianxia sect has finally appeared in its full grandeur. This sect is absolutely magnificent. Another person continues, "I truly never imagined I would live to see the Xianxia sect emerge with my own eyes." Witnessing the magnificent sect gates materialize, Yi Fan feels a jolt of surprise. He thinks to himself, "Oh, so this is what a cave mansion emergence looks like. It really is rather grand." Though its style doesn't quite match any Zhao court I've ever known, this is the first time I've seen anything like it across 100 reincarnations. This trip was worth it after all. Erbai mulls it over, a sinister, calculating expression creeping across his face, the heaven-earth boundless Taoist Xianxia sect guarding treasure that commands the flow of time itself. He turns to address the crowd. "Sect masters, the Xianxia sect has been revealed, but it certainly contains many layers of seals within. I ask that you all join me, Li, in shattering the mountain guarding grand formation and fully opening the Xianxia sect." An old man respectfully speaks up, "We agree. But then his expression shifts as a dark thought crosses his mind, trying to use us as meat shields. Are you? The inheritance cannot be allowed to fall into your hands. On another front, Zai Yun turns to Yi Fan. My precious disciple, the cave mansion has opened. How about coming with me? He declines without hesitation. No thanks. This cave mansion holds no value for me beyond a bit of sightseeing. Hearing this, Zai Yun replies, very well then, we'll just have to cooperate with the other sects instead. Yi Fan speaks up, Master, I'll head back to the flying vessel and wait for you there. Elsewhere, the husky is poking its head into a small cave. Suddenly, the nine-tailed spirit fox appears from behind, turning its head to call out, Husky, get over here. There's something good in here. The nine-tailed spirit fox standing outside the cave beckons without a moment's hesitation. The two venture deeper inside. A blue glow reflects off their faces. Inside the cave, a tyrant moon bear sits in deep meditation, its eyes shut tight, surrounded by flickering blue flames. Sensing the disturbance, it furrows its brow and growls, little beasts, leave now. This king may yet spare your wretched lives. The nine-tailed spirit fox senses the lethal danger and thinks this place is far too dangerous. We need to Levino. But the gluttonous husky has already lunged forward, a big, shiny bone, here I come. It clamps its jaws down on a glowing stone. The tyrant moon bear's attention snaps to the husky's brazen theft. Its savage eyes flare wide as it roars, you wretched little beasts. You dare steal this king's treasure. The outburst startles the nine-tailed spirit fox, its eyes brimming with tears. Its claws extend menacingly as it snarls, how dare you disrupt our cultivation? That is tantamount to harming us. You will all die. The bear slams the ground in a thunderous rage, with surprising agility. The husky dodges and bolts back toward the cave mansion with both companions in tow. Elder Shi Erbai and Zai Yun are working in unison to break open a bagua-shaped formation. Zai Yun wipes the sweat from her brow and says, we've finally cracked the last formation. The Grand Elder continues, I never would have expected that even after the Xianxia sect was annihilated, hundreds of formations that have endured for a millennium could still remain intact. Erbai glances sideways at Elder Shi. The two share a wordless understanding. Elder Shi, from here on, we proceed according to the plan. Once you've wounded those nascent soul trash, rush in immediately and seize the heaven-earth boundless. I'll hold them off. The old man nods in agreement. Once I've obtained the heaven-earth boundless, we'll withdraw at once. Young Master Li, please do not alarm Yi Fan or the Xian sect. The old man leads the young man forward and speaks, Young Master Li. This is the final chamber within the sect. Throughout all of history, we have never once seen the Xianxia sect's inheritance. Might you allow us a glimpse? The red-haired young man adds, I humbly beg Young Master Li to grant this favor. Suddenly, Elder Shi claps a hand on the red-haired young man's shoulder and says with a sinister grin, grant your wish. This old man shall agree on the young master's behalf. Finding it far too easy, the young man asks with disbelief, truly. Then I sincerely thank Elder Shi. At that moment his expression shifts, own eye flashing crimson. As he speaks, he unleashes his technique upon the two, but that is only if you can defeat me first, Erbai. The battle erupts. He deploys his mystical arts, hurling bolts of lightning that shatter everything in their path, sending stone and debris flying in all directions. Zai Yun shields herself with her arm and demands, fellow Taoist Li, what is the meaning of this sudden aggression? Erbai's eyes gleam with malicious amusement as he responds, aggression. Not claiming your lives this very instant is already a mercy beyond measure. Erbai turns to Elder Shi, go no while you still can. The old man replies, Young Master Li, rest assured. This one will most certainly obtain the heaven-earth boundless. Something massive streaks past Elder Shi, startling him. What was that? A colossal figure looms before him. His eyes go wide. A titanic foot armed with razor-sharp claws slams onto the ground. Erbai's face drains of all color as he screams, Elder Shi. The tyrant moon bear stands before them in towering fury, its voice thundering, so it was you humans all along conspiring together to rob this king of his treasure. The red-haired young man trembles, his voice cracking the tyrant moon bear. The tyrant moon bear erupts in rage, its eyes blazing blood-red. It throws its head skyward and unleashes a deafening roar, you ants. Every last one of Yaudi, a pillar of blue energy rockets into the heavens. The shockwave tears through everything in its vicinity. At the sight, everyone is struck with horror. Zai Yun shouts with urgency, scatter no, but the tyrant moon bear, consumed by its fury, pays no heed whatsoever. It charges forward, attacking relentlessly. Don't you dare run. Its assault tears through many, elders included. A disciple turns back in panic, 7th elder. 4th elder. The tyrant moon bear doesn't pause after its assault. It continues its charge, locking onto Urbai and pursuing him without mercy. As it thunders forward, it bellows in unbridled fury, wretched humans, return the heaven-earth boundless to this king. Urbai sees the beast bearing down on him and his soul nearly leaves his body. He scrambles to flee. While running, cold sweat pours down his face as he screams, "We didn't take it. We only just opened the doors." But the bear refuses to believe his excuses. He keeps running, desperately trying to explain, "I swear it wasn't us." Running alongside him is the nine-tailed spirit fox, riding atop the husky's back. Spotting the heaven-earth boundless clamped firmly in the husky's jaws, Urbai is utterly stunned. At this sight, Urbai finally understands everything. He thinks in despair, "Even if I leaped into the Yellow River, I could never wash away this blame." On another front, while running, Yuan speaks anxiously to sect leader Zai Yun. "We can't keep running like this, it's not a solution. Here, take this 6th grade windriding pill. Please take it first. The future of our Xian sect cannot go on without you. You must live for all of our sakes." With that, she extends the alchemical pill toward Zai Yun. Zai Yun sees the gesture. Zai Yun is deeply moved, 2nd elder, but she still shakes her head and gently pushes the pill back. "You should take it yourself." Rejected. Yuan is stunned. Suddenly, a dark shadow blazes past her at blinding speed. Both turn to look at his Taoist longsword. At this moment, he is brimming with delight at having seized the spirit pill as expected of the Xian sect. Thou touching this display of unity. Well then, this pill shall be claimed by Taoist longsword. Without a moment's hesitation, he pops the alchemical pill into his mouth. Seeing it stolen, Zai Yun shouts in fury, "Taoist longsword, spit it out this instant." But Taoist longsword ignores her entirely, focusing instead on savoring the power surging through his body. "Truly worthy of a wind-riding pill. Every fiber of my being surges with power." But then, he freezes in horror, staring at his own hands. Weight scales. For the first time, true terror grips him as he watches his own body undergo a grotesque transformation. In the blink of an eye, his form has warped into a writhing, worm-like creature, his entire body covered in glistening blue scales. He screams, "What manner of venomous poison is this?" The tyrant moon bear materializes behind him without a sound, its bewildered gaze fixed on the small creature before it. He spins aroundly to discover the tyrant looming at his back. The moon bear glares down at the sword Taoist, who stands frozen in bewilderment, flailing about in a panic. But the beast pays him no heed. Its massive paw crashes down so devastatingly hard that it crushes him to death on the spot. Seeing his wretched demise, Zai Yun cannot help but lament, "It's over. Another sect master killed just like that. Truly worthy of being the 2nd elder's own flesh and blood, trained to perfection, exactly the same temperament." The grand elder behind her nods in solemn agreement, the longsword Taoist. "I shall forever remember this boundless kindness." Yuan, watching from the side, hurriedly defends herself. "Stop comparing me to my retired grandfather already." Bai dashes up behind them, confused. "You're the 2nd elder. Is the elder position in your Xian sect hereditary or something?" Zai Yun sees him arrive and remarks, "Fellow Taoist Li, instead of meddling in the Xian sect's affairs, let us worry about the tyrant white bear behind you." Nhi Bai speaks calmly, "That bear isn't chasing me anymore. That boundless biting hound has already flown straight toward your Yifan." Hearing this, Zai Yun jolts in alarm and shouts, "What did you say? Over here." The tyrant moon bear is in hot pursuit of the 2 Kai siphon beasts and the 9-tailed spirit fox. "Nya, you can't catch us." They taunt as they bolt, but all of them are hurtling straight toward. Yifan, still oblivious to the chaos, receives an alert from his check-in system. Warning. Host is about to suffer a catastrophic level attack. Please flee immediately." He is completely at a loss. "I haven't even done anything yet and I'm already facing a catastrophic attack. Can't this thing be any more creative?" He sees the 2 of them charging straight toward him and asks in puzzlement, "Why are you kids here? Did Master bring you?" He bends down to pick up the object the Kai siphon beast tossed at him. "What's this suspicious thing? Why does it look like a Teiji symbol? It's even shaped like a toy bone. You wanna play fetch with me or something?" While he examines it intently, the tyrant moon bear lunges to strike from behind. The system's warning screams, "Hosto, hell, it's too late." Power-up sequence still in progress. Zai Yun sees this and her heart lurches with anxiety. You fool. My precious disciple, it's attacking him out of nowhere. But instinct takes over. He dodges the attack with effortless ease, seizing the opening. He retaliates a devastating kick slamming into the beast's flank. His counterattack inflicts excruciating pain. The wound spreads across its body like wildfire then erupts, obliterating its upper half in a violent explosion. Witnessing his strike, the two demonic cultivators are thunderstruck. The defensive power of a void interpretation level bear demon compared to a peak void interpretation. Human cultivator Yi Fan just obliterated it in the blink of an eye. Behind the tiger, the bear's flank. These are perhaps the hardest targets to strike, the most vulnerable weak points on their bodies. Just what level of strength does Yi Fan truly possess? And as for Bai Yun's shock still hasn't faded. It seems he didn't even use spiritual power. Does that mean he struck with bare hands? He cultivated that technique back when he was still a warrior in his 83rd life. Suddenly, realization crashes over him like a thunderclap. I nearly fell for that wretched system's trap. It deliberately engineers life-threatening crises to endanger me and the people I care about, exploiting my instinctive reactions to force me into unleashing abilities from my past lives and reigniting my ambition. Then, once I start adapting, it reels me into becoming dependent on the system. Utterly despicable, he glares at the system with a furious expression. The system, caught in his gaze, blinks in bewilderment. Why are you looking at me? Protecting the host is simply what I should do. At this moment, Hu Jai and the nine-tailed spirit fox come scampering over to him cheerfully. Seeing the two of them still dare to approach, Yi Fan's face darkens. Well now, you brats still dare show your faces. Yi Fan stalks toward them with a furious expression. Hu Jai immediately senses something is wrong. The nine-tailed spirit fox trembles in alarm and sends a voice transmission to Hu Jai. Big brother, why do I get the feeling Master wants to kill us? Hu Jai turns its head and whispers back, what do we do? Master is toying with us. But before it can finish speaking, Yi Fan's hands shoot out like lightning, seizing both of them by the neck and shaking them violently. The system sees this and hastily urges its host, although the spirit pets caused this calamity for you, they will serve as your strength in the future. Don't do this, but Yi Fan pays no mind. He coldly stuffs the two of them into his storage pouch. Afterward, he informs Master Zai Yun that they are returning to the sect. Sensing his fury, Zai Yun nods in agreement without protest. Grand Elder Yuan, standing beside her, also nods fearfully. The pressure is suffocating. Sect Master, why do I get the feeling that Yi Fan is becoming more and more like your master? Back at the sect's alchemy chamber, Yi Fan, Zai Yun, Grand Elder Yuan, and the other four of Themariv before the chamber. Zai Yun sees him carrying the pouch and enters, puzzled. Disciple, are you planning to refine the spirit pets into pills? He whirls around, shouting no. His tone and expression startle both Zai Yun and the Grand Elder. Seeing him still determined to throw the spirit pets into the refining furnace, Zai Yun tries to dissuade him. My precious disciple, perhaps you should think it over once more. But then, a thought suddenly strikes her. She stops persuading and instead nods. Your master supports you. He hears this and responds with a cold HMPH. Fine then. Wait a moment. Do not open the refining furnace or all will be for naught. Zai Yun's face brightens with a knowing smile as she thinks to herself, for naught, just as I suspected. The Grand Elder, watching her from behind, grows curious as well and asks cheerfully, Sect Master, what brilliant scheme have you concocted this time? Zai Yun crosses her arms smugly and replies, Grand Elder, this is beyond your understanding. My precious disciple can even slay the tyrant moon bear if he so wishes. If he truly wanted to kill a spirit pet, wouldn't it be child's play? And furthermore, don't forget what my precious disciple threw into the refining furnace isn't just the spirit pets. Hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes widen in sudden understanding. Could it be? He intends to use the residual medicinal essence lingering in the refining furnace, combined with the samadhi fire and the temporal force of the boundless heaven and earth technique, to temper his spirit pets. Precisely, Zai Yun nods with a smile. That's exactly it. Inside the refining furnace, thick smoke billows as blazing flames cause the space within to churn violently. Hu Jai meanwhile gleefully leaps about, steaming, roasting, sunbathing, having the time of its life. Nine Tails, on the other hand, sits frozen in one spot, its face a portrait of utter disbelief. Look at me, how pitiful, so wretched. I clearly did nothing wrong, yet every cultivator out there wants to capture me. Even though I fell into those cultivators' hands, even my own master wants to kill me. It begins to reminisce about the past. Back then, when your parents were still alive, there were so many delicacies you never got to taste. The husky sees this and trots over to console it. Little fox sister, are you feeling unwell? Master is so heartless, never once considering little fox sister's feelings. Little fox sister, I will protect you. The surrounding flames continue to blaze fiercely, without pause. Outside, Yi Fan lies leisurely on his chair, whistling. The check-in system suddenly malfunctions and pops up a notification: system malfunction detected, initiating restart. Disturbed from his peace, he feels thoroughly annoyed. How noisy! The system suddenly freezes, as if realizing something. Then a long string of notifications cascades down. The host's spirit beast is undergoing intense emotional distress. Mutation occurring. Congratulations, host. The husky has mutated and evolved. New skill: resonance defense, basic resonance defense. The mutated husky can designate a target, causing the target and itself to share a defensive resonance. Duration 1 hour, cooldown 1 day. Congratulations, host. The nine-tailed spirit fox has evolved. New skill: material softening. Passive skill can soften hard objects into a more edible state. Special note: this skill only applies to material objects. It has no effect on cultivators. Yi Fan hears the endless stream of notifications, and even he is left stunned, bewildered. They can both undergo mutation. Inside the room at this moment, the refining furnace shakes violently, as if something is happening within. Zai stands nearby, overjoyed. Speak quickly. Look at that, exactly as I predicted. The Grand Elder is utterly astonished. Can such a thing truly happen? Yuan speaks in a mysterious tone. Next, it is time to witness a miracle unfold. Outside the sect gates, a massive crowd has already gathered. All disciples of Xian sect heed this. Hand over the heaven and earth boundless and the spirit beasts know. A disciple rushes in with an urgent report. Sect master, this is bad. People from the Xianxia sect have arrived. Zai hears this and sighs in exasperation, snapping, here they come again, every single time. Those tongued snake is spouting venomous words at our sect, and every single one of them ends up dead within days. Grand Elder, she clasps his hands behind his back, his voice low and menacing. Otherwise, I will ensure your Xian sect is erased from existence. Inside the furnace, the spirit beast husky and the nine-tailed spirit fox now glow brilliantly, their bodies radiating light. The husky says joyfully to the nine-tailed spirit fox, little fox sister, look, I can speak now. The nine-tailed fox replies with equal delight, me too. Are we evolving or mutating? Hearing the question, the husky is unsure. I don't know either. Little fox sister, can you check for me? Why does my back feel so itchy all of a sudden? The nine-tailed fox climbs onto its back. Let me take a look. But before it can do anything, the furnace lid is flung open. Yi Fan sees their antics and finds them baffling. Caught in the act, the two spirit beasts jolt in fright. The husky sees it is him and cheerfully shows off, master, little fox and I can talk now. Right at that moment, the system chimes in. A notification pops up, host, why don't you take a look at how adorable your two spirit beasts are after their mutation? As long as you give the command, they can understand you perfectly. But Yi Fan grows furious instead, snatching them both up with his hands. The sudden loss of weight startles them and they cry out in confusion, hey. He calmly stuffs them into a sack and ties it shut. Easy now, easy now. A dog getting ridden by a fox? This mutation has gone too far. Let's Gobbeter to send them off quickly. Seeing his actions, the check-in system is baffled and explains to its host, could it be? If you forcibly sever the bond with your spirit beasts, it will trigger rebellious behavior in them. What a headache, looks like another restart is in order. Outside the gates of Xian sect, the crowd is locked in. A heated confrontation, Grand Elder. His face contorts with rage as he snarls, Xian sect's seat gives you 3 minutes. If the two spirit beasts in the heaven and earth boundless are not handed over, I will raise your ancestral hall to the ground. Zai tries to remain calm and placates everyone. Fellow Taoists, surely there is some misunderstanding here. Those two spirit beasts have always been raised by our sect. The other sects can all attest to this. As for that heaven and earth boundless treasure, after we broke through the secret realm, we never saw it again. But that tyrant moon bear beast rushed toward fellow Taoist, used direction right from the start. Erbai leaped out and shouted in protest, "How could I possibly have taken the heaven and earth boundless? Grand Elder Stone, she's clearly saying such nonsense." Grand Elder Stone stepped forward. Black spiritual energy radiated from his body. "Then don't blame this old man for taking it by force." Zai Yun, seeing a fight about to erupt, grew anxious and thought 5 deity transformation experts. Why is it that every single time enemies arrive, they're always an entire realm above us? Even activating the sect's grand formation wouldn't be enough to restrain them. But she held her composure, turned around, and shouted, "All elders, form the array." At that very moment, a figure stepped out from behind the sect gates and spoke in a booming voice, "Is this the spirit pet you people want?" Hearing that voice, she knew instantly who it was. Joy flooded her face. "Wonderful, my precious disciple, you've arrived. So these people want to steal your spirit pet and the heaven and earth boundless?" The system grew anxious and urged him, "Host, please complete the mission and keep your spirit pet. Once the mission is complete, I'll boost your spirit energy for the day." But he merely gazed forward with cold indifference. Seeing that the newcomer was Yi Fan, Li Bai was utterly terrified. He threw himself to the ground, clutching Grand Elder Stone's legs, and begged, "Grand Elder Stone, he's here, let's retreat at once. Just consider the heaven and earth boundless taken by me. Please hurry and take me back to the Manhwa sect." Seeing Bai's reaction, Grand Elder Stone grew suspicious and looked toward Yi Fan. Why is Li Bai so terrified? Could this person really have killed that tyrant moon bear with nothing but a single kick? Yi Fan paid no mind to what anyone was thinking. He simply smiled faintly, musing, "So someone's finally come knocking for my spirit beast." That smile made Grand Elder Stone feel as though something utterly terrifying had locked its gaze upon him. Targeted, truly unfathomable and impossible to read. He had just witnessed a tribulation transcendence powerhouse with his own eyes. Could he be a 10,000-year-old monster? Why can't my body move? Without a moment's hesitation, he threw himself to the ground and kowtowed, "Please don't kill me." But Yi Fan did nothing to him. Instead, he tossed over a golden cloth pouch. "Relax, these 2 spirit pets, I'm giving them to you." Seeing that, Yi Fan not only spared his life but was actually gifting him 2 spirit beasts. Grand Elder Stone was completely dumbfounded. "Host, what are you doing?" The check-in system cried out in panic. "I barely managed to activate the domain aura field." But Yi Fan ignored the system entirely and continued speaking. "As for that heaven and earth boundless you mentioned, right now I can't seem to find it, because these 2 mutts ate it." He opened the pouch, revealing 2 drowsy spirit beasts inside. The 2 beasts noticed people staring at them and said coolly, "What are you looking at, Grand Elder Stone?" Seeing that he had obtained what he wanted so effortlessly, breathed a sigh of relief. "So he still fears us after all." With the Manhwa sect's prestige, obtaining these 2 spirit pets was more than enough. There was no need to provoke this old monster further. Confidence surging back, he declared with extreme arrogance, "Consider yourselves sensible, Xian sect. As for the matter of the heaven and earth boundless, let it slide. From this day forward, the Manhwa sect shall also consider becoming an ally of the Xian sect." Zai Yun and the Grand Elder exchanged glances. Both broke into sinister smiles. Bai, seeing everything proceed far too smoothly, felt a creeping sense of unease. "Isn't this strange? Why is everything so easy?" Could Yi Fan have truly been willing to hand over his spirit pets just like that? Ever since Yi Fan opened his mouth, why haven't Master or any of the sect elders questioned or opposed this at all? He recalled what Elder Stone had told him before he left. Yi Fan's spirit pet is a dog. The one that killed Ancestor Tianqing. It even destroyed the entire Tianqing sect. "Li Bai, you must be extremely careful of his spirit pets." The words "be extremely careful" echoed in his mind. The more he dwelled on them, the colder his spine grew, his face turning deathly pale. He rushed over to Grand Elder Stone and cried, "Grand Elder Stone, don't accept it. That spirit pet is..." Before he could finish, Grand Elder Stone's fist slammed straight into his face. Bai collapsed unconscious on the spot. Grand Elder Stone snorted coldly, "A worthless trash like you has no place to speak here." With that settled, he cupped his hands and spoke respectfully, "Fellow Taoist, since you understand the bigger picture so well, this old man shall do right by you. How about leaving the Xian sect and becoming an elder of my Manhwa sect? What do you say?" Seeing someone trying to poach her disciple right under her nose, Zai Yun rushed forward, shielding Yi Fan protectively, and roared, "What? You've already stolen my disciple's spirit pet, and now you dare try to steal my precious disciple himself." Grand Elder Stone calmly laid out his reasoning. The Manhwa sect is the foremost sect in all of Donghua City, with an unshakable foundation. As for a powerhouse like yourself, Grand Elder Stone, you are the sect master of the Xian sect, yet your cultivation base doesn't even match your own disciples. You don't even possess a spirit transformation throne to anchor your position. If you truly want what's best for him, you should let him flourish in the Manhwa sect instead of using sentimental bonds to shackle him to this tiny Xian sect. Zai Yun was enraged. Yet she knew his words held a grain of truth. Yi Fan calmly placed his hand on her shoulder and steadied her. "Don't worry, master." He smiled gently. "It's all right, why bother arguing with someone like him? Staying in the Xian sect has always been the most peaceful time of my life. Cooking at home beats any sect 1,000-fold. Becoming an elder of the Manhwa sect?" Seeing him stand by her without hesitation, Zai Yun was deeply moved. Her eyes lit up with joy. "My precious disciple, I never imagined you cared so deeply for our sect." Seeing the two of them so devoted to each other, Grand Elder Stone clicked his tongue in annoyance. "So this old monster is just obsessed with women." He waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. No point persuading further, let's go." "Drop it." The Manhwa sect, the sect master's longevity banquet. Li Tiangu sits upon the elevated platform, smiling as he raises his cup high. "Welcome, everyone, to Donghua City. Your presence alone grants this Li Tiangu a measure of face. I wonder what surprises you all have in store for this Li fellow this year." Below, the crowd clamors with congratulations. One voice rises above the rest. "Sect master, I have procured 2 dancing cauldrons for you. I humbly hope you will accept them." Elder Shidai, standing nearby, speaks up. "Step aside. How could your gift possibly compare to mine?" "Sect master, I possess 2 upper-grade spirit beasts." Intrigued, Li Tiangu leans forward. "Spirit beasts, you say? Bring them in at once." Elder Shi strides toward a large cage concealed beneath a heavy cloth, his voice brimming with pride. "Sect master, watch closely now." With a dramatic flourish, he yanks the cloth away. But inside is no spirit beast. It is Li Erbai, bound and dangling upside down within the cage. Spotting familiar faces, Erbai panics and screams, "Third Elder, save me." Tiangu stares at the person stuffed inside the cage, utterly bewildered. His fury erupts. "Li Erbai. Elder Shi, what in the devil have you brought?" The elder himself is just as baffled. He jabs a trembling finger at Erbai and demands, "This isn't. I had no idea. Li Erbai, where did you take my spirit beasts?" The crowd erupts in hushed whispers. One guest senses something amiss and glances up at the ceiling, spotting a crack. What's happening up on the roof?" "Outside on the rooftop. The 2 spirit beasts gnaw at the roof tiles." Husky speaks between bites. "Little fox sister, eat faster. I can feel it. These tiles are boosting our spiritual energy." The 9-tailed spirit fox's eyes light up with joy. "It's actually true. This is wonderful. No more going hungry from now on." They gnaw and gnaw, devouring tile after tiluntal. The sheer damage causes the entire ceiling to cave in, sending them plummeting down below. Back at the Xian sect, in a quiet room, Zai Yun and Yi Fan sit across from each other at leisure. She calmly, delicately picks up a morsel of food with her chopsticks. She brings it to her lips. Watching her, he smiles and asks his master, "Is it any good?" She nods happily. "Delicious." Hearing that, he looks pleased. Seems like bear paw isn't so hard to cook after all. After a while, she glances up at her disciple with a questioning look. "You just handed over your spirit pets like that. Aren't you worried something might go wrong?" He remains utterly nonchalant. "What's the big deal? What could possibly go wrong? Having someone else feed and raise them is better, isn't it? Isn't the Manhwa sect the #1 sect in Donghua City? With all those heavenly treasures and earthly riches, surely they can manage to raise a couple of spirit beasts." Hearing this, she nods with satisfaction. In that case, she reflects inwardly. A pleased thought for Mingso. The plan was to use the Manhwa sect's precious resources to raise the spirit beasts. This not only conserves our own sect resources, but also drains the Manhwa sect's strength in the process. This is truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The more she thinks about it, the happier she becomes. She can't help but wonder what surprises the spirit pets will bring when they return. Suddenly, a noise echoes from another room. Zai-yun tilts her head. What was that noise? Disciple, it seems to be coming from your room. He rises to his feet. Let me go check. A voice drifts from within the room. Big sister, come take a look. Hearing this, he frowns in confusion. Big sister. Standing before the door, he hesitates, unsure whether to enter. Big sister, do you even know where this place is? Why don't you guess? Then why am I blindfolded like this? Well, we don't have anywhere else to go for now, so we can only stay here. The system notification pops up. It chimes in cheerfully. Host, it appears your spirit pets have returned. After a moment's thought, he kicks the door wide open and bellows, well, you've got some nerve coming back, you damn mutt. Inside the room, two provocatively dressed women sit together. The sight alone makes him flush with embarrassment. Someone bursts in. Bai Tao startles in alarm, frantically throwing her arms across her chest. She recoils defensively. Wait, who are you? The two spirit beasts rush over to Yi Fan. Husky bounds up to him, tail wagging. Master, we're back. Yi Fan crouches down and pinches the mutt's muzzle shut, his expression twisted with irritation. You mangy cur. What the hell did you drag back this time? Husky replies, perfectly calm, I sense that master likes big bouncy things, so I brought them here for you. Hearing this, his instinctive Yi Fan nearly answers reflexively but catches himself just in time. How would you even know that? Wait, no, who said anything about that? The system notification materializes before him. Arms crossed, it speaks, calm down, host. Stop always deflecting with who said that. A master's tastes are reflected in his spirit pets after all. Suddenly, the sound of a shattering cup rings out beyond the door. He freezes, stunned to see Zai-yun standing in the doorway. Master, Zai-yun's expression remains perfectly calm, yet her voice trembles. Yi Fan, is this the reason you gave away the spirit pet? Is this the surprise you promised me? He is utterly bewildered and stammers, when did I ever promise that? Her voice turns melancholy. I understand. You must be dissatisfied with this old master. Pretending to be a girl all day long, still not as good as the real thing, is that it? He is at a complete loss for words. You even know about me cross-dressing. The one sitting behind them is blindfolded. Fei Yi overhears their exchange and jolts in shock. Yi Fan, he is also Yi Fan, that voice, it resonates with his very soul. Could he be my master? Transmigration. I have wandered this world for so many years, it was not in vain after all. Then Fei Yi speaks again, it seems my master has a conflict with his own master. I must find a way to stay here. She drops to her knees. Kowtowing respectfully, immortal venerable, it is this one's fortune to meet our savior in person. Her sudden display catches both Yi Fan and Zai-yun completely off guard. She then begins to introduce herself and her companion. My name is Fei Yi, and the one beside me is Bai Tao. Originally, we were taken as courtesans to be offered to the sect master of the Manhwa sect, to aid him in breaking through to the void refinement realm. Had our benefactor not sent a spirit beast to rescue us, I fear the Manhwa sect would have eventually seized control of the entire region. Hearing this, Zai-yun also turns to Yi Fan in suspicion. I had no idea it was you who sent it. Fei Yi's words suddenly make everything click for Zai-yun. If Li Tiangu truly broke through to void refinement, things would indeed become dire. Fortunately, that clever beast of mine has once again nipped disaster in the bud, yet he refuses to take credit. The credit, that was the doing of that mischievous beast, not mine. He then gestures toward the two women. By the way, master, what arrangements will you make for them? She is also at a loss and says, in a couple of days I will have people escort them out of the sect. Hearing that they are about to be sent away, Fei Yi clasps her hands together in alarm. Immortal venerable, please don't do this. What if the Manhwa sect captures us again? Bai Tao also speaks up in terror. Immortal venerable, please save us. I don't want to be defiled by that old man. Seeing the two plead, Zai-yun is also at a loss. This, Yi Fan suggests from the side. Master, since they are dancers, why not let them perform a dance first? Then we can decide. She nods in agreement. Very well, seeing there is still hope. Bai Tao respectfully says, then this humble one shall present her performance. She begins to dance a sinuous, alluring routine. Her movements seem capable of ensnaring the very souls of any man watching. Before long, Zai-yun rushes over to stop her wonderful performance, but don't ever dance like that again. Fei Yi, standing to the side, hears the abrupt interruption and asks in confusion, Master, could it be that you feel junior sister's dancing wasn't good enough? Zai-yun refuses to dwell on the topic and steers the conversation elsewhere. No, I will have you serve as outer disciples of the sect. But you must tend to the spirit beasts daily. Now bring that spirit beast and follow me." Seeing they have been accepted, the two are overjoyed. They drop to their knees. "Thank you, we are forever grateful to the immortal venerable for accepting us." Yi Fan watches Zai Yun lead the two away and feels a wave of contentment wash over him. He smiles and thinks to himself, Master truly has a kind and benevolent heart. But then his gaze drifts to the doorway where Zai Yun had been standing earlier and the shattered remains of the cup on the ground. He stiffens, cold sweat beading on his forehead, terrifying. "I'd like to retract what I just said during dinner." Zai Yun asks while eating. Yi Fan, "My good discipladocent, cooking 3 meals a day tire you out?" He replies, "Before I only knew how to cultivate, and never once followed my own heart. I just want to live the life I desire, nothing more." Hearing this, she answers cheerfully, "After all, my precious disciple possesses extraordinary cultivation talent. On ordinary days, you're free to enjoy whatever you like." Suddenly, Zai Yun's command token vibrates. She picks it up and asks the person on the other end, "Grand Elder, what is it?" The Grand Elder reports, "People from the Manhwa sect have arrived again, and this time their sect master Li Tiangu himself is with them." Hearing this, Zai Yun replies, "Oh, understood. I'll be there after I finish eating with my disciple." Zai Yun turns away, but inwardly she is anxious. With Li Tiangu here in person, 8 out of 10, he is the one behind this. Confronting them with mere words would be futile. Better to bring her precious disciple along and let them exhaust their strength. So she proposes, "Yi Fan, my disciple, please come with me to the meeting." He replies listlessly, "Wait until I finish washing the dishes first." Meanwhile, Grand Elder Shi and Tiangu wait with grim, thunderous expressions. They are seething with fury. That Zai Yun Zhenren woman is far too arrogant. She just sits there eating, making the two of us stand and wait, and she still hasn't shown up. Zai Yun calls out from afar, "Fellow Taoists of the Manhwa sect, forgive my tardiness." Curious, they turn to look and see her approaching with Yi Fan. Tiangu asks with a gloomy expression, "Yao, you are the owner of those 2 spirit beasts?" Zai Yun frowns and replies, "They were raised by my disciple." Tiangu fixes her with a furious glare and remarks, "Impressive pet keeping indeed." Without warning, he slams a palm into Grand Elder Shi, sending the old man coughing up a mouthful of blood. A single palm strike, and Grand Elder Shi crashes to the ground. He asks in bewilderment, "Sect Master Tiangu, Wui did you?" Zai Yun is equally puzzled, "Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this?" Tiangu suddenly drops to his knees, produces a large storage bag, and speaks with utmost deference, "It is my failure in discipline that allowed this elder to offend your esteemed sect. I, Li Tiangu of the Manhwa sect, have brought every treasure our sect possesses to offer my sincerest apologies." Zai Yun snatches the bag in surprise, still bewildered. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Suddenly, Tiangu breaks into sobs, "Sect Master, please hear me out. Yesterday I held my 2000th birthday celebration. Representatives from all the sects came and I was overjoyed receiving gifts. But then your disciple's spirit beast arrived and devoured everything. I tried to stop it. But that spirit beast of yours smeared dung all over my face 6 times over, and shattered 3 of my ribs. Every treasure our sect had accumulated over hundreds of years was devoured by that beast clan. Even the ancestral tombs spanning generations were not spared from its rampage. Never mind the ancestral tombs, the truly terrifying thing is that beast possessed the power to kill him outright." Hearing this, Zai Yun is astonished. "What a remarkable coincidence. Is that so?" Yi Fan chimes in, "See, I told you that beast can't behave itself. Last time it even dragged home an entire coffin." Zai Yun gently helps him up and says, "Fellow Taoist, I sympathize deeply with your plight. As long as you agree to one condition, I will forgive your Manhwa sect." Hearing this, Tiangu replies eagerly, "As long as it is within my power, this Li shall not refuse." Zai Yun puts on a sinister expression and makes her proposal, "Li Tiangu, fellow Taoist, disband your sect and cripple your own meridians." Hearing this, his face drains of all color. He thinks, "Damn it all, I'm only 2000 years old, still in my prime, and she wants to cripple me. Isn't this a fate worse than death itself?" At this moment, Tiangu channels spiritual power into his hand and declares, "Sect Master, this Li shall absolutely not resist. I swear before the heavenly day our Manhwa sect shall follow the Xian sect's every command. I am willing to offer my blood soul as proof of loyalty." Hearing this, Zai Yun's eyes gleam with a sinister light. "A blood soul? isn't that a fragment of Li Tiangu's very life essence? Once I accept this, whether he lives or dies will depend entirely on a single thought of mine. Taking the blood soul into her hand, she says, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Li Tiangu. I've heard that after severing one's meridians and cultivating anew, one can actually become even stronger. I also feared that without cultivation you would have no means to manage your sect, which is why I suggested you disband it. If you don't wish to, I naturally won't force you or make things difficult." Yifan, standing behind them, wears a serious expression. He muses, severing one's own meridians and cultivating from scratch, reversing the meridian flow, unblocking the spirit acupoints. Indeed, one would become far stronger. However, the cultivator would endure pain 100-fold that of an ordinary practitioner. Hearing this, Zai Yun is startled. Is that truly possible? My disciple, you certainly know a great deal. He turns to Tiangu. By the way, do you happen to have any good fishing rods? Tiangu is puzzled but answers, a fishing rod. Of course I do. Hearing the question, Zai Yun asks Yifan, my disciple, since when did you take up fishing? Yifan replies, I suddenly feel that today is a fine day for fishing, so I thought I'd ask. Saves me a trip back to immortal Jade Peak. Zai Yun, ever the overthinker, suspects there is a deeper meaning hidden in her disciple's words. Could my precious disciple be hinting that making the Maoyan sect a branch of the Xian sect would lure in even bigger fish? At that moment, Tiangu produces a premium-grade alloy fishing rod. Young Master Yi, this is the finest fishing rod in my possession. Since I have no love for angling, it has never been used. Please take it. Yifan is delighted. The rod feels magnificent in his hands, and it even comes with a rod holder. What a splendid rod, Tiangu beams. As long as young Master Yi is pleased, that is all that matters. Fishing rod in hand, Yifan asks his master for permission. Master, I'm off to fish. Zai Yun happily agrees. My disciple, rememberingly come back with a big catch you here. Yifan answers cheerfully, don't worry, a fisherman doesn't return empty-handed. If I don't reel in a big one, I won't have the face to come home even by nightfall. The check-in system chimes weakly, speaking with evident exasperation. There's barely enough time. A short while later, he begins to fish. The check-in system hands him a firearm and says, Host, I have something to discuss with you. Yifan, lying there lazily, asks, why are you pulling out all this high-tech stuff this time? It replies, this is a compact energy pistol with unlimited ammunition. It will never run dry. Consider it for self-defense. I'm helping you prepare in advance for protecting the sect. Yifan examines the weapon and frowns. Self-defense, what do I need this toy for? The check-in system says, Host, I am going on a journey I may not return from. This news sends Yifan into a blind panic. What did you just say? Though he puts on a sorrowful act the moment the system's presence vanishes. Yifan is overjoyed. That damn system is finally gone. No more incessant nagging in my ear from now on. But deep down, he also thinks, thank goodness it's never coming back. He then lies back and savors the moment of blessed peace. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind sweeps across him. Yifan curses in fury. What the hell? What kind of wind is this? He looks up at the sky and spots an enormous bird, prompting him to remark, truly a beast with no manners whatsoever. From a distance, unnoticed until now, Fei Yi and Bai Tao are crouched in the bushes behind him, watching his every move. Fei Yi glances at Yifan and remarks, which sect does this guy belong to that he can't even be bothered to open his eyes wide? What eyes dare offend their own master? Bai Tao seems surprised and says, Senior sister, you've been secretly stalking our benefactor since yesterday. Isn't that far more disrespectful? Yet your eyes aren't blind. Fei Yi waves her off and says, having injured eyes is one thing, being blind is another. I won't argue with you anymore. I need to go help our benefactor and seek justice for him. Bai Tao sighs in exasperation. Then let's just call our benefactor senior brother from now on. Stop calling him master. Up above, Steward Liu and Nini are riding on the back of the War Eagle. She says to him, Steward Liu, can't you just leave me at the Wanshu sect? I don't want to get married yet. Steward Liu replies, Miss Nini, you can't do that. The 7th prince of the Liang kingdom has obtained an immortal destiny. This marriage is the clan head's orders. Nini asks, then why not marry off my sister instead? In the end, this is just my father's injustice. Suddenly, someone shouts for them to stop, addressing the two, my lord, it seems there's a golden cord junior up ahead shouting at us. He hears this and says, could it be that Nini's little stunt earlier flying the War Eagle low injured someone? HMPH, I am a man of great benevolence. I don't see anyone injured. Wang Tan, go ahead, let that person die in peace. Hearing this, Wang Tan licks his lips and agrees very well. Then Wang Tan teleports away. At this moment, Fei Yi flies up toward the war eagle. She wonders what grade of spirit beast is that. How can it fly so fast? Like that. The moment she finishes speaking, Wang Tan has already teleported behind her and ambushes her, but luckily, Fei Yi dodges just in time. She whirls around and shouts, "Who dares ambush me?" He descends to the ground with a terrifying visage. He speaks, "I didn't expect you to be quite formidable. Your soul is a sword. Could you be a sword spirit?" Yin energy permeates the air. She replies, "I have cultivated for over 10 years. Even a half-step void refinement expert couldn't recognize me. How did you know?" Wang Tan points to the eye on his forehead and says, "Because I am a soul cultivator at the soul transformation stage. How could I not know? Sword spirits are far rarer than spirit beasts like us. It seems I must deliver you intact to my master." A hint of fear flickers in her eyes. Fei Yi points her sword at him and says, "So what? As long as I'm not ambushed, even if you're at the soul transformation stage, I can still hold my own." But he only needs a single strike to shatter her sword into countless fragments. Wang Tan remarks, "You're nothing but a broken sword spirit, and you dare dream of challenging me. Reveal your true form this instant." Seeing the odds are against her, Fei Yi turns tail and bolts. He stands there cursing, "Damn it, you just run like that?" as she flees. She thinks, "My weapon is gone. What a waste of time. Best to lure him back and let my master handle this." Meanwhile, Yi Fan sits quietly fishing. As Wang Tan chases after Fei Yi, he stumbles upon Yi Fan lying there without a care, casting his line. He looks at Yi Fan, bewildered. "Where'd she go? Fooling me into coming here again. Why is there only a mortal here?" She hides in the bushes and whispers, "Master, hurry and kill this soul cultivator spirit beast." Wang Tan approaches casually and asks, "Yi Fan, brat, have you seen a sword spirit around here?" Yi Fan answers, "Haven't seen one." Wang Tan narrows his eyes, threatening, "Truly, if you're lying, I'll kill you." Yi Fan responds, "Feel free to stick your head out and try." In his mind, Yi Fan thinks, another one of these. Does the system really think I'd be scared without it? Hearing this, Wang Tan extends his claws to attack and says, "You've got guts, brat. I'll grant your wish." Just as he's about to strike, the eye on his forehead catches something. Turns out his gaze has fallen upon a strange object beneath Yi Fan's chair. He picks it up and asks, "Huh, what is this?" Yi Fan warns, "I advise you to put that down. It's a very dangerous weapon." Wang Tan sneers, "Ridiculous. This thing's barely an inch long. How could it possibly harm anyone?" Yi Fan dangerously taunts him, "Don't pull the trigger in the middle, or it'll be bad for you." Wang Tan presses the barrel against his own temple and scoffs, "Ha, like I'm scared of." He stupidly pulls the trigger. Bang. Wang Tan's skull explodes, blood splattering everywhere. After the spectacle, Yi Fan sighs in exasperation. "The system sends these idiots to scare me, and they end up killing themselves." He couldn't care less. He continues fishing. But eventually, Yi Fan gives up on what he's doing and decides to drag Wang Tan's corpse back. Might as well get rid of this fool's body. He looks way too human, probably too scary for the masters to eat. Better to use him as fish food or something. From behind, Fei Yi stands watching. She says nothing. After he leaves, she crouches down, picks up the gun, and wonders, what kind of weapon is this? No spiritual power, no suppressive aura, yet it can instantly kill a soul transformation expert, far more formidable than myself. No wonder the master didn't want me following him. If I could refine this weapon into a part of my body, the master would definitely accept me. Meanwhile, Steward Liu senses something amiss and thinks, "My spirit pet is dead." He orders the war eagle to land, then urgently tells Nini, "We're turning back. Let's go first, let's head back to where we came from." She obeys without question. In Yi Fan's kitchen, blood is splattered everywhere. Seeing the scene, Zai Yun panics, "Why is there so much blood? Disciple, were you injured while fishing?" She rushes inside to check. "Disciple, are you all right?" Zai Yun freezes in horror when she sees what Yi Fan is chopping. It looks like a human leg. She turns pale as a sheet. Oh heavens. His disciple wasn't satisfied eating spirit beasts, and now he wants to eat people too. Steward Liu hovers high in the sky. Looking down, Wang Tan died right here. The aura below is far too weak. How could it possibly be a match for Wang Tan? He channels thunder into his staff and roars, "Since you used such despicable means to kill my spirit pet, then I shall show no mercy. Go be buried alongside Wang Tan." He thrusts downward, his voice seething with fury. Die. Later that afternoon, at another location, Zai Yun scolds Yifan, "Disciple, you really are so wasteful. The hide of this wolf demon could have been crafted into armor, its excellent material, and yet you burned it all to ashes." He holds up the remains and says, "It's because this wolf looked too human. I was afraid it would scare everyone, so I did this." Suddenly, they spot a pillar of lightning in the sky courtesy of Steward Liu. He asks her, "Master, is it about to rain or something?" Looking more closely, Zai Yun sees him channeling lightning downward. She panics and shouts, "Yifan, you're in. Someone wants to destroy the Xian sect." The lightning orb grows massive as it plummets. Zai Yun throws herself at Yifan, shielding him, her voice trembling with worry, "My precious disciple." Yifan is startled, "Master," but a rainbow barrier has already enveloped them. When the lightning orb collides with the barrier, it reflects right back. Steward Liu stands frozen in disbelief as he watches his own lightning orb hurtling back toward him. "What's happening? How can this?" He snaps to his senses and screams, "Don't come here," but it's too late. The lightning orb strikes Steward Liu dead on, erupting into a massive explosion across the sky. Though it isn't even present, the protection system silently swells with pride for having defended Yifan, truly reliable. Zai Yun clings to him tightly. Meanwhile, Yifan grumbles, "This damn system is too much, it's already gone," and still causes even more trouble. He comforts the frightened Zai Yun, "Master, you don't need to shield me. That lightning couldn't have reached us anyway." She asks, "Is it over?" Yifan assures her it's over. Zai Yun breathes a sigh of relief. "I almost thought we were going to die. Right here." He pats her head and says, "Those are just cheap tricks. How could they possibly hurt us?" Zai Yun's face flushes red with embarrassment. "Don't pat my head like that. I'm your master, you know." Hearing this, Yifan awkwardly pulls his hand back. She immediately complains, "Why did you pull your hand away so fast? Can't you see my hair is all tangled? Help me fix it, will you?" When the smoke clears, Steward Liu is revealed lying motionless at the bottom of a deep crater, his body riddled with wounds. He mutters, "I didn't expect this sect to have such a powerful protective formation. I must report to Nini and the clan head at once. We need to seize this formation for ourselves." Suddenly, a voice rings out with laughter. After practicing it thousands of times, finally, "I've grasped the reversal technique within this cultivation method. I've mastered it." Steward Liu startles, "There's someone nearby. Just when I need to absorb spiritual power to heal my body." He drags himself out with his staff and sneers, "Little brat, it won't help to study when you're about to die." It turns out to be Li Mingbai. Spotting him, Li Mingbai is surprised. "Who are you? How dare you spy on me while I practice?" Steward Liu feigns innocence. "Don't worry, I'm merely a passing Taoist who happened to witness your diligence. I simply wish to lend you a hand." Li Mingbai narrows his eyes, "But why should I believe you?" Hearing this, Steward Liu seethes with rage. "Damn it. If I weren't so gravely injured, I'd slap you to death, you adorable little fool." Then Steward Liu produces a purple orb and says, "Here. This is the Donghua all-seeing eye. It can peer across 1,000 miles. This old man gifts it to you." Li Mingbai snatches it eagerly. "Thank you, Taoist. This place isn't very safe, you know. Forgive my boldness, I'll keep this treasure safe for now." Steward Liu produces another. "Hold on, I have one more." Li Mingbai grabs that one too and exclaims, "Many thanks, Taoist, you're incredibly generous. Is there more? Why not just bring them all out at once?" This time, Steward Liu's fury reaches its breaking point, drops the act entirely. "I can't hold back any longer. I want to drain every last drop of your spiritual power." Li Mingbai turns around and Steward Liu slams his palm onto the boy's head. Purple energy rapidly engulfs Li Mingbai's body, but moments later, it shifts to green because Li Mingbai has activated the reversal technique. Steward Liu begins to scream. "Why is my spiritual power being absorbed? This can't be right. Me cultivation base. I can't even pull my hand free." Li Mingbai remains completely calm. Watching the old man writhe in agony, Steward Liu howls, "Someone save me." Shortly after, a notification appears. Steward Liu has perished. The war eagle soars across the area, carrying Nini on its back. She senses something and freezes. What happened? How did Steward Liu die too?" She commands the war eagle, "Something has happened to Steward Liu. Hurry, let's turn back and check." It responds, "Understood." Suddenly, something strikes the war eagle's wing, making it screech in pain. It looks around and snarls, who dares harm my eagle? It's Fei Yi. Use the gun to shoot it. She orders Hukai, good boy, that's the one bullying our master, go bite it. Hukai responds eagerly, leave it to me, leave it to me. Nai Nai looks down, annoyed with just a creature like you. Hado thinks someone actually dares look down on me. You wanna go? A moment later, Nai Nai sprints away while Fei Yi gives chase, shouting, don't run, if you've got the guts, stand and fight. Keep going, isn't this impressive enough? I'm not even using a weapon. I'm just letting Master's spirit pet handle you. Nai Nai looks around at them in terror. Just what hidden sect does she hail from? That little dog looked perfectly adorable, yet in the blink of an eye it severed the falcon's 4 legs. That woman is clearly only at the Golden Core realm, yet she possesses a divine artifact named Reverse. No matter what defensive artifact I use, it would shatter instantly. After just a single clash, I have no choice but to take temporary refuge in this sect. Hopefully they aren't enemies of this place. Fei Yi searches around, puzzled. Can that girl really run faster than a spirit pet? There's actually something faster than a spirit pet. A race. Meanwhile, Nai Nai hides inside the room and prays desperately, don't find me, don't find me, don't find me. After sniffing around for a while, Hukai discovers her. Hukai barks triumphantly, found her. Nai Nai stands inside, despairing, I'm done for. Yifan sees the two of them and asks, what are you all doing in my courtyard? Fei Yi startles senior brother. Hukai bounces with joy, master. Come play with me. He grows angry, kicks it away and tells it to get out. I need to rest tonight. Hearing this, Nai Nai is terrified beyond measure. He's the owner of that spirit pet. I'm finished. I've walked right into the tiger's den. Yifan asks junior sister Fei Yi, master told you to look after the spirit pet, didn't she? She replies, it's my responsibility after all. He shouts threateningly, if you can't handle it, then don't bother. Fei Yi replies in fright, senior brother, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of it. Please don't send me away. Yifan watches her leave and mutters, what a stupid Dogelway's leading people here. But a question nags at him. He heard junior sister is blind. So how can she navigate so clearly? Nai Nai is in utter panic. She thinks so he already knows I'm here. How did he? He pushes open the door to his room and discovers someone hiding under the covers on his bed. Yifan thinks, what kind of joke is this? How is there yet another person? He gently pulls back the blanket. Nai Nai inside screams bloody murder, her shriek so loud that Yifan has to cover his ears. He asks, little Miss Nai Nai, who are you exactly? Why did you crawl under my bed to sleep? Who taught you this trick? Nai Nai kneels on the bed and bows her head. Forgive me, senior. Please pardon my earlier presumption. I offended you, so you sent your spirit pet to kill my falcon and chased me all the way here. I know I was wrong. I won't dare act arrogantly ever again. Yifan replies, little girl, I never had any hostility toward you. Everything was done on its own initiative. Nai Nai hears this and thinks, on its own initiative. Their spirit pets can actually slaughter other spirit pets and their attendants just like that. No, wait, that tone sounds exactly like how elders try to justify their wicked behavior. Hold on, if his conduct is like an elder's, then his spirit pets and servants are stronger than an elder's own disciples. Doesn't that make him at least a great powerhouse at the nascent soul realm? If I can latch onto this thigh, wouldn't I be able to escape my family and avoid marrying the Prince of Liang? Yifan suggests, kid, you can stay here for now. Tomorrow morning I'll speak with master and compensate you accordingly. Nai Nai asks, compensation? No, senior, I don't need any compensation. He asks, why not? She thinks she needs to find a convincing reason to stay by this great powerhouse's side. So Nai Nai shyly responds, because I like senior. After saying it, she berates herself inwardly. Situ Liang, hold it together. As long as I can win this great power's favor, none of the senior brothers from the beast-taming sect can bully me anymore. Yifan stands there stunned. He imagines himself getting handcuffed by the authorities because Nai Nai is underage. He pictures himself being dragged away. Comrade, let me explain, I really didn't. Yifan frantically wraps himself up and says to Nai Nai, take care of yourself. This Yi has no desire to be sent to a labor camp. Meanwhile, inside the primordial black hole, it is said that the primordial black hole opens only once every million years to seize resources and fortune. Countless powerhouses have fought and perished here. only a rare few become ancient kings, capable of carrying away the treasures within. The check-in system grabs a black-colored system by the collar and shouts furiously, "I discovered the holy sword first." The black system retorts, "So what if you found it first? I must bring victory back to my host no matter what." The black system charges forward, raging, "Die." The black system screams, "You actually destroyed my chess piece." The check-in system draws a sword and says sinisterly, "Victory is mine at last. As long as I bring this sword back to my host, then." The black system flees and warns, "Don't let me run into you again." But then it realizes something and laments, "My host doesn't want anything at all. Even if I died, my host wouldn't feel the slightest bit of sadness." A beautiful woman appears and says to the check-in system, My I taught you so many tricks and you still haven't won over your host. Long time no see." It startles the profligate system. The profligate system says the competition is fierce. These items can't even beat the system tournament's qualifiers, can they? The check-in system shouts, "Profligate system, you want to take me out? I won't let my guard down." She replies, "I'm not some sixth-rate trap or a buried landmine disguised as a fairy. You slandered my star monarch identity. I've come to make a deal with you." The profligate system recalls the incident. The check-in system hides behind the other systems that are busy fighting each other. Then it gleefully flicks something out, causing everyone else to stare and exclaim, "There's a wild 900 artillery shell here." Seeing the profligate system produce an image of a girl, the check-in system asks, "A deal?" She replies, "That's right." The profligate system begins, "Incredibly powerful trashed price is all of your luck points. I'll sell this one to you this time." It asks her what functions it has. The profligate system says it has absolutely no active functions, but it has a passive that can inject your host with a 5 times chicken blood boost. And it's not even game-breaking. The check-in system happily offers the price and says, "Deal." The profligate system happily accepts, as expected of Yao. You know how to pick the right deals. Now we just wait for fortune to arrive. Suddenly, she's caught off guard by the notification content. Error settings cannot be read. The profligate system crushes the USB in fury and swears, "Damn that wretched serial number 2204. How dare you trick me? One day, I'll make sure you pay with your life." Meanwhile at noon, Immortal Jade Peak. Zai Yun wonders, strange, it's almost noon already. The aroma of cooking always wafts from Immortal Jade Peak by this hour. Why is there not even a wisp of smoke? Yuan tries to reassure her, maybe he's meditating. Or perhaps he's fallen ill. Hearing this, Zai Yun grows worried. "I have a bad feeling. Let's wait a moment. No need to alert the snake by disturbing the grass." She then questions herself. Alert the snake by disturbing the grass. Using that phrase to describe a disciple is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Zai Yun and Yuan perch in a tree near Yi Fan's dwelling to spy on him. They see him carving something into a stone. Yuan whispers, "It doesn't seem like there's any problem." Zai Yun also says, "The meal is ruined. Could my maidenly intuition have failed me?" Yuan is extremely embarrassed. Maidenly. Zai Yun is 1145 years old but pretends to be 14, while the second elder is only 24. Suddenly, Nai opens the door and walks out of Yi Fan's room, calling, Senior, what are you doing?" Yi Fan turns and asks, "Is everything all right with you?" The scene before them strikes like a bolt from the blue for both Yuan and Zai Yun. Zai Yun is so shocked her soul seems to leave her body. She laments in anguish, "It's over. My precious disciple has changed his heart." Yuan supports her, calling, "Sect master, hold on, get up. Don't fall." Zai Yun delivers her verdict, "So he likes them young and pretty. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have left those scars on my body." Hearing this, Yuan says angrily, "How disrespectful. I always get the feeling she's insulting me." Zai Yun turns to the second elder for advice. "Tell me how to switch things up." Yuan comforts her, "Sect master Zai Yun, heed my counsel. They say fertile water should not flow to outsiders' fields. I believe that as long as the sect master harbors great love in her heart, Yi Fan will naturally come to understand your intentions." Imagining herself having to say something as mortifying as "My precious disciple, come quickly, lap into my arms," Zai Yun firmly refuses. "Don't be absurd. No matter what, I am the master of a sect." Zai Yun proposes, "I've got it. Why don't we tell the legacy disciple Zai Bing to come back? The girl will know what to do." Hearing this, Yuan thinks in confusion, "You want to call Zai Bing back just to eat dog food? Right now, who in the sect doesn't already know that you and Yi Fan have gone far beyond a master-disciple relationship, and yet you still pretend to be shy?" Below, Nai looks at the stone Yi Fan is carving and asks Senior, are you carving characters on a stele? He replies casually, you could say that. After all, I haven't been back for 2 days, probably won't return again anyway. Looking at the crooked, ugly characters on it, she can only judge silently in her heart such terrible handwriting. Nai changes the subject. Senior, is it true that you really like eating demonic beast meat? Yesterday I saw some beast fur in Senior's kitchen. Yi Fan replies, that's right. After all, demonic beast meat tastes quite good. Why do you ask? She proposes. Senior, let me make a deal with you. I guarantee you'll have demonic beast meat at every meal. He raises an eyebrow. A deal? Is your family in the butcher business? Nai replies, we have some skill in that area. Suddenly, a shout makes them whip their heads around. It seems the 7th junior sister is staging a rebellion. Nai of our myriad beast sect is startled. Jia Than stands atop the spirit vessel and sneers, I thought you truly intended to marry some bald fool from Liang Kingdom. I never expected you'd dare kill Steward Liu and Jun, too. The sect dares to harbor Yao, quite bold. You're truly worthy of being the woman I fancy most. As long as you follow me, I'll handle the sect's troubles for you. Nai responds, the deaths of the steward and Jun were my doing. When I return to the sect, I'll accept my punishment myself. You need not interfere. In her heart, Nai knows she must leave a good impression before the senior. Perhaps he will intervene, but Jia Than, enraged, commands the fire dragon to attack them. I will never submit to you, she declares. Fire dragon, burn this sect to ashes. After that, bring 7th junior sister back. The beast obeys instantly, yes, master. Yi Fan glances over nonchalantly. I advise you not to touch this sect, you won't like the consequences. Jia Than smirks, consequences? A mere mortal like you has no right to speak of such things. With a wave of his hand, the true fire dragon strikes. The beast opens its maw and unleashes a torrent of flame upon the mountain where the sect stands. But just like with Steward Liu, as the fireball closes in, a protective barrier materializes and repels it, sending it hurtling back toward them. Jia Than's eyes go wide at her disbelief. Upon impact, a spectacular explosion of fireworks erupts across the sky. Suddenly, a system notification chimes, rewards must be of supreme grade. Do not attempt to attack the sect. Jia Than lies sprawled on the ground, agony racking his body. He thinks this sect's grand formation is absolutely cursed. I must report this to my grandfather. He looks up fondly to find Fei Yi standing before him. She cheerfully taunts him, still trying to send secret messages. Are we? Fei Yi stuffs Jia Than into a coffin and sits right on top of it. He screams, let me out, release me at once. She pays him no mind. A small voice pipes up, Sister Fei Yi, Sister Fei Yi. Why did you let that person lie on my little bed? Fei Yi answers, obviously to save the dying and heal the wounded. The voice continues, if I get a little bed of my own someday and I do lots of good things, can I become a good boy who doesn't make master angry? Fei Yi strokes its head and says, oh, of course you can. Zai Bing has just finished her cultivation session. She stretches luxuriously and smiles warmly. After being cooped up for so long, I really must thank you for keeping the little one company. Zai Bing reaches down and scratches the chin of a rotund, fat-bellied cat. She murmurs to herself, I wonder how the sect is doing right now. Let me check the command token first, see if there are any messages. But then Zai Bing's face drains of color. On the token, a message from the eldest disciple blazes, return immediately. She gasps, master is in danger. Zai Bing mounts her sword and flies back at breakneck speed, her heart pounding with worry. Master, you are like a mother to me. Nothing will happen to you, I swear it. Meanwhile, at the sect, Zai Yun descends to speak with Yi Fan and Nai in a chamber. Zai Yun speaks up, Nai, tell me, are you truly a prodigy of the myriad beast sect? Nai answers respectfully, I am merely the 7th personal disciple of the sect, only at the 2nd level of void interpretation. Calling me a prodigy is far too generous. Zai Yun eyes her warily, then why have you come to my sect? Are you trying to steal my beloved disciple? What? Nai replies innocently. Old madam, you've misunderstood. I'm simply here to invite the senior as a guest to our myriad beast sect. The moment old madam leaves her lips, Zai Yun crushes the teacup in her hand. Old madam, Zai Yun seethes. Nai quickly backtracks, ma'am. You are the senior's master. Surely you should ask the senior for his opinion. No. Zai Yun fires back, someone who has reached the void interpretation realm. How could their age possibly be less than mine? Just who is the old lady here? The two women lock eyes, glaring daggers. Nai retorts, you have neither strength nor youth. On what basis do you claim to be the senior's master? Zai Yun counters with a smirk, it's simply the allure of a mature woman like myself. Nai whips around to look at Yi Fan, who sheepishly averts his gaze. Don't look at me, I have nothing to do with this. Nai's eyes travel over Zai Yun's voluptuous, mountainous curves, then drift down to her own modest figurine. She crumbles in utter defeat. No wonder the senior has no interest in my body, she laments inwardly. Losing this badly is beyond humiliating. Finally Yi Fan speaks, fine, take me to the Myriad Beast sect. Nai's eyes sparkle instantly. Senior, I'll escort you right away. By the time they arrive at the Myriad Beast sect, night has already fallen. Nai takes the lead and gestures ahead. Senior, this is the Myriad Beast sect. Yi Fan surveys the scene and nods, not bad. No wonder it carries the name Myriad Beast sect. A thunderous voice roars, thief! A hulking figure crashes down from above and snarls, give me back my son's life. Nai stammers, Elder Jiazhuo. Fifth senior brother and I did have some friction, but after he departed he simply vanished. The elder refuses to listen. He seizes Nai by the throat and slams her into the ground. Lies. Despite his iron grip, Nai struggles to explain, Elder Jiazhuo, I brought this guest here at the sect master's invitation. You cannot kill me. His eyes blaze with fury. My son is dead. What do I care if I kill you? Don't speak of the sect, Master Revan, the Grand Supreme Elder cannot stop me. Yi Fan watches from the sidelines, thinking what a pain. In the cultivation world, the strong bullying the weak is as common as breathing. If this drags on any longer, I'll miss dinner. Elder Jiazhuo whirls toward Yi Fan, so you're the man this wretch brought? I see it. No, you too are one of my son's murderers. Without another word, he lunges at Yi Fan. Yi Fan frowns, why must you attack without even talking? As the elder charges, a thought flashes through Yi Fan's mind, what if I use that gun the dam system gave me? No, even if it means killing him, I refuse to fall into that trap. Still, this fellow doesn't look easy to deal with, but before the elder's fist can connect, a sword materializes out of thin air and blocks the blow. The elder freezes, everyone stares in disbelief. Yi Fan blinks in confusion, isn't this the spirit sword from my previous life? Why is it showing up here? Within the spirit sword's form hides a girl named Fei Yi, covering her face in bashful self-admiration. Master is truly surprised. Just wait until I transform back into my human form. If Master ever learns that I traversed countless worlds through the power of celestial forces, that I cultivated tirelessly by Myselfall just to return to his side on that day, he would surely be moved beyond words. Elder Jiazhuo scowls, cracking his knuckles with contempt. Boy, you think a single sword can stop me? With a roar, he charges. Darts streak through the air alongside a thunderous punch. Watch as I mince you into meat, brat. Phi Diame panics, his force is too overwhelming. I can't hold myself back anymore. Master, hurry, use me to strike him down. Master, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yi Fan grips the spirit sword, thinking to himself, seems like if I don't make a move, things won't end well. Wait, right. I have no spiritual power right now, so I can't exactly kill anyone, can I? He mounts the spirit sword, soaring into the air, and delivers several slashing strikes. Phi Diame is ecstatic. Yes, that's more like it. Yi Fan lands gracefully while the imposter's entire body trembles uncontrollably. Beneath the pitch-black sky, the imposter's body splits apart into. Someone screams, Shi-Ching, this is impossible, me son. Everyone around witnesses the scene and erupts into chaos. The Grand Elder's done for. Is the Grand Elder dead? After watching Yi Fan strike down the fake Zhuo in a single blow, one disciple rushes over, his voice dripping with awe. Senior brother Yi, you're far too powerful. You're even stronger than the sect master. You killed the false elder with just one move. Meanwhile, the rest scatter in a blind panic. Quick, report to the sect master now. Yi Fan blinks, genuinely startled. I didn't intend to kill anyone. Who knew the old man was so fragile? Fei Yi hides behind a spiritual sword, praising himself under his breath. All thanks to my speedies, all thanks to my speed. With that, he draws the curved blade resting across his knee. I get it now, this is definitely that damn system scheme. Yi Fan's body contorts painfully, his spine bending at an unnatural angle. He tosses it aside. A sword rests in the corner of the road, its still form radiating a sense of regret. Senior, why would the sword do such a thing? He turns his face away. A tattered old sword, we bother keeping it. Inside the sect master's study, a voice rings out. Zhensu asks, you mean to tell me the Grand Elder was slain by a single sword strike, yet the killer used no spiritual power? The lackey standing beside her reports, that is correct, sect master, my disciple witnessed it firsthand. Many outer disciples can also bear testimony. Zhensu speaks with smug satisfaction, that fool struggled against me for half a lifetime. So what if your cultivation base was higher than mine? Those without wisdom will never sit in the sect master's seat. She orders the lackey, disciple, go and clean things up. Tomorrow, I wish to have a pleasant meeting with our guest from beyond. Why yes, he responds. Understood, ah fellow Taoist Yi at the great Tang Beast sect, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. Zhensu speaks with a hint of reproach. Yi Fan replies indifferently, oh, is that so? She rubs her chin and counters, why wouldn't it be? My beloved disciple has praised you endlessly, you know. Nai asks in bewilderment, disciple. My little treasure, Zhensu replies with a smile, I currently have every intention of taking you as my disciple. From now on you shall naturally be my disciple, isn't that right? Yi Fan tells this lady with irritation, I don't want to say anything more. I came here just to get a long-term meat voucher, that's all. Zhensu readily agrees to his demands, as much demon beast meat as you desire, even abalone hauled from the deep water sits all quite exquisite. Yi Fan grumbles inwardly, don't you dare. Think I can't tell she's taking me for a ride. Yi Fan eagerly continues his questioning, do you have any giant crabs here, the kind as big as a wash basin? She stammers in reply, probably. Yes, if not, I'll send people to catch them from the rivers and lakes. With the deal struck, he turns to leave, then I'll leave the trouble to you. Zhensu produces a black box, by the way, fellow Taoist Yi. I have a treasure I wish to gift you. Yi Fan wonders aloud, what could it be? She begins her introduction, this is a treasure from the immortal realm. Its fragrance is so alluring that it draws him back. He grows curious, this is. Yi Fan picks up the fragrant pouch and examines it closely. A sachet, the scent is somewhat familiar, it seems to be the death immortal flower. Zhensu stands beside him, praising without end, fellow Taoist Yi is truly knowledgeable. This is indeed a treasure our sect happened to obtain. Yi Fan grows fascinated with the pouch, this is truly a treasure. Animals adore this scent, fish must love it too. Zhensu urges him, fellow Taoist Yi. Put it away quickly before all the immortal qi dissipates. He continues holding the sachet, gazing at it endlessly. Nai grows wistful, Senior is about to leave already, won't you stay at the Myriad Beast sect for a while? Besides, the sky has already darkened. There's no need for Senior to rush off. He replies with a proud expression, my master loves the food I cook. If I head back now, I can still make it in time for breakfast. Yi Fan doesn't forget to remind Nai, right, little miss, remember to deliver cooking ingredients and spirit beast meat to the sect every week. You know the location, don't you? Zhensu answers smugly, leaving Nai in a fluster. My disciple already knows, doesn't she? Yi Fan turns on his heel and departs, then I'll be heading back. Nai chases after him, calling out, Senior, in a few days I'll come find you. Yi Fan crosses his arms, beaming with satisfaction, this is wonderful. With the death immortal flower, I'll definitely hook a massive fish tomorrow. Yi Fan returns to his dwelling, leaving Nai behind with a sigh of longing. Senior spoils his master far too much. If only I could become Senior's master instead. Zhensu covers her mouth, laughing with glee. Finally, I've tossed that burning hot potato out of my hands. Let the Solar Star sect fight, fellow Taoist Yi, for the treasure rebist if both sides suffer. In another place, Yi Fan lies stretched out, one hand propping up his forehead, the other holding a fishing rod. He silently prays in his heart, Heavenly Tao, my old friend, bless this time and grant me a 3,000 catty fish. Beneath the water, Hong Nhu catches a familiar scent, the fragrance of the immortal slaying blossom. Her face lights up with joy, this has to be the immortal slaying blossom sachet mother left me. She swims upward without hesitation. But at that very moment, seaweed wraps tightly around her legs. She glances back, bewildered, just how long was I unconscious after getting injured? The seaweed has already turned into evil creatures. The demonic seaweed coils around her, fairy maiden, don't leave, stay and let us drain your immortal power. Trapped by the demonic seaweed, Hong Nhu grits her teeth, these are nothing but feeble weeds. Get a grip, I can definitely laugh this off. Suddenly, she spots a fishhook snagged on her body and freezes in confusion. Up on the bank, Yi Fan thinks to himself, I've hooked one, it's heavy, must be a massive fish this time, maybe even a king catfish. Meanwhile, Hong Nhu panics underwater. Ah, where did this hook come from? Stop pulling at my clothes. One person pulls relentlessly from the shore, the other dangles below, hooked and entangled in seaweed. He hauls with every ounce of strength a battle that strikes at the very heart of a fisherman's pride. Suddenly, Hong Nhu bursts from the water and soars into the air. Yifan's eyes widen, a white float or a giant fish. A moment later, he stands there with a mortified expression, blood trickling from his nose. Hong Nhu explains shyly, it's like this eye sneaked down to find mother's sachet, then a heavenly general attacked me. If Senior hadn't intervened, this humble fairy would have been trapped beneath the water for all eternity. Yifan responds dejectedly, no need to explain, take your sachet back. All I want to know is there's still big fish down there. Too flustered by the awkward situation, she doesn't notice his frustration. He lets out a sigh, AI. Just go. Before leaving, Hong Nhu doesn't forget to bow deeply. Senior's great kindness, this humble fairy will never forget it. Farewell. Dark clouds suddenly roll across the sky, thunder booms and lightning crackles. A booming voice thunders down, fairy maiden. Hiding in the mortal realm for so many years, and now you seek union with a mortal. Hong Nhu's face drains of color, the heavenly general. The heavenly general stands atop the clouds and declares 2 celestial prohibitions violated. The sentence saideth. Trembling with fear, Hong Nhu clings to Yifan. Senior, save me. Yifan mutters under his breath, the Tukla didn't deserve that. A heavenly general though, that's a different story. Suddenly, the system chimes in with a check-in. A message flashes into view, host, don't be afraid, I'm back. Yifan blinks in surprise, huh? You damn system, you're not dead. Let's rewind half an hour. Hong Nhu wanders through the wilderness with a lost cat. I remember there were 2 mountains to the left. Where did they go? She and her cat spot a streak of blue light in the distance, a sign of immortal activity. The moment it arrives, the check-in system showers Yifan with kisses. Host, she missed you to death. Yifan's face twists in disgust. He frowns, stop it. You just got back and you're already pulling this disgusting nonsense again. Behind them, Hong Nhu sprints in a panic, the heavenly general in hot pursuit. The check-in system speaks in a smug tone, host, without me around, you must have been absolutely miserable, right? Yifan points at the check-in system, scowling, you weren't even here, how can you possibly be this shameless of a liar? You still pretend you were absent, and then you pull all these stunts, and what's with this cow? It speaks smugly, heaven has eyes. Since when have I ever pretended? It holds up a glowing red gemstone in its palm. Exactly. This time I've brought a peerless treasure. I guarantee it'll satisfy you completely. Hong Nhu looks utterly pitiful as the heavenly general beats her relentlessly. Senior, why are you just standing there watching? Yifan points at the red gemstone, a sprite dog again. You really have zero shame about copyright infringement. Switch it up next time. It waves its hand and several streaks of crimson light appear, beautiful and dazzling. Pick one. Where's the chicken fighting system? Another system materializes, its face beaming with joy. I finally get to appear. I'm here. This is wonderful. Does someone actually want me? The check-in system announces with undeniable pride, chicken blood system, you are now my subsystem. The one beside you is our host. I need you to give the host a little motivation. Let's go. Standing before the chaotic scene behind him, Yifan thinks to himself, this damn system, what is it trying to pull now? The fighting chicken system asks in surprise, motivation. I got it. It widens its eyes and unleashes its ultimate technique, temptation of the red bronze, power amplified 100-fold, the indestructible Vajra body. An unyielding spirit victory. The check-in system chimes in proudly, yes, that's it, we have to make the host happy. Then it wraps around him, all right, father, the system death technique. Kim clutches his head in terror, what the hell, what are you doing? Suddenly there appears a beam of purple light. The heavenly general roars furiously, it's because of you immortals sneaking down to the mortal realm that we heavenly generals get our wages docked every year. Meanwhile, Huang Ru desperately tries to explain, I only wanted to retrieve my mother's sachet. Can't you understand what people are saying? At that exact moment, Yifan arrives and sends him soaring with a single kick. He gently extends his hand to steady her. Go. I can handle this, heavenly general. Huang Ru's eyes brim with gratitude. Thank you, senior. After this, I swear I will repay this great kindness 1,000-fold. Blood gushes from his mouth as he roars in fury. Bao Qianian has never suffered such a wound in 1,000 years. Who would have thought that beneath the immortal realm, an ant could injure me like this? You possess some skill, brat, you are worthy. To be my opponent. Yi Fan sneers, you think you're worthy of being my opponent? Even if an immortal descended, I'd annihilate them without breaking a sweat. But I was merely toying with Yao, using only a sliver of my strength, and you're already in this sorry state. Bao Kaianian's face flushes crimson with rage. I'm giving you face here. Crimson and golden light erupts, coiling around the heavenly general, then vanishes. Yi Fan maintains his mocking expression, his casual demeanor driving Bao Kaianian insane. The general lashes out with a thunderous kick. Yi Fan catches his leg effortlessly. Of all four limbs, you choose to attack with your foot instead of your hands. What kind of garbage technique is that? He slams him into the ground. Bao Kaianian looks up at him with a wretched expression. Then Yi Fan hammers a devastating punch into his gut. Tiger Chaos Mountain Shatter. Fighting Chicken System, where are you? Then suddenly, it appears. Roaring Battle. Damn, that felt amazing. The check-in system watches with worried, frightened eyes. Host, are you all right? Yi Fan is absolutely livid. He jabs a finger at it. If you dare hijack my body again, I'll kill myself on the spot and make you fail your mission. The system clasps its hands and begs. Host, I'm truly sorry. I'll manage the system properly. I swear it won't happen again. Meanwhile, Bao Kaianian staggers to his feet, clutching his stomach in agony. How can someone in the mortal realm possess such terrifying power? Besides, my danshin is already shattered. My cultivation has dropped to the chi refining stage. If it hadn't, I would have returned to report to the marshal and had this entire world annihilated. The pit of Manager Liu, and beside it the pit of Jia Zun. He thinks, why does this place feel like a burial ground for the dead? I need to get out of here, now. Just as he panics and prepares to flee, he runs into Fei Yi, who wears a brooding, melancholy expression. Accompanying that gloom is a pair of vicious Eisenauthor person has arrived. Fei Yi broods inwardly, causing trouble for Master. Why can't I even create a shred of pressure for him? How pathetic. Master has no need for me at all. Bao Kaianian flails and begs, boss, please stop. I'm nothing but a good-for-nothing now, don't kill me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hu Si Kai and the nine-tailed spirit fox arrive carrying a blue-colored bed. Hu Si Kai speaks, we don't intend to kill you. We'll use this bed to heal you. The nine-tailed spirit fox chimes in, that's right, we must be good children and please our master, we won't cook you. What? Upon hearing this, his face drains of all color. The corpse Jade Coffinvan, a transformed god cultivator lying inside, would take thousands of years to emerge. If I, at Chi Refining, were to enter, I wouldn't come out until I became a golden immortaler, perhaps not for tens of thousands of years. This is nothing but a prison. If it's opened during the recovery period, my bones will crumble to dust. Please, I beg Yao, don't put me in this coffin. I'll trade every piece of information I have for this worthless life. Hu Si Kai roars in his face, worthless life. He stammers, human life, I meant human life. Yi Fan regards him with skepticism. First, let's hear it. Bao Kaianian speaks with a desperate, earnest expression. Gesturing wildly as he talks, in this mortal realm, there truly are traces of a true dragon. The heavenly general wails, please let me out. This is nothing like what you promised. Not even close. Fei Yi, still slightly shaken, along with the nine-tailed spirit fox, sits atop the coffin and replies coolly, did I ever say I agreed to your terms? Once I've captured the true dragon, then and only then will I release you. At the same time, Zai Bing passes by Fei Yi's group and stops to ask, excuse me, everyone, does anyone know which direction the Xian sect is? Fei Yi points toward the distance that way. A thought flashes through her mind, purple hair. One glance and you can tell she's from the Xian sect. Zai Bing departs with a face full of joy and relief. I've finally found it. Thank you so much. In an ancient-style residence, a voice rings out, Master. Yi Fan and Zai Yun exchange bewildered looks, utterly clueless about what's happening, when Zai Bing comes sprinting in and throws her arms around them. Thank goodness Master Zai Yun is all right. I was so afraid the purple-haired would have to bid farewell to the white-haired. Zai Yun remains frozen in place, unable to react, but she still recognizes Zai Bing. Zai Yun gently strokes Zai Bing's face with a doting expression. My dear Zai Bing, when did my hair turn white? I sent you a message ages ago and Zai Qing has long since left, so why are you only just coming back now? Zai Bing replies cheerfully and coquettishly, Master, please understand, I accidentally ran all the way to the northern domain. That's why I came back so late. Yi Fan sneaks a glance at the two of them, then silently sits off to the side. Zai Yun introduces Yi Fan to Zai Bing. Zai Bing, look. This is your junior discipleth prodigy of our Xian sect. Zai Bing looks him over and asks, is this junior brother Yi? His appearance looks like someone with talent. Zai Yun smiles and replies, indeed. Zai Qing said the same thing. Yi Fan curiously asks senior sister Zai Yan, the Zai Qing that master just mentioned, who is she? She gently replies, Zai Qing is our second senior sister. He suddenly breaks into an innocent grin, so I actually have 3 senior sisters. How come I've never met any of them before? Zai Yan explains knowingly, you've only been back at the sect for 2 or 3 months. It's perfectly normal that you haven't met her. Even after 18 years in the sect, I still haven't met second senior sister. Back then, after you became a disciple, Master felt you were still too young and deeply regretted letting you go, so I could only follow Master back to the sect first. And all I ever heard was Master talking about our 2 senior sisters, but to this day I have only ever seen the first senior sister. But he still feels puzzled. What halo? She practically radiates invisibility. Even the Prince of Lanling has a stronger presence than her. Zai Yan doesn't understand and asks, who's the Prince of Lanling? Setting aside their tangent, Zai Yun calls out junior sister, junior disciple. Stop embarrassing me. Come drink some tea. The two obey and walk in, picking up their teacups. Thank you, senior sister. Zai Yan looks around. Where's second senior sister? From outside the door, Ren Hai comes dashing in, shouting, sect master, terrible news. Ma Bian San, the young master of wuxia sect, has suddenly broken through to the orifice opening stage. He's now leading the entire sect to attack us. Zai Yun is shocked. What? Ma Bian has a son, Zai Bing responds. And he's reached the orifice opening stage. Zai Yun exclaims furiously, wait, hold on. I've known that scoundrel Ma Bian for hundreds of years. Since when does he have a child? She continues, moreover, the kid's cultivation is 2 or 3 stages higher than even the elder Sisant. That completely absurd. Zai Yun orders fiercely, fearing someone might exploit the chaos. All disciples follow me, Zai Bing, Zai Yan. The two shout, yes, master. They drag the dejected-looking Yi Fan along with them. Elsewhere at the Wanchu sect, Nai Nai holds a letter, reading it with a displeased expression. What? The vice-sect master of the Taeyong Star sect is attacking Xian sect under Wangxiang sect's banner. Zhen Su responds calmly, indeed. Even I am surprised. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have gifted the treasure to Yi Yaodao. Zhen Su orders disciple, prepare the mount. We're heading to Xian sect to lend them a hand. She shouts in acknowledgement, yes, master. Zhen Su's eyes gleam with calculation. In the end, who will be the one to kill him? Fellow Taoist Yi, don't disappoint me. Outside Xian sect, a crowd of armed men shout and wail, young master, avenge the old sect master. Please, young master, avenge the old sect master. Zai Yun murmurs, avenge the old sect master. When he died that day, where were any of you? Before them appears a dashing young man seated upon an extraordinarily luxurious sedan chair. Ma Fen, the current sect master of Wangxiang sect and vice sect master of the Taeyong Star sect. Yi Fan gazes at him with eyes brimming with killing intent, thinking, so this is the storm and cloud figure causing all the commotion lately. No way, looks more like an ordinary mortal. Could he possess a technique that conceals his aura? But then he sighs, his build and physique aren't bad though. Zai Yun stands at the front, facing Ma Fen, and raises her doubts. Wangxiang sect has had no heir for hundreds of years. The old man never once boasted about having one. Did your young master leap out of his mother's womb or crack out of some stone? Therefore your young master is nothing but a fraud. He responds dismissively, now that's not a very nice thing to say. How could I possibly be an imposter? I bear the Ma surname, don't I? Besides, isn't Wangxiang sect rightfully mine? Zai Bing points her finger in disagreement, twisting logic and forcing reason based on just that one point. You simply want to attack our Xian sect. He mocks her, what a venomous tongue you have. But no matter. Hand over the treasures of the previous generation, and I'll let all of you from Xian sect go. Zai Yun furiously challenges him, if you want them, break through our sect's grand formation and take them yourself. He sneers, why would I bother breaking the formation? Or perhaps there's something suspicious about you lot. She ponders with a panicked expression. She had been planning to use the formation's offensive power to trigger a reflected counterattack. But even if he saw through it, he wouldn't dare strike rashly. Zai Bing charges forward, master, why waste words on this demon? Hey, what are you? Just beat him and be done with it. She hastily holds Zai Bing back. Zai Bing, wait. He sneers contemptuously, they don't know the meaning of death. Yi Fan steps forward to reassure Master, senior sister will be fine. Suddenly, Zai Bing draws her sword and charges at Ma Fen. He asks in surprise, you've reached the orifice opening stage too. She retorts, are you afraid? Zai Yun sighs sadly, even my disciples have higher cultivation bases than me. She feels embarrassed having just said that in front of her own disciple. How humiliating. Ma Fen begins channeling blue energy, sneering, even if your sect has 2 orifice opening cultivators, so what? A feathered hairpin materializes out of thin air. Behind him, standing before his immortal grade artifact, he laughs triumphantly and shouts, how could any of you possibly stand a chance? Zai Bing watches the feathered hairpin bearing down on her and panics. He's using his ultimate move right from the start. How do I defend against this? She glances back at Yi Fan and Zai Yun chatting, bewildered, I can't retreat. Otherwise, Master and the others will laugh at me. High above in the vast blue sky, 2 figures float, observing the dramatic battle. Zhensu watches with interest, commenting to her companion Xian sect. Truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They even have an orifice opening cultivator, but they won't last much longer. Nai Nai, on the other hand, is deeply worried. She urgently calls out, Master, let's help them quickly, if we don't, she'll die. Zhensu waves her hand dismissively, shaking her head leisurely, we can't help with this. That hairpin is forged from the Death Immortal Flower. Once the Death Immortal Flower activates, any cultivator below the Tribulation Transcendence realm who faces it is guaranteed death. Although my artifact is also of immortal grade, its destructive power isn't sufficient, and at this distance it's too late anyway. Her mouth initially says it's impossible to help. But her eyes, burning crimson, suddenly spot something and she changes her tune. But fellow Taoist Yi also carries the scent of the Death Immortal Flower. Let's see if he takes it out. Yi Fan glances at everyone, his mind racing, the Death Immortal Flower again. Could she have dropped it? The system chimes in, Master. Before it can finish, it hesitates, stammering after checking. Truly, the scene outside is utter chaos, and the space within the system is equally unstable. Dejai, dissatisfied, retorts sharply, and you still have the mood to chat. Aren't you afraid the host's senior sister will die? The system fears nothing and argues back. Dejai naturally fears nothing at all. You must understand that during our conversation, the surrounding environment appears to freeze. Time stands still. With a glimmer of hope it continues, can we save the host's senior sister? Dejai replies proudly, of course we can. Master, senior sister, everyone is classified as the host's family. The moment Dejai processes this information, it happily sets to work. Understood, granting the host's senior sister a 100-layer silkworm cocoon shield. At Xian sect, Zai Bing struggles under the hairpin's relentless attacks which grow ever larger before her eyes, shocking her. The next instant, a devastating strike crashes down upon her position. Ma Fen watches her squirm under his artifact, utterly delighted. This is the fate of my enemies. Hand over the treasures now or all of you die. Zai Yan witnesses the scene and cries out in horror, first senior sister. Zai Yun, who had been laughing just moments ago, sees her disciple obliterated beyond recognition and frantically grabs Yi Fan, wailing, my precious disciple. He's squeezed so tightly he can only helplessly comfort her. Master, she has a shield on her, she'll be fine. But please loosen your grip a little, your disciple is about to be. After a heaven-shattering impact, Zai Bing stands completely unscathed. The impossibility of it leaves her bewildered. I'm okay. Ma Fen gnashes his teeth in fury. Why won't you die? Zai Yun sees Zai Bing still safe and sound and shouts joyfully, that's my pride and joy, me eldest disciple. Don't be afraid, give it everything you have and kill that demon. Your precious junior disciple said he'd protect you. Yi Fan, dragged into this for no reason, can only blink in confusion. I never said that in my head. But then again, it's pretty much what happened. Hearing her master's reassurance, she immediately regains her courage and strikes back. Thank you, junior brother Yi. Now I can fight without worry. Ma Fen's expression darkened, still hasn't landed a single hit on her. But quickly, a grin returns to his face. That was merely the first strike. I refuse to believe you can withstand 100. Zhensu soars through the sky on her sword, equally stunned by the brain-breaking spectacle below. This is impossible. Throughout the entire process, he didn't use a single shred of spiritual power or any artifact. How could he have possibly nullified that attack? The check-in system was chatting with him when it suddenly whipped around. Alerting its Histsomion was watching. He swept his gaze across the surroundings but noticed nothing out of the ordinary. I don't see anyone. Zhensu stood there spectating like a busybody. She suddenly caught sight of his peculiar gaze and felt a twinge of bewilderment. Why on earth did he suddenly look this way? Impossible, he's only at the out-of-body stage. How could he have detected me? Could his strength be even greater than I imagined? Those cold, lazy eyes. It was as though he had seen through everything. What is he trying to convey? No, does he think I'm exploiting him? Could he be disappointed in an ally like me? Without a moment's hesitation, she charged forward, dragging her disciples along. Let's go help. Her disciples stared at her master, utterly baffled. Wait, didn't you say we weren't helping? She plunged straight down from the sky. Her voice thundered with overwhelming authority. Old thief Ma, you dare attack the allies of our Wanshu sect. Ma Fen's face flushed crimson with rage at the brazen declaration. Who's there? Who, you ask? Zhensu twirled her flute through the air with effortless cool. Zhensu, sect master of Wanshu sect, has arrived to join the fray. Her disciple leaped down right behind her. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sidu Liang, personal disciple of the Wanshu sect master. I too have come to render aid. Enraged by the provocation, the old man bellowed and hurled his hairpin at her. Zhensu, you are mere 8th layer void interpretation cultivator, dare come here to play spectator? In an instant, Zai Bing materialized at her side. Sword raised to intercept the hairpin. Don't forget your opponent is still right here. Watching these heavy hitters beat each other bloody, Zai Yun crowed with delight. My precious disciple, you truly have some face. Actually managing to call in the Wanshu sect to join the battle. Yi Fan had no desire to get tangled up with any of these people, so he turned on his heel. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. Zai Yan saw him leaving the commotion and approached. Junior brother Yi, where are you off to? He scratched his head without a care. Where else would I go? Fishing. I still have to cook dinner later. Ren Hai gazed at the undulating mountains reflected across the crystal-clear river, lost in contemplation. When the Xian sect was first founded, the sect master was merely at deity transformation. Yet now their disciples can hold their own against heavenly generals. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. Suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility over the fishing creek. Who are you? Startled by the sudden question, the old man quickly turned toward the voice and introduced himself. I'm merely a wandering cultivator. I come to the Xian sect from time to time to enjoy this lake. Yi Fan strolled leisurely to the fishing chair and dropped a few casual words. A wandering cultivator, huh? Master never seemed to object, so I suppose it's fine to be here. He eyed the old man without a shred of wariness. After all, he'd only been here 3 months and didn't know the sect's rules well. Seeing the only fishing chair about to be claimed, Ren Hai scrambled to sit down first. He even sneered a few taunts at the young man but was immediately caught off guard by Yi Fan's utter indifference as he settled into the spot beside him. Hey young friend. The young man said nothing. Yi Fan never bothered with petty squabbles, so he simply sat down beside him. If someone was already sitting there, then so be it. Anywhere works for sitting. The old man heard those deceptively simple yet profound words and couldn't help but sink into deep contemplation. Anywhere works for sitting, yet it cuts to the very bone. My brothers. They always cared far too much about their station. Remembering 2 men brawling over a fishing spot, he sighed with exasperation. This is my seat. I come here every single day. Then how come I've been sitting here since? He turned back to glance at the young man, still calmly preparing his bait, and lapsed into a long silence. After all, everyone yearns for achievement and joy. If you want more, you must struggle for something. But to struggle or not to struggle at all. The moment the pitiful little worm was cast into the water, Yi Fan settled himself on the rocky ledge. The old man watched him so carefree and couldn't help but ask, you're still fishing? Has the Wentang sect crisis been resolved? Yi Fan replied with a nonchalant lilt, not yet. Seems like they're still fighting. The old man hadn't expected such indifference and decided to provoke him with a few pointed words. And yet you still have the heart to go gallivanting? I observed while passing by. The enemy is at the out-of-body stage. Wielding an immortal-grade artifact, your senior sister will surely perish. Seeing that even an outsider was curious about the Xian sect situation, Yi Fan let his guard down and sighed, I'm just a mortal. Being there would be useless. Besides, my senior sister, Can't possibly lose. Hearing that, the old man jolted upright and rushed to his side. Nonsense. Your senior sister is merely an ordinary out-of-body cultivator. How could she possibly unless, young friend, you have some heaven-reaching tricks up your sleeve? Yi Fan couldn't reveal too much, so he offered a vague answer. You could say it has something to do with me. Those cryptic words sent ripples through Ren Hai's heart. I nearly forgot the one who defeated a heavenly general. He must have plenty of tricks up his sleeve. If only I could tell him about my predicament. He slowly sat back down beside the young man to continue fishing. No matter what, I am an ascended immortal. Accepting help from a junior would be far too humiliating. In the end, he resolved to cast aside every last shred of dignity and turn to Yi Fan for help. Young friend, I have a story I'd like to share. Do you have time to listen? Yi Fan didn't mind in the least and answered with his usual nonchalance, go ahead. Fishing is just killing time anyway. Emboldened, the old man drew a deep breath and began, I have a friend. He was once a prince. Yi Fan listened attentively on the surface, but inwardly a rebuttal was already forming. Who in this world doesn't have a friend? Seeing that the young man seemed interested, the old man continued, a lone figure upon the Tang dynasty throne. At 13, he slew his brothers to seize the crown. At 15, he marched north against the barbarians. At 20, he unified the realm. At 22, he received the ancestral legacy and abdicated in favor of his sister. At 100, he entered the out-of-body stage. At 1000, he stepped into tribulation transcendence. But when he attempted to ascend, a heavenly general struck him down. He could never break through again. Young friend, don't you think my friend's fate is tragic? Yi Fan answered with complete sincerity, if his body is fine, then it must be a psychological ailment. In that case, just go find a therapist. The terminology was too novel. The old man couldn't grasp a word of it, so he had to ask, a psychological counselor. Could that be some petty villain or perhaps a legendary creature? Hearing his question, Yi Fan suddenly realized his mouth had wandered far too astray. He'd completely forgotten himself. In the world of immortal cultivation, no such profession existed. To avoid arousing Ren Hai's suspicion, he swiftly changed the subject, steering the conversation away from psychological counseling. Would you like me to help your friend? I happen to have a method and I've been meaning to hone my skills just a little lately. Let me warn you in advance, though it may not necessarily work. Come back in a few days. Hearing this, the old man had no choice but to compromise. Then I'll come visit you another day. Ren Hai had long since departed, yet Yi Fan still sat alone, fishing until the first drops of rain began to fall. It's raining. Better head back. As he trudged along the rain-slicked path, Ming Bai came running toward him, carrying a large umbrella. Senior brother Yi, what a coincidence, I just came to deliver your vegetables. Yi Fan glanced at him and replied casually, what a coincidence indeed. So, how's the sect battle going? How much longer is it going to drag on? I need to know so I can delay dinner, otherwise the food will go cold. Hearing this, the boy's face lit up with pride as he declared, it's already over. I heard those Wentang bastards turned tail and ran out. A single hair on senior sister Zai Bing's head was harmed. The two continued walking along the path back to the sect. Hearing the news, Yi Fan offered his praise. Senior sister is truly formidable, all wrapped up by dawn just like that. When the battle concluded, Xianxia and Zai Yun gathered in a chamber to recount their exploits. Xianxia eagerly took the lead. Fellow Taoist Zai Yun, did you know? The immortal needle your eldest disciple seized is one of the supreme artifacts left behind by the primordial immortal. 50 years ago, Ma Fan and I competed in an auction for that very needle. The bidding soared to 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing such a staggering sum, Zai Yun was taken aback. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. How about I sell it to you? Hearing her words, Xianxia burst out laughing, speaking with undisguised contempt. Fellow Taoist Zai Yun, you truly are pragmatic to the bone. That primordial immortal left behind at least 5 immortal-grade treasures, and your sect already possesses 2 of them. Why not strive to locate the remaining 3 and fortify your sect while you're at it? Zai Yun was stunned, revelation after revelation washing over her too already. Xianxia's voice still echoed through the mountain forest. The primordial immortal's sachet is in the hands of fellow Taoist Yi. Yi Fan and Ming Bai searched high and low for everyone. The boy peered into the room where the 2 sect masters were conversing and asked, Master, eldest senior sister, aren't they here? Spotting him, Zai Yun rushed over. They've gone to rest. Here, there's only me and Sect Master Zhangsu. Oh, and by the way, my precious dear disciples, it true, the sachet is really in your hands. He didn't bother denying it, answering bluntly, but I didn't bring it with me. Hearing this, she pressed with suspicion, you still haven't brought it. Or did you already give it to someone? He glanced briefly at his master, then answered evasively, it belonged to a primordial immortal. She erupted into a frenzy right in front of him. The divine miracle that appeared that day, it was the primordial immortal's true form, wasn't it? Why didn't you tell me? He refuted her accusation with exasperation, you never even asked. Finding no gap in his logic, she could only resort to lecturing him about the sacred duty of reporting important matters to one's master. Got it. This is just common sense. Watching his master fly into a rage right before him. With a guest present, even Yi Fan knew when to yield. Understood, master. Next time I'll be sure to tell you the full truth. Feeling utterly ignored, Zhangsu sidled up to Yi Fan with obvious flirtatious intent. Fellow Taoist Yi, do you think my performance today qualifies me as the Xian sect's greatest ally? He noticed her antics but didn't bother exposing her, simply redirecting the conversation. That wound is quite deep. It needs immediate treatment. But it was precisely those words that only fueled her delusions. She was utterly convinced. See, no man can possibly resist my beauty. Yi Fan swiftly offloaded all responsibility onto Ming Bai, calling out, Junior Brother Li, escort fellow Taoist Zhangsu to the guest quarters to rest and receive treatment. The boy complied obediently. Understood. Zhangsu, however, was utterly blindsided. Wait, what? As he led her away, the boy casually gave her a tour. The guest quarters are in that area over there. The sect master's personal disciples also stay there. If you need food, just find any outer disciple dressed like me. But she remained lost in her own thoughts, completely ignoring him. I helped the Xian sect tremendously this time. Yet fellow Taoist Yi showed no gratitude whatsoever, simply had a mere outer disciple escort me to my room to rest. Then it struck her, wait, Thai's outer disciple has actually reached the peak of nascent soul. How can these two possibly have strength surpassing Zai Yun, the true immortal? She spiraled deeper into wild speculation. She once again jumped to her own conclusions, her face flushing crimson. I see now Thai's person is fellow Taoist Yi's trusted confidant. And as for that sect master, she's both weak and foolish, most likely just a puppet propped up by fellow Taoist Yi. While the two sit in perfect tranquility, a true dragon suddenly materializes against the pitch-black sky. It roars before them, sending both fleeing in sheer terror. A true dragon, this fearsome beast is eyeing the life of a tiny husky. Yet it fails utterly, for the husky keeps darting and weaving across the dragon's serpentine body. You can't catch me. Seizing the moment of distraction, the true dragon lunges with savage force, intent on swallowing that small figure whole. Die. But just as it nearly devours the husky, several crimson pellets shoot forth, piercing straight into the true dragon's flesh and drawing tears of agony from its eyes. The nine-tailed spirit fox rushes over to Fei Yi's side. Where's big sis Fei Yi? She got knocked aside. The fox gazes at the struggling true dragon, and a wicked idea sparks in her mind. Dragon head. Dragon Bodathier, all treasures. Bring the whole thing back for the master to refine. The true dragon, which had been playing dead all along, overhears this and panics. So that's how it is. The moment it thinks of Fei Yi, pure terror grips it and it hatches an escape plan. Damn it, her artifacts are far too powerful. I can't keep playing dead like this. Wasting no time, it channels every ounce of its strength and rockets straight up through the hole in the cavern's ceiling, shattering earth and stone in its wake. Fei Yi hastily mounts the jade coffin like a war chariot and tears off in pursuit. It's going to get away. The Heaven General, lying trapped inside the coffin, can only shout reminders. If you find the true dragon, you have to release it. Let me out. She responds casually, still chasing. Wait until I catch it, then we'll talk. He's helpless, reduced to cursing. Unreliable woman, you've tricked me again. After escaping, the true dragon summons thunder and rain over the skies of Xian sect. Zai Yun sees it and senses something terribly wrong. This is bad. Contrary to her expectations, the true dragon plummets straight down, kicking up a thick plume of dust. It wails and pleads, begging for salvation. Human cultivator, please save my life. I'm willing to form a contract with you. She's stunned, speechless. The dragon, desperate for rescue, quickly agrees. That's right. Hearing the true dragon's plea, she falls into deep contemplation. Her brow furrows slightly. No wonder it's Xian. Zect, there was suddenly a torrential downpour. So a true dragon capable of summoning wind and rain had been lurking here all along, gone of the most powerful spirit beasts in existence. Even if one could bind it with a contract, the other party might as well be an immortal descended from the upper realm. This burning hot potato is not something she can handle. Knowing she cannot claim this prize, she cleverly deflects and shifts the blame onto Li Mingbai. I'm sorry, I've already formed contracts with too many spirit beasts. I don't have enough spiritual power left to forge another contract. How about I help you form a contract with this young man instead? The price is just one heart-protecting scale. Li Mingbai, upon hearing these words, is completely floored. What? I can actually take this colossal dragon as my spirit pet. The true dragon eyes Mingbaitha's person with barely a trace of cultivation or hesitates. It had thought she meant well, but it turns out she was secretly scheming against the true dragon, setting Mingbai up to take the fall. The kid is merely at the nascent soul stage. Even if you can't overcome this crisis, you can dissolve the contract yourself. The dragon's eyes suddenly light up. So that's how it is. Hearing Zhen Su's arrangement, it rises to its feet, reassured, and even remembers to say thank you. Then I'll leave it to you, milady. She still harbors her scheme. Relentlessly pushing the true dragon to seal the contract. Just leave everything to me. A moment later, Fei Yi arrives on her jade coffin like an unidentified flying object, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous boom. She glances around and shouts, "Where's the true dragon? Why did it suddenly vanish?" The husky with its keen nose tracks the true dragon's location for Harriet straight ahead. The person and the dog charge toward the true dragon's position and suddenly spot Zhen Su and Li Mingbai. The husky catches sight of a familiar red figure and bristles. "Someone dares steal from my master, they deserve death. Is this the one who's been hunting my master's spirit pet? Despicable!" And there's a nascent soul cultivator too. She's forcing the true dragon to sign a contract with this person. Seeing two imposing figures bearing down on her, she has no choice but to take the immediate gains and retreat. Well, at least I got the heart-protecting scale, not a total loss. The nine-tailed spirit fox and the husky arrive beside Li Mingbai. The fox sizes him up and down, then calls out, "Big sis Fei Yi. This person looks like the master's junior brother, I think." Husky. Hearing the fox's words, the husky charges forward, leaping onto Li Mingbai and sniffing him all over. "Fox girl is right, there's something stuffed in his pants that belongs to our master." He squirms under the dog's clambering and shouts in frustration, "Are you senior brother Yi's spirit pet? No, wait, stupid dog, stop sniffing down there." Zhen Su hears his words, her imagination runs wild and she can't help but conjure thoughts of something entirely inappropriate. Something stuffed in his body by his master. Her mind races and she boldly swoops in to interrogate fellow Taoist Yi. "You play that rough. He's wrongly accused and can only stammer, 'It's not what you think.'" Fei Yi deduces his identity from the conversation and rushes over with a bright smile. "So you're the junior brother of senior brother Yi. It was all just a misunderstanding." He catches on quickly and shows his remorse. "My apologies. This true dragon has already formed a contract with Meshal. I dissolve it and return it to you." She doesn't particularly need this cunning true dragon, so she waves it off. "No worries, no worries. I'll just use the things inside the coffin for refinement." That single sentence sends a chill through two hearts. The Heaven General screams in terror and the true dragon also trembles. I don't want to see that woman again." Zhen Su watches the two chatting happily and a thought strikes her. Her face drains of color as she realizes what she's just lost. Damn. It seems I just let a dragon slip through my fingers. Elsewhere, Yi Fan stands alone in the rain, lost in thought. He mutters to himself, "What should I do to help my sworn brother? Oh, that's right. A friend from a past life gave me the recipe for nectar wine and soft drinks. I had a few cups back then. Absolutely magnificent." Priding himself on his cleverness, he excitedly gathers supplies for brewing. Borrowing tools from the alchemy hall would be ideal. More equipment, larger spaces. A grand pagoda roof looms against the dark sky. He walks through the night calling out, "Second elder, are you there? I've come to borrow some equipment." He searches so intently that he fails to notice a pair of hands reaching for him from behind. Second L. The moment she catches him, she wraps her arms tightly around his poor neck. "I've finally found my chance," she keeps groping him and sighing in admiration, leaving him utterly horrified. "So soft, so comfortable, I love it." Yuan clings to him like a cat, hugging and kneading him to her heart's content. A little kitten like you was born to be played with by this big sister. He's stunned speechless by her rambling. Gad, second elder you, what exactly do I look like to you? Emboldened by wine, she becomes wildly uninhibited, puckering her lips and planting kisses all over his face. Kisses, let big sister kiss. Her barrage of inappropriate advances completely overwhelms him, leaving him terrified and utterly helpless. Second elder you, did you drink the same wrong medicine as your grandfather? With no other recourse, he prays for the near impossible calling upon the covered-up system. The covered-up system materializes swiftly, puffing with pride and launching into a lengthy monologue as if showing off its resume. What's the matter? Host. This is the very first time you've ever called for me. What do you need help with? Seeing the system's insufferable smugness, he blurts out in annoyance, I haven't suddenly come to my senses if I die. Just find another host to leech off of. Hearing its master's heartless words, the system wails, can you not say things like this at a time like this? The chicken system pops out from the void and immediately berates the covered-up system, you idiot, why save the host? Who knows, next year there might be a little host. The covered-up system has an epiphany, overjoyed, and begins fantasizing, a son inheriting his father's system. It would be way too unprofessional, but I like the idea anyway. He glares at the two traitors, utterly exasperated. Stop messing around over there. Chaos reigns supreme. Over at Xian sect, Zai Yun's right eyelid keeps twitching, leaving her uneasy. Strange, why is my right eyelid twitching? Left means fortune, right means disaster. The realization hits her like a thunderbolt. She slams the table and shouts, something's happened to my disciple. Second elder, eyes brimming with doting affection, showers him with kisses. Yi Fan, let big sister kiss you a few more times. Then I'll take you out for dried fish. Zai Yun bursts into the room with Nai Nai and Zhen Su, demanding, second elder, have you seen my precious disciple? She's stunned to find the second elder embracing Yi Fan. The second elder asks back, oh, sect master, you're here already. Zai Yun sees this and erupts in fury. What are you doing with my precious disciple? The second elder replies nonchalantly, obviously just kissing, cuddling, and playing around a bit. Zai Yun can't take it anymore and lunges forward to smack the second elder's head. Kiss your damn head. The second elder looks bewildered. Sect master, what's wrong? Zhen Su watches the scene and laughs. No wonder fellow Taoist doesn't want to leave Xian sect. Nai Nai thinks to herself, I need to behave this time, can't miss this opportunity. Wait, no, I should use this chance to spirit fellow Taoist Yi away and cook for him, raise him into fully cooked rice. That's the proper approach. Nai Nai then points at them and accuses, so it's true, fellow Taoist Yi is indeed senior, yeah, only likes big breasts. They're exploiting this to force Senior Yi into becoming a star slave. Zhen Su is startled. Star slave, where did you learn such a weird term? But then both Nai Nai and Zhen Su dive into the fray, squaring off against the second elder and Zai Yun. Zhen Su declares, either way. Fellow Taoist Zai Yun, I'm here to lend you a hand. Nai Nai shouts, I won't let you people keep monopolizing Senior Yi. Zai Yun tells the two outsiders, internal affairs of my sect, outsiders should stay out of it. The second elder, still clinging to Yi Fan, retorts, if you want to cuddle a kitten, just say so. Why resort to fighting? What's the point? After the bickering, they all erupt into a full-blown brawl. Nai Nai screams, stop fighting. I know I was wrong. Yi Fan finally manages to crawl out of the chaos. What a headache, if only I'd known earlier. I never should have come to the alchemy hall alone. Not long after, they all catch a peculiar scent and freeze mid-brawl, sniffing the air. Why does it smell like syrup in here? On the ground, amidst the chaotic battle, the bottles of thousand-year nectar honey, proud spring pool water, and celestial nine-flower dew had shattered and merged together during the scuffle. He picks up the broken bottles and examines them. The aroma is almost identical to the top-shelf vintage I drank back then. If blended properly, this could restore that legendary fine wine. Nai Nai lies pinned on the ground, crying out, Senior Yi, save me. He walks away coldly. You all play amongst yourselves. I have important matters to attend to. She's crushed under the other girls. Nai Nai surrenders. I'm being suppressed. I'm not angry anymore. Half a month later at Zainiu Peak, Ma Fen sneaks into a room thinking the Wanshu sect people have finally left. Searching for the immortal needle will be much easier now. He rummages around, trying to locate something of value. This is absurdly frustrating. Where on earth have those girls from Xian sect hidden the immortal needle treasure? This is absurdly frustrating. Where on earth have those girls from Xian sect hidden the immortal needle treasure? No way, if I don't turn this place upside down today, I'm not giving up. Suddenly he spots a ceramic jar sitting brazenly in plain sight. Ma Fen picks it up and murmurs. They wouldn't hide the goods in such an obvious place, would they? Damn, it's real. How about just a quick taste? Glug. He drains the entire thing clean. Meanwhile, Ren Hai strolls alongside Yifan. He asks, young friend, can you tell me what the rescue plan is? My friend is growing rather impatient with all this waiting. Yifan reassures him, don't worry. The longer wine ages, the better it gets. It even needs to be aged a full 6 months. The moment Ren Hai hears the word wine, his eyes light up. Wine, young friend, isn't your solution. Just drinking wine. Suddenly, a hideous cackle rings out from the distance. I must stand atop this world and make all submit before me. Yifan, utterly unbothered, continues his conversation with Ren Hai, truly the textbook villain monologue, standard issue delusions of grandeur. Now who might be lurking in my house? The voice continues, let me go have a look. It turns out the voice belongs to that Ma Fen. Hearing them conversing, he lets out a contemptuous laugh. Ren Hai recognizes him and shouts in fury, the Taeyong Star sect. How did he suddenly get here from the Xian sect? Ma Fen replies dismissively, it's just a man. This is my stuff too. Ren Hai's rage drives him to charge forward instantly. Ma Fen summons dark energy and roars, you dare defy me. If I can't bring you down today, I'll rename you Horse Dung. Hearing this, Ren Hai thinks tribulation transcendence realm. No, that's not right. It's merely his latent potential showing through. Ma Fen declares boldly surrender and become an entry in my ledger. Ren Hai merely raises his hand. An explosion erupts. All that remains in its wake is a splatter of blood smeared across the wall. Ren Hai ponders aloud, strange, he's only at soul emergence. How is he radiating the pressure of tribulation transcendence? And he reeks of alcohol no less. Yifan meanwhile picks up the jar that Ma Fen had just drained dry and remarks, no wonder that man was so brazen. He snuck in here to steal a drink. The instant Ren Hai catches the word wine, his eyes gleam. He rushes over Yifan, wine, young friend, is there wine? If there's any left over, why not hand it to me? Yifan politely refuses, that's impossible. The wine is still far too potent, it's only been aged for 10 days, nowhere near enough to reach its optimal flavor. But despite hearing this, Ren Hai grows even more excited. You mean this isn't even the best it can be, after drinking it? That Ma Fen's power nearly rivaled tribulation transcendence. If I were to drink it, could I gain the power of an innate cultivator, even a golden immortal, for a short time? Ren Hai drops to his knees, wailing, young friend, I really want to taste your wine, please. Seeing him carry on like this, Yifan relents with a sigh. Fine, drink if you want, good wine is never too late to enjoy. Elsewhere, the check-in system and the chicken blood system are conferring amongst themselves. The check-in system asks, don't tell me you've been drinking and causing trouble again. The chicken blood system replies, no. I've been on my best behavior this whole time. The check-in system presses on, then how does the host's wine have such a potent effect? The chicken blood system responds, could it be? The wine itself isn't that powerful, but it stimulates the drinker's latent abilities, like some kind of stimulant. Suddenly, a shadowy figure materializes, cutting into their conversation. A stimulant, you say? Interesting choice of words. I could use something like that myself. The check-in system demands of the figure, who are you? How can you see us? The chicken blood system shouts, how is it possible for you to perceive this system? The check-in system grows terrified because no. That's right. He's another system host. The check-in system is suddenly struck. A crimson system materializes beside the mysterious figure and declares, found you at last, host. She delivers the final settlement, a 75% amplification of the system host's power. The growth system. The check-in system screams in agony. What nonsense are you spouting her? The growth system sneers, truly worthy of being called a low-grade system. You don't even know the functions of your own subsystems. What absolute trash. The mysterious figure charges toward Yifan. Because that person is its hostie, despite the agony. The check-in system still lunges forward to shield him. You shall not harm my host. It positions itself behind Yifan and screams, auto-deploy time rounds. Auto-deploy chrysanthemum shield level 9, execute. Yifan spins around toward the system, wrong one. Ren Hai asks in shock, a mysterious figure. Who dares ambush young friend? The mysterious figure replies flatly, blocked. The check-in system urges Yifan, host, hurry. Let's join forces, other hosts want you dead. Yifan asks with lingering doubt, other hosts. Isn't this just some actor you hired? It screams furiously, no. The mysterious figure regards Yifan with interest, unfazed in the face of danger. It seems this host has considerable courage. Then I should reveal a bit of my true strength. Ren Hai warns Yifan, young friend, be careful, this one is very strong. The figure speaks softly, transform. The enhancement system blares its announcement. Explosive star night activation level 10, host prepare for battle. A crimson aura envelops the mysterious figure's body. The enhancement system counts down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 transform. The transformation Completeshi's entire body is now encased in armor, like a superhero. The enhancement system warns mysterious host, we are illegal immigrants here, remember we cannot kill the natives. He replies casually, I know. Yifan watches and praises, truly magnificent. The check-in system panics and shouts at him, host, now is the time to watch the show. If we don't fight back, we'll all die together. Ren Hai leaps up to attack the mysterious figure, calling out, young friend, let me probe the enemy's strength first. But the figure needs only a single strike to send him flying. He hurtles toward the mountain behind them. The enhancement system sneers, see that. Low-grade system, this is the true power of my host. The check-in system retorts, gee, you're only riding on having an obedient host, that's all. Also, you just said you can't kill the natives, so you're a hacker, aren't you? The enhancement system seethes, damn it, don't call me a hacker, host. Help me kill it already. I'll grant you the vast heaven grand slash. The mysterious figure agrees, sounds good. He begins channeling purple energy and declares, very well, now. I will erase you and your host from this world this very instant. Countless clones of him materialize, Tojdurti. The check-in system grows frantic, it conjures a shield and begs its host, please be careful. Yifan stands there, his expression utterly unchanged. If he's got the guts, let him kick me to death. Seeing his utter indifference, the system is rendered speechless, you're not going to run. Forget it, just wait a moment. The enemy system attacks, but the check-in system unleashes the 7-chain explosive star. The shield absorbs tremendous damage starting at 32. 1165 down to 453, 67 up to 964, 367, then 46,677. Next is 64.55 million. This is the result that goes against us. The check-in system collapses to the ground, groaning, that hurts. Yifan, still unconcerned, asks how badly the check-in system is hurt. It answers, my HP bar of over 2 million. Just got wiped clean, 300,000, all gone in one breath. Hearing this, the mysterious figure grows furious and prepares another technique. Damn it, this system really is tough. So what if you can tank hits? Before me, you might endure 7 or 8 rounds, but can you survive the 10th? A torrent of crimson-black energy spirals into the talisman he just produced. He grins, I have countless methods of attack, but this moment this is your end. But before the mysterious figure can unleash it, the talisman is sliced clean in two. The mysterious figure looks up in shock, his eyes locking onto something. What? He gasps. The profligate system materializes in a blaze of glory, striking an imposing pose as she demands, where did this rogue system come from, daring to bully someone under my official jurisdiction? The chicken blood system stands beside her, glaring daggers at the two intruders. The profligate system continues her tirade, and you dare bully my little brother. The check-in system is moved to tears, profligate system, you came to save me. The profligate system is still furious about the earlier swindle, save you my ass. Give me back my luck points. You still owe me, you. The check-in system chuckles sheepishly, I already spent every last one. Hearing this, she is absolutely livid, you what? Every single time, you cause me nothing but trouble. Is that so? You even got my previous host nearly beaten to death. Dealing with you is as exhausting as living with a nagging mother. Hearing this, the check-in system shouts to all the auxiliary system hosts, did you all hear that? From now on, she is our mother. The profligate system erupts, hey, that's exactly right, call me that. The mysterious figure and the enhancement system watch them bicker, muttering amongst themselves. He says to the enhancement system, they dare ignore me. She's a high-grade system, her strength is anyone's guess. It replies that she can fight. He draws a sword and declares, then strike first, preempt the blow, attack before she can react. There's no time. The enhancement system chimes in as well, but the boosted effects include speed amplification, ultrasonic detection, phoenix dance, barrier protection, high energy shielding, ice armor mastery, and 10 weapon types receiving mysterious enchantments immediately surging forward. He instructs the enhancement system, charge, cover me. It agrees, roger that. The wastrel system glances back at them, noting that between a host and their system there exists an unspoken understanding. She gently opens a black hole, catching the mysterious one mid-charge. Full speed is alarmed, it's too late, can't stop. He plunges straight into the black hole. Inside there is nothing but endless darkness. The enhancement system asks, where is this place? The mysterious one demands of it, system, how do we get out of here? The wastrel system, standing outside, speaks. With them holding you, there is no escape. Her image materializes above them. The skill she just unleashed is the Stellar Sovereign's Heavenly Calamity Restriction. The mysterious one is stunned. A Stellar Sovereign, is that a system? Even more powerful than the central system. To suddenly encounter a system of this caliber, the wastrel system replies, naturaliates for freely squandering system resources. He asks again, that's your reason? She enlarges her form, seizes the enhancement system, and declares, revert from your transformation. You treasure star-grade night. The wastrel system opens the black hole, hauls out the mysterious one and the enhancement system, and announces to those outside, the trouble has been resolved. The check-kin system praises her, no wonder she's a humanoid system, her strength far surpasses ours. She is our goddess. Hearing those words, the wastrel system says, I like that, keep going. Then she turns and asks, Yifan, you're Yifan, aren't you? How are things progressing with your master? There's a host next door named Yifeng who already has 2 children with his master, Luo Tiangsu. Hearing this, Yifan wonders, why do you care about my business? My master and I are completely innocent. She replies, the next door host, Zio Yue, also claimed to be innocent with her master. The wastrel system suggests, would you like me to help you reach the pinnacle of life? Just bind with me and I can even help you obtain the goddess of creation herself. The check-kin system furiously shouts at the wastrel system, you are truly despicable, how dare you try to poach my host? The host belongs to me alone. Yifan rejects them both, get lost all of you. I don't need any of you, the wastrel system says aloud, what a pity. But inwardly she wonders, this life there's actually someone who refuses me. He truly is a troublesome one. When I get back, I'll need to investigate this properly. Meanwhile, the enhancement system lies below, thinking no one cares about me anymore. This is my chance to escape. Sorry, host, I don't want to be destroyed by the central system. It begins to fly away. The chicken blood system sees this and screams, it's running, it's opening a rift. The enhancement system glances back disdainfully, you think you can catch me? Too late, wastrel. The wastrel system calmly narrows her eyes, then unleashes her command, time, halt. Moments later, the enhancement system lies firmly in the wastrel system's grasp. It asks in terror, how did you do that? Why am I in your hands? The check-kin system is also astonished, how did she manage that? With just a single glance, it's already in her hands. She smiles, that's a secret. The wastrel system grips it tightly, preparing to tear it in two. Weren't you great at escaping? And yet you dare abandon your own host? It shrieks in terror, threatening me with death won't work. I'm filing an appeal with the Grand System Tribunal. She taunts, appeal my ass. With a sickening rip, the enhancement system is torn apart. The check-kin system and chicken blood system watch in horror. The wastrel system produces something and says to the check-kin system, this is for you. It gasps, is that its core? You're being this kind to me. She replies, acquiring its data will help you and your host pay off your debts in the future. The check-kin system pleads, please, don't bring up the debt again. Watching all this unfold before his eyes, Yifan recalls his past lives and thinks systems truly are unreliable. Even hosts, at the critical moment, will be betrayed without hesitation. The wastrel system conjures a spatial gateway, drags the mysterious one's body through, and instructs them, I'm taking this time transmigrator back first. If any problems arise, you can tell me. The check-kin system happily responds, understood, mom. Before leaving, she pokes her head back through and furiously demands, don't you dare call me mom. A few minutes later, Yifan walks over to where Ren Hai lies unconscious. He nudges him awake, come on, the floor is freezing, you'll catch a cold. Ren Hai jolts awake in fright, what about Liang Qiang the Great, where did he go? Yifan replies gently, it's been taken care of. He won't be coming back. Ren Hai asks in shock, who did it? Who was it? Could there be another powerhouse hiding in the Xian sect? Meanwhile, at some distant location, a colossal creature stirs awake. Fellow disciples begin chattering, hey, have you heard the news? The myriad beast sect has been tampering with the beast meat. 10 jin of meat, and there's actually only 4 or 5 jinn. More than half the meat reserves are gone. How is that possible? Doesn't the Grand Elder know about this? The pantry master must have his excuses ready. They begin to panic as they continue. All of that is nonsense. Last night I got up to relieve myself, and with my own eyes I saw a monster dozens of meters tall perched atop the sect's main gate. Go ahead and explain that. If it's true, I'll chop off my own head for you. A monster that big sneaking into the sect to steal meat, isn't that a joke? The following week, at Jade Immortal Peak, Yifan asks in surprise, Zai Yun, are you saying the beast meat reserves have hit rock bottom? She confirms yes, ever since the reserves dropped. The disciples complain every day without meat, they can't be happy. Without meat to eat, it's no different from death. Renhai walks in and speaks up, young friend, I've finished investigating. Over the past few days there have been absolutely no strangers entering or leaving the sect. The beast meat simply vanished on its own. It could be a conspiracy orchestrated by the Myriad Beast sect. Since Ren Hai is a stranger here, Zai Yun wonders inwardly, who is this person, and why is it that around her precious disciple, unknown figures always seem to appear from thin air? Hearing all this, Yifan says if there isn't enough beast meat, the barbecue will have to be postponed a few days. Zai Yun continues raising issues. Today is the Myriad Beast sect's delivery day, and wouldn't you know it, Zhensu and Nai Nai suddenly show up. Zhensu says, fellow Taoist Yi, here I am again. Nai Nai says, senior, it's been a long time. Zai Yun flies into a rage and shouts at Zhensu, sect master Zhen, you came in such a hurry, why didn't you notify the Xian sect beforehand? Did you come all this way just to make a direct delivery? Don't you have any workers under your command? Zhensu laughs, fellow Taoist, please don't jest. After all, I am a sect master. Naturally I only visit when there's business to discuss. Nai Nai takes out a small pouch and says, senior, I have something I'd like to give you. Yifan asks, what is this? She answers, it's a protective talisman I made myself. Seeing this, Zai Yun fumes inwardly, this stinky little brat using such a cheap gift-giving tactic. Zai Yun presses the conversation with Zhen Su, sect master Zhen, what is it exactly? If this is merely about your disciple coming to deliver a protective talisman, then kindly see yourselves out. She replies, actually, there is a small matter. It concerns the Dalian kingdom. My disciple was originally betrothed to the 7th prince of Dalian, but she broke off the engagement after learning certain truths. Zai Yun says that should be easy to resolve. Although Dalian has cultivated quite a few cultivators, at its core it's still a mortal dynasty. They wouldn't dare touch our sect. Later, they discovered that a former emperor of Dalian had actually stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation, completed tribulation transcendence, and at the very peak attained the Tao and ascended. Recently, he even returned to the eastern wilderness. Hearing this, Renhai chuckles quietly, prompting Yifan to ask, old brother, what are you laughing at? He replies with a grin, because he's an emperor cultivator, Dalian's ancestor who passed heavenly tribulation and just returned to the eastern wilderness. Yifan says casually, if one day he comes seeking vengeance, our Myriad Beast sect will be in deep trouble. Hearing this, Zai Yun replies angrily, isn't this all caused by your own disciple? Why drag the Xian sect into this? Suddenly, Zhensu points at Yifan and declares, of course, we're seeking fellow Taoists' help. Yifan is baffled. How could I possibly help? She says, fellow Taoists' strength can be called the absolute strongest in the lower realm. As long as fellow Taoist Yi accompanies me to Dalian, I'm confident everything will be resolved with ease. Yifan replies listlessly, but I don't want to go outside. Nai Nai rushes over to him and pleads, senior, can you truly bear to watch me be forced into marrying a man in his 40s or 50s? Hearing this, Zai Yun thinks he's only in his 40s or 50s. That's still quite young, isn't it? Zhen Su whispers to Zai Yun, let fellow Taoist Yi go. If something happens to him, his body could give rise to an inner demon tribulation. Ren Hai chimes in, young friend, I'm quite familiar with Dalian. It's truly a wonderful place, many scenic beauties, a ND Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, cultural wonders, and plenty of delicious food as well. A sightseeing trip to Dalian wouldn't be a bad idea at all. It does make sense, Yifan admits, it really has been quite a while since I've gone out. Zhensu beams with joy, fellow Taoist Yi, then it's settled. Zai Yun is absolutely furious, despicable, using the inner demon tribulation to lure away my precious disciple, but she can't refuse. Sect affairs are far too many, and even if she went to Dalian she wouldn't be much help. What should she do? Suddenly Zai Bing walks in. Oh. The guests from the Myriad Beast sect have arrived. Zai Yun pulls her over. Eldest disciple, you've come at just the right time. Go with your junior brother on a trip to Dalian. She then recounts the entire matter to Zai Bing. After hearing it all, Zai Yun asks, eldest disciple, the matter that I had been hoping for, do you remember? Zai Bing replies, Master, your disciple vows not to fail this mission. Zai Yun tells Yi Fan, precious disciple, if you can't hold out in Dalian, remember to come back early. He replies, I know. Master, the ship set sail. Yi Fan stands on the ship's deck, gazing down listlessly. I want to go back to the Xian sect. The three girls aboard Nai, Zai Bing, and Zhen Zuck crowd around him, worried. Zai Bing asks, junior brother, why does your face look so pale? Were you poisoned? Zhen Su asks, is fellow Taoist Yi feeling unwell? Nai asks, senior, is there anything I can do to help? But in truth, his gloom is entirely because the check kin system and chicken blood system won't stop pestering him. The treasure checker system notifies its current host, you are at a high altitude. This is nothing more than altitude sickness, something only mortals experience. The chicken blood system produces a vial of medicine and declares, host, I have already relieved the burden on your body. Would you like to use the system's specially formulated pill? Yi Fan snarls, scram, I don't need a single thing from any of you. The chicken blood system, long accustomed to this routine, sighs. The host is truly stubborn. The appraisal system chimes in, the host hasn't changed one bit. A sudden tempest erupts from nowhere, making Nai scream, a demonic gale. Yi Fan remarks flatly, a storm. Zai Bing shouts, little junior brother, this is no storm. I can feel it. Thighs is pressure descending from the upper realm. He gazes skyward and murmurs, this scene looks familiar. Could immortals truly be descending from above? The appraisal system responds, the host is correct. What descends are celestial immortals. From the heavens, a breathtakingly beautiful woman descends through the clouds. At the sight of her, Yi Fan's eyes practically bulge out of their sockets. How is it her? The other girls gasp in awe. An immortal. She's actually a real immortal. The girl unable to escape her fate spots him the very moment she arrives. Her face lights up with a radiant smile, and she immediately slithers into his embrace like a serpent. Senior, please, you must help me. The other girls gape in shock. Zai Bing shouts, little junior brother. Even Zhen Su is stunned. Fellow Taoist Yi, you actually know an immortal? Nai stands frozen, eyes wide and mouth agape. Yi Fan wonders aloud, I'm just a mortal. Why does everyone keep coming to me for help? Perhaps it reads his thoughts, for the system speaks up, host, you still have us. The celestial generals descend, spot their quarry and roar, found her, she's right there. The appraisal system demands, why do all their faces look exactly the same? The chicken blood system chimes in, aren't those the celestial generals that our subsystem defeated? Yi Fan disagrees, not could they possibly be triplet clones? Huang Ru clings desperately to Yi Fan, crying, senior, save me. He glances down and wonders, doesn't your knee hurt from that? She clings tighter, pleading, senior, please just help me this one more time. I'm willing to serve as your ox and horse for the rest of my life. Nai startles, an ox and horse. My big sisters taught Mason that basically offering your body. Seeing Huang Ru's desperate display, Yi Fan relents with a sigh, fine. I get it, now stop pulling at my pants. The celestial general thunders out her crimes, Huang Ru, you fled from the upper realm. How many times now? Your sins are beyond measure, and to collude with the lower realm on top of thought, a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths. Conspiring to murder celestial generals is utterly unforgivable. This time you shall suffer a fate worse than death. Huang Ru protests frantically, General, it truly wasn't me who killed them. I know nothing about any of it. The chicken blood system also protests, I had nothing to do with it either. I even spared his life back then. The celestial generals draw their blades and roar, Huang Ru shall be executed. Below, divine light crashes down toward the ship. Nai and Zai Bing grab Yi Fan and yell, little junior brother, that's heavenly lightning. We need to run, standing here means death. But Huang Ru pulls him back, begging, senior, don't go, you can definitely defeat them. Bu Mtuo celestial generals erupt into smithereens. It turns out this is Tem Chickenblood had whipped out a rocket launcher and blasted those two to oblivion. It boasts proudly, host, look, I've already taken care of them. The appraisal system sighs, as I said, calling it the chicken blood system is no joke. It claimed a 5-fold boost. Yet the result includes raw power enhancement, fist techniques and rocket munitions. Nai, Zai Bing and Huang Ru stands slack-jawed. Zai Bing stammers it's over just like that. Huang Ru gasps, little junior brother, I never imagined you were this powerful. Yi Fan waves dismissively, this has nothing to do with me. Nai Nai looks around and suddenly asks, wait, where's my master? Zai Bing replies, I think she ran away. Yi Fan asks Huang Ru, come to think of it, didn't you escape in the first place? Why did you come back to the lower realm? She answers, because the number of celestial generals in the upper realm has multiplied far beyond what it once was. Moreover, my current strength has diminished drastically. Returning to the upper realm would be a death sentence. When the celestial generals were closing in, I made a desperate, bold decision. In that moment of absolute despair, Zai Bing interrupts, your strength diminished. Meanwhile, Nai Nai wanders around calling out, Master. Huang Ru begins to explain, I split my soul and immortal power into 7 fragments, sealed each one inside an artifact, and scattered them across the world. That way, even in death, I could be reborn just like that old grandfather living inside a ring. She continues, I don't know whether it was fortune or misfortune, but the celestial general's first strike failed to kill me. Instead, I plummeted into a lake and lay dormant for several 100,000 years. The power I retain is but a mere fraction compared to what I once possessed. Yi Fan furrows his brow, why does your situation sound more like Voldemort and the Deathly Hallows to me? Or more accurately, the Dragon Balls. Suddenly he reaches into his trousers, everyone tenses. Ah, right, they had all assumed Yi Fan was about to do something unspeakable. Huang Ru shrieks, Senior, you want to strip here? There are people everywhere, this isn't appropriate. He pulls out a hairpin and asks, what are you even talking about? This hairpin is yours, isn't it? Huang Ru takes it joyfully, eyes shimmering with gratitude. My hairpin was in your hands all along, Senior. How did you know? Yi Fan replies, it was obvious, not hard to guess from the look on your face. Not hard at all. She channels power into the hairpin, her face lighting up. Thank heavens, my soul and immortal power weren't lost too much. Nai Nai gasps, the immortalsh is actually getting stronger. Huang Ru beams, you flatter me. Just wait until I recover a few more artifacts, then you'll witness true immortal level power. Yi Fan asks Huang Ru, come to think of it, did you commit some offense in the upper realm? Why would you risk your very life to flee down to the lower realm? She answers with a melancholy sigh, it's a long story. Everything traces back to our immortal emperor. Huang Ru recounts, in the past, our immortal emperor was a benevolent ruler. He rarely interfered with the affairs of the great immortal sects. He upheld a single doctrine to maintain the balance of resources in the upper realm where life is scarce, breed not, live free and live well. But then, for reasons unknown, the immortal emperor changed. His temperament shifted. He began amassing armies in a frenzy, launching an all-out war against the demon race. The war raged for centuries, and every young prodigy of the upper realm perished in its flames. That is precisely why the population of the upper realm is now so sparse. And armies of clone soldiers now fill the ranks where true immortals once stood. The immortal emperor then decreed that all immortals must marry immediately or be forcefully matched. She slumps down helplessly. The bitter truth is, I've spent tens of thousands of years in the upper realm and never once fallen for anyone. If the emperor forces a match, I have no idea who I'd end up with. After much deliberation, the only way to survive was to flee to the lower realm. Nai Nai clasps Huang Ru's hand and says, immortal big sister. I completely understand. I wouldn't want to marry a stranger either. There's no reason I should have to. Huang Ru looks surprised. Little friend, you two are. Yi Fan cuts in curiously, what happens if you don't produce children after the marriage? Huang Ru leaps to her feet and screams so loud he flinches, then the consequences are even more severe. He'll send an entire squad of celestial generals to surround you and force conception by any means necessary. Meanwhile, Zhenze, who had been hiding behind them, eavesdropping, suddenly leaps out and claps her hands over Huang Ru and bows Xianxi's mouths. You shouldn't say such things, my disciple is still a child. Nai Nai spots her and exclaims, Master, you climbed back up. Yi Fan murmurs, this immortal emperor sounds suspiciously like someone who's been body snatched by a transmigrator. An army of identical celestial generals, that's basically cloning. Ren Hai calls out, young friend, fellow Taoists, we are approaching De Liang. Gazing down, everyone marvels at the sprawling imperial capital below. As they enter the city, Nai Nai exclaims, what a prosperous nation. So this is what De Liang is really like. Ren Hai gestures to one side and says, young friend, I must take my leave first. Do enjoy your time here. Yi Fan asks, where are you going? Renhai thinks to himself, I'm off to prepare a gift for the young friend, I hope he'll like it. Yifan approaches a steamed bun stall and asks boss how much for the buns. The vendor, half asleep at his counter, mumbles 600 spirit stones each. Zai Bing recoils at the price. That expensive? Besides, that's highway robbery. Where would we even get that many spirit stones? Huang Ru asks innocently, isn't 600 spirit stones incredibly cheap? The stall owner opens his eyes and jolts in shock Yifan. Yifan squints. You are, Erbai. The man panics and bolts inside. Bloody hell, all the buns are yours, take them, farewell. Zhen Su sprints over and grabs him by the collar. Judging by that reaction, you've crossed young friend Yi before, haven't you? Then you're not going anywhere, he begs. Big boss, I was wrong, I won't dare do it again. Zai Bing pulls Zhen Su back. Fellow Taoist Zhen, don't manhandle him, let's at least ask what happened first. Yifan munches on a bun, watching the show unfold. Erbai breaks into a cold sweat and stammers, the seventh prince was touched by an immortal, which means he's blessed by the immortals. His future in the immortal ranks is guaranteed, and someone leaked that the immortal might actually be De Liang's own immortal emperor, who returned to the lower realm to bestow fortune upon his descendants. Yifan asks Huang Ru, is that true? She replies, perhaps, but I only touched a few cats and dogs, I can't guarantee they'll become immortals. Erbai continues to attract the immortals' attention. A flood of cultivators has poured into De Liang. The capital is practically overrun with them now. Zai Bing counters, even so your buns still shouldn't cost that much. Erbai sighs, I think they're overpriced too. But it's a decree from the emperor of De Liang himself. Something about some wretched sect, some heavenly slaughter sect, and some female cultivator from who knows where. He stands up and continues, she was clearly meant for a political marriage with the seventh prince. But the female cultivator had a change of heart about the wedding, and fled. The seventh prince flew into a rage, so the emperor of De Liang slapped a heavy tax on every cultivator. Upon hearing this, Nai Nai and Zhen Su seethed with fury. It was the heavenly slaughter sect, wasn't it? Yifan asks, he already levied taxes, so why the price hike on top of that? Erbai explains, some out-of-body stage expert who still hasn't been caught left the seventh prince as a eunuch. He proposed raising prices to refill the national treasury, but everyone knows the coins are lining his own pockets. It's all that female cultivator's fault. Without her, none of this would have happened. Nai Nai and Zhen Su fix him with withering glares, making him mutter, strange. Why does my back suddenly feel so cold? Seeing their murderous expressions, everyone else is baffled. Zhen Su says, forget it. Since my myriad beasts sect started this matter, I shall go and pay a visit to De Lianga's its sect master, fellow Taoist Yi. Oh, and tomorrow, come with me into the palace. Nai Nai speaks up, senior, only you can help me find it. Yifan says he doesn't think he can be of any help. But if we enter the palace, surely we can learn all sorts of imperial delicacies. Nai Nai asks again, so you've agreed. Erbai suddenly butts in, can I come along too? Zhang Su, seething with rage, forces him to his knees. No. Get on your knees this instant, you wretched brat. Erbai reluctantly endures. Fine, fine. They step inside the palace. Countless paintings hang upon its walls. Yifan muses, so many exquisite paintings and such an overwhelmingly rich floral scent. This seventh prince. Could he be a narcissist? Meanwhile, Zai Bing picks up a painting and frowns, but why do all these paintings have veiled faces and hats? Nai Nai asks her master, where is the fairy? Zhang Su replies, she went up to the flying ship to rest. A palace attendant announces the seventh prince of the De Liang emperor arrives. Seeing the veiled figure before her, Nai Nai thinks shyly, is he the seventh prince? So handsome, Zhang Su speaks with utmost respect, your majesty. The seventh prince of De Liang I have come regarding the prior incident involving the myriad beast sect. This spatial ring contains 30,000 high-grade spirit stones as an apology gift. Ma Fen steps forward and instructs seventh prince. Just follow my lead later. Nai Nai stammers bashfully, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm willing to fight to make amends for the De Liang Empire. The seventh prince replies, Miss Situ, you need not blame yourself. This happened because of my own insecurity. She blushes. Seventh prince Yifan wonders, your highness, why do you veil yourself and wear a hood even inside your own palace? The prince answers courteously, this lowly prince finds himself hideous, and fears my true appearance would horrify all the esteemed seniors. Nai Nai reassures him, you must be joking. Cultivators temper their Dao heart show, could mere appearances frighten them? you should remove it. The prince quips, if the fairy wishes to see my true face, she would have to marry me. Hearing this, Nai panics this inside. The cloak system and blood chicken system stand there watching. The cloak system fumes, why is this person so mystery? Owsley cryptic. I'll investigate on behalf of the host. Quick flip that veil off. The blood chicken system charges forward and hurls the seventh prince's veil into the wind. The cloth sails far away, and before everyone's eyes appears a hideous face. The prince yelps, my veil, Miss Sidhu, wait, let me find my veil first, but Nai is utterly stunned, casting all shame aside. The prince presses on, forget it, Miss, you should keep your promise and marry me. Nai delivers a vicious kick straight into his jaw, sending his head smashing into the ceiling and screams, get lost. The emperor below calls out in alarm, Huang Ma Fen. How dare you? He barks orders at the soldiers, how dare you ambush the prince in Daliang, seize them all of them. The soldiers charge in to attack. Xianxia questions Ma Fen, why are you here? And Yao Somion from the Solaris Sun sect, what gives you the right to command the cultivators of the imperial capital? Yifan thinks, wait, didn't this brat die already? Ma Fen replies smugly, sect master Xianxia, I am now the national preceptor of Daliang. Is it not perfectly normal for me to command cultivators? You lot came to visit the seventh prince and ended up harming him. If you don't give Daliang an explanation today, none of you will leave here alive. The soldiers begin activating the nation guarding grand formation. Activate. A shimmering barrier materializes. Xianxia shouts, the nation guarding grand formation, this is clearly the Six Peaks Yin formation of your own sect. Yifan wonders, what are they even doing? There's a dark cloud hovering right above my head. Will it leave me drenched like a drowned rat? Ma Fen sneers, keep running your mouth. He commands the formation. Zai Bing tries to circulate her spiritual power only to find it completely sealed. Nai panics, why can't I use my spiritual power anymore? Ma Fen orders the archers, they've all been reduced to mere mortals, haven't they? The archers take aim, a thunderous voice rings out, stop. In an instant every bowstring is sliced clean apart. The one who spoke ran high. Ma Fen squints back, then he was drunk, so I didn't recognize who you were. Wait a moment, you look awfully familiar. Ren Hai thunders, I am the fifth emperor of Daliang, you lot stand down this instant. Hearing this, Ma Fen nearly wets himself in terror. An ascended immortal. This is real, Daliang actually has a living immortal. But that was just a legend I fabricated to keep the cultivators around Daliang in line. I never thought the man actually existed. The emperor demands, you claim to be our ancestor, why should I believe a word you say? Who do you think you are? The seventh prince doesn't buy it either, one sentence and you expect us to stop, how convenient. Ren Hai declares, you want proof, then feel the resonance of your ancestors' bloodline for yourselves. The bloodline of his coincidentally, two figures in the distance burst into flames, their clothes shredding apart. They scream, our clothes. I feel like my body is melting. But the other imperial kinsmen and nobles stand frozen, baffled, why can't I feel anything? This must just be another one of those cultivation scams. Ren Hai is equally puzzled, strange he did only two respond, could the bloodline of the others be too diluted? Yifan delivers a perfectly logical observation, or perhaps they simply aren't your descendants. The cloak system and blood chicken system unfurl a long scroll, scan it, and declare after verification. This so-called imperial family has essentially zero blood relation to him, by our calculations. That emperor was cuckolded roughly 200 to 300 years ago, either that or the royal bloodline suffered a severe mutation. Our condolences. Truly our deepest regrets. Ren Hai staggers in disbelief, how can this be? The imperial throne of my house stolen by another. Ma Fen screams, this man is extremely dangerous. Everyone seize him now. His subordinates immediately refuse, do you take us for fools? He's an ascended immortal, even if he isn't a true immortal. We're no match for him, national preceptor, you go first, we'll follow. A deafening thunderclap erupts suddenly. A colossal eye embedded in a gaping maw appears in the sky and slams into the barrier. With a single blow, the formation shatters. Ma Fen's underlings panic, damn it, who the hell is doing this? Help, someone reinforce the formation. Understood. Nai's group lights up with joy, the formation is broken. Yifan recognizes it, it's Donghua. The beast exhales a torrent of flame downward, forcing the once arrogant Ma Fen to grovel in humiliation. Spare me, sect master Xianxia, spare me. I will never be an enemy of the Xian sect again. Please save me. Xianxia shakes his head, I don't even know what kind of flame that is, I can't save you. Ma Fen drops to his knees. Begging Zhengxu, I truly know my mistake. She stands there unmoved. The emperor shouts, is the national preceptor dead or something? In the end, the imperial kinsmen and nobles kneel in shame, crying out, ancestor Ren Hai. Yi Fan nudges him, old friend, your descendants are calling for you. Ren Hai's voice hardens with fury, I am not your ancestor. You share no blood with my royal house. I have no duty to protect Yuan, certainly no duty to protect De Liang. From this day forth De Liang lives or dies, it is no longer my concern. Ren Hai leads Yi Fan away and says, my young friend, I'm sorry you had to witness such a disgraceful spectacle. Let me treat you to a meal at the Celestial Pavilion. Yi Fan sighs with regret, so much for the imperial cuisine today. Ah well, never mind. Meanwhile, the imperial kinsmen still desperately cry out for their ancestor. But Ma Fen's former underlings surround them and snarl, to hell with De Liang. In the end, it was all just a sham. All you ever did was order us around. Did you really think you were above everyone else? If your De Liang has no connection to an immortal, then don't blame us for showing no respect. The emperor turns sheet white, for he knows it's over, utterly and completely over. Then, a figure descends from the sky riding upon a dragon. That figure speaks, Duh. Hi, my wounds are beyond salvation. Go live without me. The dragon replies in anguish, bosom friend, what are you saying? We barely managed to defeat that treacherous old Taoist way, and now you tell me to go alone. It is Yi Fan and he is gravely wounded. Yi Fan produces a pill and says, this world is about to be annihilated by that old monster. He hands the pill to the dragon, the fire pearl of world destruction. I'm entrusting it back to you. Then Yi Fan hurls himself into the sea below. The dragon cannot react in time. It only catches a final glimpse of his smile as he plunges downward. It dives after him, screaming, bosom friend. Beneath the waters, shoals of ravenous flesh-eating fish swarm. The dragon searches desperately but finds no trace of him. It howls into the void, where are you? Then it was all a nightmare. The fragrant aroma of steamed buns drags Yi Fan from the depths of slumber. Nai sees his eyes flutter open and asks, Senior, you're awake. Yi Fan groggily asks, hello, where is your master? Nai answers while nibbling on a bun, she said that last night. An internal war broke out in De Liang. The cultivators have broken away and formed their own sects. As orthodox cultivators, we must collect taxes from them, but they refused to comply. She looks at him with concern. Senior, are you still seasick? Yi Fan waves it off. I'm fine now. The moment the words leave his mouth, his eyes roll back and he dry heaves violently. He relents. Fine, you got me. I'm still seasick. What's been going on outside? Brother, this ship is way too dangerous. Ren Hai walks in and asks, who's steering the ship? Yi Fan asks, Senior, weren't you just in seclusion? A sudden realization strikes him. Wait, if brother you isn't piloting, then who is? Turns out the one at the helm is Huang Ru. She steers with wild enthusiasm. This feeling of piloting a ship is so exhilarating. It seems I've crashed into something again, haven't I? No worries, probably just a slightly oversized bird, Zai Bing reassures her. Keep going. Huang Ru asks fellow Taoist Zai, where do we head next? Zai Bing picks up the compass, stares at it spinning uselessly, and admits, I don't understand this thing at all. Why does it keep spinning? Perhaps we should follow Master's teachings, chase the light above, ride the radiance below. Gather strength to the left, observe firmly to the right. One dares to speak and the other dares to believe. Huang Ru presses, hold on, where exactly are we right now? Despite knowing nothing, Zai Bing answers with absolute confidence, northeast. Huang Ru nods, all right then. The rear door swings open. Nai and Ren Hai enter. You two seniors, stop steering, look outside. Ren Hai adds grimly, we're surrounded by enemies. Hearing this, Huang Ru and Zai Bing are stunned. Outside, the sky burns blood red, 3 moons loom overhead, and dark creatures swarm across the firmament in droves. Yi Fan asks, Senior sister, where exactly did you steer us? This is still supposed to be the East Wasteland, right? Zai Bing scratches her head sheepishly. My apologies, I may have taken a wrong turn. Huang Ru calls out to the creatures above, may I ask, Taoists, what is the meaning of blocking our flying ship? The creatures respond in an utterly incomprehensible language. Zai Bing translates, he says our ship was going too fast and crashed straight through the wormhole they had just opened. The creature continues in a tongue no one understands. Zai Bing keeps translating, he says our ship charged straight into the center of their vanguard formation, which means their ambush plan on the northern region will be delayed by several days. the two sides begin bickering. Zai Bing doesn't merely translate their words, she mimics their voices and even replicates their expressions with perfect precision. Xianxia finally snaps, "You orthodox cultivators, I've endured you lot long enough. Just translate, stop mimicking them." That voice, seeing her like that, Yi Fan frowned. "Great one. Elder sister, how can you understand their words?" She answered cheerfully, "When I was cultivating back then, I got lost in the northern territories. I fought those extraterritorial demons every single day, so I can understand their language perfectly. Their individual strength was pathetically weak, so I just stayed there. I trained from the Golden Core stage all the way to the Soul Emergent stage. Fighting every single day and still having time to cultivate. Elder sister, you truly are accomplished in both the literary and martial arts." Zai Bing replied casually, "Not at all, not at all. How could I ever compare to a monstrous genius like you, junior brother?" Neither of them noticed the dark creatures lunging toward them. "Watch out, they're attacking!" Huang Ru shouted a warning. She drew her hairpin and channeled her power, conjuring a colossal golden carp. Carp leaps to the summit. The strike shatters the creature on impact, but it quickly reforms and returns to its original state. The people on the ship gasp, "How is it not dying?" Huang Ru is stunned. "They can actually withstand my attack. No matter how powerful the technique, if the attacks are too scattered, we can't kill them," Zai Bing explains. She then shouts, "We need to slice them into even tinier pieces." She unleashes her myriad transformations technique. Demonic creatures scatter in every direction. Ren Hai praises her, "Little friend, no wonder you managed to hold your ground in the northern territories." Huang Ru adds her own admiration, "Miss Zai, this cultivation method must be of your own creation, correct? Even I can't help but be impressed. Would you share it with me?" Zai Bing replies bashfully, "You two seniors are far too kind." Suddenly, behind them, a spatial gateway tears open. Yi Fan spots it. "There's a wormhole behind us." Seeing it, Ren Hai shouts, "That's the boundary rift. The wormhole is about to close. We need to get out of here now." From within the rift, the creature emerges once more, but this time it speaks in a human voice. "Don't even think about escaping. Stop them." In an instant, a horde of bizarre creatures surges toward their ship. Zai Bing screams, "There are far too many of them. There's no way we can eliminate them all." Everyone launches their attacks against the creatures. Nai Nai hurls dark attribute talismans, Ren Hai hammers them with his bare fists, and Huang Ru channels her hairpins, power conjuring a massive lotus blossom that obliterates the creatures in its path. But it's futile. The moment one wave vanishes, another swoops in to take its place. Seeing them swarm in, Zai Bing slumps in frustration there, dead set on not letting us go. Nai Nai laments, "What do we do? My protective artifacts are almost spent." Ren Hai says, "They're too difficult to deal with. We need to sever their bodies into the smallest possible fragments. The most urgent thing is getting out of this accursed place first." Huang Ru tells everyone there must be another way. Luca demons don't dare attack Senior because he possesses the strength to slay heavenly generals. They're mere demons, they'll surely be annihilated. But the truth is far simpler. The demons simply don't perceive Yi Fan as a threat at all. Yi Fan strokes his chin in thought. These demonic creatures bear absolutely no hostility toward him. Moreover, the system has mysteriously vanished without a trace. Could they be the system's handiwork? Seeing him so composed, Nai Nai gazes at him with admiration. "Junior brother, how are you so calm? Have you already figured out a solution?" Meh. Yi Fan rises to his feet and says, "I'm just an ordinary person. Where would I find a solution? But don't worry too much, senior sister. Just think it over a bit more. We'll surely find one." Hearing this, Zai Bing's eyes light up. She deduces to herself as expected. "Just as Master said, my junior brother loves to pretend he's an ordinary mortal. If he's put it that way, then he must already have a plan." She suddenly shouts, "The demons have plagued the northern territories for years, forgetting the beginning, the middle, and the end. In any case, this is the moment to purge these demons and uphold the Tao." Huang Ru is puzzled. "Beginning, middle, and end? What does that even mean?" Nai Nai explains, "This is actually in a formal official tone. I heard it back when we were in the Daliang Imperial Palace. You were aboard the flying ship at the time, senior, so you wouldn't have known." This display of confidence excites Ren Hai. "If the little friend is this certain, then I don't need to hold back any longer." Hearing this, Huang Ru and Nai Nai also prepare to go all out. Nai Nai declares, "Then I'll bring out everything I've got." The creatures encircle them. Suddenly, they look at one another, then hurl themselves into each other, self-destructing. Huang Ru and Zai Bing stare in disbelief. The demons are committing mass suicide. Watching them repeatedly smash into one another, Huang Ru asks, what are they doing? Zai Bing observes, I've never witnessed behavior like this before. Yi Fan studies the scene and guesses, judging from the situation, I'd say they're fusing. Ren Hai echoes fusing. A moment later, the tiny creatures merge and transform into beings of vastly greater size. Golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, soul emergence, body integration, Mahayana, tribulation transcendence, innate, Xuan immortal. Ren Hai exclaims the innate realm. In mere moments they've reached the innate realm. Huang Ru is equally shaken. What kind of sorcery is this? I've never heard of such a thing in the upper realm. Nai clings to Zai Bing's arm in terror. Zai Bing Sr. Is the power of evil spirits truly this heaven-defying? It feels like if just a handful of them appear, the entire northern territories will be annihilated. Zai Bing is equally bewildered. How can this be happening in the northern territories? Their numbers surpass vermin, yet none ever exceeded the nascent soul realm. But if every single one of them can reach the innate realm, the entire immortal realm would collapse. Yi Fan gazes up at the sky, pondering, could it be the moon's doing? What game are the systems playing this time? Trying to manufacture a desperate crisis to pressure us. Ren Hai turns to Yi Fan for guidance. Little friend, in this situation how do we fight? Yi Fan suddenly bellows, come out, I know you're hiding nearby. Everyone on the ship is utterly baffled. A heartbeat later, a fireball erupts from the void. It plummets downward and annihilates the creatures on impact. When the fireball dissipates, a figure materializes standing before them. Ren Hai is startled. What manner of evil beast is this? Zai Bing gasps. A single strike wiped out all those demons. Its strength is incomprehensible. Hey, compared to the senior, this creature. The being drifts to a halt directly in front of Yi Fan and says, you still found me out in the end. With that, she transforms into the guise of a beautiful young woman and addresses him, my dearest friend. Yi Fan's eyes widen in shock. You're, De Hai. Qinglan, De Hai, you, she replies bashfully, dear friend, I know concealing my tracks was wrong of me, but you're this emotional. He suddenly shouts without an ounce of shame, wait, where's your thing? Qinglan, dear friend, that's rather uncouth of you. I've always taken the form of a sea maiden. She then lunges forward and wraps Yi Fan in a tight embrace to feel your warmth once more. It truly is wonderful, watching this. Nai's eyes brim with tears. Why do beautiful women keep appearing beside the senior? What's so different about it? Hearing this, Zai Bing muses aloud upon hearing those words. I believe that's the question I should be asking on behalf of my master. Yi Fan suddenly raises his voice at Qinglan without reason. What are you doing in this world? Don't tell me you've come to drag me back. Let me be clear, I'm not going back. Besides, I'm just an ordinary person. There's nothing I can help with. She's taken aback but replies gently, dear friend, why would I ever force you? After I became the eternal night demon sovereign in that world, a few days later those Taoist disciples annihilated your master's world. He turns away, so it was destroyed. Then it has nothing to do with me anymore. Qinglan wonders, why is dear friend's attitude so cold? Could something be affecting him? How could she? She turns to address the others, you are dear friend's companions. Allow me to guide you out of this spatial domain. Zai Bing pulls out her compass. Senior, do you know the way out? My compass. When I look closely, Zai Bing's face lights up, it's working again. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, the check-in system and the blood chicken system wander aimlessly. The blood chicken system asks, still haven't found the host. The check-in system holds up a compass and sighs, no luck. The boundary rift has been invaded too severely. Both systems slump in dejection. The blood chicken system suggests exchange fortune points for a radar upgrade. It's pricier, but the check-in system laments, we're flat broke. Neither of them notices the ship flying directly toward them from behind. By the time they spot it, it's too late. Host, great, the host is here. But they can't dodge in time. The ship plows straight into them. When they finally board the ship and face Yi Fan, both systems sport massive bumps on their heads. The blood chicken system whimpers, host. We're back, the check-in system calls out excitedly, host. Yi Fan narrows his eyes, you two aren't acting anymore. The check-in system blinks, acting what? Yi Fan fires back in anger, you know exactly what. You kept scheming, creating dangers, backing the people around me into a corner. I've put up with you two for far too long. Hearing such baseless accusations, the check-in system retorts furiously, "You have no conscience, host. We never set any traps, nor did we ever harm anyone near you. If I'm lying, then let the grand system delete my data 100,000 times, then throw me into a pitch-black cavern and destroy me completely." The blood chicken system chimes in to defend, "Host, listen. They're telling the truth. If we had harmed you, our efficiency ratings would plummet into the negative." Yifan softens check-in system, "Fine, I'll believe you two this once. Now explain, we did you two vanish?" The system responds cheerfully, "Host, it's like this. We were disrupted by a moon seed fragment from the dimensional debris, so we couldn't locate your existence." Yifan frowns, "Moon seed fragment." The check-in system explains, "It's something akin to a moon." Yifan, "This thing has a blocking function, useful." The blood chicken system adds, "Exactly. If something happened to you, we'd have no way of knowing." Yifan repeats, "This thing has a blocking function, truly useful." The check-in system echoes what the blood chicken system just said, If something happened to you, we wouldn't even know." At the back mountain of the Xian sect, Thichkai hides and mutters to itself, "Today marks the 15th day since I became a human cultivator's spirit pet. Ever since I followed this human cultivator, every single day has been excruciatingly boring. It grumbles in dejection day in and day out. All I do is watch this idiot cultivate, bring him his meals, or sit around drinking and talking nonsense. What prospects does this fool of a master even have?" But Thichkai has to admit still. "I'll give him this: the brat's cultivation base is at the mid-stage deity transformation realm. He's even stronger than the sect master." Yet it recalls the encounter with Fei Yi, "That madwoman raising dogs out there wants to mess with me, she wouldn't dare. Look at how furious she is. Come to think of it, this place isn't half bad. Back then it had taunted her right to her face, 'Come and kill me if you dare.' After mulling it over, it shouts, 'Wait, no. Long Thichkai, oh Long Thichkai. How far you have fallen,' Thichkai despairs. 'As a noble true dragon, you should roam the vast seas and soar through boundless skies. Resting upon sacred mountains and rivers, not live like some common spirit pet. Recalling its days as a mere house pet only deepens the misery. Content to stay cooped up in some cramped little dragon cave, eating vegetable soup and radishes boiled by that idiot master every single day.' Thichkai decides enough is enough, it's time to rise up and leave. No, today this lord is leaving. I can dissolve the contract unilaterally anyway. That fool can't control me. As long as I run fast enough, that madwoman will never find me. I have to escape," but while sneaking away, it runs straight into Yifan's group returning on their vessel. Yifan respectfully greets Zai Yun, "Master. I've returned," she beams with joy. "Good you're back. You brat, look at how thin and haggard you've gotten. You must be starving." Thichkai freezes at the scene before it. Humans that both its foolish master and the madwoman hold in the highest regard. Its eyes go wide as saucers, and cold sweat pours down its face as the realization hits. Wait, panic slams into it. The person standing behind Yifan is at the immortal ascension stage. There's even a heavenly immortal. Thichkai begins wailing in despair, "Any single one of them could dice me into skewered meat." Yifan casually introduces Qinglan to Zai Yun, "Master, let me introduce you. Thais is my close friend. Her name is Da Hai." She laughs and corrects him, "My name is Lan." Zai Yun fumes, "My dear disciple, where on earth did you pick up a woman?" All Qinglan does is cast a single cold glance at Thichkai, and the poor creature nearly wets itself in terror. What kind of monster is that? It scared this little one half to death. Terrified beyond all dignity, Thichkai abandons every last shred of pride and bolts straight back to its cave. "Noble my foot, from now on this lord is staying put and living as a worm." By now, the sun has climbed high into the sky, its radiance spilling across the ancient towers and grand halls. A voice echoes from within, Old Ma, Old Ma." Inside the building, a man lies sprawled over a table, dead to the world in a drunken stupor. Suddenly, two elders and another man materialize out of thin air. The man speaks up, "Sect Master, do not grieve." One of the old men adds his voice in consolation, "Sect Master, please restrain your sorrow. The Vice Sect Master surely wouldn't wish to see you in such grief." Vice Sect Master Ma Fen devoted himself wholeheartedly to the sect, and this is how it ended. That day must have been. Disturbed from his sleep, Tu Ren's eyes snap open with terrifying fury. He jerks upright. He raises his head and roars in rage, "What the hell are you consoling me for? That sissy is dead." I'm overjoyed beyond words. All three are struck completely dumb with shock. The man thinks to himself, were their relations really that bad? The brown-haired elder speaks up then with the vice sect master position now vacant. Whose turn is it? The silver-bearded elder refuses to be outdone. "I am a three-reign elder of this sect. Surely the right to lead falls to me." Two Ren toys with the command token in his hand, lounging cross-legged on his chair as a smug expression spreads across his face. "It seems none of you have any interest in avenging Ma Fen. Well, since Ma Fen is already dead, his death might as well have some value. We can't touch those bastards from the Myriad Beast sect, but the Xian sect, what are they? Just a couple of nascent soul stage cultivators, and they dare lord it over us." His expression darkens, growing utterly sinister and gloomy. He issues his decree, "Spread my command, summon the assassins from the demon-suppressing sect. Whoever brings me Yi Fan's head shall be handsomely rewarded." They bow as you command. Meanwhile, on Yi Fan's side, he is happily cooking away, humming to himself, "Today is a fine day for cooking." Suddenly, the check-in system materializes, shattering his good mood. It holds some kind of book and announces, "Host. Today's check-in has secured you a pill origins secret scripture. Please accept it." Yi Fan's face twists with irritation. "Do you ever read the room? Do you always have to pop up at the worst possible time and ruin my mood?" The system tosses the book onto the poor fellow, speaking with an air of utmost seriousness. "Host, this is an incredible treasure, if you can just master it. Alchemy. You could be like a famous pill, madam, respected and supported wherever you go." Yi Fan frowns, "But do I even have the spiritual power to refine pills?" The system concedes with a dejected sigh. "You have a point." It answers, "True enough." Yi Fan immediately snaps, "Throw it away. A book this thick, I wouldn't even use it to prop up my table legs." Before he can say another word, the system's expression turns melancholy. "Fine, then I'll throw it away." The check-in system sets off to discard the book. When out of nowhere, the grind system materializes and calls out, "You actually listen to him and throw things away." It looks utterly crestfallen. The check-in system replies, "Why not? Besides, the host always just chucks everything into the trash anyway." The chicken chopping system wears a sinister grin and hatches a scheme. "Then why not leave them for the other people in the sect? Sure, we can't give the host any direct profits, but we can at least squeeze out some value." The check-in system hears this and immediately agrees. "That's right, why didn't I think of that?" Yi Fan is busy cooking when Mayuan suddenly bursts through the door, shouting, "Yi Fan, dear nephew, are you free right now? Could you help me test some pills?" Seeing her arrive, both systems exchange sinister looks. The check-in system speaks first. "The perfect candidate just walked in." The chicken chopping system chimes in, "Speak of Cow Cow and Cow Cow arrives, just look at her." Yi Fan replies with visible annoyance, "Second elder, doesn't the alchemy hall already have people? Then why come to me to test pills?" Unlike him, Mayuan beams with joy. "There's no alchemy hall. Ever since Grandpa, it's been just me all along." Yi Fan stares blankly. "Huh. Then what the hell was the point of building an alchemy hall?" Suddenly, Mayuan grabs his arm and starts dragging him, chirping happily. "Yi Fan, dear nephew, you're always the kindest to my grandfather. Please just help me out." Seeing the situation, Yi Fan immediately resists, clinging to a pillar for dear life. There are so many disciples in the sect, go bother them. They keep tugging back and forth, Mayuan relentlessly persuading him, "No one has patience like you. If I want something done, you're the only one I'd ever come to." Hearing this, Yi Fan immediately refuses, shooting it down. "Nonsense, I'm just a mortal. I'm the least patient person alive." At once, the check-in system swoops in heroically to help, clutching a book in hand. "Host, leave it to me." It swings the book down with full force, whack right on top of her head. The blow lands squarely, sending Mayuan howling in pain, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "Taste the grace of knowledge." The system declares triumphantly. Mayuan lies sprawled on the ground, a ghastly red bump swelling on her forehead. Yi Fan looks at her anxiously. "Second elder, are you all right?" The check-in system cheerfully replies, "Relax, it's merely a minor theoretical stimulus to her brain, just a little tremor of inspiration." Suddenly, Mayuan's eyes fly open wide. She mutters breathlessly, "So much inspiration. Inspiration, I know how to refine pills now." Staring at the scene before him, Yi Fan is utterly stunned. He asks in rapid succession, "Second elder, are you all right? Maiyuan, still dazed and barely recovered, keeps mumbling, "Do you have paper and a brush? Quick, give them to me, I'm afraid the inspiration will fade." Yifan immediately replies, "There should be some, let me find them for you." Maiyuan sits at the desk, mountains of scattered paper piled behind her, her expression deadly serious as she furiously scribbles away at something. Yifan stands behind her, watching in awe. "Second elder, you write incredibly fast. You've filled an entire book in less than an hour." Lin Maiyuan immediately replies, "Of course, I am, after all, the most talented pill master in the entire Xian sect. Things like family recipes, I already have them all memorized." Sensing something off, she suddenly asks, "Wait, what did you just say?" Seeing her bewilderment, Yifan cheerfully deflects, "You misheard me." Meanwhile, the check-in system and the chicken chopping system begin murmuring among themselves. The chicken chopping system asks nervously, "Is what she wrote even thicker than the pill origin secret canon?" The check-in system replies, "Most likely she tacked on her own unauthorized scribbles too." The chicken chopping system responds, "Well then, aren't we completely doomed?" When she finishes writing, Maiyuan picks up the stack of papers, rises to her feet and says, "Yifan, dear nephew." She says with a mischievous glint in her eyes, "I have a few hundred pill formulas that all need verification. Come with me to test them." Yifan, utterly cornered and helpless, can only reply, "Second elder, are you absolutely determined to test me to death today?" Suddenly, someone walks in from outside. It is Ta Yan. He steps forward and asks, "Excuse me, is this the room of Yifan from the Xian sect?" Seeing his terrifying aura, both of them ask in unison, "You are out-of-body stage grand perfection." The man, his face twisted into a ferocious grin, introduces himself, "I am Grandmaster Ta Yan of the evil sect, just call me Ta Yan." He continues, "The one and only." Seeing him, Yifan secretly rejoices. Somion has come to break the deadlock. Wonderful, no more pill testing. But the man's expression turns vicious as he draws his sword. "So you are Yifan. This time I will absolutely not mistake you for someone else again." The check-in system frantically sounds the alarm. "Host, he's extremely dangerous, run now." The chicken chopping system responds with complete calm, "Shouldn't we be reminding the host to use our powers instead?" Maiyuan suddenly squeezes between them, shattering the tense atmosphere. She declares, "Wait just a moment, my dear nephew Yifan still has to test pills with me." Immediately, Ta Yan's attention is drawn to the stack of papers in her hands. He demands, "Let me see those." He examines the papers, and a brilliant golden light radiates from them. He exclaims, "Little girl, you are truly a genius." Maiyuan humbly replies, "Oh, not at all, it was merely a momentary burst of inspiration." He suggests with a sinister gleam, "The ability to transform ordinary pills into fierce poison pills. These bizarre formulas. Aren't there things here that inflict suffering worse than death itself?" She immediately snaps back in fury, "Don't you dare lump me together with the likes of you." "How about this?" Ta Yan excitedly proposes, "Little girl, why not let me be your pill tester? This body of mine feels restless if I don't ingest poison for even a single day." Maiyuan immediately refuses, her expression twisted in disgust, "Get lost. My pills are not meant for refining poisons." Scene shift. Renhai, he is currently thrashing those assassins senseless, toying with them without breaking a sweat. He ponders silently, strange. Why has the Xian sect attracted so many killers these past 2 days? But with that young friend's formidable strength, he should be able to handle it. Back to the ancient buildings nestled among towering peaks. From within, voices echo endlessly. A group of men chatter incessantly. One of them asks, "Well, has Grandmaster Ta Yan succeeded?" Another man, his face pale as though he'd seen a ghost, trembles. Violently drenched in cold sweat, "Grandmaster Ta Yan, he has defected to the enemy." The others hear this and jaws drop in unison, unable to believe their ears. Back at Maiyuan's place, is directing the pill refinement process, while Ta Yan himself is lounging inside the pill cauldron. Sighing in utter bliss, "These pills are incredibly, absolutely magnificent." At this moment, the man was absolutely livid. Clutching his communication jade, he roared, "Xianxia sect. What the hell are you people doing? Why has your master Zai Yan chosen to betray us?" Contrary to his fury, the voice on the other end replied cheerfully, "Sect Master knew. This is all a misunderstanding. He was merely a nominal elder of the Xianxia sect. I've always acted as I pleased. Who could have predicted?" The more the other party spoke, the angrier he grew. His knuckles whitened around the communication jade. "Just wait until our sect's old ancestor emerges. Then we'll see how you plan to explain yourself." Hearing this, the other end panicked instantly. No, whatever you do, don't tell your old ancestor. I'll summon the brothers from Minji Hall right away. His fury subsided slightly. Minji Hall. The voice continued, you know as well as I do Minji Hall is the most renowned assassin organization in our domain. A trump card. As long as they strike, I guarantee the heads of Zai Yan and Yi Fan will be delivered to the Taeyang Xing sect. He responded coldly, very well. I shall await your good news. Behind the Xian sect, beast roars echoed through the air. At this moment, Bai Tao and Fei Yi were together. Bai Tao held something in her hands and asked nervously, this actually counts as a spirit beast too. How did you, ahead is? Jinglan spotted Bai Tao, and a mischievous grin spread across her face. She crossed her arms. Well, I didn't expect you to show up at the Xian sect too, since you're in charge of caring for the spirit beasts. Strap one on if you've got the nerve. Fei Yi suddenly went playful, shoving Bai Tao forward from behind. Qinglan seethed with fury. Fei Yi said cheerfully, sister, I feel like you haven't had any screen time lately. Today's your turn to get some training. Bai Tao stammered in confusion, let me tie the rope on for her. Fei Yi held the nine-tailed spirit fox and another spirit beast in her arms, introducing them cheerfully. Look, I'm already raising two of them. You're only helping with one, isn't that easy? Bai Tao pointed nervously at Qinglan, who was absolutely livid. Easy, with that look on her face. She looks like she wants to. Fei Yi, blissfully oblivious, ignored the murderous aura behind her and waved dismissively, relax. Your cultivation base is far too low, she won't eat you. Bai Tao's face drained of color. She actually eats people. Suddenly, throwing knives hurtled toward Fei Yi from behind. She gripped her spear and spun around instantly. Who's there? The incoming projectiles shattered into fragments midair. A cold voice rang out, you don't need to know, you just need to die. Cultivation Soul Formation 5th Layer, Void Refinement 4th Layer, Xianxia Sect Minji Hall Assassins. Instantly, black-clad figures descended from above, crashing down toward Fei Yi and Bai Tao. Before the terrifying assassins, Bai Tao cried out, sister, these people, they look incredibly strong, we need to run. Oh. Fei Yi replied with a calm expression, no matter how strong they are, can their artifacts compare to mine? The black-clad leader raised his blade and barked the order, attack, now. Other black-clad figures also converged on the Xian sect's Grand Elder. They bellowed their sinister purpose, erase the Xian sect from the cultivation realm completely and utterly. Li Mingbai, clutching something in his arms, was also targeted by the swooping assassins. Huang Ru and Ren Hai were marked as targets as well. They descended like wolves among sheep, intent on slaughtering every last soul. The flower Yao was withering, its petals drooping lifelessly. It whimpered weakly, water, master, do you not need me anymore? Without water, I'll die of thirst. The long-neglected flower Yao had been forgotten for ages. Just then Yi Fan approached, carrying a bowl of something in his hands. Seeing him, the flower's lifeless form couldn't even muster words. It whispered, master, master, save me, I'm dying of thirst. Hearing the feeble cry, Yi Fan looked around for whoever was calling but found no one. He muttered, am I hallucinating? A flower in its death throes just called me master. Realizing it was the flower Yao, he stared at its withered state and cursed, damn it, how long has it been since I last watered this thing? Grabbing the bowl of soup in his hand, he poured it straight into the pot. He said with a mischievous grin, cold soup will have to do for now. Besides, it's got nutrients, shouldn't kill it. Suddenly, revived by the beast meat soup, the flower Yao burst back to life, completely rejuvenated. It exclaimed, beast broth, I feel alive again. At that moment, the system's check-in prompt chimed with an urgent warning, host. Friendly reminder, a massive wave of assassins has been detected heading toward Xianyu Peak. Evacuate immediately. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, it won't be like the silver-eyed Dio King last time. That thing. Suddenly, a figure wielding a sword shattered the window and burst inside, startling both Yi Fan and the flower Yao. The bowl slipped from his hands and clattered to the floor. In that dire moment, the system's auto-defense protocol trigger-read 100-layer silk cocoon shield technique deployed, forming a golden barrier around Yi Fan. His dwelling was now reduced to a heap of shattered debris. The intruder was none other than Zai Yan. Yi Fan rushed to the broken window in shock. My window. Meanwhile, Zai Yan sat on the ground and said cheerfully, young friend Yi, you won't blame me for bringing company, will you? Suddenly, the leader perched on the windowsill taunted, still worrying about your window, worry about your worthless life first. He was the hall master of Minji Hall. Spotting Zai Yan, he sneered with delight, and you, Xianto betray your sect over a single pill formula. You truly deserve death. Hearing this, Yan showed not a shred of fear. He hurled back curses, further enraging the leader. You imbeciles. All you know is slaughter. What the hell do you understand? I had an agreement with your sect master. If he failed to show by a certain day, he forfeited any right to obstruct me. The leader's fury erupted. He drew his razor-sharp sword and bellowed at his men, don't just focus on Yan, Yi Fan must die too. They responded in unison, yes sir. Immediately, Ren Hai, Huang Ru and Qing Lan descended from the rooftops. They spoke in thunderous unison, let's see who dares. The leader's face reddened, why are all of you here? Wait just a moment. Could it be that hundreds of brothers were needed to surround and kill them? Everyone in the Xian sect is dead. Huang Ru casts his spell, looking impossibly cool as he declares, you nascent soul cultivator 7, if there were thousands of you, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Qing Lan, unwilling to be outdone, blazes with overwhelming power, leave these enemies to me. Hearing this, the enemy leader turns deathly pale. This spiritual power, could it be that you're all tribulation transcension powerhouses? Ren Hai sneers with contempt, tugging the brim of his hat. Tribulation transcension. Don't underestimate us. Hearing those words, they already know their fate. The leader panics and immediately screams, everyone retreat. No. Huang Ru watches them scatter like startled rats. Where do you think you're running? The three of them give chase instantly, and Yan, eager for some fun, bolts after them. He shouts, hey you three, mind if I tag along? Yi Fan stands before the wreckage, his expression sorrowful. He stares at the pile of scrap metal and debris, letting out a long sigh. The house is destroyed beyond recognition. How am I supposed to live here? While Yi Fan is busy cleaning up, the system assistant approaches, offering to help. Host, I have a spirit recovery lamp here. How about giving it a try? Hearing this, Yi Fan grows irritated and immediately refuses. No. Stop bothering me. Undeterred, it cheerfully asks again, you really don't need it. This has nothing to do with the immortal path. He snaps furiously, no, quit pestering me. The flower demon watches the scene unfold and murmurs to itself, why is Master talking to himself? If only I could do something to help Master. Suddenly, its entire body turns golden. It leaps up joyfully and exclaims, that's it. I'll release some floral fragrance. Perhaps Master's mood will improve a little. The flower demon is overjoyed, not noticing that Zukai is staring at it and says, little fox sister, this flower smells incredible. The nine-tailed spirit fox responds with a dangerous glint in its eyes, indeed, big brother. Then it begins. They stare at the flower demon as if ready to devour it whole. The nine-tailed spirit fox sighs appreciatively, put this flower in the little bed and the little bed won't stink anymore. The flower demon wails, cursing heaven and earth. The flower demon screams, what do you want from me? The flower demon shrieks for help at the top of its lungs, its cries so deafening they echo across the entire Xian sect. Night falls. Beneath the gorgeous moonlight, the leader grips his sword with trembling hands, utterly terrified, his courage completely spent. He stammers, I warn you, even if we're weak, we still have our dignity. Ren Hai sneers dismissively, cut the drivel. Whose hands do you want to die in? The four of us are still waiting to earn our merit. Standing before these powerhouses blazing with overwhelming momentum on the other side, he has only a handful of men left. He trembles, is there truly no chance to atone for our sins? Hearing his plea, Ren Hai's side responds instantly, none. Suddenly, a strange scent drifts in from nowhere, assaulting everyone's nostrils. Catching the strange scent, Huang Ru frowns, what is that smell? Floral fragrance, the stench of corpses and the scent of earth. Ren Hai also catches it, astonished by the impossibly pure spiritual power laced within and what seems like a faint trace of heavenly Tao comprehension. Looking up, the nine-tailed spirit fox and Hu Jai are perched atop a blue coffin descending from the sky. Hu Jai shouts down, sister, look. We've brought the baby back. The black-clothed assassins gape at the sight. A coffin. Fei Yi looks up at the coffin and calls out, what did you two bring this time? Let me see. Inside the coffin, a fragrant aroma radiates out toward the same one everyone caught moments ago. Seeing so many towering figures gathered around, the flower demon clutches its head in sheer terror. A whole crowd of big shots surrounding me, about to. Everyone crowds around the flower demon, terrifying it even further. Cold sweat drenching its entire body. Qing Lan stares at it intently and remarks, a flower demon. Plant-type cultivators are nearly extinct in the upper realm. Yan chimes in, it even appears to possess innate spiritual intelligence. If nurtured properly, its cultivation talent wouldn't be inferior to any humans. At this point, Fei Yi walks over to Hu Jai and demands, "Where did you bring this flower from?" It obediently replies, "From Master's place." Master has been taking care of it too. Ren Hai, his expression serious, evaluates the situation, so it's the young master's treasured spirit pet. "Bringing this flower here, could it be that he wants us to all together nurture this flower demon?" Zai Yan responds, "I didn't expect someone so young to have such foresight." Noticing everyone let their guard down, the three black-clothed assassins begin plotting their escape. The purple-haired one whispers, "Boss, it looks like they want to turn us into fertilizer." The green-haired one adds, trembling, "They're not paying attention to us, let's sneak away." Before he finishes speaking, the cowardly leader has already bolted. "What the hell are we still waiting for? Run for it!" The two behind gape and shout after their boss. As he sprints, he feels something on his back. He grits his teeth. What the hell is this thing? The moment the words leave his mouth, a massive explosion of flames erupts with a thunderous boom. The blast launches him skyward, charring him black. The two below witness the scene, struck completely speechless with terror. Tears stream uncontrollably down their faces. The explosion was Qing Lan's doing. She admires her handiwork, blows on her fingertip, and looks impossibly cool. At this moment, Zai Yun comes to visit Yifan. She is utterly shocked to see the pile of wreckage before her and immediately asks her disciple, "Darling, how did your house end up destroyed like this?" Yifan, busy rebuilding his house, replies, "No choice. Too many assassins at the time, they trashed the place." Hearing his account, Zai Yun, standing behind him, offers a suggestion, "Precious disciple, how about you temporarily stay at the main peak? Put the important things aside for now." He finds it reasonable and agrees, "Might as well, there's no other choice." Yifan holds a box in hand, looking melancholy. "It seems like something my parents left me." Zai Yun hears this and is taken aback. "This is the little Kong and Yao left it for you." Hearing Zai Yun speak so knowledgeably about his parents, he remarks, "It's strange hearing you call them by such nicknames." Yifan opens the box, revealing a glowing necklace inside shaped like a chili pepper. He examines it and says, "They actually brought it. I thought they'd pass down the jade pendant as a family heirloom." Zai Yun asks, "This jade pendant is?" He strokes his chin in thought. "According to them, I've had it since birth. A passing grandmaster divined that whoever possesses this jade pendant is my future wife." Hearing about Yifan's future wife, she gasps in shock. Future wife. He recalls what his grandfather once said, "This is a Mandarin duck jade, you must believe me." Zai Yun begins, pouting sadly. He points at the Mandarin duck jade, dismissing this story of the stone nonsense. "Fooling my parents is one thing. Master, don't you blindly believe it either." He puts it back in the box. But in his heart, he starts pondering, "In every one of my lifetimes, I'm born ordinary. Then the system appears. But this jade stone from Zai Yun was there from the moment I was born." She snatches the box, making Yifan exclaim, "Don't, Master, what are you doing?" She replies with a playful grin, "Precious disciple, better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. This jade is very important to you, let me keep it safe for you." He's surprised, "Just like my family," given what she said. Yifan doesn't force the issue, "Whatever you want." She cradles the box, having achieved her goal. "Precious disciple, when you find your Tao companion, I'll return it to you then." Inside an ancient building, a voice thunders, "What?" A subordinate reports to the boss that the entire assassination squad has been wiped out. Yes, they even plummeted from the sky, flesh torn, bones shattered. Hearing this, the man erupts in fury, cursing a bunch of trash. And they dare call themselves the #1 assassin organization in the Eastern Wastes. They can't even take down a third-rate small sect. Tell the xianxia sect master to act personally, or I'll slaughter every last one of them. The subordinate speaks timidly, "That may not be necessary, sir." The subordinate recalls two men holding a sign. His face ashen, the xianxia sect master says Xian sect is a hidden powerhouse sect. They truly cannot afford to provoke them. Right now the entire mountain gate has been completely emptied. Rumor has it they even sold the sect's signboard to a woodcutter at the foot of the mountain. Hearing this, the man goes berserk. His blood energy erupts, sending the subordinate flying. He snarls, "Can't provoke my ass, bring me the painting of Yifan, I'll handle this personally." The subordinate, tears and snot streaming, "Yes, sir." A servant rushes in, clutching a painting, hears Yifan's portrait. He announces the sect master brought back the painting. Yifan is here. The boss takes the painting, his expression sinister. "Excellent. Suddenly his body morphs into a mysterious black mass terrifying the servant. Then limbs, hair, and features materialize one by one, transforming into a perfect replica of Yi Fan. HMPH, done. The other praises, no wonder you're the sect master. Just like that, transformed. Identical to Yi Fan himself, the boss smirks, haha, just wait until Yi Fan shows himself, watch me annihilate Xian's sect. But as he walks, a dog darts over and clamps onto his leg. He screams in agony, the dog yelps, meat, master. I wanna eat his meat, he curses, you wretched mutt, what the hell are you doing? The nine-tailed fox intervenes, hey, let go of him quick. Fei Yi looks mortified, Yi senior brother, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect you to come to the back mountain. She promises earnestly, next time, I'll definitely keep it on a tighter leash. Let me treat your wound first. He plays it cool, it's nothing, just a scratch, I have matters to attend to, so I'll head back to the peak first. The dog tilts its head and asks Fei Yi Jie, why does master smell so different today? Like beef. She murmurs, oh, the smell, the imposter seethes internally, damn it, bad luck right out the gate. I shouldn't have picked the back mountain as my first stop. What realm is this dog in? One bite and it shattered the bones in my leg. He stares at the void ahead, thinking he needs to find medicine. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on his shoulder. Kid, what are you doing here? He startles, how is this? Is it Tavierm? He stammers, it's nothing, just passing through, taking a look around. The old man steps closer and points at the wound on his injured leg, then asks, I see your leg is seriously hurt. You haven't treated it at all. He clutches his leg in alarm, Grandmaster, you normally refine poison pills. I wouldn't dare let you treat me. The old man beams, hee, I didn't expect you to know me so well. The old man locks eyes with him, then points straight at Yuan and explains, I know you can't trust mean outsider like you. But you can trust your second elder, can't you? He advises, I'll give her some pointers. I guarantee that within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you'll be walking on air. Yuan rushes over with a mysterious pill bottle and reassures him, don't worry, I have improved all of the sect's medicinal pills. Cold sweat beads on his forehead as he thinks, walking on air, doesn't that mean I'm dead for sure? She continues, this medicine is 3 to 4 times more potent than the last batch. He protests desperately, do you not understand what I'm saying? I told you I don't need treatment. Yuan grabs the pill bottle and pours the contents straight into his mouth. Wah man with 3 mothers. What is this stuff? Just swallow it already. His eyes roll back white. He trembles violently, he's so terrified he imagines himself being tossed into a soup pot alongside horrifying pink creatures. Dear guest, your lavish dinner is now served. What's for dinner? She points at the pot with a terrifying grin, right here, braised beef sausage stew. He recoils in sheer horror. He screams, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Just then, Renhai walks past. Little friend, are you all right? He startles, you scared me half to death, so it was just a dream, you're Renhai. Renhai lifts him up effortlessly. He forces a laugh, ah, I remember no less time after taking the medicine, I was a bit out of it. Renhai asks with concern, I heard from Fei Yi that your leg was injured. Is it healed now? He blinks, my leg, then pretends, wow, incredible. I didn't expect Tavierm and the second elder's medicine to actually work this well. He thinks it actually healed. Renhai beams, that's wonderful. Little friend, this is today's task schedule, I've arranged everything for you. He turns, let me see that. Morning task, prepare breakfast for master and senior sister. 2-hour afternoon nap. Evening, prepare dinner for senior sister, then go fishing and stock the pond. Note, master has never eaten braised beef noodles. So tonight you must make this dish. His expression turns eerily sinister. You've all seen through it already, haven't you? Renhai is baffled, seen through what? Suddenly the imposter grabs a knife and lunges, it's the ox assassin. Renhai dispatches him with a single kick, sending him soaring onto the rooftop. He shrieks in terror. Renhai had suspected his scheme, but wasn't certain. I thought it was just misacting strange. But I never expected you're truly an imposter. Huang Ru glares at him accusingly, how dare you impersonate someone? That face of yours really deserves a beating. Qinglan glares at him, holds back a breath, then declares she'll turn him into flower fertilizer. He wonders, are these 3 all tribulation transcendence cultivators, Nothier 3 immortals? His eyes widen in terror, no wonder the xianxia sect was so terrified they disbanded. What kind of monstrous sect is this? Renhai charges in with a punch, take this. He scrambles back in fear, eyes darting to a golden ring in front of him. What scheme is this? Wrong move. Ren Hai turns to face him trying to run. Huang Ru erupts in fury because he's clutching her bracelets holding her butterfly illusory bracelet. My illusory bracelet. At the same time, Zai Yun and Yi Fan are strolling through the forest. Zai Yun remarks, I didn't expect the sect master's duties to be so hectic, but she's truly generous on outing and she spent 200,000. Top-grade myriad spirit challenge stones no less. Yi Fan mature. Zai Yun continues, precious disciple, from now on you'll go out more often. Who knows, you might make some fellow Taoists. Sounds reasonable. Hearing the commotion, she says, don't. The two turn around as a voice cries out, stop, don't run. Zai Yun points at the imposter, stunned. There's another person who looks exactly like my precious disciple. Yi Fan says flatly, where's the resemblance? There's obviously no resemblance whatsoever. The pursuers shout from behind, imposter, don't you dare escape. The shapeshifter dashes to Zai Yun, master, save me. Seeing someone dressed identically to Yi Fan, she looks left, then right, bewildered, precious disciple. But he's clearly dressed like Yaoven, the face is carved to look identical. Yi Fan sees his master's confusion and sighs, master. Your eyes really need checking. The imposter lunges and grabs his shoulder, then unleashes the shape-shifting shadow technique. The two spin in dizzying circles while Zai Yun watches, jaw dropped. After a while, both collapse onto the ground. Ren Hai appears out of nowhere, damn, so it was just the little friend messing around. Really? Fei Yi chimes in as well. This is getting annoying, should I let the dog loose again? The imposter, battered and bruised, points at Yi Fan, you, who the hell are you? Why are you impersonating me? Master, deal with him immediately. This person was definitely sent by some sect with a sinister plot. Yi Fan blinks me. Zai Yun's head is spinning, utterly unable to tell them apart. Meanwhile, the two mini-systems are also bickering. The evaluation system turns to the other, indignant system. Are they blind? The fake one is obviously so hideous, how can they not tell the difference? The check gold system doesn't bother explaining. Instead, it pulls out two guns and asks, come on, tell me which weapon here is the 98K. The evaluation system immediately responds, confused, aren't these two the same thing? Seeing this, it speaks up, now you understand why you couldn't recognize it, don't you? At this moment, the imposter clings to Zion's leg, pretending to wail, master, what are you still hesitating for? Don't you believe your disciple is your treasured apprentice? She immediately shoves the infiltrator aside. Her conclusion resolute, no, my treasured disciple would never panic like this. Who exactly are you? He snarls in frustration, so I've been found out. The infiltrator's gaze turns razor sharp, and he instantly reverts to his true form. He seizes Zion by the throat and threatens, even if you've seen through me, so what? You're merely at the nascent soul realm. She fails to react in time and is caught in his grip. Yi Fan grows anxious. Can someone call for master? Ren Hai also speaks up, this is bad, the junior's master has been captured. The infiltrator points at him and warns, don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. He doesn't dare act rashly and can only ask, what do you want? The infiltrator sees him complying and thinks, so he really won't dare make a move. It seems this woman, though fragile, is still quite important. Thinking this, he presses his advantage and lays out his terms, if you don't want her to die, then let me leave. Otherwise, I'll strip her bare right now and ravage her until she dies before your very eyes. Hearing his utterly despicable words, the evaluation system declares, extremely furious. This man deserves death. His voice alone is enough to make one's skin crawl. The system scolds. Jing refuses to sit idle either, flinging out a talisman, you dare bully those around my host. I'll inflict blood venom upon him. He'll never be able to touch anything ever again. The infiltrator continues to choke Zion, slowly lifting her body off the ground. Suddenly, boils erupt across his own body. In his terrified eyes, he immediately releases her and collapses, clutching himself as he screams, it hurts so much. What in the world just happened? Over here, someone pries open the lid of a container. She points inside and asks the old man, have you seen where my Chong Nguyen pill went? No. Zai Yan clasps his hands behind his back, peers inside and replies, I nearly forgot, I already refined it into a blood ginseng pill. She frowns, then that blood ginseng pill. Where is it now? He answers with a smug grin, I fed it to someone. There was an imposter who tried to sneak into the sect. But unfortunately, I saw right through him. So the infiltrator ended up like this because Zai Yan was the mastermind all along. The infiltrator trembles with rage, powerless to do anything, cursing silently in his heart, that damned Zai Yan. That damned Xian sect, I will never let this go. He then pulls out a golden bracelet and a necklace set with a blue diamond. Seeing those items, Huang Ru recognizes them with delight. Those are my magic treasures. Fei Yi beside her can only sigh helplessly. You really do lose your equipment far too often. Yi Fan wastes no words, snatching the items straight from his hands. These belong back with their rightful owner. The imposter is utterly stunned. He actually seized a magic treasure, unleashing immortal power, with his bare hands. The two little systems behind him laugh with glee. You are truly an imbecile. This is the power of our system. Though somewhat frightened, the infiltrator still puts on a bold front and threatens, hand back the magic treasure at once. I'm warning you, the supreme elder of the Taiyangxing sect is at the peak of tribulation transcension. He is monitoring everything. If I fail to contact him, he will slaughter every last one of you. Yi Fan remains utterly unfazed, his voice calm. In that case, go ahead and contact him for me. Hearing this, the infiltrator cautiously produces a blue jade token and speaks smugly, just you wait. Prepare to meet your due. Suddenly, the jade shatters to pieces before his bewildered eyes. A voice announces, hello. The other party has destroyed the voice transmission jade token. Please use an alternative method of contact. Thank you. The infiltrator realizes he has been cast aside and roars in fury, you accursed old fool. I have served you for nearly 1,000 years, and this is how you treat me. Qing Lan steps forward, scythe in hand, and speaks with open impatience. Are you done talking? If you're done, then it's time to become fertilizer for the flowers. He screams in desperation. No. On another front, inside a system space, Bai Jia stands before a locked data segment. She touches it and murmurs, this is information on Yi Fan's 99 past lives. Damn it. Why is so much of the content locked? The monitoring eye nearby issues a warning. First warning system. Bai Jia is forbidden from viewing the transmigrator's information. She retorts, challenging the grand system, you don't dare manage me. How dare you presume to manage me? It issues a second warning. She ignores it entirely and continues, fine, just tell me the method to bypass this. It responds, upload your consciousness into the void. It will take approximately 4 minutes to unlock the system. Baijia mutters under her breath, what a pain, how troublesome. Uploading, watching the data stream in, she whispers, I'm finally in. So much data. Suddenly, a piece of data catches her eye. Baijia reaches out, let me touch it. Wait, what is this key? Locked at level 20. Let me try changing it. From behind, something suddenly materializes. Colossal, the monitoring eye command sees her. In an instant, the bizarre entity snatches her up. Bai Jia. Her body shatters to pieces within the creature's maw. Light floods into the room through the window. Yi Fan stretches and wakes up. The system excitedly announces today's signing has been completed successfully. It brings him a rather large pill, speaking non-stop, host, I helped you complete today's signing. The reward is the Dragon Origin pill. It can upgrade you from the mortal realm all the way to tribulation transcension. There is also a 5% chance of triggering a critical breakthrough directly to celestial immortal. The evaluation system beside it, unable to comprehend, asks, why do you keep doing these useless things? When the time comes, the host will use it. It merely laughs it off and says it's just a trivial matter. As usual, letting the host know what rewards await. Who knows, perhaps one day, the host will finally come around. Yi Fan suddenly speaks up, system, give me the Dragon Origin pill. The system is stunned upon hearing this, It clicks its tongue in utter disbelief. Not having heard clearly, it blurts out, rejected. Fortunately, the luck-type item doesn't take up warehouse space. But mere seconds later, realization slams into it and it is utterly shocked. Wait, host, what did you say? Yi Fan repeats, I agree to cultivate. During this period of going against you all, I've truly wronged you. The responsibility system places the Dragon Origin pill into his hand. Asking in confusion as it does, host, you didn't hit your head last night, did you? The evaluation system turns to the inquiry system. We didn't accidentally pick up the wrong host yesterday, did we? It replies, how could that be possible? Don't all counterfeits revert to their original form? The evaluation system remains thoroughly puzzled. Then why did the host suddenly change his ways? But it has no way of knowing either. Yi Fan takes the pill and immediately places it in his mouth. In that instant, a beam of golden light carrying a colossal surge of power erupts and envelops his entire body. Supercritical Hithi's cultivation base rockets to the 6th level of the celestial immortal realm. The concealment system witnesses this spectacle utterly dumbfounded. Am I seriously not dreaming right now? The host actually started cultivating. The evaluation system comforts it from the side system. The bitterness has finally passed. In the great hall of the Xian sect, Zai Yun sits upon the sect master's throne and addresses the assembled elders. The Taiyang sect has acted in such a manner. How should we retaliate? A male elder moves to dissuade her. Such retaliation seems somewhat inappropriate. After all, the other side possesses a peak void refinement cultivator. However, Grand Elder immediately interjects. Retaliation is absolutely necessary. It's just that we don't know Yifan's true strength. If not, having the Taiyang sect pay some compensation would suffice. Yuan agrees with her as well. Sect master, we've already thrashed them thoroughly. Why bother with all that? Go for the throat. Yifan suddenly appears from seemingly nowhere and reassures his master, Master, don't worry about such matters. I've already arranged everything properly. She is surprised it's done already. My precious disciple, what exactly did you do? He answers with calm composure and unwavering confidence. I sent Qinglan to slaughter every last cultivator and spirit beast of the Taiyang sect. She should be able to return within the hour. As it turns out, he had previously gone to ask her for a favor. I need you to grant me one request. Zai Yun is both shocked and worried. What? My precious disciple, do you even know how many people a great sect like the Taiyang sect has? The Grand Elder chimes in. It's a super-tier sect. In that case, their numbers rival an entire nation. She sighs softly. That scale is simply too terrifying. Yifan glances at her. Master, is this truly all the ambition you possess? He crosses his arms and speaks solemnly. Master, I have one principle. Facing obstacles, the heart must be ruthless enough. With your constant hesitation, you can never truly command the situation. Zai Yun is taken aback. I can't be a good sect master. She suddenly catches herself and exclaims, that's not right. She waves her hand. My precious disciple, if you do this, your Tao heart will suffer the backlash of inner demons. He remains nonchalant. So what? It's not like I'm the one doing the killing personally. Zai Yun still firmly opposes. My precious disciple, I don't agree. Call Qinglan back right now. Suddenly, Yifan's voice turns ice cold, carrying a chilling edge. Master, are you giving me an order? She responds, my precious disciple, I am trying to save you. In an instant, everyone in the great hall collapses to their knees, all except Yifan, who remains standing alone. The two little systems huddle together in terror. The evaluation system cries, System, what do we do? The host isn't about to slaughter his own master, is he? The death system replies in a panic, I have the exact same feeling. Something catastrophic is about to happen. Someone is pulling the ambition value down, and the effect is immediate. Yifan seems to calm back down. He scratches his head, turns away, and mutters, come to think of it, there's really no need to go through all that trouble. Isn't it enough to just live a comfortable life? Now I just need to be a salted fish in the sect every day. That's more than enough. Why would I create unnecessary pressure for myself when there's no reason to? Everyone stares wide-eyed at his sudden U-turn. The Grand Elder lets out a sigh of relief that scared me half to death. I thought Yifan was about to turn against the sect master. The male elder wonders aloud, what is Yifan's current cultivation level? Why can't I see through him at all? Yuan says in fear, just now, I nearly thought something terrible was about to happen. Zai Yun immediately speaks up, then I'll send word to Qinglan right away. Cancel this slaughter. The two systems see this and embrace each other, crying tears of joy. Thank the heavens, the host gave up. We were nearly done for. Meanwhile, a peculiar thought surfaces in Zai Yun's mind. So that was my precious disciple's rebellious phase. He was clearly only slightly stronger, and yet I yielded just like that. But he still agreed with me in the end. My precious disciple truly is adorable. In the system space, the squandering system extends its hand. It crushes the surveillance eye, causing it to emit disjointed, glitching sounds as its functions collapse. Stripped of its ability to kill her, she grips it tight and snarls through gritted teeth. You bit my head, didn't you? You gnawed at my body. Didn't you, you filthy, disgusting thingy? She sneers and demands, you actually dared to move against me. You are courting death. Who gave you your orders? If you won't talk, then die for me. Though far from intact, it remains fiercely loyal and refuses to break. The squandering system knows this well and merely smiles. Then, as expected, the surveillance eye self-destructs. It shatters to pieces. She watches the explosion with a faint smile, thinking silently, knowing full well this monster can't be killed. I released it. Yet it chose to self-destruct without telling me a single thing. Not a single piece of intelligence. The purpose was likely to buy time. Erasing all intelligence on Yi Fan, it seems the secrets he harbors run far deeper than I imagined. The squandering system then tears open a spatial black hole and murmurs to herself, "It seems I need to warn them. I must be on guard against the other systems." Back in his room, Yi Fan sits on his bed and rests his chin in his hand, puzzled. Strange. I clearly don't want to cultivate, so why did I suddenly develop wild ambitions to gain cultivation and unify the world this morning? I even developed killing intent toward Master. He eyes the two systems' dopey expressions and mentally rules them out. They definitely don't have that kind of ability. Otherwise, I would have started cultivating ages ago, not dragged it out this long. He judges that they both look utterly clueless. Yi Fan calls out to the system's system, "Check-kin, you there?" Check-kin raises its hand eagerly, "Present host, any orders?" The evaluation system chimes in, refusing to be outdone, "I'm here too, you know." His next words catch everyone off guard, "Help me cripple my cultivation." That single, casual sentence leaves both systems with their jaws hanging open. They rush to stop him. "Host, don't be rash, please think it over." He explains calmly, "I'm not being rash. I've said it before. Etha's life I have no intention of cultivating." The evaluation system sighs, "That's true. I've never heard the host say that before." Seeing the systems refuse to help, Yi Fan raises his hand, ready to do it himself. "Won't help. Then I'll just cripple my own cultivation." Check-kin clicks its tongue, still trying to persuade him, "Host, don't do something foolish. If you damage your heaven-following Dao body, cultivating later will be a nightmare." The evaluation system echoes in agreement, "That's right, host. If you revert to a mortal and it leaves behind lingering injuries, that would be a disaster." Suddenly, a strange beam of light shoots straight toward his heart, startling both systems so badly their mouths fall open. Check-kin panics, "Host, are you all right?" Yi Fan checks his own body and replies, "I'm fine." The evaluation system mutters, "Could it be hidden injuries?" A spatial rift cracks open before them. The spendthrift system steps out and declares, "What are you all thinking? I merely sealed the host's cultivation for you." Check-kin thrusts out its hand, displeased, "Hey, spendthrift system, you're making decisions on your own. He's my host." The evaluation system chimes in, "I also feel your behavior has crossed a line." Yi Fan is utterly confused. "Seal my cultivation? I want to completely cripple it. Cut off cultivation entirely." She smiles and replies, "Keep this cultivation. When the critical moment comes, you can use it to protect the people around you. Wouldn't that be better?" The spendthrift system continues, "I know what you're thinking." She lists everything he has been through. "You're afraid of attracting powerful enemies, afraid of bringing disaster to those around you, and afraid of being sold out by the system, turned into a sacrifice for some evil god." The spendthrift system draws closer and advises, "But you should know the saying, don't fear the villain bringing a blade to your door, fear only that you have no gun in your hand. I suggest you think carefully." Check-kin stands guard, "Don't you dare pull any tricks." She walks over to the two systems and says, "Follow me into the spatial dimension. We'll talk there." All three step inside and the spatial rift seals shut behind them. They enter a strange space filled with asteroids. At its center lies a bizarre polygon, encircled by two rings of light. Surveying the interior, Check-kin asks curiously, "This place is?" The spendthrift system answers, "This is a pocket dimension I created to prevent eavesdropping." It flinches, "Eavesdropping? Who are you guarding against?" She opens a data device while answering seriously, "I'm not sure either. This is the data I've gathered. 6 of them are systems that have been with Yi Fan." The too many systems grab the device, reading it wide-eyed and exclaiming, "There's even a humanoid system, and the famous invincible domain system. What? Even the talent copy system is in here." She explains the difficulty of assisting Yi Fan is rated hell level. No telling how many systems have fled from the job, and yet only you two fools volunteered. Check-kin's face falls in shock. "Can't be helped. I didn't know the host would be this hard to serve." The spendthrift system crosses her arms and declares, "This isn't about serving him. Someone is targeting him." Check-kin asks, "Targeting the host? Who?" She answers, "As I said, I don't know. But one thing I can confirm is that the enemy has embedded a spy within the system. It startles embedded a spy, she confirms yes. And they even launched an attack against me. The evaluation system's eyes well up as it whimpers, I can't believe I got dragged into something this terrifying right after graduating. Mama, your child is in deep trouble. Check-kin, still possessing a sliver of rationality, grows suspicious. Spendthrift system, why do you care so much about our and our host's affairs? Is it really just for a bit of fortune points? She answers calmly, at first, I was just dragged in by Lord Zai Tin to cover his shift. The fortune points she left behind have already hit the cap, I can't even spend them all. Earning a few fortune points is just for fun. The two systems are stunned, fortune points you can't even spend. Is this what the life of the rich looks like? Suddenly, the spendthrift system's tone shifts, roars in fury. Some bastard dared to attack me and succeeded in ambushing me. This is a direct face slap to the Star Lord. In Thisthi's grudge I absolutely will not swallow. I won't rest until I've dragged the mastermind behind this into the light. As for Yi Fan, I'm helping him, no question. The two mini-systems tremble and cling to each other at the sight. Without another word, she immediately instructs them, be wary of the systems on the other side. They may very well be the enemy, protect your host well, he is the key. Check-kin nods in agreement, all right, I'll remember that. When the two systems return, Yi Fan is fishing by the stream. Seeing them come back, he asks, what were you all talking about? The evaluation system opens its mouth to blurt everything out. But Check-kin stops it in time, covering its teammate's mouth and making up an excuse, nothing, just chatting. That's all. Yi Fan doesn't press further and continues placing his catch into the basket. Check-kin confidently raises a hand and says, right, host. Have you noticed anything suspicious around you? Tell me and I'll eliminate it for you. He rests his chin on his hand, suspicious. Well, actually yes. It asks eagerly, what is it? Where is it? He looks straight at it and replies, isn't it you? Check-kin pouts, host, I'm being dead serious with you and you're cracking jokes. He replies, who's joking? You appeared out of nowhere, bound yourself to me out of nowhere. However I think about it, you seem suspicious. Suddenly, Check-kin senses something, unknown entity detected outside recording range. Could the enemy have appeared this quickly? Activate full defense mode. Yi Fanny's there really something out there. Immediately, both systems grab their weapons and charge forward with full fighting spirit. Check-kin shouts, get him. No matter who the opponent is, I'll beat them into kneeling. Then force her to be our shop slave. One wields a net, the other wields a rake. Together they charge toward the bushes. But before they can strike, Yi Fan steps in and blocks them both. I don't need any shop slave, don't catch the wrong person. Suddenly he exclaims in surprise, second senior sister. Yi Fan picks up the teapot. He pours tea and says politely, second senior sister, please have some tea. She responds courteously, thank you, little junior brother. Check-kin mutters, baffled, so she's the host's second senior sister. How strange, you don't I have any impression of her at all. The evaluation system observes there's a massive difference between her and the other members of the Xian sect. Yi Fan asks, second senior sister, tell me, are you here? Second senior sister blows on her teacup and explains all the fish in the back mountain of Xinyu Peak were raised by me, but since little junior brother likes fishing so much, I had no choice but to stock some extra fry and fingerlings. Yi Fan scratches his head sheepishly, so those fish were raised by second senior sister. He recalls the image of his overflowing fish basket. Truly. I'm sorry about that. She doesn't hold a grudge and replies, it's fine. Today little junior brother actually noticed me, so I'm quite happy. He suddenly asks second senior sister, tell me, do you have some kind of hidden illness? She's taken aback, little junior brother can see that. Yi Fan crosses his arms and recounts, I once discussed the senior sisters with master. Ever since third senior sister joined the sect, I've never once met you. He recalls an image. Zai Yun stammering when mentioning second senior sister, Zai Qing, what does she look like, you say? He continues, when master tried to describe you, she couldn't remember your face or figure. I thought master was just getting old and muddled. Seeing second senior sister's unrecognizable form, he murmurs, so it turns out I was the one who misunderstood. Master, Zai Qing's current form looks like a giant faceless sheep. She says sadly, little junior brother, your words really do sting. Yi Fan turns and whispers to the system, do you know what happened to my second senior sister? It waves its hand and begins to explain, host. Your senior sister is most likely suffering from a deep surface syndrome, or what I'd call a boundary disorder NPC syndrome. Let me elaborate. It launches into a detailed lecture without pause. The root cause is an extremely low sense of existence. On top of that, she lacks both a recognizable appearance and a name, rendering her invisible to the heavenly Tao's observation and records. Over time, the target gradually forgets their own appearance until they forget their very existence. Yifan asks softly, so that proves my name is actually really famous, right? Basically, it can be found everywhere. Then he says to the system, now that I've seen it, I can't pretend I don't know. So do you have any way to help my senior sister? It grins and replies, if you're talking about an item, I don't have one on hand, but given time, I'll check the Commerce Hall. The evaluation system asks Commerce Hall, but you don't have enough fortune points to exchange. It cheerfully pulls out a wallet. What era are we in that someone doesn't know about a slush fund? The evaluation system silently prays that the spendthrift system won't find out about this. Yifan asks again, if there's no item, is there any other method? This time, the system answers seriously, your second senior sister's condition is a bit severe. It seems the only path left is to become famous throughout the realm. He furrows his brow. How does one even become famous under heaven? The system eagerly pipes up with a solution. Either your second senior sister's cultivation reaches the level of immortal emperor, or she becomes a child of fortune acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. Hearing this answer, Yifan feels utterly helpless. Just listening to it already sounds impossible. Then it continues. It quickly tries to soothe him. Actually, it's not that difficult, is it, host? You yourself are a child of fortune, who knows? You might just turn the whole situation around. Yifan looks toward her and makes his decision. Fine, I'll give it a shot. After all, she is my senior sister. Resting his hand on a teacup, he proposes, senior sister, would you like to go out and make a name for yourself with me? Meanwhile, the flower demon is basking in sunlight, water, and the abundant star energy. It dances joyfully and exclaims, so much spirit nectar overflowing, more, give me more. Huang Ru strokes it and praises, this little flower seems quite fond of you. If you could cultivate into human form, you'd be such an adorable child. Huang Ru points at it, thinking with regret. However, this type of flower grows far too slowly. Why don't I give it a bit of immortal power? She immediately extends her hand and touches the flower demon. In a remote mountain range, two figures, one fat, one thin, appear, riding clouds to survey the area. The fat man leans on his staff and speaks. The spiritual energy here is paper thin, and the peak is shrouded in fog. How could a true dragon possibly linger in such a desolate place? He is none other than the Grand Elder of the Divine Dragon Clan, Li Chengsheng. And beside him stands the third elder of the Divine Dragon Clan, Li Zundao. Zundao answers with absolute certainty, without a shadow of a doubt. Someone previously reported that traces of an immortal's passage have appeared here. Chengsheng sneers, immortal traces. You actually believe in such nonsense? Looks like this trip was a complete waste of effort. Zundao grows somewhat displeased. If you don't believe it, no one's forcing you. You came here on your own. Suddenly, an enormous azure light erupts before their eyes. Both lock onto it instantly, exclaiming in shock, immortal power, that's actually immortal power. Chengsheng's eyes light up. He says excitedly, if we find an immortal, even without seeing the true dragon, it would still be worth the trip. Zundao grins smugly. So do you trust my intel now? The light vanishes. Both swiftly ride their clouds in pursuit, shouting the aura has disappeared. Could the immortal have gone into hiding? Why is there a small sect right over there? Let's ask. The two descend into a vegetable garden where Li Mingbai is diligently pulling up carrots. Zundao clears his throat and steps forward. Young man, have you witnessed any extraordinary phenomena nearby? Sensing someone's presence, he turns around. Li Chengsheng loses his composure. He frowns and jabs his staff toward the boy's face. Nonsense. Besides you, is there anyone else here? Mingbai retorts without missing a beat. What an attitude. Why should I tell you anything? Chengsheng grows even more furious, thrusting his staff forward and bellowing, how dare you talk back to me? Do you know who I am? Unflinching, Mingbai crosses his arms and replies, I don't care who you are. With that attitude, you're getting nothing out of me. Zundao rushes to mediate, raising his voice enough, stop picking on a junior, but Chengsheng remains utterly insufferable. He charges forward with his staff raised and roars, you are courting death. Mingbai's eyes widen in shock. Suddenly, from behind him, a burst of azure light brimming with immortal chi erupts. Tijai surges to his side with a fierce, domineering presence and bellows. How dare you? You're merely from the Divine Dragon Clan, and you dare presume to lord over my master. looking for a beating. Both old men from the Divine Dragon clan simultaneously gape in disbelief. A true dragon. The colossal shadow of the dragon blots out the light above their heads. They crane their necks upward and gasp. A true dragon. The true dragon actually resides within him. We've brought disaster upon ourselves. The colossal body crashes down to the ground with a thunderous boom. The rotund Tijai confronts the two old men and asks, your getup. Could you possibly be from the Divine Dragon clan? Seeing this, the two old men harbor doubts in their hearts. Is this chubby worm really the true dragon? It looks nothing like what we saw in the ancient paintings. The reason for its plump physique, it's been gorging itself lately on thick, hearty stews. Assassins. The two old men set aside their doubts and directly ask True Dragon Lord, why does your grace reside in a place like this? It answers, he's the one who raises me. What do you have to say about that? Hearing this, both old men's jaws drop. What? The True Dragon Lord. What exactly does your grace see in him? It silently thinks of Zhensu, then answers aloud, probably the sense of peace in my heart. Then it recalls Qinglan and the others. Zundao bows deeply and speaks reverently to Mingbai. According to our clan's rules, the one chosen by the true dragon must undergo the patriarch selection trial. For now, we can only invite this young friend and the Dragon Lord to visit the Divine Dragon clan. Though Chang Sheng finds the boy disagreeable, he has no choice but to comply. Fine, we'll do it this way. Mingbai stammers. Tijai turns to persuade him. Master, just agree to it. The Divine Dragon clan reveres me greatly. Once we arrive, whatever resources you desire, they'll provide them. Mingbai thinks discontentedly, become the patriarch of some backwater clan. Just hearing about it already sounds like a hassle. What benefit could compare to freeloading off senior brother Yi every day? But if this is such a great opportunity, wouldn't missing it be a loss? Then Mingbai suddenly thinks of something and slaps his palm. That's right, I can ask senior brother Yi. Senior brother Yi can divine the heavenly secrets with peerless skill. If he says it's fine, then there's no harm in going. Thinking this, he quickly turns to leave. Waving his hand and calling back to the two elders, I'm going to find someone to discuss this with. You two wait here, Changsheng blurts. Discuss? Don't tell me it's his master or something. Zundao frowns in annoyance, and he's making us wait. Meanwhile, at the alchemy pavilion, a massive explosion erupts. A corner of the pavilion's roof blasts apart. Yifan walks over to Zai Qing and asks helplessly, second senior sister, are you all right? She lies sprawled on the ground, trembling as she replies, I'm fine. It's just that the pill refinement failed. Outside the door, Yuan and Zai Yan peek in to check on her situation. Yuan asks Yifan suspiciously, what exactly are you using my alchemy room for? Zai Yan chimes in, young friend. Even though your talent is extraordinary, what you accomplish in a few months here equals what a normal cultivator achieves in hundreds of years. She also advises him, but alchemy is an entirely different discipline. Recklessly researching it won't get you anywhere. If you want to learn, come find me. I guarantee that if I teach, you'll learn. Hearing their words, Yifan simply replies, alchemy, pass. I have no interest in alchemy. Leaving the two to prop up the crumbling section of roof. He turns back, wraps his arm around Zai Qing's waist and comforts her second senior sister. Why don't you try a different approach? If you could reach a realm no one has ever achieved before, who knows, you might be remembered by the world. Zai Qing replies sorrowfully, maybe I should just give up. I don't have the cultivation talent to grow stronger with every blow like eldest senior sister. Nor do I have the unique sword insights of third senior sister. She sighs again, and during this time, you've seen it all yourself. Whether it's alchemy, martial arts, mental cultivation, or zither arts, not a single one meets the standard. Zai Qing recalls how, when Yifan brought her before Renhai, he kept glancing around, asking who the student was and whether they'd arrived. Or when he took her to meet Huang Ru and she stared in surprise. At Zai Qing Sr., you mean you want me to teach her mental cultivation? Even when he brought her to meet Qinglan, she was still rejected. Friend, my cultivation method is suited for spirit beasts, not for your senior sister. Zhu Yue was even worse. While practicing cooking, catastrophe struck. The fish in the wok of hot oils splattered everywhere. The system whispers to Yifan, host, trying to improve your senior sister this way makes it nearly impossible for the heavenly Tao to even glance at her. The evaluation system chimes in, I suggest the host employ some more radical measures, they might prove effective. Yifan asks curiously, radical measures. The evaluation system eagerly pushes the idea, confess to your second senior sister. you are a son of heaven. After the confession, she could become the female lead, and you'd. Yifan is slightly taken aback. The fake gold system chimes in too. I support this. I once read a book where the female lead was a rabbit with barely any presence. The protagonist confessed to her in front of the entire sect, and everyone rescued her. Yifan doesn't hesitate for a single moment and immediately refuses. Nope. I don't have the energy to think about that kind of thing with my second senior sister. Moreover, stop trying to apply those novel tropes to this world. The check-in system sighs. Then for now, I don't have any better ideas either. But the evaluation system is still lost in its fantasies and offers yet another suggestion. Host, I still have one more idea. How about you imprison her and then be domineering? Seeing the system rambling on endlessly, Yifan snaps furiously. Shut up. Purge all yander tendencies immediately. Zai Qing speaks sorrowfully again. Little junior brother, just give up. Maybe this is just how my life is meant to be. I came into this world in confusion and I'll leave in confusion, just like so many mortals. Living an ordinary life and waiting for a coffin. She continues. Come to think of it, my presence is so insignificant that perhaps no one would even bother to make a coffin for me. And she doesn't forget to remind him, your cultivation is high, your lifespan is long. When the time comes, remember to bury me properly. Yifan recalls how Zai Yun once chased after him, urging, dear child, just cultivate for a bit. With your heaven-following Dao body. Entering the Qi refining stage will be quick, but he refused. Master, don't waste your effort in this life. I've decided to lie still and wait for death. You'd better start preparing an urn for my ashes early. Hearing this, Zai Yun hurriedly tusked and brushed away the inauspicious words. She scatters the ill fortune away. Yifan calls out softly, second senior sister, you haven't. Before he can finish, Li Mingbai bursts in from nowhere, panting, senior brother Yi, I need your help. Yifan strokes his chin, pondering the divine dragon clan. The check-in system excitedly chimes in. I've already looked into it. They're a cultivation lineage that has long been under the protection of the true dragon. They possess supreme dragon bones. If your senior sister were to take one, her cultivation might skyrocket. Hearing this, Yifan thinks supreme dragon bones. He recalls his past life and shudders. The sensation of having one's bones extracted is far from pleasant. Mingbai asks anxiously from the side, senior brother Yi, what do you think I should do? He answers, with the true dragon protecting you, there shouldn't be any problems. Oh right. Could we come along? Hearing this, Mingbai turns and waves his hand. Let me go ask. After hearing Mingbai's request, Changsheng immediately refuses. What? You want to bring some random outsider into the divine dragon clan? You expect us to agree to that? Absolutely not. Zundao, being somewhat more diplomatic, advises, young man, think this through carefully. This concerns your future. Seeing that they refuse to yield, Mingbai crosses his arms and declares firmly, then forget it. If senior brother Yi doesn't come, then neither do I. His resolute stance puts both elders in a foul mood. Zundao silently reassures himself, calm down. For the true dragon's sake, what does clan etiquette even matter? Meanwhile, Changsheng silently curses, this brat is truly foolish, daring to refuse the divine dragon clan for the sake of some mere mortal. There's nothing they can do with him. Changsheng reluctantly concedes, fine, tag along. But if your senior brother causes any trouble, don't blame us for turning hostile. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Mingbai turns to Yifan, senior brother Yi, I did it. Yifan nods approvingly, well done. Though Changsheng agrees on the surface, inwardly he schemes, stealing the true dragon's chosen one right from under our noses. Daring to meddle in our affairs, if I can't deal with you, I'll deal with that senior brother of yours. Arriving at an enormous airship, Zundao says courteously, please board, both of you. At the foot of the vessel, Changsheng. He glances over, already scheming some petty revenge against this mortal, just a small lesson, nothing that would make that brat turn against him. He lifts his foot to trip him, but suddenly a shadow presses down on it. He jumps up in agony, clutching his foot and howling, ow. What the hell? Ziking quickly stammers an apology, sorry about that. Tandao wheels around, what kind of trouble are you causing now? He swings his cane toward the crowd, fuming, someone just stepped on me. Suddenly he stumbles into Ziking again. She sidesteps. His foot catches nothing but air and he tumbles down the slope. Tandao calls after him, big shot, when you board the ship. He turns to the battered Changsheng and sighs, at your age. Still picking fights with a junior, and not just picking fights, you even fell flat on your face. What a disgrace to the divine dragon clan. Changsheng, covered in injuries and trembling, hisses that Yi brat is suspicious. I sensed two auras from him. He definitely has someone protecting him. Then, with absolute conviction, Li Mingbai brought this person along. He definitely has ulterior motives. For the sake of the divine dragon clan and to ensure the patriarch's seat doesn't fall into the wrong hands, Yifan must be expelled. Tandao, standing nearby, can only think helplessly. This is clearly using public office to settle private scores. Changsheng grinds his teeth, his devious mind churning. Gatatai can poison his tea. As long as I leave the tea in his room, he'll drink it sooner or later. Once the stomach pains kick in, that's a good start. After 1 month, his meridians will be completely severed. He'll become a cripple. Meanwhile, Ziking speaks with Yifan, making her request. Little junior brother, that fat elder completely ignored meditant even arrange a room. Can I come to your place to meditate? He readily agrees. Second senior sister, why must you put yourself through that? Just take my room. I'll find that skinny elder, the one who looks approachable, and ask him to get me a new room. Hearing this, she beams with joy. Thank you, little junior brother. Thank you so much. Several minutes later, Changsheng appears with a warm, hospitable smile, carrying a teapot. He steps in cheerfully. Little friend Yi, the journey is long, 3 more days until we arrive. Care for a cup of tea? But upon entering, the room is empty. He looks left, right. Strange, where is everyone? He lifts the teapot lid and thinks, if the brat isn't here, I'll just add a little extra medicine to his tea. Ziking, who witnessed the whole thing from hiding, seethes with indignation. Disgusting. He's deliberately poisoning the tea. He doesn't even realize that it wasn't junior brother who stepped on his foot, picking a fight over something so petty. What a waste of cultivation base. Finished with his deed, he sets the teapot down and strolls out with a smirk in joy. Ziking hatches a plan. Swap the tea into his room later. Let him drink his own medicine. She slips away. Shortly after, Mingbai arrives at Changsheng's room and asks, Fat elder, can you switch rooms for my senior brother? He says the lighting in his room is terrible. Hearing that address, Changsheng erupts. What do you mean, fat elder? This old man's name is Li Changsheng. This mortal has so many ridiculous demands. Tell him to pick his own room and be done with it. What nonsense. He raises the teacup to his lips. Cursing inwardly, does he think this old man is his servant? After draining the cup, he suddenly freezes. Wait, isn't this the teapot I specially prepared for Yifan? Wasn't it? How is it here? He collapses to the floor, clutching his stomach in agony. My stomach. I can't even circulate my spiritual power. Wait, the room swap. So that brat saw through me. He drags himself toward the door with every ounce of strength, thinking, damn it, that Yi brat played me for a fool. I have to find elderly Tandao and get a purification pill. Otherwise, my cultivation base will scatter to nothing. He shoves at the door with all his might, but it won't budge. It's been locked from the outside. He screams, that Yi brat locked me in. You rotten brat, this isn't over between us. Meanwhile, Yifan and the 2 juniors. System room cleanup in progress. Sweeps the dust while grumbling, this spare room is filthy. Dust everywhere. At the Divine Dragon Clan, a crowd stands waiting. Someone speaks up. They've arrived. He is the interim patriarch Li Shentong. The flying ship touches down in an open area. Everyone steps off and surveys their surroundings. Mingbai murmurs, so this is the Divine Dragon Clan. Shentong stands waiting, bowing respectfully. Welcome, true Dragon Lord. Li Mingbai, sir, the clan's secret realm trial has been open for some time, awaiting your passage. You must also earn the approval of the heavenly immortal mirror before you can become patriarch. Mingbai is stunned. What? I just got here and you're already sending me into a trial. Shentong is equally surprised. Didn't you request? He trails off, turning to glare at Changsheng, scowling. Li Changsheng, what kind of trick is this pig-headed fool pulling now? As for Changsheng, he's silently cackling with glee. The clan's secret realm trial. Once it's opened, it cannot be stopped. At this point, the trial must proceed. Knowing he was in the wrong but unable to halt the process, Shentong grits his teeth and apologizes. Forgive me, Li Mingbai, it was my error. The trial was opened too early. But once this secret realm closes, it won't reopen for over 100 years. Please bear with it and take the trial. Mingbai thinks, am I being scammed? I haven't even had a cup of tea and I'm already being thrown into a trial. Maybe I should see what senior brother Yi says first. He quickly calls out, senior brother Yi. Yifan knows what he's about to ask, so he quickly answers and instructs, everything's been arranged, go ahead. Oh right, the trial might be dangerous, be careful. Hearing this, Mingbai relaxes with senior brother Yi's words, I'm at ease. Yi Fan nods in agreement. Mingbai turns to Shentong, then take me there. Shentong extends his hand courteously, right this way. Arriving at the altar ahead, Yi Fan whispers a silent prayer. I hope junior brother Li can pass the trial. If he passes, we can ask them for a supreme dragon bone for second senior sister. They should agree, right? A clan member sidles up to Xianxia and whispers, Great Elder, all the hidden mechanisms inside the secret realm have been activated. We guarantee the interim patriarch won't find a single trace. Could this anger the true dragon lord? Xianxia dismisses it with a wave. So what if he's angry? The divine dragon clan cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. The man presses on. Great Elder, your complexion looks terrible. Could it be? Before he can finish, Xianxia cuts him off. Don't ask what you shouldn't. He glares at Yi Fan, grinding his teeth. You just wait, I'll crush you. Once that rotten Li brat loses his trial qualification, no one will be left to protect you. Mingbai steps into a certain area, and the surrounding scenery begins to shift. Purple leaves materialize from thin air, and he finds himself walking into a violet forest. As he walks, he wonders, is this the first trial stage? It's pitch black, I can barely see a thing in here. True dragon, are you there? Which way should I go? Scared that, after receiving no reply, he realizes, looks like I can't reach the true dragon. I can only rely on myself. He arrives at a fork where the path splits in two. Mingbai glances at the bushes below and perks up with excitement. 100 heart grass, the entire path is covered in it. I'm rich. Then he eyes the other path. Those pitch-black fruits are definitely poisonous, right? Poisonous fruit, poisonous trees. Absolutely no way I'm taking that path. Time blurs without distinction. 2 hours pass. Xianxia thinks to himself, 2 hours and that rotten Li brat still hasn't come out. Looks like he's done for. He orders the man beside him, make your move. The man responds at once, understood. Suddenly, someone shatters the silence. Disaster, the heavenly immortal mirror has been stolen. Shentong is stunned with alarm. What? Stolen? Everyone, investigate at once. Li, did you see who stole the heavenly immortal mirror? The man immediately points the finger. Yi Fan. He jabs a finger toward him. Who else could it be? He's clearly someone who came along with Li Mingbai, sir. Shentong frowns. That mortal, hasn't he been sitting right here the whole time? Xianxia chimes in eagerly. He was sitting there, sure, but that doesn't make him immortal. This brat is extremely suspicious. He's a spirit cultivator. He can control soul bodies and tamper with anything. Tandao tries to intervene. Great Elder, be careful. You can't just because you have a personal grudge. Xianxia rounds on him on the flying ship. That brat locked me in my own room. Wasn't it you who opened the door? Have you forgotten already? Hearing this, Tandao hesitates. That is possible. Xianxia presses on stubbornly. I don't care. Arrest this brat now. We can definitely wring the truth out of him. Shentong relents. Then, per the Great Elder's word, take him. But a woman's voice cuts through the tension. Before you accuse my junior brother, prove your own innocence first. I saw that mirror hidden in your sleeve. At the sound of her voice, everyone whirls around, alert. Who's there? They finally notice Xiking. Looking at her, they exclaim in shock. She was in our clan this whole time and we couldn't sense her cultivation at all. She's no simple person. Xianxia grows even more certain. See, I told you that brat is hiding something. Xiking presses on. As for whether the mirror is real or planned, just search him and find out. Yi Fan is quite surprised. Second senior sister, you actually drew their attention. Xianxia clutches his sleeves, stammering no. But Shentong understands immediately. He marches over and jabs a finger at Xianxia's face. You went through all this just to frame a mortal. Xianxia remains unrepentant, threatening the patriarch. You would truly make an enemy of me over one mortal. Shentong turns away coolly. Regardless, is the senior brother of Li Mingbai. Xianxia erupts in fury, raising his cane at the interim patriarch. Li Shentong, don't forget who elevated you from second elder to this position. If you truly let that outsider become patriarch, what good are you? I'm doing this for your sake. If you find the heavenly immortal mirror on me today, then feel my wrath. Shentong stops deliberating. He gives the order. Outsiders cannot be trusted. These two are enemy spies who infiltrated us. Embedded themselves beside Li Mingbai. Eliminate them on the spot. The guards respond at once. Understood. They raise their weapons toward Yi Fan and Xiking. Surrounded, Yi Fan furrows his brow slightly, his gaze turning icy. The situation dredges up old memories. Surrounded again. The last time in Liang State was exactly the same. Was I born with a holy body of misfortune or something? System commentary mode erupts. Cursing furiously, that damn fatso, what a lying piece of work. If I'd known he'd be this much trouble, I'd have poured a whole bottle of brain-rotting poison down his throat and been done with it. System evaluation mode chimes in back when I heard. He speculated that the host is a spirit controller. I thought the soul body he mentioned was us. So it was the host's second senior sister he sensed. He must have picked up on something. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill runs down someone's spine. Tandao, seeing the situation spiral, urgently pleads, "Patriarch, you mustn't. They are guests of Lord Li Mingbai. If he comes out and finds out, he will be furious." Shentong snorted once and replied curtly, "It's already passed. The regular assessment window closed long ago. In my opinion, he's already dead." The words barely left his mouth when Mingbai appeared. He stepped out carrying a bundle of flowers and asked, "What's with the crowd? What are you all doing?" Seeing him walk out perfectly fine, Xianxia was utterly bewildered. He jabbed his staff toward Mingbai. He asked Li Mingbai, "Why aren't you dead yet? And the assessment, thou, did you pass that?" Finding the question utterly absurd, Mingbai grew irritated. Why would I die in an assessment zone? He had been happily picking flowers without meeting a single obstacle. Every dangerous creature in the vicinity was too terrified to touch him. Xianxia hadn't expected him to possess dragon might. Can't mess with him, absolutely cannot mess with him. As for Mingbai, he was none the wiser, still excited. "This time I've hit the jackpot." Xianxia was stunned. This shouldn't be happening. Because clearly but before he could finish, the system injected him with a truth serum. He involuntarily blurted out every ounce of the truth. "Because I ordered Li Yi to activate the traps in the secret realm. I wanted you dead. Not just you, that brat surnamed Yi had to die too." Hearing this, Mingbai erupted in fury and cursed, "You people begged me to come to the Divine Dragon Clan as your clan leader. And the moment I arrive, you try to test me. You still want to kill me and senior brother Yi." As for Xianxia, he was baffled. Why had he just blurted that out? Mingbai continued, "Your worthless clan leader title, I don't want it." Seeing him furious, Shentong hastily dropped to his knees and pleaded, "Lord Li Mingbai, it is our fault. Please quell your anger." Then he promised, "I shall cripple the Grand Elder's meridians and expel the criminal Li Xianxia from the Divine Dragon Clan." The moment those words left his mouth, a volley of sword tips turned toward Xianxia. He was terrified, but still defiant. "What do you think you're doing? I am the Grand Elder, a Grand Elder who has rendered outstanding service to this clan," he said through gritted teeth. "That brat passed the clan assessment, so what?" "Well, he hasn't passed it." The celestial immortal mirror acknowledged. "He is still not the clan leader. Indeed, being an elder has its limit. 7 after contributing so much to the clan. In the end, when it comes to treatment, he still can't compare to some brat who fell from the sky." Suddenly he burst into laughter. "So that's how you want to play it, Shentong?" Hearing this, Li Shentong was slightly alarmed. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Xianxia pulled out a dazzling golden mirror, raised it high, and declared triumphantly, "I'm done being an elder, Li Shentong." That mirror was none other than the celestial immortal mirror. Everyone watched in shock as he raised it and bellowed, "Celestial immortal mirror, contact the immortals of the upper realm. Tell them who is truly worthy of becoming the clan leader of the Divine Dragon Clan." The mirror rang out with a voice contacting immortals in the vicinity. He broke into a cold sweat and prayed silently. It worked. "As long as I reach the Minjuan immortal sect, I'll be saved." Suddenly, the mirror flew right into Yi Fan's hand. Shentong exclaimed in shock, "The celestial immortal mirror. How did it fly into a mortal's hands?" The mirror greeted warmly, "Greetings, exalted immortal." Yi Fan waved it off. "Get lost, get lost, get lost. I'm no immortal." The mirror obediently replied, "You're absolutely right. If you say you're not, then you're not." Then it added cheerfully, "Come to think of it, the fragrance on your person, you must have been in contact with my master. Huang Ru, right? Hurry, take me to her. I miss my master so much." Yi Fan was surprised. "You're an artifact too." "Huang Ru, did she drop you? That's weird. You don't even have a nose. How can you smell anything?" Mingbai said with admiration from the side. "No way. It truly is senior brother Yi Fan." "Indeed, just as expected." Shentong also spoke up. "I never imagined Lord Li's companion was an immortalone with ties to the upper realm at that." As for Xianxia, his legs buckled and he collapsed to the ground. He panicked. "It's over. I never expected him to be an immortal. I'm dead for sure." Quickly, every member of the Divine Dragon Clan dropped to their knees. they spoke with utmost reverence. Immortal Yi, please accept the respects of the Divine Dragon clan. Seeing this, he hurriedly told them to stand. Get up, it's not what you think. Zai Qing witnessed this scene and felt a pang in her heart. She thought, I never imagined junior brother was this powerful. In just a few short months, he's already become an immortal beyond reach in the cultivation world. Comparing herself to him, she turned and walked away. Her movement caught Yi Fan's attention toward his second senior sister, but before he could follow her, he was swarmed by the Divine Dragon clan members. Shentang called out, Immortal Yi, please wait. This time, you've come to approve your junior brother Li, haven't you? The rest immediately chimed in, yes, choose junior brother Li. Mingbai was moved to tears. He was deeply grateful. Senior brother Yi Fan treats me so well. He elevated me from a mere qi refining disciple all the way to the decision maker of a great clan. I will never let him down. Shentang turned and announced, Congratulations. Congratulations to Lord Li Mingbai on becoming the clan leader of the Divine Dragon clan. Tandao followed suit. The prosperity and glory of the Li clan shall rest entirely on Lord Li Mingbai's shoulders. Hearing this, Mingbai immediately issued his orders. Since you've accepted me as your clan leader, then you will not disobey a single word I say. First, build a statue for my senior brother Yi Fan, a massive one. They responded in unison, yes. A jutting cliff protruded from the mountainside. Zai Qing sat at its very edge. Yi Fan walked up behind her and asked, Second senior sister, why did you run off to this place? It's dangerous here, she answered with a hint of melancholy. It's nothing. I'm just sitting here gazing at the scenery below, watching the myriad living things. I wanted to know what it feels like to stand at a great height. He could tell she was harboring something, so he urged, Second senior sister, whatever it is, just say it straight. Getting it off your chest might make you feel better. For now, yes, I do have something, but junior brother, you mustn't tell anyone about this. The two gossipy systems began theorizing among themselves. Here it comes, a classic. Boy and girl alone on a cliffside. Either it's a love confession or a tragic death for love. It muttered to itself, what kind of cliché scene is this? Also, why is there even a cliff here? The appraisal system shrugged and replied flatly, don't ask, it's destiny. Zai Qing began to confide, junior brother, did you know? I've always been insecure. When I was little, my appearance was terrifying. No one wanted to adopt me. Only master didn't find me repulsive. Said my eyes were beautiful. After that, I came here. The two systems wondered her eyes. She continued, pouring her heart out. There's a secret in my heart that even master doesn't know. I've been trying to suppress it. But after I saw your identity exposed by the celestial immortal mirror in front of all your admirers, you looked so radiant. Junior brother, you're like a prince or a general. In this story of yours, I'm like a peasant girl. There's no intersection between us at all. She gazed down the cliff and said, junior brother, I want to. The appraisal system, munching on sunflower seeds, said smugly, called it. It's a love confession after all. The stunned system was floored. What the hell? Some kind of Cinderella story. Get me some sunflower seeds too. Then she declared with iron resolve, I want to become someone feared by others, just like you, junior brother. The moment those words left her mouth, all three of them were stunned. Zai Qing explained, all this time, I've always wanted to see the look of fear in others' eyes when they see me. That expression terrified yet utterly helpless. Then she described it in a disturbingly vivid way, like a lamb bound to an iron post, slicing it with a knife from hoof to head, butchering the toad, and mashing it into sauce to stuff into its brain. Yi Fan felt a chill crawl down his spine after hearing her words. Second senior sister's metaphors are truly unique. The two little systems fell silent. Their faces twisted. Our host's second senior sister is terrifying. Suddenly, the fact that she has no sense of presence doesn't seem so bad after all. Zai Qing stood at the cliff's edge. Sunlight poured over her body. The sky suddenly darkened as blinding bolts of lightning crackled across the heavens. The stun system exclaimed, the might of the heavenly Tao. The appraisal system said in disbelief, her conviction has been acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. A stream of azure light coiled around Zai Qing's body, and her figure gradually began to transform. Both systems and Yi Fan watched with a trace of fear. The stunned system assessed, remarkable. How terrifying her spiritual energy and conviction truly are. The second, senior sister of our host, is absolutely no ordinary person. The appraisal system added, as a system, even I feel afraid. From the bottom of my processing core, she truly lives up to someone acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. The azure light around her seemed to have broken some kind of seal. Deep beneath the earth, something stirred it sensed the blood of its queen. She's still alive. From underground, hordes of creatures surged upward. They all faced one direction, trembling with excitement as they sensed it. The bloodline of our queen has returned. No, the scene shifts to the territory of Great Liang. Zhensu was issuing orders, you shall assist the new emperor. Remember, do not let any enemy exploit the vulnerabilities of our sect. Suddenly, someone rushed in and reported, Sect Master, it's an emergency. She turned and asked, what's the matter, why the panic? The messenger immediately elaborated, black monsters have appeared among the citizens and across the entire sector of East Desolation. They move like an army and are marching toward the northwest. She was startled. What? On this side, having witnessed Zai Qing's true appearance, the stunned system questioned, why does she look nothing like what I imagined? The appraisal system also scratched its head in confusion, and her look is so strange. She's clearly a disciple of Zai Yun. Yet she doesn't have purple hair. She trembled as she spoke. Finally, Yi Fan called out, second senior sister. Zai Qing possessed an adorable face, framed by pink hair and violet eyes. She turned around, beaming, junior brother. Look, I've finally restored my original appearance. He looked. Second senior sister, why were you disguised as a sheep? She replied matter-of-factly, a sheep. What's that? This is my natural-born appearance. Innate. She doesn't just have two antennae and thin brown wings, she even has insect-like hands. A voice suddenly rings out, Your Majesty the Queen, we've finally found you. She looks toward the source and demands, who are you? Everyone stares in that direction. Yi Fan seems to have figured it out, she's the cockroach queen. The swarm of insect people immediately kneel reverently and introduce themselves, Your Majesty the Queen. We are subjects of the great lion empire of the Western continent and your humble servants. The insect person begins to recount, back then you accidentally strayed into a forbidden dimension. In those ancient times, an entire lost city materialized, surrounded by immense flames. A figure clutched a newborn baby and turned to the others. The princess is the last remaining bloodline of the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor sealed every forbidden mark into the princess's body. We must protect her at all costs. The crowd immediately responds, we obey. The system, utterly baffled, mutters, a flag, a death flag. Then the figure hands the baby to another person, instructing, watch over the princess for me. I'll slaughter the enemy army, then come back. That person takes the baby and immediately passes her along to someone else. I'll kill the enemy and come back. And so it goes. The little princess getting tossed from one person to the next like a hot potato. Watch over the princess for me, tell them to come back. Yi Fan and the system listen to all this and are both utterly exasperated. The system speaks up, thoroughly indignant. And this is what you call getting lost. Obviously nobody was watching the kid and she ended up stranded in the past. At that time, Zai Yun was strolling through a forest when she discovered the child. She gasps, someone abandoned a baby, absolutely heartless. She scoops up the child and says, this baby has purple eyes. She has great affinity with our Xian sect. From now on you shall be my disciple. Zai Qing, listening to the retelling, thinks of Zai Yun with warmth. Master, you've been so good to me. Yi Fan silently judges, Master really is casual about these things. The insect person bows low, pleading earnestly, Your Majesty. You must avenge the immortal emperor. Make those old bastards of the holy medicine sect pay. Yi Fan turns to the system, puzzled, isn't this supposed to be a Xuanhuan world? Why is there geopolitics involved? And the Western continent, the system questions. An explanation comes because that's how the continent truly is. It's just that there's usually no involvement with the Western continents. The systems analysis module chimes in, now I finally understand why I couldn't see through the host's second senior sister. Turns out she was hidden or erased by the heavenly Tao. Zai Qing looks back at Yi Fan with a sorrowful expression. So does this mean little junior brother and I have to part ways? I can't see the people from Xian sect anymore. The insect person bluntly responds, Your Majesty, spare yourself the sentimentality. With your current strength, going back would be delivering your life on a silver platter. She pouts, brutally honest, aren't you? As if noticing something, she exclaims in surprise. Then the insect person offers, Your Majesty, may we stay by your side to serve you? She hadn't expected the sheer number and quickly agrees, sure, I suppose. It's just a few more mouths for the sect to feed. The moment she finishes speaking, thousands upon thousands of cockroaches materialize from the distance. swarming in like a tide. She's absolutely stunned and immediately retracts her words, On second thought, you should all come with me to the sect instead. Hearing this, the insect person asks why the change of heart. Suddenly, Yi Fan receives a message. He's surprised. Why is third senior sister messaging me right now? Zai Yan's message reads, Little junior brother, Master has fainted. His heart drops, Master. What happened to Master? At the sect, Zai Yun recounts in a fluster, I'm telling the truth, it was a black insect about 2 meters tall. And it bolted out of my private room at lightning speed. There was even something trailing behind it. A small insect. Upon hearing this, everyone's minds drift in the same unsavory direction. The Grand Elder asks Sect Master, how often do you clean this room of yours? She realizes what everyone is thinking and furiously shouts, it's not what you think. Yifan and Zai Qing have returned. They push open the door. Zai Qing hurriedly calls out, eldest senior sister, second senior sister and I are back. She also asks with great concern, senior sister, how is Master? Zai Bing and everyone else are stunned. She can barely believe it. Did you just call me senior sister? Could it be you're Zai Qing? Zai Yan also wonders why her hair isn't purple. Zai Yun studies her face and confirms those eyes. You really are Zai Qing. Zai Qing kneels by the bedside. She speaks, Master. Your unfilial disciple Zai Qing only dares to show her true face today. Zai Yun reaches out, rise. She says, Zai Qing, quickly get up, stand up. Zai Qing's eyes brim with tears. Master, your memory seems a bit hazy. Why does your disciple feel your face is much thinner than I remember? Master Zai Yun produces a jade talisman and gleefully shows it off. That's right, everyone. Look at this, I fainted. But no harm done, all thanks to my disciple's protective talisman. My treasure. Zai Qing is surprised. Master, you accepted junior brother's gift. The Grand Elder reminds her, Sect Master, please restrain yourself. Your disciples are still standing right here. He guides everyone inside, arms folded, observing the scene. Suddenly, Zhen Su materializes behind him out of nowhere, declaring with pride, Ye Taoist, when your master fainted, I was the first to rush here from Diliang to treat her. Only then does she remember Yi Fan. She hurries over, treasured disciple, on your journey here, did you encounter any black demon beasts? That demon beast has been causing quite a ruckus lately. I hear they've appeared in both the cultivation world and the mortal world. He hesitates, I've seen one. Zai Qing points toward the insect person and introduces, you mean, that one? The insect person cheerfully waves, hello there. She's both shocked and terrified, lets out a scream and faints again. Zai Bing calls out, no good, Master has fainted again. She turns to Zhen Su for help, fellow Taoist Zhen, please help quickly, the insect. The insect person, seeing her faint, feels guilty, did I cause some kind of trouble? Yi Fan sighs helplessly, let's just say yes. A pair of feet approaches. A girl in blue clothes is strolling over while sucking on a lollipop. She complains, so slow, what is Master even doing? She is a direct disciple of Wanshu sect Liang Ying, previously at the palace. Zhen Su had remarked, this child's talent is not bad. She's definitely good material for cultivation. How about letting her become my disciple? The other party immediately agrees then. As the immortal senior arranges. Before leaving, he tells Liang Ying, my girl, our family is a branch of the Yu clan. Right now, Wanshu sect is backing our Liang family to become the imperial family of De Liang. You understand what this means, don't you? She responds, your daughter understands, and will definitely perform well at Wanshu sect. Thinking about this, she pops the lollipop back into her mouth and mutters, that scumbag father selling me off to Wanshu sect as a hostage. All for a throne. She also blames Zhen Su internally. Seriously, she said she was taking me to Wanshu sect. But now she's dumped me in some random, unheard of sect. She thinks resentfully, I refuse to be a chess piece for you people to manipulate. If I don't stir up some real trouble, do you really think I'm some easy to push around little demoness? Hu Kai and the nine-tailed spirit fox are digging with their butts in the air. The nine-tailed spirit fox asks Brother Hu, is there really blood ginseng here? Hu Kai confidently replies, Fox Lil sis, I guarantee there are spiritual herbs here. Suddenly, a tantalizing fragrance drifts over, catching both their attention. The nine-tailed spirit fox drools, smells amazing. Is that roast chicken today? Hu Kai is also drawn in by the aroma and immediately says, forget it, no more digging. Fox Lil sis, let's go eat first. They happily dash toward a plate with a massive chicken drumstick. Time to eat, but before they can even touch the drumstick, both get snared in a net and hung upside down from a tree. Hukai stretches toward the drumstick below, drooling and stammering, "Drumstick. Drumstick?" The nine-tailed spirit fox turns to him sadly. "Brother Hu, we walked right into a trap." Liang Ying saunters over, scoops them into a basket, and declares with satisfaction, "Harvest complete." If their spirit pet master finds out, he'll definitely fly into a rage and cause more trouble for master. She suddenly notices the flower demon, stretching out and sunbathing. It spreads its 2 leaves wide and sighs contentedly. "Today's sunlight is just wonderful." Liang Ying immediately strides over, plucks its leaves, and furiously chases it toward home. "Don't run, go home, go home." The flower demon is absolutely terrified and screams, "Help someone, I'm dying." Huang Ru descends from the sky, fury blazing in her eyes. "What do you think you're doing?" Despite the shower of petals scattered all over the ground, Liang Ying shamelessly says, "I noticed a few petals were wilting, so I'm just trimming the edges." Huang Ru chases after her, gnashing her teeth. "These are flowers I painstakingly nurtured with my immortal power. I absolutely must teach you a lesson." Liang Ying finally realizes she should be scared. She bolts while muttering, "Done foreign." While running at full speed, she suddenly slams into someone. Liang Ying crashes headlong into Yi Fan, and the 2 of them tumble to the ground. He suddenly freezes. He notices the golden jade pendant hanging around her neck. He stares at it. She picks it up. "Huh. This is my jade pendant. What about it?" He replies, "Nothing, it's quite similar." At that moment, Huang Ru catches up. She fumes. "Senior, don't let her get away." Seeing her so enraged, he asks what happened. She explains, "She plucked all the petals off the flowers you planted." He's starting to feel the panic rise. "This is bad. The flower's owner is here." He steps in front of her and waves dismissively. "They're just flowers, not exactly priceless treasures. Though I recall you've been tending to them on my behalf all this time, I really can't say much." She responds, "Senior, helping you care for the flowers is just my duty." At this moment, Bai Tao and Fei Yi arrive. Bai Tao speaks up, "Senior Brother Yi, this is bad. The tail feathers of the 2 spirit pets you raised have been plucked clean." Yi Fan and Liang Ying both feel a jolt of unease. Then, absolutely furious, they point at the basket of feathers on the ground, stripped bare. Yi Fan and Huang Ru gape in shock, while Liang Ying forces a nervous grin. Fei Yi marches forward, blazing with fury, and warns, "Senior Brother Yi, step aside. Don't want the blood splashing on you later." Liang Ying scrambles behind him, terrified and pleading, "Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. I just saw they were about to enter their molting season, so I conveniently gathered the feathers." Hearing this, Fei Yi erupts even louder, "You think we're that gullible? You think spirit pets can't talk?" On this side, Hukai stands frozen as if drained of its soul, while the 9-tailed spirit fox collapses face first into the ground. Both are utterly devastated after being stripped of their tail feathers. Seeing 3 pairs of eyes burning with murderous intent, Liang Ying is terrified. "This is bad. I've gone way too far again. Back then, it was just plucking flower branches, and that girl in yellow was already screaming bloody murder. Now master isn't around. Will these 2 actually skin me alive?" She frantically grabs his arm, begging, "Senior, I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay?" He thinks to himself and suddenly realizes this girl's ability to cause trouble is absolutely off the charts. "Wait, why does this feel familiar?" He turns and says, "Huang Ru, hold on a moment." Then he produces a treasure she had dropped before, explaining, "Previously, when I visited the Divine Dragon clan as a guest, I heard this mirror say that you are its master." She immediately recognizes it, the celestial immortal mirror. She exclaims with joy, "This is wonderful. Every time I see Senior, I manage to recover one of my artifacts. Thank you so much, Senior." Yi Fan seizes the opportunity. "If there's nothing else, go back and refine your artifact first." She immediately dashes off, happily agreeing, "Sure." The flower demon reaches out weakly, "What about me?" He turns to explain to Bai Tao and Fei Yi, "Look, don't be too upset. I was the one who asked her to pluck the spirit pet's fur." Bai Tao is still somewhat reluctant. "Senior Brother Yi asked for it. Why?" He cooks up a touching explanation on the spot. "Spirit beast fur is incredibly soft, perfect for making clothes or scarves. You 2 work so hard caring for the spirit pets. Having the beasts give a little something back for your sake isn't that how it should be. Truly a masterclass in bullshitting." Seduced by his honeyed words, the 2 immediately brighten up. Grinning from ear to ear, Bai Tao gushes, "Senior Brother Yi, you're actually this good to us." Fei Yi chimes in, "We misunderstood this young lady. Watching the two who were absolutely murderous just moments ago, a complete 180. Liang Ying can't believe it, he actually talked them down in 2 or 3 sentences. They trust this senior way too much. The system chimes in with praise as expected of host Sithai's smooth-talking grandmaster's skill is truly formidable. In the blink of an eye he's already coaxed all 3 women into good moods. The evaluation system wonders aloud. System, why does our host have to cover for her? It then explains the reason, it's very likely because of that jade pendant. Don't you remember our host also has one? Evaluation system nods in contemplation. It seems there was something like that. The responsibility system continues listening to the host's family member speak. The one who holds the other half is the person the heavenly Tao has arranged. Hearing this, the evaluation system immediately understands, oh, so that's how it is. Yifan turns to lecture Liang Ying, from now on, you can't go around damaging other people's things, okay? She immediately admits her fault, I know I was wrong, but in her heart, a strange thought surfaces, this person's age. He looks about the same as my senior brother, and I can't sense even half a shred of cultivation base from him. Then why do those people call him senior brother? She reasons it out on her own. I understand now, he must be a nobleman's son who was just brought up the mountain like me, then taken as a direct disciple by the sect master or an elder. A fellow sufferer of fate, he helped me out of a bind, this time I must repay him properly. She, a total newcomer, scurries after him. She places her hand on his shoulder and declares with full confidence, senior brother, once I break through to Golden Core in the future, I'll protect you. Then I'll carry you to soaring heights. And she invites him to eat. Senior brother, to thank you for saving me, let me treat you to grilled fish. I saw tons of sharks behind the mountain. He scratches his head. I go fishing there every day. She's stunned. Don't tell me this entire mountain belongs to you. He replies bashfully, well, you could say that. Suddenly his eyes light up. In his mind, the image of a girl appears. He thinks to himself, with a personality this eccentric, I've finally figured out who she reminds me of. Isn't this brat's temperament exactly like my little sister's? After so many reincarnations, I couldn't even remember her. Truly, it's no easy feat. Now that I think about it, she really isn't my little sister. His consciousness drifts, recalling moments from the past. His little sister cheerfully bounces to his bed and calls out, hey, wake up, brother. There he lies in bed, looking thoroughly displeased. Is it the weekend already? Or standing before the bookshelf, she asks him, where did you hide the dirty magazines? Hearing this, he props his hand on his forehead, utterly exasperated, I don't have any of those. Or when his little sister wails and throws a tantrum, my tooting doll fell on the floor. This leaves him completely speechless. Liang Ying drapes an arm over Yifan's shoulder, walking and chatting always, mumbling something or other behind her. Zai Yun witnesses this scene and wonders, what is this junior disciple doing? How is she so bold as to slap Yi Taoist friend on the back like that? Oh no, she's not treating Yi Taoist friend as some weakling and getting buddy-buddy with him, is she? She feels a tinge of regret. If I'd known, I would have thrown her into the Wanshu sect first before coming here. I'll need to find a chance to pull her back to our side later. Zai Yun feels deeply apologetic. She speaks up, proposing, Zai Qing, over the years you've barely learned any cultivation methods from me. Your master truly feels embarrassed. If you need anything, just tell your master. Hearing this, Zai Qing declines, master, that won't be necessary. However, I do have a question I've been wanting to ask. Zai Yun hears this and tells her to ask. Zai Qing straightforwardly asks, master, what do you think of our little junior brother? I've heard from the senior and junior sisters that your care for little junior brother seems a bit excessive. Hearing this, she laughs and replies, what are you talking about? Your little junior brother possesses an innate Tao body. His cultivation speed is unmatched. If your master doesn't treat him well, what if another sect poaches him away? Zai Qing turns and asks, is that really all there is to it? Then what if little junior brother wants to dual cultivate in the future? Hearing this, Zai Yun freezes, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. She stammers, wants what? Then gives a half-hearted excuse, our precious junior brother is still young. It's far too early for him to be looking for a Tao companion. Why are we worrying about that for him? Suddenly, the two notice Zhen Su hiding behind a tree. Zai Yun wonders, what is fellow Taoist Zhen doing standing over there? Could she also be here to release fish fry? She walks over and asks, what are you looking at? Zhen Su immediately replies, nothing. I just feel that the little junior disciple I just took in seems a bit lively. Hearing this, Zai Yun grows extremely curious. You took in a new disciple too, let me have a look. At the edge of the stream, Yi Fan and Liang Ying are chatting happily. They've even started a fire. A pitch-black charred fish appears. At this moment, Yi Fan and Liang Ying sit together, grilling fresh seafood. Liang Ying cheerfully urges him, senior brother, eat. Yi Fan's face shows concern as he thinks, can this even be eaten? Over on this side, Zai Yun's expression turns glum. She pouts and thinks to herself, that is. Looking at Liang Ying's adorably cute face only makes her mood even worse. She thinks in her heart she's a disciple and also the future Tao companion of. Thinking this far, she tries to comfort herself. No way. That won't happen. Zai Qing suddenly realizes something. No way, senior sister. Is what the junior sister said true? Has master truly developed feelings that go beyond the master-disciple relationship with little junior brother? Zai Qing grows flustered, thinking about the massive generational gap between the two. She murmurs to herself, although the cultivation world doesn't forbid master-disciple relationships, little junior brother is far too young, not even a tenth of master's age. If word got out, it would really be quite strange. Suddenly, a hand grabs hers, saying, Sister Zai Qing, help me take a look at this jade pendant, will you? Zai Yun pleads, help me check whether this jade pendant is a fake. Seeing this, Zai Yun immediately reassures her. How could there be a fake jade pendant? Zhen Su, standing nearby, can't help but chime in, that jade pendant belongs to my disciple. Ever since birth, they say she was born with it in her mouth. Zai Yun begins to tremble. Fearfully, she whispers, born with it. After a moment, she turns and walks away under their gazes. Her voice trailing back, it's nothing, I'm going to close the gate. Reaching a cave, she reaches out and braces herself against the stone wall. Her body exhausted, she thinks to herself, my precious disciplethes is a fate bestowed by the heavens. I should be sending my blessings. So why does my heart feel so tangled up? Looking down at her trembling hands, Zai Yun mutters words of self-encouragement. I should focus on cultivating. Right now, all my disciples are stronger than me. If a sect master doesn't put in the effort, how can she lead the Xian sect? Surely, once I break through to the spirit transformation stage, I'll understand everything. Hearing her desire, a voice suddenly echoes, do you wish to obtain power? Hearing the unfamiliar voice, her face drains of all color. Uneasy, she demands, who's in my room? In her panic, she keeps asking, who are you? At this moment, a figure appears in the mirror, Van Zhuang. Her appearance mysterious, eyes concealed behind a layer of ice. She looks utterly terrifying. The figure responds, who I am doesn't matter. You only need to know that I can help you. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Liang Ying grow extremely anxious. He speaks up, it's mealtime. I should probably go cook for master now. Liang Ying looks surprised, senior brother. You still have to cook for master. He begins to explain. That's right. At first I only made enough for myself. Later, after they tried it, they kept coming back for more. She responds, I never imagined that a cultivator who's already refined away the need for food would still have such an appetite. Liang Ying happily holds the charred seafood in her hands. Before Yi Fan's helpless gaze, she announces, here, I'm adding more food for everyone. These dishes are as catastrophic as a sect-tending calamity. Suddenly, the chicken beating system and the check-in system fly over in a panic, their faces full of worry, and report host. I need to tell you something very important. Hearing this, he furrows his brow. What is it? The check-in system, drenched in cold sweat, begins. Before this, your master went into seclusion. But on my end, I can't update her data at all. I can't determine the urgency of the situation. He replies casually. Is that really that serious? The system, its face pale with horror as it thinks of Zai Yun, answers quite serious. This indicates your master. The image of Zai Yun flashes in its mind, corrupted, eyes bleeding red mixed with pure malice, engulfed in black flames. It continues, she has broken free from the heavenly Tao's control. Hearing this, the two are stunned. Liang Ying asks, senior brother, is she your master? Her aura feels nothing like yours. Those soulless eyes are burning crimson red. Gazes fixed with killing intent. Suddenly, Zai Yun, a blade in hand, charges straight at the two of them. She looks utterly evil and terrifying, as if she's being controlled, all consciousness erased. The check-in system senses the danger and screams host. Danger, it rapidly activates an automatic defensive technique, deploying the protective barrier. Two techniques are empowered and collide, producing an enormous explosion. The light of the two techniques is blindingly bright. A dazzling beam of power shoots straight into the sky like a tornado. Emitting a terrifying rumble, the destructive force of the strike is so immense it alerts everyone in the vicinity. The pressure is overwhelming. On this side, once the smoke clears, it reveals a deep crater gouged into the earth from the clash of the two techniques. Everyone is still safe. The check-in system and the chicken beating system float forward, their faces filled with sheer terror. The chicken beating system speaks that firepower was insane, me hands are going numb. The chicken beating system pouts nervously, host, don't tell me your master has gone berserk. Zhensu can no longer hold back and calls out fellow Taoist Zai Yun, what are you doing? Did my little disciple offend you somehow? Zhensu thinks to herself, could it be about that jade pendant? She shouts loudly, ordering her disciple quickly. Return the jade pendant of Zai Yun, the true one. Liang Ying hasn't even had time to process and replies, huh? Why yes? At this moment Yi Fan immediately stops her, don't bring it out, if master sees it she'll only get angrier. Meanwhile, Zai Yun prepares to unleash another strike. In the midst of everyone's confusion, Before she can finish, the blast sends Zhen Su's calligraphy brush flying. She exclaims in shock, my brush. She grows visibly worried and asks, ye Taoist friend, is your master truly only at nascent soul, with my out-of-body stage cultivation? I currently cannot see through her true strength at all. Faced with this question, he stammers in reply, I don't know. The chicken beating system senses something and frantically alerts the check-in system. Host, I've detected what appears to be a system on your master as well. Yifan's expression turns grave. What? Van Zhuang, her appearance terrifying, speaks, who I am doesn't matter. You only need to know that I can help you. Whether it's the pinnacle of cultivation or a demon form that's nearly impossible to achieve. As long as you desire it, I can make it happen for you. Zai Yun hesitates. She falls silent, lost in thought. Purple ribbons of silk materialize from thin air, her knees buckle and she collapses. Eyes squeezed shut in anguish, yet her lips still move. I am the leader of the Xian sect. Every thought and action of mine concerns the future of the Xian sect. Even if I truly harbor feelings I shouldn't have for my beloved disciple, I must uphold the boundaries of our master-disciple relationship. I haven't yet fallen so far as to let this corrupt my life. Van Zhuang sees this and appears satisfied. She raises a hand to her lips and speaks, excellent. A mere nascent soul cultivator possessing such self-awareness, I truly underestimated you. At this moment, white threads of silk emerge from within the mirror. A bizarre, unsettling scene envelops Zai Yun. Van Zhuang continues, but I didn't come here to ask for your opinion. The sight fills Zai Yun with utter terror, her face unable to hide the fear. The threads begin wrapping around her fingers, coiling around her entire body. They seize control, dragging her into the air. In her panic, her dazed eyes gradually lose consciousness. She manages to utter her final words, you are not a heart demon. Before losing consciousness, she still hears the words Van Zhuang speaks to her. You are far too weak. Even if you had discovered the truth, what use would it be? Yifan grits his teeth in frustration and demands, Master has a system on her. How is this possible? The system begins to explain, this is only my speculation. I'm not entirely sure. Because between hosts they can see each other's systems. But it seems your master cannot see us. The system chimes in, that's correct. At present, she is only receiving power from the system, nothing more. The system resolute devises a plan, host, if you want to solve this. The only way is to find the puppet master, the one pulling the strings behind your master. He asks in surprise, then what? How do I find them? Give me some time, host. Get your master back to safety first. When? Hey. Liang Ying looks up at the sky, spotting the strange phenomenon. She wonders aloud, what are those two blurry things up there? The moment Liang Ying and Yifan let their guard down, Zai Yun swoops in from nowhere. She lunges to assassinate them, but suddenly, Qing Lan comes crashing down from the sky. Upon landing, Qing Lan accidentally touches Zai Yun's purple energy, grasping the violet power in her hand. Her face is full of worry. Suddenly, a shout echoes from afar, it's Fei Yi. Fei Yi flies in from the distance, unleashing a technique to shatter the purple energy. To Qing Lan's surprise, she shouts, I came to help you. Once things settle down, Fei Yi asks worriedly, are you all right? Qing Lan smiles gently and replies, just a minor wound. Having received the news, Zai Qing, Zai Bing, and Zai Yan all appear to provide backup. Zai Yan flies in from afar and asks, little brother, what happened? Zai Bing adds anxiously, why has master become like this? Yi Fan, his expression calm, replies, "Senior sisters, now is not the time to explain. Please take the girl beside me to safety first." His words stun Zai Bing and Zai Yan, their eyes going wide. Liang Ying, standing nearby, is equally shocked and thinks to herself, Zai Yun is going increasingly mad. Her power is surging at a terrifying rate. She unleashes one technique after another. Zai Yun's scripture first form, blazing crimson furnace. Zai Bing sees the power and exclaims in shock, "That's our Xian sect's lost forbidden art. How did Master learn that?" Zai Yun's power grows ever more terrifying, a dark, overwhelming force that swallows everything whole. Sensing the danger, Ren Hai shouts a warning, "Careful, don't touch that smoke." He slams his palm onto the ground and unleashes a technique, verdurn rivers and flood the seas, blasting the smoke away. Zai Yun clutches the spirit stone conjured by her technique, unleashing even more toxic mist. Suddenly, threads of light coil around her body. Huang Ru calls out anxiously, "Senior, I'm coming to help." After the light binds her, dark power erupts from within Zai Yun's body. At that moment, a sinister flame swoops in, scattering knockout powder at Zai Yun, making her cough violently. Qing Lan and Fei Yi see this and charge in together. Qing Lan shouts, "Now's our chance." Before striking, Fei Yi apologizes first. "Sect Master, these are spirit beast binding chains. My apologies." Multiple attacks strike at once, slamming into Zai Yun, making her writhe in agony. Once Zai Yun is restrained, everyone rushes to embrace her, pleading, "Master, please wake up." "Master." After everyone's desperate efforts, she finally regains consciousness. Her body utterly drained, she gasps, "Disciple." The last remnants of dark power escape from her mouth. The moment she recovers, that mirror shatters into pieces. A contemptuous voice rings out, pathetically weak. A few chains are all it takes to subdue her. The system announces, "The puppet master has appeared." His face twisted with fury, Yi Fan grits his teeth and commands, "System, unlock my seal." The system asks host, "Are you sure you want the system to unseal this? That'll drain a fortune in spirit stones to keep it contained." "Don't waste words. If the host regrets it later, it'll be too late." Unsealing the host. Now, once the seal is lifted, Yi Fan says grimly, "She's extremely strong. Everyone, stay out of this." Van Xuong descends slowly. "Oh, so you finally resort to your true power." A moment later, she halts. Van Xuong begins summoning chains to bind Zai Yun. "But you are no match for me. Why make her suffer?" he shouts furiously, "Release my master." The system automatically activates a speed acceleration boost. Yi Fan rockets toward Van Xuong in an instant, startling her. The system announces speed amplified 100-fold. He throws a punch, his fist hurtles toward Van Xuong's face as he roars, "Overlord Fist." The fist slams into her body. After taking the blow, Van Xuong goes rigid, but her body quickly recovers. Van Xuong laughs, "You truly don't know how to treat a lady gently. After all, I am a woman." Yi Fan replies, "Once you become my enemy, I couldn't care less whether you're a man or a woman." She gathers dark power and murmurs, "Just as I expected." He frowns, "Just as you expected." Van Xuong raises her scythe and prepares to swing. When she swings, Yi Fan catches the scythe with his bare hands. The system panics, "It's over. The opposing system is too powerful for you to handle. Pick a weapon fast." The system tries to persuade him, but to no avail. "Even if I give you a weapon right now, he won't have time to grab it." A few seconds later, a sword materializes before him. He thinks, the Emperor's sword. The sword speaks, "Master, please don't chop me in half this time." Van Xuong prepares to swing the scythe once more, sneering, "It's just a sword with a bit of sentience." Yi Fan creates multiple copies of the sword and readies them to launch at her. He declares, "This should be enough." As the swords begin surrounding Van Xuong, he activates Cold Flame, Manual Heart of the Sea. Yi Fan roars, "Sword annihilation." She merely laughs and dodges every single blade hurtling toward her. Van Xuong appears right in front of Yi Fan, scythe at the ready, and sneers, "How pathetic. Your strength has dropped considerably compared to before." He replies coolly, "Oh, really?" Another sword arcs around and pierces straight through Van Xuong. She clutches her stomach, trembling and screaming, "That hurts. That really hurts." Yi Fan lays down his terms, "If you don't want to die, release the control over my master." Van Xuong laughs, "I was pretending. Just now. If I were human, that might have killed me." She pulls out golden sand and flings it into Yi Fan's eyes. Van Xuong moves in for the kill, sensing the perfect opening, but the system has already upgraded his stats in time, deploying 100-layer silk cocoon shield. When the scythe strikes Yi Fan's body, a protective barrier shields him. Jade green swords encircle Yi Fan. Cold flame manual 1,000 bones myriad snow. He declares, since you refuse to show gratitude, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Van Xuong uses Zai Yun as a hostage. Go ahead, kill me. If you do, your master dies with me. But what she's holding isn't the real Zai Yun, it's a cannon deployed by the system. The result? One massive explosion. The system laughs smugly. Didn't see that coming, did you? Van Xuong is sent flying several meters. Yi Fan strides over, demanding furiously, why are you targeting me? Why do you want to harm my master? Van Xuong's nearly severed arm gradually heals. She rises to her feet, laughing. Once fully upright, she looks at him and says, what do you think I'm going to say? Yi Fan is stunned. You're still alive. Van Xuong, her arm still regenerating, asks Yi Fan what's wrong. Can't bring yourself to strike. Qing Lan flies over in a rage, shouting, Van Xuong, you wretch. Hearing this, Yi Fan grows even angrier. Yi Fan shouts at Van Xuong, you are not my disciple. Why are you impersonating her? The system blurts out in shock, host, you know her. A blast of dark energy sneaks up on him, but Qing Lan arrives just in time, shoving Yi Fan out of the way. Careful, friend. That dark energy converges on a single point, and a voice speaks up, Aya. Truly heartless, what kind of person slaughters their disciple the moment they reunite? It takes shape, manifesting a body. It bears a name, one of the four great system hunters, the evil system. He seizes Van Xuong by the throat and hauls her upright. She tries to speak, but he cuts her off. This is my proudest masterpiece. I won't let you ruin it. Qing Lan is bewildered. This bastard, you're still not dead. The evil system laughs and replies, I merely puppeted a few losers who couldn't win a single round. You didn't actually think I was dead, did you? The Czech kin system is livid. You old scoundrel. You actually dared to violate the rules and lay hands on my host. The blood chicken system erupts. You beast among beasts. Can't even win fair, yet you dare touch the host's disciple. He lowers his head and sneers, two low-level good-for-nothings that can't even maintain a human form. Who gave you the right to open your mouths here? Yi Fan grips his sword in fury and roars, you harmed my disciple, you even plotted against my master, you wretched pawns, have you not died enough? The evil system clutches Van Xuong's neck and laughs, die. Gossamer thin threads slither from his palm, latching onto Nuong An Ren Hai. And Zhensu is baffled. What the hell is this? He cackles, this is hilarious. Back then, merely controlling a few of the strongest experts in that dimension was enough to crush you to death. Where did you find the gall to challenge me? If I got serious, I could instantly seize control of everyone you've ever known and behead them all. The Czech kin system trembles, host. Thank goodness I don't have a head. He caresses Van Xuong's face and murmurs, submit quietly. As long as you die, I'll spare a few of them. When the time comes, I'll pick a few beauties and turn them into puppets displayed in my treasure cabinet for all eternity. A spatial gate tears open behind the evil system. He whips his head around in alarm. That aura, a superstar-level being. I clearly blocked all communication signals in this area, yet she still detected this. The evil system rips the spatial gate wider and shouts, I'll let you off this once. Once I finish refining the frost bones, I'll come for you. With that, he vanishes. The Czech kin system laughs in relief, host, we're saved. Squanderer system, you truly came through for us, crawling right out of that spatial gate. It's the blood chicken system. The Czech kin system asks, why is it you? Where's the squanderer? The blood chicken system laughs, hey, don't you think I'm clever? I just used a fake formation signal from the squanderer system, and it was enough to scare him off. The Czech kin system breaks into a cold sweat and says sheepishly, what's the big deal? As systems, it's only natural my child is a bit clever. Yi Fan asks urgently, eldest senior sister, how is master? This isn't good, her body temperature has plummeted, yet I can't find a single wound. She replies, little junior brother. Zai Yan holds Zai Yun and asks, what is your relationship with those two? Yi Fan props Zai Yun up gently and asks his senior sister to step aside. In his mind, he commands, system, scan for me. The Czech kin system receives the order, let me take a look. Guaranteed to find the answer. The problem, after the scan, it goes pale, host, your master has lost the protection of heaven's Tao. Yi Fan is puzzled, what do you mean? Czech kin replies, the enemy used a forbidden method to intercept and hijack your master. Right now, your master is like a passenger thrown off a moving train severed from heaven Tao's control. Naturally, she'll no longer receive its protection. It's like Zai Yun missed the train it left before she boarded, making her chase after it screaming, "I haven't gotten on, I haven't gotten on." Yi Fan is furious. This situation is similar to second senior sisters. She can be saved, right? Check Kin sighs. I keep telling you, host. This isn't the same. Has anyone ever caught up to a train after being kicked off it? The blood chicken system suddenly butts in. Actually, I know, in that Detective Conan movie, Check Kin shuts it down immediately. Don't you dare use anime logic here. Besides, we don't have system ownership rights. Check Kin tells the host, don't lose heart. Actually, it's not completely hopeless. Since it's a train, it naturally has a destination or the possibility of purchasing a supplementary ticket. Hearing it beat around the bush, Yi Fan yells, just spit it out. It replies proudly, when your strength reaches one of the realm's supreme limits. Heaven's Tao will send the train back to pick her up, or the host and master could marry, becoming one entity with intertwined fates. Yi Fan is utterly enraged. If you want to die, just say it straight. Besides, what you're saying is exactly the same as last time, you just rephrased it. The Check Kin system trembles. Then what other options do I even have left? Host, every single time you refuse to cooperate, I can't earn any literary energy points. Even if I had a better method, I wouldn't have enough capital to execute it. Yi Fan demands angrily. Then just tell me the method. Whatever's lacking, I'll figure out how to get it. Nuong An suddenly walks over, points at the Check Kin system and blood chicken system and asks, Senior, what are those two things floating around you? They panic. Oh no, she can actually see us. Yi Fan asks Nuong An, you can see them? She replies, not clearly. I can only vaguely make out two faint, semi-transparent shapes. The Check Kin system breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, so she's a system candidate awaiting awakening. The blood chicken system chimes in, but this world already has a system host. Why is there still someone awaiting awakening? Hearing this, the Check Kin system just lets out a groan. The blood chicken system suddenly screams, what? You forgot to submit my appointment letter for subsystem status. That means I've been working under the table for you this whole time. The Check Kin system tries to defend itself. I'm basically an undocumented worker here. I really just forgot to submit it to the main system. I actually did write it already. The blood chicken system seizes Check Kin in fury. System, you absolute scoundrel. The Check Kin system whimpers, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Stop squeezing me. Meanwhile, Yi Fan watches from the side and mediates, stop fighting, master is still waiting to be saved. Suddenly, the Check Kin system turns around, host, I've got it. It points at Nuong An, all we need to do is officially transfer my subsystem. Let the subsystem become her system. Then both of you will become children of fortune. With the power of two children of fortune, you'll be able to make Heaven's Tao take notice of your master. She asks, so I'd get a system too? Speaking of which, what benefits does a system even give? Yi Fan tries to dissuade her. Nuong An, honestly, there aren't many benefits. In fact, there are plenty of drawbacks. In the worst case, it might even cost you your life. But it will grant you cultivation techniques and a cultivation base, saving you from taking detours in your training. Her eyes light up. It's that good. Then I want one too. The blood chicken system wails, you use me and now you want to throw me away. The Check Kin system tries to calm it. You can't say that. Nuong An points and scolds Check Kin system, what kind of behavior is this? What utter nonsense? The blood chicken system declares furiously, fine, I want an official transfer. I'm going to become her system. The Check Kin system asks the host for permission. If they've both agreed, shall I proceed with the official subsystem transfer? The blood chicken system warns you, be careful during this time. Don't let that bastard exploit any openings. Yi Fan nods, got it, go on. As they depart, a tattered strip of white cloth drifts toward him. Looking at it, Yi Fan thinks, I never expected that in this life I'd still encounter someone from my past life. He was training a young Van Suong. Yi Fan barks, your movements are too weak. How do you expect to avenge your family like this? Do 2 more sets today. The little girl practices her swordplay while tears streak down her face. Yes, master. Sometime later, a certain place. Fires rage across the land. Blood flows in rivers and a great sect has fallen. The people there shout in fury, you slaughtered countless members of our clan and you think you can retreat safely. With such pathetic martial skills, you still dare dream of avenging the H-1EA1NG family. Wait for your next life. This time we root out every last threat. No one will dare offend our clan ever again. Van Suong lies on the ground, blaming herself. If only I had known. I should have listened to Master and trained harder. Only then could I have descended the mountain to avenge my parents. I'm sorry, Master. Past life Yifan materializes behind them and declares, you lot think you can kill my disciple. He proceeds to annihilate every last one of them. Yifan slowly walks over to where Van Xuang lies, barely clinging to consciousness. Seeing him, she is stunned. Master, Yifan makes an excuse, you are my first disciple. If you die like this, who would ever dare take me as their master again? She weeps, Master, I'm sorry, your disciple was wrong. Suddenly, Van Xuang startles. Yifan has scooped her up into his arms. He simply says, I'm taking you back to the sect. Qinglan calls out, bro, I told you already, if you want to carry her yourself. I'm not waiting around. Yifan grumbles, bro, why am I always the one doing all the work? Seeing this, Van Xuang's heart overflows with joy. Several years later at his position, Yifan says furiously that old Taoist really has some skills. This time, he's rallied 3 million cultivators at the Tribulation Transcendence stage to fight me to the death. Disciple, hurry and lead your junior brothers and sisters away. This sect can no longer be protected. Van Xuang smiles, understood, Master. Hearing this, he is startled, turning to ask, what is it? Van Xuang lunges forward and kisses him. She smiles, Master, don't you dare let those cultivators catch you. He replies with a grin, don't underestimate your master. Van Xuang whispers, you faithless flirt, you absolutely must come back. She awakens in the present, disoriented. The evil system stands outside. Watching her stir, you're awake, my masterpiece. She floats in a chamber of liquid. He drains the fluid, releases her, and asks, well, did you find the weapon you wielded best within those memories? Van Xuang answers, I found it. My sword is called. She gazes at the blade and whispers, Quan. The Czech kin system laughs, we've arrived. The squanderer system is right nearby. The blood chicken system adds, I absolutely must report this to the squanderer system. Even though it's basically a ruthless boss that exploits its workers. The two of them freeze in terror when they see those figures standing there. They are absolutely terrified. The blood chicken system whispers, did we come to the wrong place? The Czech kin system replies, I'd say we came at the wrong time. How about we sneak away first? The squanderer system appears and says, oh, looks like I'm late to the party. The figures there exclaim cheerfully, the pledge has arrived. She steps out from behind the stage. The profligate system, currently donning cat ears and a stunning dress, she grips the mic and declares, good evening, everyone. The crowd below erupts, hyped, let us go. I love you, Star Sovereign. Without you, how could I go on living, Star Sovereign? Please take me with you. She strikes a cute pose and coos, love you also so much. Yo, today's love song is the legendary Super Idol. The cat girl dance sends the crowd into an absolute frenzy. I'm dead, I can't take this anymore. That's all for today, guess it'll have to do. The check-in system and the chicken blood system gape with their jaws on the floor. Is that seriously the profligate system? What the hell is a cat girl dance? Shouldn't it be a pony dance? I refuse to believe the profligate system would stoop to something like this. A figure steps out from the shadows and asks, oh, you two new fans. The check-in system flinches, fans. It turns out to be Yun Xin. She saunters closer and tells them, you two are systems, right? Sign up for a fan card, no, only 400,000 fortune points. The chicken blood system recoils, that expensive. The check-in system waves it off, forget it, forget it. We came here to find the profligate system on urgent business. Yun Xinbao, no worries. Once the show's over, just head backstage to find her. The chicken blood system asks, if I may, we did the profligate system come here to become an idol? She answers, well, she doesn't have a host right now and is bored out of her mind with nothing to do. So I advised her to become an idol. Helping me shop for outfits gives me creative inspiration. The check-in system, what kind of advice is that? I'm speechless. Yun Xinbao, simple. If she doesn't listen, I'll toss her onto a planet crawling with tentacles and turn her into a cream cake. The two systems clutch each other in abject terror. How can someone say such horrifying things with a straight face? Spoken with such a calm expression, utterly terrifying. She doesn't even treat the profligate system like a fellow system anymore. Suddenly, she leans in close and stares right at the chicken blood system. It flinches. What? Yun Xin suddenly declares, I've never seen eyes so pure, so pristine. They remind me of a college student who hasn't been crushed by society yet. So how about becoming an idol under me? The chicken blood system declines firmly. I respectfully refuse. Several hours later, the show finally wraps up. Backstage in the dressing room, the profligate system slumps over. That was exhausting. Hours of this, I don't want to work ever again. What did you two come here for? They speak in unison. We came for two matters. First, I want to be bound to someone to become a proper, legitimate system. When the system dies, moving on to the second point, we've finally discovered the mastermind scheming against the host. She leaps to her feet and slams the table. What? We finally found that scheming little bastard who framed me. This time I'll tear him into 8 pieces. Yun Xin suddenly materializes behind the profligate system, just as she's mid-rant. Can you really tear him into 8 pieces though? I don't know about that, but you'll definitely be the one getting torn to shreds. She turns around and sees Yun Xin. She freezes. The profligate system trembles. B-boss, what's wrong with me? Yun Xin roars, your Death Star is glowing. A notification suddenly pops up, terminated, unable to revive. Outside, Zai Bing, Zai Yan and Zai Qing tend to Zai Yun, who remains unconscious. Yi Fan stands outside, observing silently. Fei Yi walks in and says, Yi Shixing, have something to eat. She startles him. She continues, by the way, Yi Shixing, what was that sword you used earlier? It felt incredibly sentient. Yi Fan responds matter-of-factly, thanks. That sword is called Sida, it really does suit me well. Fei Yi laughs smugly, pleased with herself. She preens while gnawing on bread. Yi Fan remarks, I just threw cold water on her. But if given the choice, I'd still prefer using a spear. Fei Yi's eyes widen. What? Qing Lan shoves the petrified Fei Yi aside, sighing, you scrap of metal, always finding trouble for no reason. She turns to Yi Fan, Zhai Yu. Why aren't you going in? Are you blaming yourself? He responds something like that. Qing Lan presses, Zhai Yu, was your disciple being controlled by that foul Taoist? Otherwise, when we encountered her, you would have. She merely wore the guise of my disciple. Next time you meet her, there's no need to show mercy, that is. Hearing this, Qing Lan falls silent for a moment. She responds, is that so? Then it'll be easier on my conscience when I strike. Dehai, I have a favor to ask of you. Yi Fan says, if that old Taoist or his puppet shows up, I'll be the one to face them. His tone turns grave. Listen, no matter what happens, do not leave my master's side. That old Taoist is cunning and treacherous. He's very likely to strike against Master when we're not looking. Within the sect, only you possess the greatest strength. And you alone wield the world-ending flame capable of fighting that Taoist without falling under his control. Qing Lan nods. Zhai Yu, I understand. Speaking of which, it reminds me of your master. How about I write? Suddenly, a spatial rift tears open behind the two of them. Yun Shuang steps through and announces, Master, your disciple has returned. Last time I came in a rush and brought nothing. This time I've remembered to bring fruit for Master. Yi Fan asks warily, what are you planning this time? She grins sinisterly, oh, just a gift enough to slaughter the entire cultivation world. Yi Fan thinks, slaughter the entire cultivation world. Is this tragedy about to repeat itself all over again? Yun Shuang commands the spirits behind her Geo. They scatter in every direction, flying wildly across the sky. Qing Lan asks him, Zhai Yu, should we stop them? Yi Fan holds her back, there are far too many, we can't possibly stop them all. Qing Lan curses, Fei Yi, you useless thing, stop standing there like a statue. Yi Fan leaps away, shouting, Dehai, guard the Xian sect, protect Master at all costs. Qing Lan answers, understood. The sword chimes in, Master, wait for me. Yun Shuang sees him and smirks, Master, it's been so long since we last crossed blades. I wonder for someone who has lived as long as you. How much martial prowess do you still have left? He launches the cold flame art, rising dragon from the sea. She counters with cold flame art, extinguished flame, lingering fire. Their techniques collide with a deafening boom. Yi Fan and Yun Shuang clash swords, and mid-duel she taunts, Master, have your hands gone cold? Why aren't you as fierce as the first time? He responds coolly, I don't recall teaching my disciple to say things so easily misunderstood. Yun Shuang swings her sword and bursts into laughter, Master, I love you so much, once I kill you, I'll refine you into the Wangjun sword so I can carry you with me everywhere. Yi Fan replies, then let's see if you have the skill for that. She unleashes the cold flame art, red rock spreads wings, but he launches shards of ice to intercept. The two forces collide and annihilate each other. Yi Fan charges toward Yun Shuang, it's still too early for that. She smiles, Master, you fell for my trap. He freezes. Yun Shuang's scythe slashes past and cuts him. She holds the blade and mocks, Master, you're not as invincible as I thought. Sensing a surge of dark energy erupting behind her, Qing Lan realizes what's happening. She calls out to the others' eldest senior sister, "Everyone get Master and Xiaoyu out of here, now." "Understood," Zai Bing answers. Then a figure materializes, none other than the sinner system. He sneers, "You wretched beast. Why aren't you helping your master instead of standing guard over a piece of trash like this?" Qinglan answers, "Xiaoyu can handle himself. As for me, I won't let you threaten the people around him anymore." He surges with power and growls, "You want to stop me? Then come be my toy too," she says nothing. Instead, she unleashes the world-ending flame. But when the flames slam into the barrier, nothing happens. The sinner system has deployed a precision shield. He remarks, "Worthy of the world-ending flame. Truly a troublesome power, even my barrier won't hold for long. Still, at the end of the day, it's just a tool. I'll shatter it eventually. And before I leave, I'll still find a way to deal with you." Qinglan's snarls keep showing off. The sinner system activates his technique puppet duality spirit pet collar. She cries out, "Not good." A dark energy coils around Qinglan's neck. It tightens around her throat. He laughs, "This is merely a modified pet collar, nothing more. It's just a pity it only works on pets. I'd stashed it away in a forgotten corner. Who knew I'd actually get to use it today?" Qinglan spits at him, "Despicably." The sinner system sneers, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being nothing more than a beast." As for Yun Xuanjevin, though a massive chunk of her arm has been torn away, she still mocks him because she can regenerate it in an instant. Yun Shuang says, "Master, stop struggling, you can't defeat me." She says this because she knows he's merely human who would feel fatigue and pain. "But I am not." Yifan says nothing. Yun Shuang beckons, "Come, Master," she grins. "Come meet your death," but his mind has already drifted to the past. Yun Shuang had her head severed and put on display. Her arms were hung from the ceiling. Qinglan tells him, "Xiaoyu, stop looking, she's already dead. What we should do now is kill that foul Taoisto, avenge your disciple." At that moment, only two words filled his mind: revenge. Looking back on it, Yifan thinks, right, why didn't I just listen, block that strike, and accept that my real disciple was already gone? I have to kill this bastard. How could I go soft on a mere puppet he created? It startles Yun Shuang. A pair of ice and flame wings erupts from Yifan's back. He tells her, "Though I once taught you every technique, this master still has one move I never taught Yaon, I created myself." He raises his sword and unleashes the cold flame art. Frost shatters, and two dragonsone of ice, one of fire, surge toward Yun Shuang. They assault her relentlessly, leaving her without a moment to breathe. Moments later, Yun Shuang crashes to the ground, both arms severed. She lies there watching Yifan approach. "It's really over this time," she says. "Limbs shattered again, next comes my head, doesn't it?" Yifan asks, "Tell me, where is that Taoist?" Yun Shuang laughs, "You'd better strike while you can. My master is about to turn your grandmaster into a puppet." Her body is regenerating, but he pays no mind. He raises his sword, "I never intended to spare you." The glitched system appears and screams, "Stop." He seizes Qinglan and threatens, "Don't you dare ruin my handiwork, or I won't guarantee this mongrel's survival." She shouts from below, "Jiu, don't misread the situation." Yifan seethes. "Are you threatening me?" The glitched system grips Qinglan's throat. "This isn't a threat. Even in a one-on-one duel, you wouldn't stand a chance against a puppet system like me." He replies, "Fine." She screams, "Jiu, don't." The man just grins, "Now that's more like it." Despite his words, Yifan drives his sword into Yun Shuang's skull. Her body gradually dissolves into nothingness. The glitched system roars in fury, "You dare! She was my magnum opus, crafted with every ounce of my soul. How dare you destroy her?" He glares at Qinglan with murderous eyes and threatens, "Since you clearly don't care about this mongrel, then I'll just kill it." Liang Ying materializes and strikes him, drawing a scream of agony from the glitched system. She says, "So this is the power of a system, devastating." The blood chicken system responds, "That's right, thighs is the compensation the system granted me." He demands furiously, "Who are you? Why is there a Liang Ying system?" She strikes a pose and declares, "The world destroyer, the guardian of ponds and sandbars." Seriously. The magical girl goes on air. Yifan thinks that line really doesn't suit her demoness vibe at all. The Chicken King system cheerfully announces, "Host, we're back." Yifan's expression barely changes. "Oh, back just in time." The glitched system sneers, "HMPH, just two low-level systems, so what? Even if they've arrived, what of it?" His face twists viciously as he bellows, "I've had enough. I am done playing nice. the glitched system furiously pulls out a stone and summons every evil puppet at his command by now. Those puppets should have butchered a good chunk of the cultivation world already. Time to come back and level the Xian sect. My puppets return to me. Yi Fan watches him, irritated and disgusted. Great another human wave tactic. The glitched system stares at the stone, then blankly looks around. But nothing happens. Panic floods his face. The summoning has no effect. What the hell? My puppets severed from me without a whisper. Who did this? Yi Fan reads his thoughts perfectly and smirks. No idea what's going on, but judging by that face of yours, looks like something went wrong. Glitchy. Humiliated and drenched in sweat, he still bares his fangs. Don't get cocky. Have you forgotten I still have that move, ultimate domain control? Activate. He stands right before Yi Fan, unleashing a barrage of silk-like threads that ensnare him, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Go ahead, strike me. But be ready to collect the corpses of your grandmaster and your senior sisters. Yi Fan ignores the empty threats, surges forward, and cleaves his razor-sharp sword through the man in one brutal slash. Instantly, the fabric strips on the glitched system shred to pieces. He never expected Yi Fan to be this brazen, cursing in shock. Yi Fan, you're a madman. Do you really not care that I'll kill the people beside you? Yi Fan remains silent, calm, collected, nothing like the raging man before him. His voice is steady, but every word cuts deep. I'm not mad. I simply understand you. If this ultimate domain control of yours really activated in an instant, you would have used it long ago. Those words pierce straight through his black heart. He squints, a panicked thought racing through his mind. He saw right through me. Without giving him a single second to recover, the Chicken King system shouts to the Chicken Slayer system, purple system, let's destroy him together. The Chicken Slayer system turns to call out to Liang Ying, host, let us slay this evil together. She joins the fight without hesitation, fueling his resolve. Fight, die. Seeing the blazing fighting spirit of Yi Fan's group, the glitched system panics and prepares to flee. No, I cannot die here. But before he can escape, a frail hand grabs his collar. Yun Shuang crawls toward him, her broken body barely intact, mustering every last ounce of strength to speak. You're not going anywhere. Enraged by her interference, he grits his teeth and snarls, oblivious to the fact that Yi Fan is already poised to strike him down. HMPH, when did you get here? You wretched thing, let go of me. Yi Fan swiftly brings his sword crashing down on the man's mud-filled skull, but it leaves not a scratch. The glitched system grins with provocation. Didn't expect that, did you? I've still got tricks up my sleeve. My skull, reforged by the Kang body, boasts immortal-grade defenses. You can never kill me. The Chicken King system watches him, grinning like a lunatic, insufferably arrogant. This bastard really is bottomless scum. But whatever scheme he's cooking up dies in his throat because a golden bullet whizzes past his face. The glitched system freezes, his hand trembling as it reaches for his unscathed neck. What just happened? How the hell can your sword fire bullets? Yi Fan stares at his own blade, just as bewildered. Since when did his sword become this miraculous? Even the Chicken King system is intrigued. That firepower, it's Zai Oya's myriad annihilation Gun infinite ammo, never jams. Elsewhere, Fei Yi recalls the time she wielded that very gun. Perhaps she had anticipated this very outcommened beams with satisfaction, as if she just scored a legendary achievement. Didn't see that coming, did you? I refined this weapon myself. It worked. The glitched system has been silent this whole time, and now, realization dawning, he clamps a hand over his mouth in horror. Damn it, my core is damaged. Not only can I no longer control my puppets, but even my most basic system functions are compromised. Yun Shuang watches him lose control, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes, and mocks him. Karma always comes for the wicked. That single insult strikes him like a pressure point, freezing him in place. Yi Fan has no interest in dragging this out with the arrogant villain. He unleashes a killing technique to end him. It's time to end this. His hand finds his sword, finish him. Receiving its master's command, the sword emits a resonant hum. But before it can strike, a beam of light descends upon him, blasting 3 massive craters into the ground with overwhelming force. Even Yi Fan is caught off guard, an unexpected twist he hadn't foreseen. 3 imposing figures materialize without warning atop the rooftop. The red-haired one with the most somber expression is the villain system. The girl with 2 animal ears and the most eerie expression is the Daehuang system. The last one, looking both innocent and strikingly handsome, flashing a radiant smile, is the demon reform system. The glitched system's anxiety eases at the sight of the three, but his sharp tongue won't rest. What took you so long? I nearly died. The villain system bristles at his whining and snaps, shut your trap. Aren't we literally here to clean up your mess? Keep yapping and I'll smash your core myself. The glitched system has no choice but to swallow his pride, pleading, just help me kill them. The demon reform system, on the other hand, is in high spirits. He speaks without a trace of worry, yet his words carry urgency. We should retreat. The Star Lord has already locked onto our coordinates. If we don't leave now, we won't escape at all. The Daehuang system nods in agreement, stepping into the barrier behind the villain system. Right, the Chicken Slayer system watches those venomous snakes prepare to flee and screams in fury, don't you dare run. Fortunately, the Chicken King system holds it back. Don't be reckless, that's 4 high-level humanoid systems over there. The demon reform system glances at Yifan one final time, then casually drops, we'll meet again. The meaning hidden in those words lingers in Yifan's mind. The dark barrier rapidly shrinks and vanishes. The Chicken Slayer system watches the retreating figures with bitter frustration. They got away. Chicken King understands the reality of the situation and echoes the sentiment, stirring the air around them. Thank the heavens they left. If that fight had turned real, we'd be the dead ones for sure. Yifan looks down at the shattered Yun Shuang with aching sorrow, gently patting her head. When did you come back? The Chicken King system watches him, carefully and tenderly helping her up. It grows anxious. Host, what are you doing? Watch out, she might ambush you, but Yifan places his unwavering faith in her. She wouldn't do that. Nearly half her head is destroyed. Her body is a ravaged, pitiful sight. Yet she forces out her final words, Master, I'm sorry. If I die completely, he won't be able to use me anymore. Yifan gazes at his disciple cradled in his arms, blaming himself. He comforts her gently, this isn't your fault. Her final farewell, goodbye, Master. In the end, her body shatters into fragments, drifting skyward. The Chicken Slayer system, usually fierce and unyielding, cannot hold back its tears. Is there any item that can save her? The Chicken King system is powerless. There isn't. Watching Yifan so helpless, Bing steps forward to comfort him. Little junior brother. He composes himself quickly so as not to burden anyone, and finally speaks, help me bury her on the back mountain. Her name is Hang Yun Shuang. She agrees to his request. Understood, we'll take care of it. She gazes at him with concern. Once everything is settled, she approaches and asks, Senior, do you think those people might suddenly come back to attack? He cannot predict the future, who's to say? Oh right, what about the Wanshu sect's casualties? Didn't their leader send out a whole army of experts, claiming he was going to slaughter the entire cultivation world? Hearing this, she hurriedly pulls out a communication talisman to contact the heavenly realm. Right, I need to question my master. The one who dropped out of the sky immediately, but very quickly. She stiffens, frozen in place for several solid seconds. Zhen Su's reply leaves her completely dumbfounded. Casualties? What casualties? I haven't heard a single other sect requesting assistance. Over here, the commotion is no less chaotic than at Yifan's place. Fei Yi stubbornly tugs at the ring around Qinglan's neck. The ring simply refuses to snap. Seeing Fei Yi struggle, she speaks up to dissuade her. I've already tried. It's not something human strength can destroy. She touches the ring, then says with a solemn expression, this is no ordinary artifact. Once put on, my cultivation base and abilities were completely nullified. Truly maddening. Fei Yi grows confused at her words. So right now, you're basically just an ordinary mortal. Panicking, Fei Yi blurts out a dangerous suggestion. How about I just shoot it off with a gun? Are you serious? She's so furious she nearly explodes, shouting, are you that eager to see me die? My neck can't take this anymore, so what other options do we even have? Maybe only your close friend's master would know how to handle this. Suddenly, she recalls Zai Yun, still fast asleep on the bed. Why bring up that person? Isn't she still lying in bed right now? Seeing Fei Yi constantly misunderstanding, she grows slightly irritated and raises her voice. I'm not talking about the person who's here now. Have you forgotten how we survived? Fei Yi finally grasps Qinglan's meaning and exclaims, ah, you mean the one from a different modern timeline. Yunxin sits writing something in a notebook. Leaving system by Jia idle and sighs contentedly. Not a bad feel. Softness is about 223. This setting can be incorporated into the system's broadcast script. Bai Jia slowly sits up, rubbing her backside while grumbling non-stop at Jin Yunxin, "You're way too much. All I did was break a few of your things. It's not like I can't compensate you." Yunxin gets called out to her face yet remains completely composed, calmly pushing up her glasses. She utters just a few simple words, yet each one drips with killing intent. "If you dare call me by my full name one more time, I'll stuff you into the Genius Idol training program. Package you up and ship you off to Dimension XX for the ultimate humiliation run." Sinister silhouettes with crimson, lust-filled eyes flash through her mind. She instantly cowers, bargaining apologetically, "Boss, I spoke way too loudly just now." Yet she still can't help herself, pressing further, "But hey, boss. Why do you keep trying to drag me into becoming an idol? I clearly have way more important things to do." Being challenged so directly, she flicks Bai Jia right on the forehead in irritation. As an unemployed system that harassed other dimensions and even tore 2 other systems apart. "You think nobody dares manage you? 3 or 4 systems are all helping Yi Fan as we speak. If the temporal maiden decides to investigate, I won't be able to protect you." Her forehead now swollen from the flicks, she persists, "Out of the 4, who else is there?" At this, Yunxin suddenly answers in a serious tone, "There's a junior of mine. After her mission failed, she violated regulations and directly intervened in the dimension, saving many people connected to the host. By the rules, she should have been executed, but the temporal maiden turned a blind eye and merely banished her while letting her keep a portion of her combat capabilities." The system Bai Jia continues to follow along with her words, picking up the conversation. "I think I've seen her name in Yi Fan's files before. I believe it was." A silhouette emerges amid the chaos of battle, one figure after another toppling like dominoes under a colossal hand. She's the disciple-taking system, a terrifying one most commonly found in puppet workshops, mutated specimens locked away in surplus system chambers. Dai Huang busily examines the heavily damaged Gui Luo. The damage is far too severe. Ma Kai, seeing the situation isn't promising, approaches with a grin. "How's it looking?" She furrows her brows tightly. "There's absolutely no chance of recovery." Gui Luo, missing the top half of his head, grits his teeth in fury. "Yi Fan. Damn it, if my host hadn't lost contact, I definitely wouldn't have lost." The villain system stands to the side, listening to his nonsense. Without a second thought, she unleashes a torrent of curses, shutting him up completely. "Who told you to be the weakest one among us? You can't even beat a cultivator and only know how to rely on puppets and gadgets. Even Dai Huang's system is stronger than you. Just let me step up and I guarantee Yi Fan won't even have a grave." Hai Hua, hearing herself dragged into the conversation, can't take it anymore and jumps up to snap back. "Ma Kai, when you're trash talking, can you at least leave me out of it?" Though he always grins like a fool when the moment demands it, he turns dead serious. "That Yi Fan is no pushover, villain system. Don't let your guard down." Dai Huang assists Hai Hua, "Don't let anything go wrong." Then Dai Huang swiftly approaches him and softly speaks. "Boss, may I make a request?" He grants permission with an easygoing wave. "Go ahead." She speaks in a sinister tone, her eyes harboring bottomless malice, and utters a sentence so shocking it stuns everyone. "I see Gui Luo is already scrap. Why not let me dismantle and absorb him?" Gui Luo hears her words and freezes on the spot. Ma Kai, unfazed, cheerfully agrees. "Sure." Given permission, Dai Huang begins to wreak havoc, tearing apart Gui Luo's body. "Wonderful," he writhes in agony but can only beg, "Boss, I'm still useful. Stop this violent woman from ripping me apart." The villain system steps in front of Ma Kai, grinning with delight. "What a show." Then adds a taunt. "Dai Huang, can you even crack open that indestructible neural core?" The moment his words trail off, a sharp ripping sound echoes through the air as black fragments scatter everywhere. Dai Huang ruthlessly tears apart the rest of Gui Luo's body. Turns out, it was surprisingly simple. Inside the dazzling, kaleidoscopic courtyard, the Qi Qin system calls out excitedly, "Host, are you all ready?" Yi Fan clasps his hands behind his back and responds cheerfully, "Let's begin." Liang Ying also bounces excitedly, "I'm good to go too." Zai Yun remains in deep unconscious slumber. Qi Qin approaches the bowl placed on her belly, then turns back to call out to the two, "Please drip your essence blood in, both of you." Jade Butterfly, creation, I shall use the essence blood of the Son of Fortune to connect with the heavenly Tao. Summon the host's master back. Qi Qin witnesses this scene and grows overjoyed. This time it absolutely must succeed. Afterward, the blood drops from both Yi Fan and Liang Ying. drip into the bowl simultaneously. Immediately after, a pillar of light erupts from a black hole in the sky, shining directly down upon the courtyard. But very quickly, the light dims and vanishes. Ji-kin stares at the bowl of blood, unable to hide its dejection sigh. Yi-fan is also at a loss, sighing, looks like another failure. Liang Ying slaps her forehead repeatedly. Dejected, that's the 29th time this month. She's going absolutely insane. No method she tries can wake Zai Yun up. Impossible, I've tried every method there is. I even bought every item from the shopping center, how can it still fail? Degas, seeing her so helpless, can't help but offer some consolation. Perhaps your approach was wrong from the very start. Take my master. For example, she was already long dead. The instant those words leave his mouth, Yi-fan's face darkens instantly. Ji-kin realizes the blunder and immediately clamps Degas' mouth shut. Scrambling to salvage the situation, that was just nonsense. Can't you see her soul is still residing within her body? Although her soul has weakened slightly, there's no sign of further deterioration. It also flies over to his side to offer a few words of comfort. Host, don't worry too much. Based on the master's current condition, keeping her stable for another year and a half shouldn't be a problem. We'll definitely find a solution. Hearing this, he can only cling to hope and turns to leave. Let's step out. Let master rest properly. I'll go ask the Grand Elder and the others if they've found any leads. Liang Ying watches his lonely, helpless retreating figure and calls out, Senior, do you need me to come along? No, there's no need, just go handle your own affairs. In another courtyard, his voice rings out with urgency. Grand Elder, have you managed to gather any clues on your end? Extreme worry is written all over his face as he presses, such as alchemists, healers, or anyone with unusual methods, eccentric experts, strange practitioners. The Grand Elder is equally stumped. Regarding treatment, all he can offer are a few simple words, nothing at all. I've already dispatched the two great cultivators Huang Ru and Ren Hai to search outside. Zai Yan and the second elder have been continuously stirring a cauldron full of insect medicine. The second elder, to save the sect master, has been refining pills day and night, with Master Zai Yan testing the medicines. Zai Bing and Zai Yan have also set out to find the antidote as instructed. Zai Bing tends to get lost easily, so I had her take Zai Yan to the northern region. Perhaps they'll find something useful. Zai Bing, upon spotting several exotic birds, came up with the devious idea of capturing a few demonic beasts to bring back for refinement, fighting poison with poison. Having arranged everything for the disciples, she turns to him and continues, as for Zai Qing, doesn't she command a swarm of insect demons? The head insect demon has already reported they have been infiltrating various powers in secret to gather intelligence. The image of a certain cultivator from Langxian Pavilion, terrified out of his wits by insects, immediately springs to mind. As such, they have extensive cooperation with the Langxian Pavilion Intelligence Network. If the Langxian Pavilion lends their support, I believe the chances of success would be the highest. Speak of the devil. Zai Qing appears. Grand Elder, little junior brother. We've returned. Yi-fan eyes the stranger she brought back and demands, second senior sister, who is this person? She casually pushes him forward for introductions. This is Tang Yi. He's the healer we've been observing and have come to acknowledge. After a long period of collaboration with the Langxian Pavilion. Don't judge him by his golden core realm. Just last week he hadn't even reached the chi refining stage. Following her cue, he steps forward with an arrogant air. This humble one is Tang Yi. You must be Yi-fan. It's a great honor to meet you. May I ask where the patient is? The Chi-kin system scans his identity, then immediately sends a covert message to him. Reaching golden core in just 1 week. The only comparable case would be someone with a special physique, an innate Tao body to be precise. That can't be right. How could someone with such heaven-defying fortune exist in this world? Zai Qing watches him, still pensive, and anxiously presses, little junior brother, do you truly not trust this Tang Yi? He doesn't want to alert the enemy, so he simply offers a few words to ease her mind. It's not exactly that. After all, he is someone's second senior sister brought back. She senses the unease behind his words and hurriedly explains, little junior brother. In the entire Xian sect, the only ones I trust are you and Master. If you truly feel uneasy, just tell me, I'll follow your lead. If this doesn't work out, I'll go find other healers. The Chi-kin system also sides with her and begins its persuasion. That's right, host. Second, senior sister. Senior sister is right, it's fine, you can find someone else to try, this person has too many issues. Yi Fan understands their concern, but he knows full well how serious this situation is. Even if they refuse Tang Yi, there is no guarantee the next person the enemy sends won't be just as dangerous. No matter what they choose, the outcome remains uncertain. The initiative remains firmly in the enemy's hands. Only by accepting can they hope to find an opening. Fellow Taoist Tang Yi. In the end, he decides to allow this stranger entry. Please follow me. Tang Yi complies without hesitation, as natural as breathing. Following the guide's lead, he enters the room. The incense burner still burns continuously, filling the air with thick, fragrant smoke. Tang Yi's gaze falls upon Zai Yun, submerged in deep unconsciousness. A flicker of discomfort crosses his face, unable to conceal his reaction to her peerless beauty. He thinks to himself, so this is Zai Yun, the true one. She truly is as stunning as ever. As the old saying goes, the female disciples under her tutelage are indeed all peerless beauties. Yi Fan notices the ill intent lurking behind Tang Yi's eyes and speaks up at once. Fellow Taoist Tang Yi, is there a way to treat her? Tang Yi answers swiftly, casually picking up the blood bowl. What's so difficult about that? This is merely a symptom of her heavenly qi falling out of balance. I only need a single drop of essence blood from someone blessed with great fortune, and the problem will be resolved immediately. The system chimes in checkpoint. Yi Fan stares at the blood bowl with undisguised contempt. Wasn't this the same thing I tried this morning? It was completely useless. Seeing Tang Yi about to use his own blood, Yi Fan speaks first, then take my essence blood instead. But Tang Yi has no intention of letting him have his way. No need, I have my own. With that, he grabs a blade and slashes it straight across his palm. A single drop of blood falls directly into the bowl. A radiant shimmering light erupts from the blood bowl. More and more streams of light appear. They surge straight into Zai Yun's body. The system is utterly floored. Seeing this spectacle, the system is stunned beyond words. How is this possible? Zai Yun's long-sealed eyes slowly creak open, leaving it utterly bewildered. Good heavens, she's actually awake. Tang Yi gazes upon his handiwork, puffing his chest with pride. See that? This is the power of a true healer. As long as it's an ailment, there is nothing in this world I cannot cure. Yi Fan rushes forward to help her sit up. Master, are you all right? One might expect a heartwarming reunion between master and disciple to unfold. But instead, she violently shoves his hand away, shrinking back in fear. Zai Yun stares at him, her lips parting with hesitation. Her eyes brim with utter confusion as she looks at him. Who am I? The words strike like divine lightning, freezing Yi Fan body in Solento stone. Yi Fan stares at the person before him, his voice riddled with disbelief. A master. Lost her memory? The system quickly whispers into his ear, sharing its deduction. Host, I don't think master is pretending. But I sense something very off about her. Zai Yun speaks timidly, one careful word at a time. I'm sorry. I don't know who you are. I don't even know what happened. Yi Fan looks at her. His heart shaken. Master, is she truly testing him? Tang Yi seizes the opening the moment Yi Fan lets his guard down, interjecting with a voice full of calculated concern. Ah, Yi Fan. It appears that Master's spiritual soul has sustained damage, resulting in memory loss. It seems that even for someone like me who practices medicine, my skills are still not quite up to par. Far from it, in fact. Would it be possible for me to stay at the Xian sect for a few more days to observe? It would also allow me to help regulate your master's health. Yi Fan's face flushes red with frustration, but he has no choice but to relent. Then we'll be in your debt. Zai Yun, utterly terrified by these half-familiar, half-strange faces, quickly makes an excuse to shoo everyone out. You all call me master. So you must be my disciples, correct? Could you all step outside for a moment? I need some time alone to process this information. A single suspicious phrase catches Yi Fan's attention like a fishhook. Process information. If she truly has amnesia, why would she say that? Outside, Zai Qing waits alongside the Grand Elder, both of them sighing continuously. The moment Zai Qing sees him emerge, she hurries over. Little junior brother, you two came out so quickly. How is master? What's the situation? Still the same as before. Yi Fan stands guard at the door and reports calmly, master has awakened. It was fellow Taoist Tang Yi who cured her. Overjoyed, she leaps to her feet. Wonderful, master has finally regained consciousness. Tang Yi, reading the room, adds, not entirely cured. I'm afraid your master's memory has been damaged. I'll need to continue observing for a few more days. Zai Qing's face drains of color. Master lost her memory. Second senior sister. He doesn't answer directly, his silence speaking volumes. Then he assigns the tasks. Master is a woman, it's not convenient for us men to tend to her directly. So if fellow Taoist Tang Yi wishes to treat Master, I'd ask you, senior sister, to stay by her side and assist whenever he visits. She listens to his instructions and resolves herself firmly. Understood, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, now the acting head of the sect, steps forward to host Tang Yi with full courtesy. Fellow Taoist Tang Yi, we've prepared a room for you. We'll trouble you to stay at the Xian sect for the next few days. Tang Yi, having no reason to refuse, answers without hesitation. Very well. The moment she finishes arranging the logistics, Yi Fan adds a few more words. Oh, that's right, Grand Elder. Please assign a few servant disciples to attend to fellow Taoist Tang Yi. That way, should he have any needs, we can accommodate them promptly. Tang Yi nearly loses it at this, his brows knot tight and he practically wants to curse aloud. Damn it all, I did was glance at his master a few times and he's already guarding against me like this. If it weren't for the urgent matter that forces me to remain at the Xian sect, I would make every single one of you regret this day. The system checkpoint activates instantly, deploying a full-body scanner to sweep every inch of Tang Yi's being, yet it returns nothing. Strange, there really is no system on him, but his luck is dense to an abnormal degree. Could it be that the Heavenly Tao has begun grooming a new child of fortune? Could the Heavenly Tao be raising a new favored son? Tang Yi finally settles into the room that has been arranged for him. He drops into the chair with ease, a scheming glint in his eyes now that I've successfully infiltrated the Xian sect. He taps his fingers on the armrest. How do I take control of this sect next? Those elders in Yi Fan are cautious, not easy to deal with. While he is deep in thought, two timid disciples appear at the doorway, speaking bashfully. Hello, Senior Tang. We are the servant disciples assigned to attend to you. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to command us. Tang Yi looks at the two of them, a sinister idea taking shape in his mind. A sly smile creeps across his face. Well, how wonderful. You two arrived at just the right time. The moment the two disciples step inside, he produces two gleaming medicinal pills, leaving them bewildered. Senior Tang. He casually tosses out a convenient excuse to dispel their suspicion. This is a marrow-cleansing pill of my own refinement. It can improve a cultivator's physical constitution. I was worried I'd have no one to test them on, and here you are. The two disciples whose low rank condemned them to menial labor now have greed blazing in their eyes. Marrow-cleansing pills. These are extremely rare tier 4 pills. To think we'd have the chance to consume one. Without a second thought, they each swallow one. Moments later, their bodies surge with explosive vitality. This feels incredible, so invigorating. I can feel my entire body being cleansed. I used to think following senior brother Yi Fan would bring us benefits, but it turns out nothing compares to serving Senior Tang. These careless words make everything click for Tang Yi. Yi Fan has never given his disciples any benefits. So that's how I get to them. He looks at the two pill-drunk disciples. A benevolent smile plastered on his face. Since the marrow-cleansing pills proved effective, how about I refine a larger batch? Consider it my good deed. I'll craft pills for the entire sect. At this, the two disciples' eyes sparkle with avarice and they pledge their loyalty without a shred of hesitation. Senior Tang is truly noble. From this day forward, we pledge ourselves to you. Tang Yi regards these two fair-weather turncoats with a mixture of delight and contempt. To think I'd stumble upon two such useful idiots right from the start. What a stroke of luck. His mind drifts back to a painful memory from long ago. A furious shopkeeper beats a filthy beggar boy bloody. You stole my roasted goose, you stole my roasted goose. The old man looks down at the wretched child with utter disdain, cursing, and doesn't forget to spit a glob of filthy phlegm. You've got hands and feet, yet you play the beggar. Next time I catch you, I'll beat you every single time. You have hands and feet, yet you pretend to be a beggar. Next time I catch you, I'll beat you every single time. Tang Yi, humiliated beyond measure, officially fell to darkness that day. His inner demons, brimming with resentment, thirsted for nothing but revenge. Was it not just a single stolen goose? Yet you humiliate me like this. Just you wait. Once I rise to power, I will take your wretched head. Right at that moment, a voice suddenly rings out from nowhere, startling him. Oh, rise to power. Advance in rank, you say? He looks up to see two figures dressed in bizarre yet unmistakably luxurious attire. His heart swells with confusion. Who are they? Casting aside all dignity, young Tang Yi kowtows desperately, begging in his most wretched beggar's voice, "Your lordships, please spare me some coin for a meal." The desolation system looks at the filthy boy before her, nose wrinkled in disdain. "You even need someone like this?" The villain system shoots her an irritated glare, then barks, "Shut up, just stand there and watch." She seizes the moment, feigning a casual sigh. "Fine then. I'll just wash my hands of it." He walks up to the young Tang Yi and speaks with calm authority. "You are Tang Yi, correct?" Those words leave the young man, surnamed Tang, utterly stunned. How do you know my name?" The villain system ignores his question entirely, simply producing a green ledger and holding it out before him. His voice drips with temptation. "Do you want to become someone proud, respected, and feared by all?" In the courtyard of the sect, a group of gossipy disciples stand around chatting. One of them suddenly says, "Have you heard? Senior Tang Yi's cultivation has already reached the Golden Core realm." Another gasps, "That fast? When he first arrived at the Xian sect, wasn't he only at Qi refining or foundation establishment?" The first disciple nods. "Exactly. His advancement speed is on par with senior brother Yi Fan." A purple-haired disciple sneers. "Yi Fan, who's that?" "Don't even mention senior brother Yi Fan with that lazy, good-for-nothing attitude of his. How could he possibly compare to senior Tang?" A chubby disciple chimes in, nodding vigorously. "Exactly. When senior Tang cultivates, he also heals the sick, refines pills, and studies formation soul at the same time. If he weren't spreading his efforts so wide, he'd have reached nascent soul ages ago." Another disciple sighs wistfully. "If only Tang Yi were a member of our sect, that would be wonderful." At Xianyu Peak, the system bristles with indignation. "Host, that Tang Yi has been buying people's hearts throughout the entire sect. I believe this works against your interests." Yi Fan hears this but remains perfectly calm, continuing to cook. "It's nothing more than petty manipulation. If I let something like this draw my attention, then I've already fallen for his trap." The system seems to catch on. "Host, you mean the real key is still master?" Yi Fan's expression turns serious. "Exactly. There's definitely a secret hidden on master's person." Yi Fan brings a tray of food to Zai Yun's chamber, speaking gently. "Master, I've brought today's meal for you." She sits on the bed, responding with a hint of distance. "Oh, disciple, you're here again." He carries the steaming hot dish of food, setting it down as he speaks. "I know master has forgotten many things, so I tried cooking a variety of dishes. Perhaps something here will suit your taste." She hesitates, then says with visible guilt, Please don't cook any more of those bizarre dishes. Honestly, I really didn't like them." The food spread before her, fragrant, golden, and exquisitely presented, looks utterly enticing. He assures her, "Don't worry. These are all prepared from traditional recipes." Her eyes widen in surprise. She hadn't expected a heaping plate of golden roast chicken and roasted quail. One hand picks up a piece of tender chicken, the other scoops up a bite of quail. She beams with delight. "Good boy." Seeing her content, Yi Fan doesn't linger. He offers a few parting words. "Master, as long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. I'll leave the food here and come back to clean up later." He glances back one final time, a storm of thoughts churning behind his eyes. The moment he steps outside, Zai Qing, who has been waiting, calls out, "Little junior brother." He walks over to her side and lowers his voice. "Second senior sister, I asked you to investigate Tang Yi. How did it go?" Her face turns grave. "It seems Tang Yi truly does have problems. I had the Grand Elder send people to quietly investigate his hometown." She recounts what they discovered over a month ago. The town where Tang Yi lived was burned to the ground. Her brow furrows as she continues. "If that were all, one could chalk it up to misfortune. But here's the thing, I discovered that every single cultivator in that area was slaughtered, not a single survivor. Judging from the charred corpses, the cause of death was the same: they were drained dry while still alive." Hearing this, Yi Fan falls deep into thought. Drained to death. In one of his previous lives, he had encountered something eerily similar. But even so, Tang Dai's cultivation base shouldn't have advanced that quickly. Moreover, after Tang Dai arrived at, no one from the sect died after he left. So what exactly did he drain? She suddenly remembers something and immediately tells him, "Right. Little junior brother, junior sister, Huang Ru from the Wanshu sect told me that recently. Her sect also has an all-around genius with extraordinary talent named Zio Shen." Hearing this, he is surprised. "A genius?" He quickly puts it together. "A child of fortune, so that's how it is." he makes a request. Second senior sister. Help me investigate how many geniuses like Tang Dai and Xiao Shen have appeared recently. Zai Yan nods. All right, I'll go ask around. At the Grand Elder's quarters in the Lang Immortal Pavilion, Tang Dai sits cross-legged, cultivating. His level has already reached the first layer of the nascent soul realm. He feels the power coursing through his body, utterly satisfied. The xianxia creation art truly didn't deceive me. I've finally broken through to nascent soul. It seems the method of killing the chicken to get the eggs was a massive waste. I should nurture a group of loyal fools first, then siphon their fortune. He grins cunningly. Now that I've reached nascent soul, my power surpasses ordinary nascent soul cultivators. It's time to go pay her a visit alone. Zai Yun is happily closing her lunchbox when Tang Dai suddenly appears. The moment he arrives, he drops a warning and addresses her by an unfamiliar title. Zhenren, it seems you've been living quite leisurely. As it turns out, the soul currently inhabiting Zai Yun's body is not her own. She is utterly startled. Tang Dai. How dare you barge in here without permission? He shows not an ounce of respect. Without mincing words, he states directly, Zhenren, I've come today to request the position of personal disciple or elder. She lowers her head in fear. A position like that? You haven't even been here a month and you already want to climb to such heights. How will you make everyone submit? He replies with absolute confidence, whether I can earn their respect, just go outside and see for yourself. He boasts further, with my strength alone, I could already hold the position of sect master. Give me 1 month and I guarantee this sect will change its surname to Tang. She waves her hand and asks, then what exactly do you want? Whether or not I give you this position, can't you climb to the top with your own abilities? Hearing this, he flashes a strange smile, then speaks with an iron-hard edge of menace. He reminds her, if you want my cooperation, don't forget who saved your life. And don't you dare forget the soul restoration is still missing its final step. News spreads rapidly among the sect's disciples. The sect master wants to take Tang Dai as her disciple. Someone immediately exclaims, what? Zai Yun Zhenren wants to take Tang Dai as a personal disciple. Another disciple replies with certainty, information personally announced by Zai Yun Zhenren herself. Could it possibly be false? Someone else chimes in happily, in that case, Senior Tang Dai is about to become our 5th senior brother. Meanwhile, the system follows alongside Yi Fan, asking curiously, host, your master and Tang Dai have barely exchanged a few words. Why would she suddenly want to take him as a disciple? It doesn't make sense. He crosses his arms, deep in thought. There must be some connection between them. See, there's definitely some kind of link between them. The system speaks up again, host, tomorrow the master will officially accept Tang Dai as her disciple. Do you have a plan? He punches the railing and replies firmly, don't worry. Tomorrow I won't let Tang Dai's apprenticeship succeed. In a secluded corner, the fake sect master meets with Tang Dai. She reports, I've done as you asked. You now hold the status of a personal disciple. He nods approvingly, very good. Next, I'll gradually take control of the Xian sect. Then he suddenly steps forward and wraps his arms around her body, whispering, once I've dealt with Yi Fan, you'll become my woman. She is shocked and furious and immediately slaps him across the face. Sorry, she says, that was just a conditioned reflex from this body. Hey. Furious, he lunges to grab her throat. You, she speaks with deadly seriousness, we are merely in a cooperative relationship. If you dare lay a finger on me, let's see if you can walk out of the Xian sect alive. Tang Dai hears this, turns around, then glares back. Seething with anger, HMPH, you don't know what's good for you. The Xian sect is full of beautiful female disciples. Do you really think I have any interest in that face of yours? Once I become the hegemon of the eastern wastes, even if you kneel and beg to share my bed, I won't deign to glance at you. Hearing his words, she thinks, become the hegemon of the eastern wastes. We'll see if you're lucky enough to live that long. The scene shifts to the Xian sect's grand hall. Inside, Yi Fan stands in a corner. Arms crossed, he observes as the disciples exclaim, quick. Look, Tang Dai is here. He turns his gaze toward the entrance. Tang Dai strides in with full swagger, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. He walks up to Zai Yun and speaks with feigned respect. Tang Dai pays respects to Zai Yun Zhenren. She issues the command, serve the tea. Several disciples in a corner sigh softly. This ceremony is even grander than when the senior sisters and Yi Fan were accepted. Another chimes in, indeed ever since accepting senior Yi, our Xian sect has faced no small number of tribulations. Someone else speaks up to defend him. Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for senior brother Yi, the 7 great sects would have long since annihilated us. As a disciple carries the tea forward, Yi Fan speaks up to stop them. Wait. The imposter inside is slightly startled. Yi Fan, what do you think you're doing? He replies calmly, I object to Tang Dai becoming master's disciple. She speaks up. She scolds him, stop causing trouble. This is an official disciple acceptance ceremony, just watch in silence. He says Tang Dai is unworthy. A disciple in the hall speaks up to defend him. He saved the sect master, how could he be unworthy? Yi Fan looks him dead in the eye and answers because he doesn't have the qualifications. Tang Dai feels a brief pang of guilt, but quickly regains his composure. He replies with full arrogance, senior brother Yi, in your eyes perhaps I truly don't qualify. But this junior broke through to golden core in less than a month, already surpassing 3rd senior sister. I wonder, are you mocking everyone present here? Yi Fan says seriously, this has nothing to do with cultivation base. I'm talking about character. You're nothing but trash. Tang Dai retorts angrily, I'm trash. Senior brother Yi. Then what do I need to do to prove my worth? Yi Fan proposes, fight me. Tang Dai grins slyly but maintains a humble facade. Senior brother Yi, how could this junior possibly be your match? A disciple speaks up indignantly on his behalf. Senior brother Yi truly has no shame. The gap in strength is this vast. This is clearly bullying a junior. The person beside them echoes, even if he wins, what does that prove? It's truly nauseating. The fake Zai suddenly agrees, I'll allow it. Yi Fan draws a plain sword. This is my killing blade. An ordinary sword I bought at the foot of the mountain for a few silver taels. I won't use any spiritual power. As long as you can defeat me, I'll acknowledge you. Tang Dai speaks with feigned deference. If senior brother Yi insists on pressing this hard, this junior has no choice but to accept the challenge. Inwardly, he grins wickedly. HMPH, what a fool. With my divine art in hand and him refusing to use spiritual power to fight me head-on. If I defeat him as a junior, I can establish my prestige in the Xian sect. Even if I lose, it won't be embarrassing. He waves at Yi Fan, senior brother Yi, please make the first move. Yi Fan replies with a simple sure and lunges forward instantly. Tang Dai is startled, so fast. The tip of Yi Fan's sword has already sliced across his arm. Tang Dai raises his arm to counter, shoving him far away. He steadies himself, trembling as he clutches his wounded arm. That was close. If that sword had pierced my head, I'd be dead for sure. Seeing Yi Fan's cold gaze, a chill runs down his spine. This is bad, he wants to kill me. Huh? Yi Fan stares at him with razor-sharp eyes. Tang Dai retreats, raising his hand. Senior brother Yi, you forced my hand. Then he roars, Xianxia creation art activate. Instantly, the fortune of everyone around is violently sucked into his body. The disciples gradually weaken, trembling. Why do I feel my body getting weaker? Me too. Even Yi Fan is no exception. His fortune is being continuously drained. Tang Dai sneers, senior brother Yi, you certainly have a massive amount of fortune. But this junior will show you right now what a child of fortune truly is. Yi Fan doesn't let him talk any longer. He slashes with his sword and warns, enough talk. Beside him, the system grows extremely anxious. Host, be careful, don't let him drain your fortune. Once fortune is drained, it's incredibly difficult to recover. When fortune is strong enough, even in a situation of certain death, you can turn the tables on the spot. It continues, but when fortune drops too low, even crushing an ant could snap your bones and kill you. He shows no fear, replying calmly, then let's see, is my attack faster, or? Tang Dai drains fortune at full speed and lunges forward. Take this gale step. His speed is too fast, leaving Tang Dai struggling to even defend. He curses under his breath, damn it. When using the Xianxia creation art, I can't use any other skills simultaneously. How am I supposed to block Yi Fan's attacks? He panics. Fortune recovery can't keep up with his attack speed. If he keeps this up, I'm dead. He seems to have thought of a plan and uses a stalling tactic. Senior brother Yi, I'll admit defies, but before he can finish, a fist slams straight into his face, sending him flying several meters. He struggles to his feet, cursing, Yi Fan, you don't understand human speech. Yi Fan holds his sword, casting a cold glance at him. Yi Fan unleashes a barrage of strikes, leaving Tang Dai bleeding profusely and crying for mercy. He collapses onto the floor, drenched in blood. A disciple criticizes him. Senior brother Yi is too brutal. Another joins in. Is this really senior brother Yi? The Grand Elder hurriedly intervenes. Yi Fan, enough. This is a sparring match. You must know when to stop. Yi Fan replies to the Grand Elder, when did I ever say it was a match? She is rendered speechless. He, indeed, never said that. The fake Ziyun slams her hand down in fury. Yi Fan, you've gone far enough. This is my disciple acceptance ceremony. He is my disciple. He ignores her and continues, he will never be Ziyun Zhenren's disciple. Fellow junior brothers, help me escort Tang Dai to the sect's dungeon. She is both shocked and furious, shouting, Yi Fan, what do you think you're doing? The Ziyun sect, is it ruled by me or by you? He turns, sword in hand, and walks toward her. Seeing his demeanor, she is frightened. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Could it be, you want me? He immediately raises the sword to her neck and exposes her. You imposter, you are unworthy of those words. An elder speaks up to intervene. Yi Fan, have you gone mad? That is your master. Another person shouts urgently, someone stop Yi Fan, don't let him do something foolish. The fake Ziyun trembles, replying somewhat unnaturally, you claim I'm an imposter. What proof do you have? Is it because of my amnesia, or because my habits and behavior have changed from before? He asks, do you still remember the meals I made for you these past few days? She wonders, is it because my taste in food is different from before? He says, those dishes don't belong to this world. She grows suspicious. You're from, could you also be? Yi Fan pays her words no mind. He presses the sword closer to her neck and demands, leave my master's body. Otherwise don't blame me for. She spreads her arms, speaking with false confidence, this is your master's body. Would you really be so heartless as to harm your own master too? He steps closer and declares, once I kill you, master is still my master. At least I won't have to watch an impostor wearing my master's face commit immoral acts. She trembles, tears streaming down her face. Consumed by terror, I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. He's a lunatic. He actually intends to kill both me and his master. Why am I so unlucky? Why does this buggy system keep throwing me into this woman's body? She cries, cursing the broken system. Where on earth has it gone? It took so much just to live another life. I don't want to die. She immediately begs for mercy. I admit it. I'm not the real Ziyun Zhenren. I beg you, please don't kill me. Everyone who witnesses this scene is stunned. The sect master is fake. She kneels, crying and stammering, I was forced into this too. Forget it, it's all that damn system's doing. I want out of this body too, but nobody ever told me how to leave. Yi Fan desperately wants to know about Ziyun, so he asks, you're possessing my master's body, so where did my master's soul go? She wipes her tears and replies, when I entered this body, her soul was already barely a flicker. It's like she vanished from this world entirely. The moment he hears those words, his face turns ice cold. The surrounding temperature plummets as if plunged into an abyss of frost. Hey everyone, if you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button and drop a like to show your support. Thanks for watching all the way to the end, everyone.